beasts with nothing but good looks. What's there to feel sorry about? If they're dead, they're dead. The two sides continued to argue. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and interrupted them. This person spoke up. Big brothers, do you really know about some paradise? We two siblings have been pushed to a dead end. We just heard you say there's a place to escape the flames of war. Big brothers, can you let us come along? These two newcomers were none other than the disguised Chen Changan and Baiyu. It's unknown where they found the tattered clothes. Their bodies were filthy. Their hair was a bit messy. All in all, they looked very poor. A very convincing performance. The leader saw this and gave an order. Bring them along too. These guys were no less eager. They put on a friendly face and gave a warm welcome. Welcome, you too. Since you're here, we are now companions in hardship. Although he said that, this man was thinking in his head. The woman behind this brat is quite a looker. It's been a long time since I've had a taste of such a top-quality item. As for that man, when we get into the secret realm later, we don't even know how he'll die yet. Chen Changan happily expressed his gratitude. I'm extremely grateful. The place where the fox demons lived. The scenery was incredibly beautiful. Golden sun, blue sky, picturesque mountains and rivers. If it weren't for fleeing from chaos, no one would want to leave this place. A master spoke generously. The more people, the better. Once we have enough people, we'll set off. The group started walking. All around them now were only ruins. Chen Changan observed his surroundings. It's been in ruins for many years. I think this is also a realm that was invaded by the prodigies of the upper realm long ago. No matter where you go, you can see it. The people are suffering. In chaotic times, powerful bandits run rampant. Hey, don't look. The bearded master looked at Chen Changan and cursed. What the hell are you looking at? If you want to run off, we won't be responsible for your life or death. Don't expect us to protect you. Another one added arrogantly, but we wouldn't mind helping you take care of your sister. Chen Changan showed no expression. He just replied, Is that so? Time passed. We're here. The place they arrived at was a clearing inside the forest. In the middle of the clearing stood a giant statue of a nine-tailed fox demon. We're here. This is the place. The seal is sealed. The leader took out a special key. Chen Changan kept his eyes on him. The man placed the key in the center of the mechanism and shouted, Open. The ground began to shake violently. Everyone panicked in fear. The ground is shaking. What's happening? What's going on? Chen Changan seemed to sense something. He looked up at the sky. A giant 8 trigrams formation had now appeared in the sky. So that's how it is. The secret realm must be hidden in this forest. Chen Changan spoke, confusing the masters. What did you say? He pointed. This back mountain is the teleportation point to the secret realm. And that great seal must be the key to opening the secret realm. This man didn't expect Chen Changan to figure out so quickly. He shouted angrily, Brat, don't look at things you shouldn't be looking at. The leading master angrily snatched the key back. He thought to himself, no wonder the old man had such a hard time searching for the divine artifact back then and only found one. It was hidden so well. If I want to gather them all, I'm afraid it will take some effort. Suddenly, everyone heard a loud noise in the forest. They were terrified. Someone screamed, Look, what? What is that? So big. A mouse? A giant creature emerged from the forest. It was as tall as 3 adults stacked on top of each other. Everyone was scared to death and ran in all directions. What are you standing there for? Run, run. Only Chen Changan and Baiyu remained standing there, observing the situation. Chen Changan keenly realized, this group of people really is problematic. Baiyu was surprised and didn't understand. Chen Changan explained, although this mouse is huge, I guess its strength is only around the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Baiyu was surprised. The spirit transformation realm. Isn't that a realm that even I can't defeat? That's right. To wipe out a demon clan, you need to be at least at the immortal king level. I'm afraid they have something else backing them up. Now I'm finally interested in these guys. The two of them quickly hid behind a tree near them. They whispered to each other. Bai said, "So now the enemy is in the dark, and we are in the open. If this continues..." Chen Changan calmed her down. "Don't panic. If the enemy is in the dark, and we are in the open, then we'll force the enemy in the dark to come out." He took out a myriad beings talisman. The talisman has a little bit of the system's functionality, although its effect is only 1/1,000,000th. It's more than enough for a spirit transformation beast. Chen Changan aimed and threw the talisman straight at the mouse. The moment the talisman hit it, its eyes immediately changed, as if it was under his control. It frantically charged towards the group of people in hiding. They warned each other in fear. "Big brother, the monster is coming this way. What's going on?" Chen Changan added fuel to the fire. Using his third-rate acting skills, he held his head and pretended to be scared, screaming loudly. "Ah, help! The monster is coming. Big brothers, quickly use the Great Seal to send us back. I don't want to go to that paradise anymore." Chen Changan was still screaming, to Bai Yu's speechless surprise. On the other side, it seemed the third-rate acting had fooled the commoners. They immediately knelt down and begged. "Big brother, we appreciate your good intentions. Please let us go." "That's right. Even if we're killed by the Heavenly Demon Clan, it will be in 10 days. But if we don't go now, we'll immediately die." They couldn't believe it. They angrily kicked the commoners. "Damn it. Don't shake the morale of the troops. It's just one mouse. What's there to be afraid of?" After cursing, the leader immediately charged towards the mouse and ordered, "Everyone attack. Kill this beast." Although the subordinates were still very scared, they quickly obeyed. Chen Changan stood by, watching them fight, his heart cold. They really are amateurs. A bunch of spirit transformation realm minions. Even the leader is only at the spirit transformation realm. The little chickens are about to show their weaknesses. I'll fan the flames a bit more to make you spill your secrets. It's unknown where Chen Changan and Bai Yu got the handkerchiefs. They waved them and cheered. "Go, big brothers, you can single-handedly wipe out the Fox Demon Clan. You're so strong, big brother. We're all counting on you. If you really can't do it, it's okay to run away." The leader was about to be unable to hold on. "Run away? If I can't bring people with me, then I'll be the one who dies." The leader couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed the necks of 2 of his subordinates. Hateful. The leader gradually absorbed the life force of his comrades. The 2 subordinates slowly turned into 2 dried-up corpses. Chen Changan was surprised. He absorbed 2 amateurs, and his strength instantly advanced from spirit transformation to void refinement. Not bad. It seems this still isn't enough to force you to reveal your trump card. Then, big brothers, don't blame me. He opened his palm. "Go, give them some more." Dozens of talismans flew out. One by one, they hit the strange creatures of this place. There was even a 3-horned dinosaur and a 4-eared red wolf. After a long and tiring battle, they finally killed the mouse. They sat down exhausted and panting. The rustling sound behind them made them turn around cautiously. A horde of creatures rushed out from the forest. Giant creatures attacked them. Dinosaurs, wolves, their eyes were all crimson, as if they were thirsty for blood. "What's going on?" "Monsters. The monsters are all coming this way." "Leader, think of something quickly. Aren't you invincible?" "Leader, if this continues, forget about completing the mission. We're going to die here too." The terrified subordinates could only beg their leader to do something. They were afraid of dying. Unexpectedly, the leader was even more afraid of dying than they were. He immediately turned and fled. "No, I'm not doing this anymore. Even if I can't complete the mission. I don't want to die here either." This superior physique was not easy to obtain. "I don't want it to be like this." The leader quickly took out the key. He was in a hurry, afraid he wouldn't make it. He quickly placed the key in its proper place. The key began to activate. He shouted out his inner thoughts. "I don't want to become its food." Suddenly, something emerged from the ground, startling him. Immediately after, a carnivorous plant emerged, flinging him into the air. Its mouth was lined with sharp, serrated teeth, even inside its throat. Ring after ring extended all the way down its throat. In just one gulp, it swallowed the leader whole. The system also made an announcement at the same time. Host, a high-level creature from an outer domain has been detected. Please kill it. Chen Changan smiled happily, his eyes crinkling. The one behind the scenes has come out. The boss is dead. They couldn't believe it. The boss. They were like a snake without a head. They didn't know what to do. Another one was captured by the carnivorous plant. This time, it didn't swallow him whole, but cut him in half. Everyone was terrified and ran to find a place to hide. Bayou witnessed the plant not only capturing people, but also the powerful, giant creatures being snatched up like frogs. What's going on? A tentacle swung up, attacking her. Get out of the way. Fortunately, Chen Changan caught her in time, bringing her to a safer place. But it seems this rescue touched something, because instead of being scared, Bayou's face turned bright red. Senior, what is this? Could it be this is the one behind all this? Before Chen Changan could answer, the plant emerged further from the ground, transforming into a different, fatter shape. With more mouths. This time could even talk. Hey, little girl, you're quite smart. You could actually see through my plan. The largest flower moved. It slowly opened. However, that brat, you're not simple either. How dare you trick my servants? Chen Changan questioned it. You're the one who killed the Fox Demon clan. But this thing didn't care. It shouted in Chen Changan's face. Do you know your crime? It had now fully bloomed. Inside was a giant eye. Mada's eye. Immortal King Realm. Shout all you want. Who's afraid of whom? He chuckled to himself. A flower. Moreover, there's no mistake. This aura is exactly the same as the heavenly demon clans. It's the mark on the flower's eye. That is the ancient divine artifact. The flower bloomed to its full size. In the center was a giant eye. On the eye was the ancient divine artifact, the thing that he, Chen Changan, was looking for. This flower's name is Mada's Eye, Immortal King Realm. It shouted, do you know what your crime is? Daring to disturb me. I went to great lengths to kill the fox demons and manipulate my servants, just as I was about to absorb that delicious human essence. You ruined my entire plan. I want you dead. The people looked at the flower, their hearts filled with fear. Its Mada, the Longyang domain, was completely devoured by it. Why did that brat have to provoke it? He's doomed us all. It said smugly, no one can save you filthy ants. Chen Changan gave it a look of disgust. He raised his middle finger and unleashed a strike that it couldn't block, neatly destroying its tentacles and carnivorous flower face. Bye-bye, interesting flower. Killed in an instant. The system also quickly announced, congratulations, host, for killing a 5th Tribulation Immortal King demon, awarding 10 million domain points. Elsewhere, the demon woman seemed to sense it. This demon woman with ears is named Han Shi, from the Heavenly Demon Clan. She opened a map. On the map, a point was flashing a warning. Qingfeng Domain, the spiritual power fluctuation is too strong. Could it be that brat from before? But she quickly dismissed her thought. She closed the map. No, if it were that brat, the spiritual power would probably be more overbearing. Now is not the time to focus on these things. When our Lord descends, that brat will surely be defeated. I'm really looking forward to it. Hanshi stood before a giant statue. Her heart was full of pride. She held her face, which was flushed with pleasure. When that time comes, how should I trample on that brat? Back to Chen Changan. Bayou had been watching this whole time. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. I thought it would be a fierce battle. I didn't expect, with just a casual wave of his hand, he killed an immortal king-level overlord of a region. That's too exaggerated. Not only did he kill the monster, but he also broke through the barrier between the secret realm and reality. The key point is, this is just a clone. That Mada thing was now just a limp corpse lying there. The path where the wave of power had passed was also torn with a long spatial rift. She had only been following Chen Changan this whole time. She hadn't even helped fight, and they had already won. Bayou blushed as she looked at that strong body. Seeing your strength is so profound. I haven't even studied it carefully yet. Oh, I remember being lectured by the senior before. I wonder if I can withstand senior strength. Meanwhile, Chen Changan's mind was in turmoil. His hand was still held in a middle finger, just like during the fight. Not good. I tried to restrain myself as much as possible. But I'm afraid this one blow was still detected by the Heavenly Demon Clan. This matter of changing identities. Choosing a weak one is a lot of trouble. Choosing the strongest one would alert the Heavenly Demon Clan, but I have no choice. As long as everything goes smoothly. When the time comes, I'll take the divine artifact from its forehead. Suddenly, the demonic energy within the divine artifact erupted. The flower revived and came back to life. It screamed to the heavens. This surprised Chen Changan. Turns out it's not that easy. Mod as I looked at Chen Changan. It was sweating profusely as it recalled. I was just killed. This human has no martial virtue and sneak attacked me. He's definitely not a good person. Moreover, they want to snatch my life-saving divine artifact. That was a gift from my father. Only now did the flower notice what was beside it. A rift. Without thinking, the flower immediately dove into the rift to escape. Before leaving, it still spoke tough. The heavens will not forsake me. You foolish human. Wait until I grow up and return to my peak state. I will definitely come back and kill you. He looked on with a cold voice. He ordered, catch it. Did I say you could go? Then he grabbed Mada's root and gently pulled it down, causing it to scream in pain. Chen Changan, with an aura of killing intent, stepped on the flower and walked over. What's going on? Logically, you should be dead, but now you're still alive. Could this be the effect of the divine artifact? The divine artifact once again emitted a sparkling demonic energy. Sparkle, sparkle. The flowers I looked up at its forehead. The first stage ability of my life-saving divine artifact has been activated. Great. I'm invincible now. You've gone too far. I was just thinking of taking you in as my dog because you have some strength. Don't think I can't beat you. Mada seemed to have leveled up. It also looked stronger. Its eye was also narrowed. To put it nicely, it looked more mature and experienced. To put it bluntly, it was an aging flower about to wither. It laughed contemptuously. Ha ha ha. I'm a noblest race in this world. I cannot be killed. Chen Changan was surprised. Can't be killed? Mada's eye narrowed and smiled. In the end, he's just a human. He's scared. It frantically widened its eye. You came to steal the divine artifact, didn't you? But it's useless. The divine artifact has long since become one with me. This guy has probably never seen someone come back from the dead. I can take this opportunity to scare him. Wait for the clan elders to come and kill him together. Baiyu beside him asked worriedly, if we can't kill it, then we can't get the divine artifact. Senior, what should we do now? We're at a dead end. What's the big deal? Chen Changan laughed with interest, his face contorting. The flower's face stiffened as it looked at him. It could understand for a moment. What? You fool. I'm invincible now. Why are you still trying so hard? Another flick of the middle finger. Mada was destroyed again. Congratulations, host, for killing a 5th Tribulation Immortal King Demon, awarding 10 million domain points. The ancient divine artifact once again emitted demonic energy, reviving Mada's eye. The flower was arrogant again. I told you, you can't kill me. Fool. The notification board appeared again. Target has been revived. Chen Changan's eyes sharpened as if he had found something new. Just stay still. My little experience baby. Ha! He had already treated this flower as a super fast experience farming machine. He continued to flick his middle finger. Now, it wasn't a battle anymore. It was more like an RPG adventure game against the bot. The bot here was Mada's eye. Chen Changan would be the main character with 3 lives. And Baiyu would be the supporting companion. The mission was to defeat the boss to get the treasure chest behind it. And so, the system kept announcing continuously. Congratulations, host, for killing a 5th Tribulation Immortal King Demon, awarding 10 million domain points. Target has been revived. Congratulations, host, for killing a 5th Tribulation Immortal King Demon, awarding 10 million domain points. Target has been revived. Congratulations, host, for killing a 5th Tribulation Immortal King demon. Awarding 10 million domain points. Target has been revived. Congratulations, host, for killing a 5th Tribulation Immortal King demon. Awarding 10 million domain points. Target has been revived. The system sound kept ringing continuously. The commoners witnessing this were terrified. A demon. This person is a demon. Oh my God. Why do I feel like he's even more terrifying than the Heavenly Demon Clan? Meanwhile, Chen Changan was still enthusiastically farming domain points. He couldn't help but feel joyful. So this is the feeling of getting domain points? So exciting. I'm getting really excited. Time passed. After 4 hours, Mata was now exhausted, reassembling at a super slow speed. The ground was littered with fragments of its body and sparkling pearls. The system reported, the total number of domain points the host has received is 500 million. Chen Changan sat down and observed the flower. The revival speed has slowed down. It seems the power given to it by the divine artifact has a certain limit. After thinking, he didn't forget to mock it a few times. I thought this divine artifact would be so hard to get. I didn't expect it to be so simple. Chen Changan reached out to remove the divine artifact, but it seemed he couldn't. Indeed, this divine artifact cannot be forcibly removed. Physical methods won't work. I'll have to think of another way. There are other things that fell from Mata's eye. System, take an inventory. The system obeyed. Inventory check, 50 Yunhuan immortal pills. The effect is similar to the Funtian pill. 1 immortal pill can be exchanged for 10,000 domain points. Do you wish to proceed with the exchange? He held the Yunhuan immortal pill in his hand and thought, I didn't expect this thing to be so valuable. It's just that 50 pills are too few. If it weren't for its slow regeneration now, I could have swept another 100 pills from it. After thinking, he threw the immortal pill to Baiyu. Baiyu, eat it and test its effect. Baiyu also obediently listened. Yes, senior. She took it. She put it in her mouth and swallowed. Then she went to a tree stump and sat down to prepare. Chen Changan looked at the group of people and said, Come out, all of you. The commoners were still extremely afraid of Chen Changan. They cautiously took one step at a time, looking at the mess on the ground. It's still better to be wary of this outsider. Chen Changan didn't care much about their attitude. He made a request. I can protect you, and I can also give you the strength to fight against the Heavenly Demon Clan. In return, you must submit to me. The cautious attitude from before had disappeared. In its place was the excitement of several men. Really? Then I'm willing. If you can help me become stronger. You can even have my life. Very good. Take this pill. You will be able to complete the first step to becoming stronger. Chen Changan was satisfied and threw the immortal pills towards the crowd. More and more people also wanted to become stronger. Yes, I wanted to. Quick, try it. They all sat down to practice their cultivation. Each person corresponded to a system notification. Servant Zhao Si has broken through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement, awarding host 5 domain points. Servant Zhao San has broken through to the 1st level of the Foundation Establishment Realm, awarding host 50 domain points. Servant Liu Yin Jia has broken through to the 1st level of the Golden Core Realm, awarding host 100 domain points. Servant Li Run Yi has broken through to the 5th level of the Golden Core Realm, awarding host 200 domain points. And so, the system's notifications continued to ring. Time passed. 3 hours later, Baiyu sat peacefully, calming down after her cultivation session. The system displayed a summary panel. On the left was a full-body image of Baiyu. On the right was her information. Contracted follower. Baiyu. Race. Heavenly Fox. Intimacy. 4 stars. Level. Half immortal. Detected a change in the cultivation of contracted follower Baiyu. About to break through from the half-immortal realm to the immortal soldier realm. Domain points are being calculated. Chen Changan looked at the display panel in front of him with interest. System 5.0 even has this kind of function. He clicked on the different icons. A bar appeared. Disciple list. Ling Baoya, Hong Yi, Baiyu. He clicked on Ling Baoer. The system displayed information similar to Baiyu's. Ling Baoya, race, human, intimacy. 5. Cultivation level. Half immortal. Not bad. If I want to see someone's information, I can just pull it up directly. No need to check anymore. He was happy. On the other side, Baiyu's face was flushed, and she was having trouble breathing as she looked at Chen Changan and thought, the heavenly Tao's restriction in the Qingfeng domain is preventing me from breaking through. My spiritual power is still soaring. If this continues, my body is about to explode. Unless Senior is willing to assist me in dual cultivation, to help me stabilize my spiritual power. But how can I say that out loud? Suddenly, she was startled as she clearly felt it within her body. It's draining away. A lot of my spiritual power is suddenly draining away. There's no sign of a breakthrough anymore. My cultivation is also starting to return to what it was before. What's going on? Baiyu clutched her body in pain, trying to stop the spiritual power from draining, but it seemed to have no effect. Chen Changan was also shocked to see his domain points dropping uncontrollably. He immediately called out, System, it's a flood. Why are my domain points keep getting deducted? Suddenly, a voice rang out. In the name of the seal. Secret realm, open. Chen Changan looked cautiously towards the source of the voice. A spatial gate opened there. But surprisingly, behind the spatial gate was also a ruffian leader. There was also a Chen Changan and a group of people identical to the commoners. Both sides looked at each other in shock, unable to believe their eyes. The leader's eyes widened as he shouted, You brat, am I seeing things? Why are you in the secret realm? Aren't you? He pointed at Chen Changan number 1, then turned to look at Chen Changan number 2 and questioned, What the hell is going on? Chen Changan number 2 had been shocked and unable to understand this whole time. I'd like to know what's going on too. The ancient divine artifact lay there, emitting an illusory aura. Chen Changan number 1 sensed it. He quickly turned to look at the divine artifact. The people who had stepped out of the space still hadn't figured things out. They were still standing there like statues. Chen Changan number 1 looked at the flower. The divine artifact was no longer there. What? The divine artifact can run on its own? No. My domain points are still being deducted. Baiyu's rising cultivation is also still draining away. This is related to the sudden disappearance of the divine artifact. He looked at Baiyu, who was still enduring in pain. He thought about it. This secret realm. The strongest thing here is probably that divine artifact. Chen Changan number 1 seemed to realize something. Wait a minute. It seems I was wrong. Its ability is probably not resurrection. That divine artifact has a more formidable ability. What could it be? Elsewhere, Feng Qiyun had returned to the upper realm. He was searching for the divine artifact through the immortal domains of the upper realm. Suddenly, he sensed it. It's the aura of the heavenly demon clan. After careful inspection, he noticed an abandoned ruin. Over there, he set foot on the ground. Feng Qiyun didn't forget to be on guard. He equipped himself with a stealth technique to avoid any risks. Feng Qiyun hid behind a rock and scouted inside. He was quickly surprised. Is this the frontline battlefield between the heavenly demons and the upper realm? Inside, there were many tents and demon beasts. There was also something like an eye-shaped spatial gate in the sky. This place has an extremely high concentration of heavenly demons with the strength of immortal venerables. There are also quite a few at the immortal emperor level guarding the battlefield. Even if my disciple came to this place, I'm afraid it would be a fierce battle. Inside, a heavenly demon had captured a woman. He held her up as if showing off and laughed happily. Heh, look what I caught. This heavenly demon was Di Gang, vice captain of the 3rd Legion of the Heavenly Demons, a 3rd Tribulation Realm Lord. Di Gang pinched the trembling woman's face. His voice was full of amusement, a little mouse that couldn't escape. The woman was at the 8th Tribulation Immortal Venerable Realm. Now, she was covered in injuries. Her clothes were tattered. She could only beg, "Please, spare me. As long as you spare me, I'm willing to give you everything. I can offer my body to assist you in dual cultivation." Another one, equipped in battle armor, walked up to Di Gang, his face full of disgust. "Noisy, Di Gang et pili complied. As you command." Immediately, blood splattered in front of that person. But that person didn't even care. He just gave an order, "Kill all these self-proclaimed immortals for me. Leave no one behind." The girl's terrified scream echoed through the space. That cold-blooded person was Kong Ming, captain of the 3rd Legion of the Heavenly Demons, a peak-level realm lord. Feng Qiyun, watching from the outside, couldn't help but feel indignant. "Beasts, calm down. There are still 8 days left. Finding the divine artifact is what's important. First, I'll mark this location. After I meet up with my disciple, we'll come back and destroy them." "It's decided." Feng Qiyun quickly turned and left. As for these people, they can only save themselves. 15 minutes later, Kong Ming was sitting on a large stone throne. He leisurely informed his subordinate, "The array point here has been completed. Now, we just need Fei Lian of the 5th Legion to set up his array point, and then we can welcome our Lord's descent." Di Gang, standing beside him, replied, "Han, she is too cunning. After setting up the first array point, she stuck to our Lord. Truly shameless." Suddenly, a subordinate ran in and shouted, "Report." He knelt down, trembling. "Captain, we just received news. Your pet Mata, his life tablet, is gradually cracking. He is currently in mortal danger." This subordinate is a life tablet, a tablet of the Heavenly Demon Clan. It can be used to observe the life of a Heavenly Demon Clan member and transmit distress signals. Di Gang said in disbelief, "Doesn't Mata have the world-transcending divine artifact that the captain gave him?" That divine artifact was seized by the captain from a powerful expert of the Heavenly God Clan during the eternal era of the ancient continent. How could he be in mortal danger? Could it be that the divine consciousness of that divine artifact still has remnants and has contacted the people of the Heavenly God Clan? Kong Ming sat up straight and ordered, "Continue." The life tablet trembled and continued to report, "There's only one person. His strength is close to the immortal Emperor cultivation level." "One person? How brave." Kong Ming's face darkened, not expecting such an arrogant person. Di Gang saw his dark expression and quickly proposed a plan. "Captain, let me lead a team to support young Master Mata. Coincidentally, my soul transformation demon god art is still missing one final immortal emperor soul. Let's use him as a sacrifice." Kong Ming's eyes were now filled with anger as he ordered, "Go. It would be best if you can capture that brat alive. I like to see who is so bold as to touch my son." At this time, elsewhere, the commoners of Chen Changan No. 1 and Chen Changan No. 2 were fighting fiercely. They were screaming and shouting. It was no different from a marketplace. One pulling hair, one grabbing a head, one watching, one doing a praying mantis dance. Damn it. Whoever is faking it, their whole family is dead. You shameless thing. Professionals, watch this move. While everyone was fighting, the leader was still standing there with his mouth agape. What on earth is going on? Why are there 2 identical people? Could it be? This man seemed to have a sudden realization. I get it. This is also part of Lord Mata's plan. In this place, Lord Mata is an invincible existence like a god. He's toying with these people, and he'll eat them all up. Thinking this, he arrogantly pointed at the Chen Changan. "You stupid pigs, shut up. All of you, listen carefully to me. I don't care if you're real or fake. Today, you've come here, so you all must die. The men will become fertilizer. The women will bear our children, especially the white-haired one. I want you to give birth to a dozen kids. This is his master's territory." This man acted as if no one else mattered. Suddenly, the flower that had revived immediately kowtowed continuously to Chen Changan No. 1. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare me, or just give me a quick death. Please." The leader, who had been so loud-mouthed just now, was now staring with his mouth wide open. "Is this Lord Mata?" The flower, afraid of being implicated, quickly lashed out. Its followers were sent flying several miles away. Mata turned back into Chen Changan number one's little puppy. It said fawningly, "Sir, you see, I've taken care of the obstacles for you." Chen Changan number one cunningly sat down next to the flower, making it sweat profusely. Perfect timing. I have something to ask you. After some interrogation, it proved to be useful. For Mata, I've initially understood. The first ability of the divine artifact is resurrection. Just like how Mata was resurrected from being smashed to pieces into a healthy Mata. That is, the wielder, at the moment of death, will be recast and restored to their healthy state. However, there is a certain restoration limit. The restoration time will gradually accumulate. At first, it was 5 seconds. The second ability is time reversal. It can revert a certain space-time to a past point. For example, the Chen Changan at 1:30 p.m. was sent back in time to 12 p.m. The Chen Changan at 12 p.m. is Chen Changan number 2. After the time reversal, his cultivation suddenly dropped. This is the effect of the time reversal. Chen Changan number 1 observe his surroundings. The problem stems from here. According to the time reversal ability, I should have returned to when I first arrived in the Qingfeng domain. But now, except for the 500 million domain points that are still there, everything else has returned to the beginning. This space has not changed. And there's another person who looks just like me. Chen Changan number 1 turned to look at Chen Changan number 2. "Hey, imposter. You got a lot of nerve. Imitating me right in front of my face." Chen Changan number 2 was no pushover either. He retorted with a sneer. "Who's the imposter? Don't you have any idea? It seems there's one thing I must verify." Chen Changan number 1 walked towards Chen Changan number 2. Chen Changan number 2 was also ready. "Playing the real and fake Monkey King game with me? You're too naive." The two of them charged at each other directly. The pressure they emitted was so strong that you, outside, couldn't withstand it. You one move, I one move. The two of them were equally formidable. They even blew up a corner of the forest. Mata, on the outside, didn't dare to interfere. It ran to a safe corner and prayed. Damn it, these two lunatics even fight themselves when they go crazy. No wonder this guy could easily subdue me. Turns out he was hiding his strength. This level of cultivation is on par with D-Gang. Without the divine artifact to help me, if I don't handle this well, I'll die from the aftershocks. I must quickly find the divine artifact around here. Outside, the two were still clashing, but it seemed they were getting bored. Their attack patterns are identical. Their strength is equivalent. I can basically be sure now, but there's still one final step missing. Chen Changan number 1 suggested, "How about we try a different way to verify?" Chen Changan number 2 also agreed. "That suits me just fine." The two of them landed. He said, "The verification method is very simple. I ask, you answer. But to avoid being unfair, let the two by use ask the questions, okay?" Chen Changan number 2 added a request. Chen Changan number 1 quickly agreed. Done. The two ladies seized the opportunity and asked a barrage of questions. "Then we'll be so bold, senior." We'll be so bold, senior." They both spoke in unison. First question, "Senior, do you like Bayou?" The two of them froze. Let's change the question." The two of them didn't argue and immediately changed the question. What is the most exaggerated and embarrassing thing Senior has ever done? "I once imitated Lu Mingfei in Interstellar Crossing and swept through all the powerful experts. Back then, with my hands in my pockets, I didn't know what an opponent was." The two of them were like they were harming themselves. They could only grit their teeth and answer in embarrassment. But the two by you saw it as a feat. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Didn't know what an opponent was. Senior is so domineering. The two Chen Changan held their faces and leaned against a tree to avoid the other's gazes. Damn it, so embarrassing. Now they just wanted a hole to crawl into immediately. But they wouldn't be let off so easily. They were determined to press on. The two of them were like a radio station, bombarding the two men's eardrums with a barrage of questions. "Next, please answer my questions quickly, Senior." "Senior, Have you ever told the heroic story of your time in Interstellar Crossing? Senior, how many women admired you back then? Seniors, have you ever dual cultivated with someone else? Is the feeling of dual cultivation as ecstatic as described in the books? The two of them couldn't take it anymore. They tried their best to shut these two mouths. Stop. These questions are a bit too much. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, united in protecting each other. No need to ask anymore. I confirmed it. He thought to himself, hilarious. How could I possibly tell them I've been a virgin for 20 years? Good brother. Let's go share information. Bai could only watch as the two of them walked away, arm in arm. Why didn't they answer her questions? A voice appeared in the lower realm. Finally here, outside the secret realm, Vice Captain D Gang had arrived with a troop of followers. He said arrogantly, break this barrier. I can't wait to see the look on that brat's face when he kneels and begs. In the Fox Demon's secret realm at this moment. Damn it. The two Chen Changan were taking turns bullying the childlike flower. Thank you for helping me find the divine artifact. Otherwise, it would have taken me some effort to find it myself. This divine artifact has a consciousness and is hiding from us. As its master, it's much more convenient for you to find it. You're not a bad tool. You deserve a reward. The little flower said with a pout. Could it be that your fight before was just an act for me to see? Suddenly, Chen Changan number 1 sensed something. A crack appeared in the space. It seemed someone was trying to tear open the secret realm space. Chen Changan number 1 warned Chen Changan number 2. A very powerful aura is coming from outside. The space was torn with a loud rip, and a sharp claw grabbed the space, gradually entering. It was D Gang who had torn a large hole in the space. He laughed loudly. I'm here. Ha ha ha. D Gang stuck out his tongue and glanced around. So it was you who beat up Mata. The childlike flower's eyes widened as it looked at the person in front. It thought to itself, it's Elder D Gang, who has the cultivation of a realm lord, personally leading troops to save me. I can live again. D Gang was a bit puzzled. Huh? Why is there another stinky bug? Forget it. It doesn't matter. Mata shouted with joy. Elder D Gang, save me. But before it could finish, Chen Changan number 2 kicked it in the mouth to shut it up. He put away the divine artifact. His deep eyes prepared for a quick battle. Excellent. The ones who came here are all rescue troops from the immortal, venerable level and above. What a grand gesture. It seems this guy's status in the Heavenly Demon Clan is very high. Several subordinates stepped forward. Haha, Vice Captain. 2 little immortal Emperor-level bugs aren't worthy of your attention. That's right. Despicable humans like these will dirty your hands. Let us personally offer the souls of these 2 to you. As for their bodies, we'll feed them to the dogs. The dog they were talking about was a demon dog with 3 heads and 3 tails. Very ferocious. D Gang was very satisfied. Then dismember them. A huge source of points. The 2 Chen Changan simultaneously laughed happily. They got ready again. The great mighty heavenly dragon technique was unleashed. This startled them a bit. In the past, there was only 1 dragon. But this time, there were 2 people. 2 heavenly dragons. The power was doubled. Wherever the dragons went, demon beasts were torn in half. The system's voice also rang out. Congratulations, host, for killing an immortal venerable expert. Awarding 50 million domain points. Plus 2 realm fragments. Plus 5 salted fish treasure chests. Congratulations, host, for killing an immortal emperor expert. Awarding 150 million domain points. Plus 2 realm fragments. Plus 5 salted fish treasure chests. The flower was sweating profusely again. It stared wide-eyed. 1 move instantly killed several heavenly demons at the immortal venerable and immortal emperor levels. Monsters. These 2 are monsters. The battlefield was too brutal. Besides the sound of explosions, there was also someone shout, "Damn divine artifact." The second ability was used on a dog. Mata, taking advantage of the fierce battle, and no one paying attention to it, quickly fled. While their attention is currently on D-Gang. I must escape. Otherwise, after they deal with D-Gang, I'll have to die too. D-Gang couldn't believe that after just 1 or 2 blows, half of his subordinates were gone. He could only calm himself. Don't panic. I've lived for so many years, and I've never seen a character of this caliber before. The key point is that he's a cultivator from the lower realm. Damn it, what kind of god is this? The elite army I've trained for thousands of years has been completely wiped out. It hurts. That was an existence that could easily occupy any lower realm. I alone am no match for 2-realm lord-level cultivators. I'll retreat first. Then I'll report this to the captain. Chen Changan saw him secretly running back to the spatial rift. Oh, this guy wants to run? It's not easy to meet a different type of heavenly demon. I still have questions to ask. He immediately flew towards Chen Changan number 2 to inform him. I'll go stop him. I'll leave these fat sheep to you for now. Chen Changan number 2 had no objections. He immediately agreed. As fast as lightning, Chen Changan number 1 had approached D-Gang. He gently placed his hand on his shoulder, startling him. Why are you running? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why don't you continue? D-Gang couldn't believe it. So fast, it seems. A battle is unavoidable today. Although my soul, transformation demon god art, is not yet complete, it's enough for me to fight a desperate battle with this guy. Then, D-Gang quickly executed his myriad soul palm technique. Many palms appeared in the air, heading towards Chen Changan. D-Gang shouted, "Die for me." He wasn't worried at all. He just held out his hand as a response, blocking all of the man's myriad soul palms. Now's my chance to run. D-Gang was only pretending to fight. He used the technique just to escape. How could it be that easy? Chen Changan had appeared near him without him knowing. He gave him a kick that twisted his face. Already ugly, now he's lost some teeth. Where do you think you're going? His kick sent D-Gang flying dozens of meters. He screamed in pain. Not letting up, he raised his hand and attacked D-Gang directly. One yang finger. Instantly, the one yang finger pierced through D-Gang's body with ease. D-Gang was now like a burning torch, screaming in agony. On the other side, Chen Changan number 2 was sitting and patting the head of D-Gang's subordinate. Looking at it, he could only think reassuringly. A realm lord-level heavenly demon is this weak? Chen Changan number 2 realized something. He turned and asked Chen Changan number 1, "Hey, the power of your one yang finger just now was different from before. What's going on?" Chen Changan number 1 also realized it. The power hasn't changed. It's just that my technique suddenly has a greater effect on heavenly demons. Or rather, it dealt a level 3 critical hit. When I fought the white-haired woman, my clone's attacks were just deflected. But this time is different. It seems I got a buff from something. More power. It's hot. Suddenly, the ancient divine artifact flew out of his bag, surprising him. It's the divine artifact. From within the divine artifact, a wisp of smoke gradually became clear, taking the form of a woman. An illusion, an illusion. Chen Changan asked doubtfully, "You are an artifact spirit?" An artifact spirit is a guardian soul hidden within a magical artifact. It has its own thoughts. It is said that only ancient gods can refine them. The success rate is extremely low. Therefore, a divine artifact with an artifact spirit is something that can only be chanced upon, not sought after. The artifact spirit suddenly rushed into Chen Changan's arms, greatly surprising him. "Please, save me. Please, save my master." At that moment, Baiyu frantically ran towards them, shouting, "Senior, you can't let her get close. She'll take you away." But it was too late. Baiyu leaped to intervene, but the woman and Chen Changan dissolved into a wisp of smoke and vanished. Her heart filled with anxiety, she searched for any sign of Chen Changan. "Senior, over there." Chen Changan too was stunned by what he had just witnessed. My other clone just disappeared. Does that mean I will too? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Chen Changan too also vanished without a trace. Baiyu couldn't believe her eyes. Her heart was in utter turmoil. They're all gone. the wish of a god-level spirit artifact. In another place, the place where Chen Changan had been transported, a gentle voice called out, "My love, wake up, my love." Ugh. Chen Changan struggled to open his eyes. The scene before him was incredibly surreal. Chen Changan thought in confusion. Where is this? The immortal realm? A woman's hand suddenly poked his cheek. The woman spoke again. "My little bonehead, my love, you were the one who said you wanted to spend a night of passion with me." Her actions and words startled him, leaving him completely baffled. "So why did you fall asleep the moment we got out of bed?" His jaw dropped and his eyes widened in disbelief. Whoa, who is this? This isn't a dream. What kind of trick is that spirit artifact playing? The woman before him had blue hair. Her features were exquisitely beautiful. She was a woman of the celestial god clan, the goddess of spring, Changxi. This beautiful woman looked at him and smiled gently. Her eyes, full of deep affection, spoke to him. "I've been waiting for you, for us to become one." She moved her face closer to Chen Changan's. Her rosy lips parted. "My little bonehead, still playing hard to get with me? You can't escape." Chen Changan recoiled in horror. All he could think was, this situation, I've hit the jackpot. System, where are you? The system quickly replied, "I'm here. Rest assured, host, you haven't transmigrated. Congratulations, host, on being about to bid farewell to your single status." Well, that's good. But what is happening right now? Why am I in this strange place? And who is this strange woman? Before he could finish his sentence, a hand reached out. It pulled Chen Changan, sending him tumbling onto the soft bed. She called out affectionately, "My love, why won't you answer me?" Caught off guard, Chen Changan was trapped in her embrace, unable to escape. Could it be that my love wants to try a new position? That's fine. I'll play along with you, my love. With that, she sat on top of Chen Changan. She struck a very provocative pose. He could only let out a grunt. Her hand gently caressed Chen Changan's firm abdominal muscles. She whispered, "Let's continue what we left unfinished earlier." Chen Changan's face paled. He grabbed her hand and pulled it away, startling her. "I feel like this is all a bit too rushed. How about we schedule another time? You don't seem to understand." She smiled brightly. Suddenly, she grabbed Chen Changan's neck and pushed him down. "You've already said that 3 times. Are you messing with me?" The bright smile from a moment ago instantly twisted into a terrifying expression. It was as if the earlier smile wasn't hers at all. Chen Changan was shocked. "What does she mean? I've said it 3 times. I have no memory of that at all." And her expression changes way too fast. "Whatever. First, I need to restrain her before she goes completely crazy." Suddenly, a voice echoed through the space. "Please stop." As the voice spoke, time around them froze. Another shock. Time has stopped. She was frozen in place. It was the female spirit artifact from before. She materialized before him. She called out, "Young hero." Chen Changan pushed the frozen She off of him. "It's you. As expected of you. My powers have absolutely no effect on you." The system also appeared, looking angry. A mere spirit artifact dares to play tricks in front of us. These kinds of cheap tricks are beneath our notice. "I'm your grandpa's." Ack. Before it could finish, Chen Changan kicked it away in disgust. System, ouch my face. Still putting on an act in front of me? The spirit artifact had a sad expression. Young hero, I'm sorry. Time is limited. Let me explain things to you." She began to recall the events. "We have returned to the ancient immortal realm, thousands of years in the past, to a time when the pact between the celestial demons and celestial gods had not yet been broken. And this place is the Zhuoming Nation, a country in the southeast of the ancient continent. It is my and my master's homeland, and also the first nation to be destroyed after the great ancestral war breaks out in 3 days. All of your actions here will directly affect the future. This is also my final ability. Time travel. Young hero, you do not originally belong here. I help you possess the body of a male companion who was connected to my master, which is how you are able to exist here. Chen Changan listened intently. A stream of immortal energy shot into his forehead. These are the memories of this body. Fragment after fragment of memories appeared. The original owner's name was also Chen Changan. He was a mortal with no aptitude for cultivation. In a mortal world, he was famous for his handsome and dashing looks. But in reality, he was a complete philanderer. When he met the master of the divine artifact, he was captivated by her beauty. The artifact's master was also mesmerized by him. The moment their eyes met, they desperately wanted to be together. Unfortunately, every time he was about to get intimate with her, one of his previous admirers would show up and ruin things. Each time, the original owner would find an excuse to slip away. This was his third time arranging a meeting with the artifact's master. The memories were crystal clear. Chen Changan thought seriously. No wonder that woman was so angry just now. Turns out she's been stood up twice. No, that's not the main point. System, come here. The system obeyed the command. So you finally remembered me? I've checked, and what she said is all true. It's worth noting that the negative effects that usually occur when the system possesses a body will not affect you. Host, you can still wield the power of a domain lord. Chen Changan sighed. Not bad. The system blushed and continued. Host, this is the first time I've ever heard you praise me. The artifact looked at him, sighed, and asked in confusion. Young, you sighed. Is it because I interrupted your romantic encounter? You don't need to worry. You can continue after this is over. Chen Changan shouted helplessly, defending himself. Don't mistake me for that scumbag. I don't want to be a gigolo. If you won't do it, there are other handsome men waiting for my master's favor. His face turned pale. What do you mean, Queen of the Sea? I'm a faithful man. One wife is more than enough for me. After a moment of thought, the woman continued. I remember. In my master's palace, there are already 232 male companions. You are the 233rd. My master originally just wanted a fling, but she fell in love with you at first sight. Did you bring me here just to tell me all this? Chen Changan froze. Helplessly, she said, No. In 3 days, my master will die once again. The woman said sadly, I am a divine artifact born to protect my master. My abilities are almost entirely dedicated to preserving her life. But I can't be by her side. No matter what I do, in the end, I can only watch as my master is killed time and time again. Her shimmering eyes looked at him. Please, save her. After it's done, I am willing to recognize you as my master. I will be your loyal servant. Chen Changan replied coldly. First, you are a spirit artifact. If I save your master, that doesn't make you mine. Second, you belong only to your master. In other words, you could very well use me to achieve your goal and then easily send me back. The spirit artifact was at a loss for words. She shouted, I wouldn't gamble my only chance. But, despite your words, I'll still agree. Chen Changan cut her off. The spirit artifact was astonished. She couldn't believe it. Her eyes glistened with emotion. The system announced, System's max-level special feature has detected a special mission. Mission details. Help the goddess Chong. She overcome her fated calamity. Obtain the divine artifact. Mission reward. 500 million domain points and a time law card. So it wasn't kindness after all, but ambition. He smirked and thought to himself. After all, a random mission with such a rich reward isn't something you come across every day. Young hero, thank you. This is our deal. The time limit is only 3 days. The flow of time here is the same as in your world. The surrounding air was filled with spiritual energy. She gradually faded away. The trial begins now. From here on, you're on your own. Time begins to flow again. Chen Changan quickly grabbed both of Changshi's hands. He went on the offensive. How could I ever bear to trifle with you? I can't even love you enough. Changshi was surprised. Her face flushed as Chen Changan looked at her with deep affection. I just thought that taking you so casually would be disrespectful. I want to give you the very best. Changshi looked back at him, her doubts erased. So that's how it is. I thought my love was teasing me. I also want to give you the best, my love. She leaned against Chen Changan and said, My love, how about we go home? I will treat you well. Chen Changan replied gently. In his mind, he thought, Quan Chu, I'm a pure man. After I get the divine artifact, I'll leave immediately. I'll also earn some domain points. Then I have to upgrade the system and expand my domain to the immortal realm. Chang, she said excitedly. Then I'll take you. But before she could finish, the ceiling suddenly shattered, leaving a hole that surprised him. A silver-haired woman holding a sword dropped down from the ceiling. Changshi, you bitch, Iza, missed. Why is she so hot-headed? Changshi wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she smiled and raised her hands as if surrendering. You have the nerve to talk after stealing my manservant? The silver-haired woman's face turned purple with rage. She radiated an immense, killing intent. Looking closely, she greatly resembled Han, she of the celestial demons. Chen Changan realized, it's her, a member of the celestial demon clan. I didn't expect that thousands of years ago, she was also Changshi's junior martial sister. You just boldly confessed your love to me. And now you're trying to get into Changshi's bed. She angrily grabbed Chen Changan's shirt. Chen Changan was startled and confused. Whoa, wait. What's going on? Let's settle this debt of yours first. With that, the woman picked him up like a frog and pushed him into a spatial gate. Chen Changan couldn't struggle and screamed in chaos. Chang, she was still smiling, her hand on her cheek. Oh my, junior sister is always so obsessed with my things. That's not a good habit. Chen Changan was dragged into another dimension. It was the territory of the demon realm. There were no trees or grass here, only enormous cities that pierced the sky. Finally, she let Chen Changan go. He hurriedly tried to explain. Give me a chance. I can explain. Chen Changan felt extremely helpless at this moment. Is this a love triangle? It can't be that dramatic, can it? Han, she no longer had the love-crazed expression from before. She said coldly, no need to act anymore. This is the territory of the celestial demon clan. Chang, she can't get here. Explain to me why the mission I gave you hasn't been completed yet. Han, she looked at Chen Changan coldly. Stop pretending. This is the territory of the celestial demon clan. Chang, she can't get here. Explain to me why the mission I gave you hasn't been completed. Hearing her questioning, Chen Changan was bewildered. I thought the original owner was just an ordinary male companion, but he actually has another identity. All right, a long time ago, the Demoness Han, she took the original owner as her male servant. She had been plotting for a long time. This time, she ordered the original owner to get close to Chang-Shi and steal the divine artifact. The original owner had planned to make his move when Chang-Shi was lost in a haze of passion. But my possession interrupted the original owner's performance, leading to the current mess. Han-Shi, Chang-Shi. I almost couldn't tell them apart. Han-Shi's gaze on Chen Changan was scorching. Today, not only did you fail to get the divine artifact, if I hadn't arrived, you might have actually gone back to her place with Chang-Shi, wouldn't you? He waved his hands and quickly denied it. Of course not. This was all part of my plan. I don't know anything right now. Following Chang, she first might yield some good intelligence. You're different today than before. You followed Chang-Shi for a while. And not only did you fail to get the item, but you also learned her in decent ways. She's going to get suspicious. Before I get enough information, I need to keep the situation developing as it was originally, as much as possible. This woman, I have to. Thinking this, Chen Changan reached out his hand. He grabbed a handful of flesh and squeezed. Blood gushed from his nose, but he forced himself to remain rational. I must act like the original owner. Han, she trembled with anger. She gritted out each word. You bastard. You're dead meat. Han-Shi's mouth was full of curses, but her expression didn't match. Chen Changan searched the original owner's memories. This was a very normal way for him and Han-Shi to interact. The goddess Chang, she is very guarded. Perhaps a familiar environment will make her lower her guard more easily. I am willing to venture into the tiger's den again for you." As he spoke, he excitedly wrapped his arms around Han Shi's slender waist. She was startled, her face turning beet red as she shouted, "I know. Now let go. I have important things to do." He smiled slyly and thought to himself, "I can't let go. That's right. I'm not a pervert." The system sent a message. "Host, I told you to imitate him, not to surpass him. I'm just mimicking the way the original owner and Han Shi interacted." "Original owner, rest in peace. I will do my best to inherit your pleasure." At this time, at the border of the Zhuoming nation, the territory of the Jiazhang clan, the demons and ghosts immediately started whispering and sneering the moment they saw Han Shi. That woman still has the face to come back, spending all her days fooling around in the God realm. She even willingly sleeps with lowly humans. How disgusting. Ugly woman. A stone was thrown, hitting Han Shi. It was accompanied by sharp-tongued curses. A young boy was shouting loudly. His mother was beside him. She glared at Han Shi, then scolded her son. "Why are you provoking her? She's very bad luck. That white-haired, three-mouthed demon will break your legs." A jinxed immortal. Seeing the bad reputation everyone had of Han Shi, Chen Changan looked at her with a pang of sympathy. So she doesn't have it easy in the demon realm either. As if sensing his gaze, she shot him a sharp look. "You don't need your eyes anymore, do you?" The moment their eyes met, he quickly looked away. "We're here." After walking for a while, they arrived in front of a large tent. She carefully instructed him, "You wait here. Don't cause any trouble. Otherwise, even I won't be able to protect you." Chen Changan waved and blew a kiss affectionately. I understand. Come back soon. I'll miss you." She grunted in acknowledgement and turned away. She didn't see the sly look on Chen Changan's face behind her. The moment she was out of sight, he dashed off to explore. "Since I'm already here, how could I just wait obediently? The information the artifact gave me is too little. Right now, I only know this is the ancient continent 30,000 years ago. In 3 days, the great ancient immortal war will break out. And I must save Changshi during that war to get the divine artifact and become her master." He snuck around from tent to tent, exploring. He carefully observed everything, from the weapon-forging tents to the training camps of the low-level demons. It seems the demon clan has already been recruiting soldiers and horses. They are fully prepared for war. To put it bluntly, in 3 days I just need to protect that Queen of the Sea and keep her alive. This mission can be completed simply. It's not that complicated, but I still don't understand how this continent operates. How strong are the celestial demon generals? And what level can I reach here? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "Look what I found. Isn't this the little pet that Han Shi keeps?" A demon rushed forward, throwing a punch. I really don't understand why Han Shi would reject Lord Heisha's love. It's not like anyone else wants her. She doesn't even appreciate Lord Heisha's kindness. And she keeps this effeminate thing by her side all day. Just as Chen Changan dodged a punch, an even larger demon stepped forward. "Shut up. How dare a mere human compare himself to me?" The other demons immediately bowed respectfully to the newcomer. The young man who had just arrived looked like a carnivorous flower, growling out each word. "Let's just teach this kid a lesson directly. That girl Han, she won't dare to say anything." Seeing them disrespect Han Shi, he glanced at them indifferently. He let out a soft "oh." Meanwhile, Han Shi wasn't having a good time either. Without knowing what was happening, she received a slap across the face, unable to resist. The old woman, a Lu Ku, opened her mouth wide and cursed. "You failed to get the divine artifact, so what are you doing back here? Do you have any idea how important the goddess's divine artifact is to our plan? You're the type who's good for nothing but messing things up." Han Shi knelt on the ground and said, "Great Aunt, clan chief. Someone had to come back and report. If I had died out there, I hope the clan would at least leave a memorial tablet for me." Hearing this, the elders frowned and rejected her. "Han Shi, you are the daughter of the hero Ji Gu. Although some in the clan are prejudiced against you, we all have high hopes for you. We were waiting for your good news." But look at you now. The Immortal Clan is suppressing our celestial demons everywhere. Many of our tribes have already been scattered, yet they still won't let us go. If we hadn't lost to the celestial god clan thousands of years ago, how could we have ended up in this state? The old woman, a Lu, could continue to berate her. I said it long ago. That human pet of yours is useless to us. He has no cultivation and is a complete idiot. We should have just thrown him in the stew pot long ago. Han, she lowered her head, taking all the blame without hesitation. It was my plan that was flawed. It has nothing to do with him. He successfully got close to Changxi. If you give me a little more time, I can use him to get the divine artifact. Hearing this, Aluku angrily threw her staff at Han Shi and shouted, "Fool! For celestial demons, success brings great rewards. Failure means eternal damnation. It seems you won't learn your lesson unless I teach you one. Clan Chief, no need to be angry. Speaking of which, didn't He Sha, the strongest in our clan, just break through to the Demon King level a few days ago? He happens to need someone from the same clan with a strong constitution to help him consolidate his vital energy. Let's let him handle this girl. That's a good idea. We must take He Sha's matter seriously. Call him over." A moment later, a young demon rushed in frantically. He shouted as he ran, "Bad news! A report. Lord He Sha is dead." Upon hearing his announcement, everyone was shocked. Lord He Sha's body was found in a corner outside the martial arts arena. Da He and He, who were with him, also died tragically. No one saw what happened. Aluku's eyes widened, and she screamed so loudly it seemed like her teeth would fall out. "Investigate immediately. Investigate for me right now. Strengthen the defenses. Not even a fly is to get through. Clan Chief, could it be that an intruder got in?" The old woman shrieked. Everyone on highest alert. The culprit. We must find the culprit. While the situation in the tent was chaotic, Han, she took the opportunity to slip away. She walked quickly, thinking to herself, "That foolish male servant of mine wouldn't be stupid enough to get caught up in this, would he?" Chen Changan, sitting next to some wooden barrels, saw her and cheered, waving his hand. "You're back." Seeing that he was still safe, she let out a sigh of relief. Then she immediately grabbed his hand and started running. "Let's go quickly." "But where are we going?" "To the Zhuo Ming Nation. Our mission isn't finished yet." While the two of them made their escape, the system took the opportunity to send a notification. "Congratulations, host, for logging out a Demon King level celestial demon. Obtained 90 million domain points." At this time, in the Zhuo Ming Nation, the people gazed at the clouds. The Zhuo Ming Nation is on the border of the immortal and demon realms. If it weren't for the Divine Lady purifying the demonic chi day and night, I can't imagine what kind of life we would be living. As soon as the person stepped out, the children became excited. "Who's coming now?" The beautiful Chang, she stepped out before the crowd. She murmured, "With my divine power, I purify the four corners of the nation, eradicating all that is evil and foul. In the Zhuo Ming Nation, a place that shone with a brilliant halo. The original name of the Zhuo Ming Nation was the Zhuo Ming Abyss. It is the border between the immortal and demon realms. During the last great immortal demon war, when the demon clan was about to break into the immortal realm, the celestial gods used ancient desolate beasts to forcefully suppress them. They sealed the ancient demon lord Tu Shi and tens of thousands of demon statues here. The survivors of that battle and the immortals who lost their homes established a nation here. However, the demonic chi leaking from the demon abyss constantly erodes the seal. Demon Lord Tu Shi has never given up on breaking the seal. The purification ritual of the goddess of spring, which used to be once every few months, has gradually increased to once a day as it is now. The Zhuo Ming Nation is on the border of the immortal and demon realms. If it weren't for the Divine Lady purifying the demonic chi day and night, I can't imagine what kind of days we would be living through. Chang, she repeated the words of the ritual. "With my divine power, I purify the four corners of the nation, eradicating all that is evil and foul. The citizens below also clasp their hands in prayer. The goddess of spring loves the world. She eliminates all evil, spreading the light of spring everywhere. All things awaken. Fresh flowers bloom in splendor. We all look up to you, oh goddess on high. Looking at the crowd below, who were no help at all and just kept whining in her ear, she grew annoyed. She couldn't help but glare at them. Disperse the citizens. I've said that every time I purify the demonic chi, the square should be empty. Citizens are forbidden from gathering. The people behind her heard and acknowledged the order. She frowned. The demonic chi today feels wrong. I hope nothing bad happens. An old man scratched his nose and thought to himself, the goddess is being too sensitive. It's not like the demon lord is breaking through the gate. It's like this every day. It's so annoying. A major purification once every 10 days. A minor purification once every 3 days. It's not that big of a deal. If the citizens want to watch, let them watch. Suddenly, a curse startled him. Damn it, so much trouble. Did something happen? How? How could this be? A panicked voice cried out. Oh no, the demon lord has broken through the gate. The seal is broken. Run. A torrent of demonic chi erupted from the temple, surging like a tidal wave. Enormous cracks appeared in the ground. The citizens fled in terror and chaos. The cracks in the ground grew larger and larger. They ran for a long stretch, forming a dark abyss. In a moment of carelessness, a little girl running with her mother fell in. Other citizens ran and screamed, "Help! It's an earthquake! Someone please save my child!" Chang Shi, on the platform, quickly shouted to those below not to panic. Experts of the Zhuangming nation, lend me a hand. If we can hold on for 15 minutes, I can lock it down again. We still have time. But when she turned around, no one was willing to stand up and help. They pointed to their minor injuries and said to her, Goddess, please forgive our incompetence. To stop the demonic chi, we have already exhausted all our strength. Goddess, please enter the formation to restore the seal first. She looked in astonishment at the group of people faking their injuries. A light seemed to die in her eyes. Your immortal power is clearly abundant, but urgent matters must take priority. She opened the formation and began to cast her spell. Everyone, get out of the way. Protect the citizens and don't let the casualties increase. The moment Changshi left, that group of people began to chat animatedly. The goddess is really something else. Why couldn't she just rush in by herself like before? She always has to bother us like this. Anyway, it'll be resolved soon enough. Should we go to the Gulen, listening to songs later? Anyway, as long as we leave it to the goddess. None of this is a big deal. After all, only she can seal that demon lord. Soon, Changshi entered the sealing formation. The demon lord saw her and greeted her. We meet again, little girl of the celestial god clan. The ancient demon lord, too sure. He flicked his long tongue and shook his head. The time since he last set foot in this place has shortened considerably. The last time was the day I was reborn. She said resolutely, as long as I am here, I will absolutely not let you go out and continue to harm the mortal world. He laughed loudly in mockery. You are merely a puppet sent down by the celestial god clan. In 3 days, I will return to the 9 heavens. And then, no one in this world will be able to stop me anymore. At that time, you will understand that all you can save is merely the charity I casually toss aside. As he spoke, he dropped the child who had just fallen to her. Seeing this, although she sensed something was wrong, she still ran to catch the child. Just as Changshi was about to reach the child, a blood spear shot down from above. The spear pierced through Changshi's small body, pinning her. You can't save anyone. Tushar summoned several more blood spears, aiming straight for the goddess. Even as the spear pierced her heart and blood flowed from the wound, the goddess still tried to grab the child's hand. She sacrificed her life without a hint of regret. He laughed even louder. How many times have you been boxed up for these tiny ants? But you must be at your limit now, right? Her eyes grew dim losing their light. But her voice was resolute, without a trace of fear. As long as I live for one more day, don't even think about taking anyone's life. And don't even think about taking a single step out of this place. With my eternal life, I offer myself to the high gods. May all evil spirits be scattered. Seal this forbidden land. As she chanted the incantation, a light like life itself burst forth powerfully. He looked at the light he considered fragile and said, "No one can stop it. The war will soon begin again. How I look forward to it." On the ground, the demonic chi was gone. The people cheered with joy. The demonic chi has been purified. The life force is so strong. It's the goddess. The goddess has saved us. The little girl returned to her mother, who was crying miserably. The moment she saw the girl, the woman happily rushed over to check for injuries. "Xiao Yun, weren't you just—" The little girl's eyes were wide as she told her mother, as if in a trance. "The divine lady is dead." Hearing this, the mother immediately refuted her. "Don't talk such nonsense. The goddess cannot die." Phase 1 ability activated. The scene shifts to the ruler of the Zhuaming nation. "Gita." The young man laughed loudly with pride. "My Zhuaming nation is blessed for 3 generations to have the goddess. The citizens are blessed." But others who heard this quickly gathered to flatter him. "Huh, what ancient celestial demon? Nothing to be afraid of. The goddess has led us to victory against that old demon lord once again." She spoke with a serious tone. "Your Majesty, the celestial demons are powerful. We cannot be careless. This time, we were lucky to have the help of all the immortals, and we barely succeeded. Once he attacks again in 3 years, the seal of the Zhuaming nation will face a great disaster." "Goddess, you must be joking. With you, plus the abundant immortal power of our Zhuaming nation, are you afraid we can't handle the half-crippled body of that old man? Your Majesty, please do not underestimate the enemy. Please make arrangements soon." He had no intention of listening to her. He cut her off and said coldly, "My Zhuaming nation is just a small land, caught between the 2 realms of gods and demons. It's one thing to use our national military strength to guard the seal of the divine temple. First, we have the celestial demons causing trouble. Then, we have the immortal realm ordering us around. We work ourselves to death all day for the benefit of the immortal realm, yet we get nothing out of it. I have an idea. The Zhuaming nation is willing to completely eliminate the celestial demon spies around our nation. That way, even if that old man breaks the barrier, he will be isolated and without support. At that time, we can support the goddess and the immortals in attacking the heavens together." At this point, the goddess stood up, bowed, and interrupted him. "The immortal demon war cannot happen. It absolutely cannot happen. And it is not a war that your Majesty can participate in. Your Majesty, if there is nothing else, please excuse Changxi." With that, she left, leaving behind a party that had fallen into silence. Keita raised his wine cup and watched Chang. She's retreating back with a cold gaze. Women, they can only see the tiny bit right in front of them. So short-sighted. At the palace of the goddess of spring, a voice was heard reading out a reward. The goddess of spring is commended for her merit in purifying the demonic chi. The state rewards her with 10 bolts of immortal silk, a season's spirit-nourishing pill, and 1 exceptionally handsome man. Looking at the handsome man who had just been bestowed upon her, she spoke to him indifferently. "Just like the others. Take him to the inner room." The young man heard this and thought a little deeper. "Take me to the inner room? The divine lady is really in a hurry. Everyone says the goddess loves handsome men. My peerless beauty, a face that appears once every 4,000 years, has indeed caught the goddess's eye. As long as I can conquer the goddess, I will be the man with the highest status under the ruler. But miss, should I bathe first or serve you directly?" The girl in front glanced at the pitiful newcomer. You are number 234. From now on, you'll be here. Try to get along with everyone." With that, she pushed the young man into a less than luxurious room. Then she coldly closed the door and left. As soon as he entered, he saw several men lounging around a shabby room. Seeing the bright-faced young man, they greeted him indifferently. "Oh, a new guy? Another unlucky fellow has arrived. Welcome," he shouted unwillingly in denial. "No, I'm here to serve the goddess." "What do you mean by that? A bunch of losers. Do you think you're worthy? At least let the goddess see my face. I don't believe there's any woman in this world who doesn't desire a handsome man." The girl opened the door a crack and sneered. "A piece of goods like you isn't even worth half of Chen Changan's little finger. You should give up on that fantasy sooner rather than later. Face reality." "What? Who is Chen Changan? What kind of big shot is he? He's not someone you people can compare to. He is the one in the holy maiden's heart." At that moment, Chang Shi unexpectedly saw an image of Chen Changan taking advantage of Han Shi. "Can this teleportation array take me into little Shier's heart?" Han Shi shyly tried her best to push him away. "You pervert! We've arrived. By some magical means." Han Shi and Chen Changan appeared in the holy maiden's room. She tilted her head and said, "You're bold enough to open a celestial demon teleportation array right into the goddess's hall?" Junior sister. Changan's hands still wouldn't let go of Han Shi's bun. He looked at Chang Shi, flustered. Han Shi puffed her cheeks and shot Changan a sideways glance. "I clearly set the exit in a corner outside the main hall. It's all this guy's fault for talking too much. His hands and feet wouldn't stay still, making me lose my focus. I haven't gotten the divine artifact yet. I can't ruin the bigger plan." With that, Han Shi decisively threw Chen Changan into Chang Shi's arms. "A worthless thing like you, with nothing inside or out, actually managed to win the affection of that foolish woman, Chang Shi. I don't want you anymore. A manservant who has someone else in his heart. I don't want him. I'm returning him to you. The debt from before is cleared." Chen Changan understood and hugged Chang Shi tightly, smiling slyly. "Mama, she's quite the actress. Almost as good as me. Well done, Chang Shi. I didn't expect you to find such a loyal manservant. I'm leaving now." Before she left, she glanced at Chen Changan and mouthed words. "Don't forget the mission." Chen Changan winked and puckered his lips, signaling that he understood. Chang Shi maintained a smile on her lips as she thought, "You two are exchanging glances right under my nose. You think I can't see? I can tell what you two are up to with just one look." An image from the past lingered in her mind. "It's for the divine artifact, isn't it? Han Shi, you really are something else. Your terrible acting skills haven't improved at all since we were children. You can't fool anyone anymore." Seeing Chang, she turned to leave. Chen Changan hurried after her. "My love, actually this is what happened." But she only replied wearily, "If you want to explain, you could do it while we bathe." Hearing this, the wolf inside him couldn't help but stir. "Bathe? Is it what I think it is? Whether it is or not. Host, I'd like to treat you to a meal of roasted lamb intestines right now." The scene changes to the bathroom. The maids standing outside listen to the sounds from within, their hearts fluttering restlessly. Did the goddess just take someone to the Qing Chi Hall? It seems someone is going to be served tonight. I saw him. He's very handsome. Chen Changan held the towel in his hand, unable to stop a smirk from forming on his lips. The goddess's way of thinking is still hard to grasp. Now there's a problem that's deeply troubling me. Do I have to scrub both the front and the back? Seeing him remain motionless for a while, she turned her head and asked, "Changan, are you up for it?" These words seemed to strike a nerve. He immediately replied, "Woman, you're playing with fire," despite the blood streaming from his nose. He grabbed the towel and started scrubbing. "You doubt me like that? Then let me show you the power of these magical hands." Seeing Chen Changan get to work, she was taken aback. "What is this white stuff?" As he used 18 different scrubbing techniques, he answered enthusiastically, "I'm using cow's milk as a catalyst. During the scrubbing process, the milk will seep into your skin. It can make your Highness the Goddess's skin even more delicate and smooth." The eavesdropping women outside blushed furiously. This technique, where did you learn it from? Did you just start like that? This sound is so steamy. What should I do? Such a skilled technique. You must have served many young ladies for Han Shi, haven't you? Only you. An honest person like me. Where would I get so much experience? She asked doubtfully. Really? He thought of Quan Chu and felt a little restless. Besides, I've only ever bathed with one person. That was the most beautiful young lady I've ever met. It's just a pity that I was wearing dirty clothes at the time. She searched her memories and understood it differently. Is he talking about the time we bathed together a long time ago? He's talking in circles. Such a smooth talker. This is true. Wait until I've dealt with the matter of the divine artifact. Then I'll marry her. Specifio, Quan Chu, and we'll enjoy wonderful pleasures together. The divine artifact and Quan Chu, he spoke of were in his mind. So our misunderstanding only deepened. Marry? I haven't even agreed yet. His attitude seems very sincere. It doesn't seem like an act. So he really cares about me that much. It's just a pity he's immortal. Can I also have the happiness of an ordinary person? Suddenly, he said loudly. All right, the final step. Foot massage. The Yongquan acupoint. You'll feel it wherever I press. She gritted her teeth and endured it. After he finished, she stood up and moved away. I used too much force and scared her. I didn't know you couldn't handle it. I'll be gentler this time. I'll be more measured. She turned away to hide her blushing face. Why would man know how to make it so comfortable and also, after a moment of confusion, she turned around and said, I roughly understand your intentions. It's still too early to talk about marriage. Right now, we have more important things to do. The formation sealing the Demon Lord has begun to break down. The Demon Lord will reappear in the mortal world in 3 days. You must leave this place quickly. While I can still protect you, I will send you to the immortal realm before the disaster strikes. It's okay. I'll handle it. You have no idea what you're about to face. No matter what happens, I won't leave your side for a single step. With me here, no one can hurt you. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire bathroom fell silent. She gave a polite but embarrassed smile. He dares to boast without even knowing how terrifying the Demon Lord is. But then again, if it were anyone else, they would probably have been scared out of their wits by now. She spoke, breaking the silence. Let's go back to the room. In the dimly lit room, Chen Changan sat up and looked at Chong. She's sleeping soundly beside him. As he put on his clothes, he looked at her beautiful, sleeping face. He chuckled to himself. She's accumulated too much stress and fatigue. After helping her relax a bit, she fell asleep very quickly. Next, in a flash of light, he transformed into a completely different appearance. He stretched his neck as he walked. An ancient celestial demon, right? I like to see what kind of creature it is. With that, he moved quickly to the site where the deep cracks had appeared. As soon as he landed, he heard someone whispering. This kind of orthodox, healing type, divine power can only belong to the goddess. He carefully hid and observed. Several immortal guardians were discussing. Don't just poke one spot like that. What if you poke a hole in the seal? So what if it breaks? Isn't the goddess here? Just let her fix it. If she doesn't seal it, where will new divine power come from? What will our ruler use to expand the nation's power? How will we cultivate the immortal army? They call that woman a goddess. But in reality, she's no different from a tool. A fool who only knows how to seal, giving us a free ride. Hearing their discussion, his eyes filled with contempt. He remembered when he was bathing with Chong Shi. She had some worries on her mind. She had said, no matter how many times I seal it, I don't know why, but the duration of the seal keeps getting shorter. The speed of my divine power recovery can't keep up with the speed at which the seal is being destroyed. I'm so afraid that one day I won't be able to stop the Demon Lord anymore. Now, all the questions were answered. His eyes were filled with disgust. For personal gain, they disregard the lives of everyone else. Seeing a stranger join them, the group panicked and shouted, Who's there? A mortal? How dare you enter the sealed divine temple? It's like you're not worthy of knowing. Die and stop wasting space. He casually used a spark of fire to set the group ablaze. They collapsed, crying and screaming in agony. The system happily sent a notification. Congratulations, host, for boxing up a peak immortal marshal. Awarded 7 million domain points. Obtained 1 salted fish treasure chest. He walked over to the burning piles and picked up several magic staffs. He snapped all the staffs with his bare hands. He looked at the group, who were about to turn to ash, with contempt. This magic tool seems to be directly transferring divine power elsewhere. I just don't know how much it has drained in this short time. The moment the staffs broke, the outer ring of the seal shattered. At the same time, she was startled awake. The demonic chi surged up like a tornado. Before long, the demonic chi had awakened the entire sleeping land. A panic scream from somewhere echoed like an alarm bell. A demon attacked from the sky. The celestial demon has been revived. She hastily grabbed a thin blanket to cover herself and flew outside. After so many years of being sealed, why did it happen so much earlier? There were clearly still 2 days left. This is bad. Over here, she was also surprised. The ancient celestial demon has been revived? With Changshi and the divine artifact there, how could the seal have broken? Could that kid have actually stolen the divine artifact? Keita clutched his head. His face was contorted in misery. The demon lord is out. This is impossible. Guards! Guards! Send a report to the immortal realm immediately and request reinforcements. At this time, the demon realm was in an even greater hurry. Quick, report to the Legion commander. Assemble the troops. Welcome our king with the grandest formation. Tushar laughed excitedly. He shattered the chains that had bound him for so long. I told you, no one in this world can imprison me. I will descend upon the world. I will engulf the immortal realm in terror. But first things first, I must chop that little girl who opposed me into 1,000 pieces and pierce her heart with 1,000 arrows. I'll hang her on the roof of this grand hall as a banner for my war, to declare to the world, on the ancient great continent, your king has returned. Just as he was joyfully thinking he could escape that dungeon so easily, a hand from outside the gate grabbed his head. Then, Chen Changan jumped down to play with him. His cold, sharp eyes stared at him. His tone was like a command from a superior being. Get back. Then, with one hand, he slapped him back. He reacted quickly and landed perfectly. His voice was filled with rage as he roared. Who are you? That little girl should be the strongest person in this holy temple. Even she is no match for me. How could this person push me back into the sealed land with a single palm strike? Chen Changan slowly descended. His blue pupils shone like bright headlights in the darkness. Just a passerby. The spirit artifact didn't lie and cause a war to break out. I don't know if a war has already been started outside because of him. But one thing is for sure, if this guy gets out, he will definitely cause a huge commotion. At that time, the casualties will be severe. If not handled well, it will threaten the holy maiden's life and delay the time to get the divine artifact. Behind him, the sound of the demon clan's footsteps approached. I don't care who you are or how powerful you are. Right now, I only want to do one thing. Box up all of you, leaving no one behind. The reason is that you might get in my way. The demonic chi broke through the 1,000-jong barrier of the mortal realm and shot straight up to the immortal realm. The last time demonic chi that could intimidate the 3 realms appeared was when the ancient celestial demon army broke through the Zhuangming nation. The immortal realm was now affected just as much as the Zhuangming nation. This aura, that demon lord is out. The world is about to fall into chaos again. Soon, a large-scale summons was issued. All immortals, hear my command. All military forces from all domains immediately assemble at the Zhuangming nation. Suppress the demon lord Tu Shi. Immortal realm, acknowledged. Qingfeng immortal realm, acknowledged. After issuing the summons, Ling Miao, heavenly monarch, looked into the distance with a worried expression. This battle concerns all living beings in the world. Fellow monarchs, please do not be careless. One of the 4 heavenly monarchs of the 4 directions, Lang Tang, heavenly monarch, led his troops, laughing loudly as he flew. The rejects of the previous era are just so unruly. Do they really think we're still afraid of them now? Ji Ming, heavenly monarch, led his troops quickly towards the place radiating monstrous evil qi and warned, "Fellow immortals, if anyone underestimates that demon lord, be careful not to get boxed up without even knowing it. That demon lord can only be defeated by the combined efforts of all immortals. Only we can stop him and save the common people." At this time, in the Zhuoming nation, the Sealing Temple was now flooded with evil qi. The people ran for their lives in panic. The rewarded male companions wanted to save their lives, but were also unwilling to move their bodies. There's demonic qi everywhere. Is there any safe place left? Nonsense. Of course, it's next to the goddess. He gritted his teeth in anger. That Chen Changan is probably hugging the goddess and begging for protection right now. That bastard. Why does he get all the favor? While we have to suffer this calamity, when it comes to looks, I'm definitely not inferior to anyone. I must find him. Let's see what he looks like. His brothers behind him hurriedly stopped him. It's better not to run around. It's too dangerous. That's right. Let's just hide here. A bunch of fools. As long as I can gain the favor of the Divine Lady in the future, what's a little demonic qi to be afraid of? With the goddess here, everything will be resolved. Meanwhile, Changshi was stunned by the scene around her. She froze on the spot. The surrounding citizens and divine beings pleaded, but their tone was more like a command. "Divine Lady, we hope the Divine Lady will quickly enter the demon abyss and restore the seal on the demonic qi." But when she arrived, all she saw was a chaotic mess. This is bad. The demon sealing formation is now completely shattered. I can no longer seal it by myself. Hearing this, the crowd angrily questioned Changshi. "What do you mean you can't seal it anymore? Are you just going to let the demon lord emerge? If there were enough people to help, perhaps we could buy a little more time." "A little more time? What good will a little more time do? Aren't you the goddess? Maintaining the seal is your duty. And now you're dragging us into this? Letting the citizens of the Zhuoming nation be corrupted by demonic qi? What kind of goddess are you? We should just run first. His Majesty the ruler has already fled." Changshi decisively pushed his hand away. She angrily shouted at them. Her power erupted, sending the entire crowd flying. "All of you, shut up." As her anger boiled, the seal on her forehead, like a key, suddenly glowed. It drained away all her rage. In an instant, she regained her composure. "I almost lost control of my emotions. I will stay here and purify the escaping demonic qi. Before the demon lord is revived, I will ensure that everyone can retreat to the immortal realm without being attacked by the qi." Keita arrived majestically with his guards. "Fellow monarchs, no need to worry. I have already notified the immortal realm. Everyone, just hold on a little longer. The immortal realm has sent reinforcements to help us suppress the demon lord." She angrily questioned him. "Suppress him? With what? What kind of mess are you all making? Are you going to suppress him with the bit of divine power you stole from me? If it weren't for today, I would still be deceived, wouldn't I? Do you know how many immortals gave their lives back then to create this seal? With my protection, we could have had 10,000 years of peace. But now, not even 6,512 years have passed. Do you know that once the demon lord breaks his final chains, you, me, and everyone else here will die?" He acted as if he were an innocent bystander. "Goddess, why are you slandering an innocent person? According to my plan, the border troops have already been dispatched to the Zhuoming nation. The Divine Lady was helpless. She couldn't watch over the Divine Temple, and now she's blaming me?" Hearing his shameless words, her blood boiled as she looked at him. Just as she was about to say something else, a nearby soldier shouted, Look over there. The demonic qi is no longer surging out. It's true. The demonic qi around us isn't as suffocating anymore." She was stunned. The seal hasn't been closed. So why has the demonic qi? Keita dismissed everything and shouted in celebration. "I guess correctly. After being sealed for thousands of years, how could his power not have been depleted? It's only you, Goddess, who keeps making a big deal out of everything. Quickly, use the 1,000-mile radiant mirror to see the situation inside the demon abyss. The 1,000-mile radiant mirror. It was an item that consumed a massive amount of immortal power. It could be used to spy on any place in the mortal realm. Looking at the giant mirror, she received another blow of psychological damage. The people were also bewildered. What's happening in the demon abyss? Like a giant screen broadcasting to the world. The fleeing citizens could also see the reflected image inside. The ceiling formation. How can there be someone inside the demon abyss? That's the demon lord. He really has broken the seal. The demon king's army, known as the nemesis of immortals, has also awakened. We're doomed, and there's some reckless person who rushed into the demon abyss. He's definitely dead. No one has ever survived being surrounded by the demon army. But still, although we don't know his strength, his dodging skills are top-notch. We can only hope he can hold out until the immortals arrive. She anxiously wrung her hands, asking herself, why is he here? Why is he here? Chen Changan was still completely unaware of what was happening outside. He wielded the scorching flames in his hand like a sharp scythe, and the demons appearing were like playing a game of Fruit Ninja with him. Through the mirror, the people outside couldn't help but be amazed. Facing a horde of demons, he can still gain the upper hand. Chen Changan leaped up and grabbed a chain. Tu Shi's face darkened. He used a large broken piece of the seal to smash down on his head. Otside, kita exclaimed. Absolutely brilliant. He must be an immortal sent by the immortal realm. I never thought there was someone in this world who could stop the demon lord. Some of Changxi's hundreds of cold palace male pets watched secretly from afar. Who on earth is that young man? He can actually fight on par with the celestial demon. Thank goodness. We're saved. Since when did the Zhuoming nation have such a talented and powerful immortal? If I could get his protection and follow him to the immortal realm. That Chen Changan guy is just the goddess's dog. But no one knew. Only she was stunned from beginning to end. Her eyes were wide as she watched Chen Changan fighting inside the ceiling formation. Watching the demons that had tormented her being effortlessly boxed up by him one by one. Even though his appearance had changed slightly, it wasn't hard for her to recognize him. This man, isn't he Chen Changan? He did say before. I'm not bragging. There's no one in this world who can match me. But just as a demon tried to sneak past to escape through a spatial gate, they were all quickly eliminated by him. Every time a demon was eliminated, a point was added. Boxed up a demon venerable level celestial demon. Awarded 50 million domain points. Well, it seems now you're the only one left, aren't you? The celestial demon laughed scornfully. Kid, just because you have a little strength, you dare to speak so arrogantly? Do you really think you're invincible? Fine. Before I leave, I'll use you as a sacrifice for my banner. Then he laughed like a madman again. He released a massive amount of demonic chi from his body. In my prime, even the lord of your immortal realm wouldn't dare to stand before me like this. Whoever stands in my way must die. And the lucky one on the chopping block is you. The system quickly sent another notification. Detected the aura of a powerhouse exceeding the domain lord level. Host, please be careful. He replied coldly to the system's warning. What's there to be afraid of? Let's just fight and see. Chen Changan's small figure stood like a guardian before the exit. He still looks pretty cool after transforming. The system sent a danger warning. New realm of strength detected. The demon's legs seemed to grow larger. After the first charge, his entire body erupted in blue flames. He advanced step by step towards Chen Changan to settle the score. You're very strong, but you're still too green to stand up for that place. With that, he leaped up in an instant. He engaged in close-quarters combat with Chen Changan. A single punch from him seemed capable of shattering space itself. Both were hit by the counterattack and sent flying. The system appeared again and asked, warning, the opponent's level far exceeds the current clone's level. Do you want to switch to a higher level clone? He was slightly surprised. Just the shockwave from his punch was enough to shatter space. This is just ridiculous. Stop joking. System, I'm asking you. If this clone is destroyed, will I be sent back to my original time? If I can create a clone down here in time, can I continue to stay in this space? Too Sure rushed forward. Kid, what are you muttering about? I haven't even used my full strength yet, so don't die on me too soon. I'm going to torture you to death slowly. Then, through the mirror, they only saw a giant blue mass crash down on Chen Changan. The surrounding space was enveloped in light. Outside, no one could see anything, adding to their confusion. What's happening? Wasn't that Demon Lord's power weakened by the seal? What's with that appearance? That is the strongest power of his peak period. Changshi explained. Demon Lord Too Sure was born from the desires of all living things. As long as the desires of this world exist, he will be immortal and indestructible. His physical body is invincible. Even a god might not be able to directly box him up. We can only seal him. It has been 10,000 years now. Logically, the seal should have eroded all his demonic chi over these years. But why? At this point, she suddenly paused. Connecting the dots from what she had seen, everything gradually became clear. He has been using his demonic chi to devour these demon lords, thereby creating the false impression that he was weakened. Hearing this, Keita was horrified. What? The demon lord has recovered. To his current level? Then, that immortal is no match for Too Sure at all. The system's warning sound echoed in his ear again. Warning, the opponent's level far exceeds the current clone's level. He bared his jagged teeth and looked at Chen Changan arrogantly. What a resilient little shrimp. What a pity. The appetizer is over. With that, he rushed forward to start the fight. Chen Changan, not to be outdone, sneered. I've always thought that mirror flower water moon seems to replicate my image. But the highest level of the clone born each time seems to be when I face the strongest enemy. Hearing this, the system had a bad feeling. Chen Changan suggested, System, want to create something interesting together? Changan formed a seal, creating a golden snake to attack Too Sure. It's useless. My physical body is condensed from countless demonic chi. No immortal technique can take this life of mine. Be afraid. All emotions will be converted into my strength. I can already feel the countless fears outside this realm, waiting for me. Only then did Keita's face turn pale as he shouted, We can't suppress Too Sure anymore. While there's no demonic chi blocking the way, is there any way to seal them? She hesitated, not answering. She looked from the crowd in front of her to Chen Changan fighting in the mirror. She grew more and more anxious. My mission tells me I must quickly seal the gate of the formation to protect everyone. But Chen Changan is still holding on. How can I abandon him? Once the gate is sealed, he will surely die. Inside, Chen Changan focused on the enemy before him. He told the system to start changing the clone. A moment later, a powerful aura erupted from the sealing gate, pushing back up to the surface. The powerful aura pushed the entire crowd back. The more afraid they were, the more they panicked. Make your move now. Goddess, do you want to see Too Sure get out? Han Shi, hiding in the distance, observed carefully. The demon lord's condition seems to be better than I imagined. I must quickly send the news out of here. But if Changshi is busy, she definitely won't care about that Chen Changan guy anymore. I wonder if that fool can find a safe place to hide. While the demonic chi is in chaos, maybe I can take him away. Just then, a powerful voice from above suppressed all the panicked people below. The heavenly monarchs have arrived. We will take over from here for now. Keita's group turned to look and were overjoyed. The heavenly monarchs have finally arrived. Reinforcements from the immortal realm are here. Heavenly monarchs, please go and box up the demon lord. Under the command of Ling, Miao, heavenly monarch. The immortals attacked in unison. Generals, follow me and suppress the demon lord together. The 7 formations. Just then, Changshi spoke up. Please wait. There is still someone inside fighting the demon lord. Right now, his life is in danger. He was the one who stopped the demon lord just now. Break the barrier. Can we save him first? But the cold words were like a splash of cold water on Changshi's face. Who in the immortal realm can fight Tu Shi alone? In this situation, he has probably already been turned to dust. Besides, compared to the tens of millions of citizens of the immortal realm, what is the sacrifice of one person? Stand down. We must seize every second now. Changshi, you bear the crime of failing to guard the seal, and now you dare to obstruct us? Do you want to add another crime to your name? It's a waste that you are the goddess of spring. To act so childishly in the face of a great crisis. Quickly, follow me and set up the formation. Inside the sealing room, Tu Shi reminded Chen Changan mockingly, helping those shrimps from the immortal realm by time to create another seal? It will all be for nothing. As he spoke, he laughed loudly. He sent Changan flying out. It's been a long time since I've heard the delightful, tragic screams of immortals. The moment Changan was in free fall, the system displayed a notification. Clone has been formed. Immediately, a demonic aura, even more powerful than Tu Shi, shot upwards. Tu Shi, who was in high spirits, was suddenly blocked. Chen Changan appeared like a supreme being, blocking his path. Did I give you permission to leave? As he spoke, he used his demonic chi to bind him tightly. He started cursing. Why you? Are you crazy? Once the grand formation is complete, you won't be able to get out either. If I'm completely sealed, that little girl will be useless too. His gaze grew colder and colder. He tightened his grip on him. Don't judge me by your standards. You shrimp. Up above, the ritual was now complete. The formation is complete. From now on, Tu Shi will be completely sealed. No one can break the formation and get out anymore. This sealing was very smooth, thanks to the united efforts of all the immortals. Not at all. It was all thanks to the suppression of Star Monarch Kama. Amidst the celebration of the immortals, Changshi was sullen, only thinking of Chen Changan. Meanwhile, Hanshi was also eager to slip away. This is bad. If the demon lord is really sealed, then the second legion arriving here will face the grand army of the immortal realm head-on. But before she could even take half a step into the teleportation gate, a large hand blocked her way. Now that the matter is dealt with, it's time to assign blame. A foreign rat has snuck into our territory. How should we punish this crime? Seeing Hanshi being discovered, Changshi was both surprised and panicked. Why did she come here at this time? The immortals won't let her go. Ling Miao, heavenly monarch, looked at Changshi and said sternly, Changshi, the god realm gave you the divine artifact and the trust to guard the seal of the Zhuoming nation. But now, the seal has been broken, and you even have a celestial demon by your side. You two know each other, don't you? Despite her explanation, Ling Miao, heavenly monarch, slapped her away. He wouldn't listen to her explanation, colluding with celestial demons. What crime do you deserve? Just as the immortals thought everything was over. A tremor came from below. When the king returned, he saw the seal shattered to pieces. The new seal has been broken. Is that a joke? There shouldn't be any cracks in the sealing formation. What is happening? A moment later, they saw a red sphere, like a sun, fly up into the sky. A bunch of foolish insects. Who are you trying to convict here? This new appearance left the crowd rooted to the spot. A powerful aura that had never appeared before. Who is that? Hey. No way. That demon lord, actually. Changshi was stunned for the 49th time that day. Her words today could not be formed into any sentence. Tu Shi is dead? The sight of Chen Changan standing on the giant skeleton of Tu Shi was shocking. He looked down with contempt. I've been finding you immortals an eyesore for a while now. Get das Grimdin Sok. A celestial demon. He's a celestial demon stronger than Tu Shi. Sitting high above, he released his conqueror's haki, suppressing those below. He emphasized each word, drawing them out. System, I want to eat fish. This terrifying sense of oppression is stronger than Demon Lord Tu Shi's. I can barely breathe. Do we really have to stop this kind of monster? This tyrannical, celestial demon, before this powerful aura, Those who couldn't bear it either vomited or fainted on spot. Those who were stronger could barely stand, their breathing difficult. In this swirling demonic chi, I can't even stand. Where on earth did he come from? But the powerful heavenly monarchs, who could still fight, frantically used their magic to suppress him. There's no time to hesitate anymore. Everyone, even if we have to risk our lives, we must stop him. If we let him escape, the consequences will be unimaginable. As soon as the words were spoken, Ji Ming, heavenly monarch, unexpectedly received a punch to the face. He didn't clench his teeth, and several of them flew out. Then he just gently swung his arm. Two other heavenly monarchs flew far away like deflated balloons. Then the demonic chi grew stronger and more suffocating. Only then did Keita begin to feel fear. He trembled as he watched each heavenly monarch being sent flying, defeating a heavenly immortal with a single blow. The ceiling formation must have reduced his strength considerably. We still have a chance to win. Justice will always prevail over evil. Immortal venerables and immortal emperors, follow me and set up a formation to block him. At this point, he suddenly fell silent. Looking at the huge black thing right above their heads, no one dared to take another step. All the courage from before was now replaced by an equal amount of fear. Their whole bodies trembled, and they just wanted to run away before things got worse. Like a demonic tornado, it swept through. Wherever it swept, the system reported an increase in points. Congratulations, host, for successfully boxing up an immortal emperor. Awarded 150 million domain points. Faced with this terrifying sweep by Chen Changan and his new appearance, both Chang Shi and Han, she were wide-eyed and open-mouthed in shock. They were speechless. Chen Changan stood quietly in the dust and smoke. He stood there, listening to his surroundings. An immortal carrying a sword rushed forward. He took advantage of Chen Changan's opening. But in the end, he was caught by the cheek, unable to resist. I'm done for. I've been completely countered. Oh my, it's Feng Qingyang. That kid has fallen into the hands of that demon lord. He's beyond saving. He looked at Chen Changan with tears in his eyes. Do you understand Chinese? I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare my life. This sight amused Chen Changan, and he patted Feng Qingyang's cheek a few times. This guy is actually my master, and he's the cute, clingy puppy version. Speaking of which, was his name always Feng Qingyang like this? He threw Feng Qingyang towards his companions. He showed a look of disgust and said, "Get lost. The next time I see you will be the anniversary of your death. My good master, don't go looking for death on your own. The appetizer is over. It's time for the main course." He walked up to Chang Shi. The moment she saw him, she instinctively stepped back. She vaguely called his name. Chen Changan. He said arrogantly, "Spirit artifact, come out." Immediately, a dazzling light of time-stopping magic filled the area. A girl quickly appeared in front of Chen Changan, looking shy. "Young hero," before the scantily clad beauty. He sneered. "The information you gave me was too little. In one day, I've roughly figured out the cause and the greatest threat of the immortal demon war. I've dealt with demon Lord Too Sure. The goddess should be considered saved now, right? Unfortunately, I can still sense that something even more terrifying has yet to happen. My master still cannot escape her tragic fate. There's a horde of monsters that tramples us at will. They make us wish for death, but unable to find it. Then what else can I do? Can you remember who boxed her up?" The spirit artifact covered her face in distress and said, "I only remember that in countless previous attempts, I was never able to save my master from that person's hands. But in the end, my master always died in the same way. It's something I can't prevent." He looked at her, speechless. "You're the one who asked for my help. You should have explained things clearly. But you didn't leave me anything to work with. Do you think this is a game of charades, where I have to guess? Are you a child?" She replied helplessly. "I'm sorry. I really can't remember. My master has shouldered too much. My master shouldn't have to bear such a cruel fate. The trial has 2 days left. Please prevent the destined fate. With that, she disappeared. Chen Changan was left behind, on the verge of tears. Prevent your damn fate. With 2 days left, where am I supposed to go to prevent it? I feel like a reader who can't find their way in the foggy future of this whole affair. At first, I thought that as long as I dealt with the key person and prevented the immortal demon war, this matter would be resolved. Now it seems I was too naive. The fact that they survived until the end proves that Tu Sure, when he first emerged, couldn't defeat them. He might even have died at their hands. Although I can easily take the lives of those I hate, who knows what kind of butterfly effect it will have tens of thousands of years later. If I mess up, I'll just make things worse. If what the spirit artifact said is true, then Tu Sure was just a pawn. There's a much bigger conspiracy behind this. How could a single goddess be involved in such a huge matter? That in itself is unbelievable. Well then, time to get to work. Thinking this, he openly kidnapped Chang Shi and brought her to Han Shi. Han Shi, witnessing this scene from below, was speechless, but then she quickly opened a teleportation gate. The three of them left peacefully. The crowd behind them trembled, not daring to make a move. Are we just going to let them leave like that? What else can we do? Are you going to go up and stop them? First, I'll take these people with me. As for how to find out what really happens in the future, I'm sure there's a way to test it. Before leaving, he didn't forget to look back at the crowd behind him. Who dares to follow? Oh my God, he's finally gone. My legs have turned to jelly. What should we do now? Ask for help from the God Clan. Why didn't that Chang Shi resist? Did she just submit to the celestial demon like that? That woman doesn't belong to any faction. Only she knows what she wants to do and what choices she'll make. So what do we do now? Quickly report this matter to the God Realm. The goddess has betrayed us. Just as the prophecy said, she was ultimately a puppet that couldn't be controlled. One more thing. Form a small team led by Feng Qingyang. Go and track that celestial demon. See what he's really up to. Our strength is not enough. I'm afraid we'll be wiped out before we even get close. I am one of the heavenly monarchs who governs the immortal realm. For the good of the immortal realm, I will command and arrange this matter. When you find their whereabouts, send a message back. In here is a talisman that can monitor images within a certain range for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. You all choose the right time to use it. The immortal realm will remember your contribution. After hearing this, Feng Qingyang hesitated. This matter, perhaps we should think it over more carefully. Everyone is very tired. Besides, that demon lord is... Before he could finish, Ling Miao, heavenly monarch, cut him off. I am not asking for your opinion. Right now, I suspect that celestial demon is a new form of Tu Sure after possession. You must investigate this clearly. Consider it for the sake of the immortal realm. Don't come back until you find clue. Although they didn't want to, Feng Qingyang's group left immediately. That female celestial demon, I heard, was a hostage sent to the Zhua Ming nation during a truce with the celestial demons. She is Chang Shi's junior martial sister. That formation is her innate skill. She can go directly to the demon realm. Going into the demon realm is very dangerous, let alone having to follow a new demon lord. This matter will likely be a life or death situation for everyone. The scene shifts to a distant place. It's safe for now, but these two won't be able to recover their wits in a short while. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the two sisters, Han Shi and Chang Shi. At this moment, both of them were still stiff, finding it hard to accept reality. I guess they saw something that shattered their perception and are in deep shock. He said lazily to the system, "System, let's go home. Go home. Host, wake up. This is the ancient great continent from tens of thousands of years ago. You don't have a home here. Do you want to give up on the divine artifact? No. The one who traveled here is my clone, not my main body. This means I can return to seek answers at any time. System, return to my main body." When his consciousness returned to his main body, he heard someone calling Master in his ear. As soon as he returned, he saw his two disciples hugging him and crying miserably. "You're back. Sister Bayu told us you suddenly disappeared. You scared us to death." Looking at the familiar faces before him, His heart bloomed as he touched their cheeks. I've worried you. Has my master returned yet? I have many things to ask my master. Grandmaster is on his way back. Excellent. I didn't expect I could look up historical details. In a ruined corner of the 9 provinces continent. Zhonglao, you're still alive? The path of reincarnation is truly powerful. With you here, our Xuanwu immortal realm has a backbone now. We are dignified immortals. Yet we are like rats scurrying across the street in this 9 provinces domain. We can no longer endure the oppression of Chen Changan. We must fight back and reclaim our dignity. Return to the immortal realm? A celestial demon has appeared. There will surely be a war. Returning to the ancient great continent is actually a stable option. However, to return, we need to control the 9 provinces cauldron. I have an idea. Zian Guanzhu, as long as we possess her without anyone knowing, we can get Chen Changan's weakness. She is the person closest to Chen Changan. I will use her to get back the 9 provinces cauldron and release the monster that has been buried under this 9 provinces domain for tens of thousands of years. The immortal realm has been destroyed. We have long been irreconcilable enemies. Before we leave, let's start a fire. According to our investigation, Chen Changan has left the 9 provinces cauldron with the Jiang family head. The entire Jiang clan stands guard day and night beside Jiang Quan Chu to protect her soul, watching very closely. I won't try to ask them about it directly. It was completely pointless. They don't allow anyone to get close. Zhonglao, then how do we get close to Jiang Quan Chu? First, the Jiang family is located in the sky above Yinzhou. Chen Changan is not around. This is a suitable opportunity for us to act. Second, I cultivate the path of reincarnation, the 5th stage of the reincarnation realm. I control the 6 paths related to reincarnation, the power to move souls and seize spirits. My soul-seizing technique is extremely stealthy. In reality, it's impossible to find any flaws. I have never failed. Third, as for you fellow immortals, target the Jiang family. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Create a disturbance on the surface, under the guise of punishing traitors to the immortals. Everyone, remember, the only person we need to be wary of is Chen Changan. The operation must be completed within 5 minutes. Once the time limit is exceeded, flee immediately. Otherwise, we will all be instantly discovered by Chen Changan, and we will surely be dealt with on the spot. 5-minute countdown. Begin the operation. Quan Chu's motionless body suddenly frowned in discomfort. On the other side, the old men also began to channel their immortal power and appear. The people below looked up at the sky, terrified. It's the surviving immortals of the Xuanwu immortal realm. Why have they suddenly come here? The old men shouted as they charged forward. Have you forgotten that you are our traitors? Hearing this, the people of the Jiang family prepared for battle. The Xuanwu immortal realm is cleaning house. Unrelated personnel, leave quickly. Hotet Guanzhu. Quan Chu is the lifeline of our Jiang family. She cannot be harmed. Outside, a fierce battle raged. Attackers and defenders clashed, causing a considerable commotion. Inside, Quan Chu kept feeling an uncomfortable sensation. In her consciousness, she was being spied on by someone else. His arm took the opportunity to wrap around Quan Chu. He secretly rejoiced that the plan was a complete success. Just then, another hand appeared and restrained him. Jiang Dangran, why are you here? Jiang Dangran kicked him far away. Get out of here right now. The intensity of this soul attack. I understand now. I didn't expect you to have fallen to this level. Willing to be coerced by Chen Changan to protect Jiang Quan Chu. You have long since bound your soul to Jiang Quan Chu's. I originally thought you still had at least a little bit of defiance left. That you had the pride and dignity of an immortal. That you were waiting for the day to bite back. But I can't believe you're actually afraid of him. As he spoke, he attacked. He distorted Jiang Dangren's soul form. You know the strength of my main body. I, a great master. If I have no chance of winning in a real fight, I'm willing to give up the powerful soul condensed over tens of thousands of years of cultivation, just to protect a wisp of Jiang Quan Chu's remnant soul in my hands? She frowned and looked at him angrily. Fool, I'm much better at calculating than you are. As long as Quan Chu is here, our Jiang family has a path to survival. So don't even think about targeting her. As she spoke, Dangren's soul erupted in red flames. Burning your soul? Soon after, a dazzling light erupted in the consciousness. It was impossible to see what happened next. Two souls appeared in Quan Chu, one red, one yellow. The yellow one was pushed out by the pressure from within. The old man's main body received the soul fragment and rolled on the ground several times. Dangren also coughed up a lot of blood. Yu Chi quickly supported her, worried. Family head, what's wrong? Family head. Soon after, the other immortals gained the upper hand. The people of the Jiang family were cornered. Do you really want to kill our Jiang family? That old man is clinging to life. I still have time. Finish off all these people and forcefully possess Quan Chu. He gritted out each word. Jiang family, today, this emperor wants to annihilate all of you. Matriarch, hearing more people arriving, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Another group, escorting Quan Chu, rushed over to help. Don't even think about getting near our matriarch. He was impatient. He released a large amount of killing intent, threatening them. Where did this bunch of ants come from? The weaker ones usually couldn't withstand the difference in class. They couldn't help but tremble. This is an immortal emperor? He's not someone we can fight against. Has the master always been fighting enemies like this? We're dead for sure. Master, in the next life, I will still be filial to you. Suddenly, a gentle voice echoed in their minds. Quiet. We haven't even started fighting yet. Dying like this is too unpleasant. The old man's whole body suddenly froze. He angrily gritted his teeth so hard they almost broke. Emia immortal soldu emia immortaloi. Clearly just a bunch of ants that I could crush with a flick of my finger. In the past, how would you dare to stand in front of this emperor? On what grounds do you dare to confront this emperor head-on? All of this has changed. Are you laughing, or am I the ridiculous one here? I, a dignified immortal emperor, one of the rulers of the immortal realm, with tens of thousands of years of cultivation, am helpless before a group of ants. This is all your fault. From a distance, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Chen Changan walked over gently. His faint, emotionless expression made some rejoice and others despise him. Chen Changan is here. Wasn't there still 10 seconds left? Chen Changan blew on the fire at his fingertip, looked at the chaotic crowd, and smirked. Yinzhou is a bit noisy today, isn't it? Seeing Chen Changan, the old man froze on the spot. All those present, as long as they were on his side, were wiped out on the spot. The system frantically sent notifications. Congratulations, host, for clearing out a third-level immortal venerable. Awarded 15 million domain points. Like a god of death, he approached step by step. How do I want to die? This sense of oppression is terrifying. It's even stronger than when I faced the celestial demon tens of thousands of years ago. I'll do anything. I beg you to spare my life. The domain lord is so powerful. Even an immortal emperor who could destroy heaven and earth is kneeling. So strong. If I could reach this realm in this life, I would be so happy. You dare to be so reckless. I think it's not just simple recklessness. Give me a reason to delay boxing you up. He hurriedly crawled forward a bit and said through gritted teeth, I have one. I am willing to tell you all my secrets. Something else. Tell me a story about the era of the ancient great continent. Tell it in 5 minutes. Chen Changan's face was annoyed. Seeing this, the old man became even more flustered and said, what I'm about to say is my biggest secret. I know where the immortals of the immortal realm came from, and where the celestial demons came from. I also know who the female celestial demon who appeared a few days ago is. Her name is Han Shi, the holy maiden of the celestial demons. It is said that she has been leading the demon army for tens of thousands of years, always searching for someone. They don't know specifically who it is. On the surface, she occupies various domains everywhere. But those are just the outward appearances of the celestial demon army. He grew impatient and urged the old man to continue. The first time I met her was tens of thousands of years ago. The immortal venerable above sent me and a few others to investigate another demon lord. I saw her with my own eyes. In less than half a day, they found their hiding place. You keep watch here. I'll go find a hidden spot to send a message. But that demon lord, even when sleeping, is terrifying. My cultivation was still weak at that time. I was really scared, so I didn't dare to act rashly. I had Chen Changan, who was with me, keep an eye out. I and the others went to send a message. But by the time they arrived, the person was gone. I will use a reincarnation vision to show you what happened then. Tens of thousands of years ago, on the ancient great continent, Qingyang, where is the celestial demon? Qingyang scratched his head and replied, I'm sorry. I lost them. I didn't dare to get too close. I just looked away for a moment, and that celestial demon took the opportunity to use a spatial technique to teleport away. From the traces of the spatial technique, I can roughly guess they are probably in the dense, dark forest up ahead. Why did you stop them? You can't even handle such a small matter. Do you know how much importance the higher-ups place on this? The divine envoy went through great trouble to go deep into the celestial demon realm. The cloaked old man turned around and said, Forget it. He called out, Yes, divine envoy. Before the old man left, he said, If that celestial demon is really as strong as you say, if you had rashly cut them off, all we would see now are corpses. Your judgment was not wrong. For now, knowing their location is enough. Feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders, Chen Changan knelt on the ground in gratitude. Thank you, divine envoy, for your forgiveness. To be honest, I have never seen a celestial demon like that. Just getting close made my body tremble uncontrollably. I was so suppressed by fear that I couldn't move. I really couldn't move. I really can't imagine how many people would have to die for him if someone like that really started a war. We must find him and seal him no matter the cost. And the divine envoy, we have come out this time, precisely because we received orders to subdue that new celestial demon. Even the master of the goddess has been mobilized. Even it has alarmed even that person. However, although finding the person is easy, the forest before us has countless high-level, extremely ferocious demonic beasts. This will greatly affect the progress of our search. The old female divine envoy took off her hood, revealing large scars. She said calmly, Forcing our way and won't necessarily yield good results. The demonic nature of these beasts is highly elevated. They respect the strong. They spend all day fighting and killing each other, devouring one another, until a single king emerges. An immortal venerable level cultivator would be torn to shreds by the demonic beasts upon entering. With the strength of those two girls, rushing in recklessly is no different from seeking death. And that demon lord, he's been quiet all this time. I don't know what he's planning. That demon lord is the strongest existence, surpassing all other celestial demons. But even so, even if it's a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, we must go in and crush this beast. So the old woman and her followers all flew into the forest to track them. In the quiet forest, Changxi and Han, she were dragging the large Chen Changan, hiding in the woods. They looked around cautiously as they walked. Neither the mutated plants nor the ferocious beasts attacked them. Strange, these things used to be very fierce. Why are they so well-behaved now? Demonic creatures are born from the desires and evil thoughts of the Creator God. Although they are fierce and warlike, their rules are also very simple. They will instinctively respect the strong and worship their king. That king was originally too sure. And now, it's probably the one we're helping. At this moment, Han, she seemed to realize something. She suddenly stopped. Then she abruptly let go and threw Chen Changan to Changxi. She went up to some large beasts, pried open their mouths, and punched them. You guys like to chase people, don't you? Come on, bite me. You think I'm easy to bully, right? I'll hold a grudge for a long time, you know? Chen Changan's large body fell on top of Changshi, causing her to fall as well. I can't support him by myself. When Han Shi accidentally hit too hard, the beast got angry and lunged forward with its mouth wide open. She quickly hid behind Chen Changan. She pushed him forward threateningly. I'll break your teeth right now. The moment they saw him, the demonic beasts panicked and fled, losing their sandals. She angrily tapped Han Shi on the head and scolded. Stop fooling around. After that, they rested by a green river. Han Shi took out a demonic creature that looked like a robot cat and introduced its treasures. Low-level demonic creature. The butt shroom reproduces quickly. When stepped on, they release a foul smell and a loud noise. Playtime is playtime, but messing around is messing around. At a crucial moment like this, we still need to maintain our vigilance. After placing the butt shroom demonic creatures around, she felt at ease and returned to the shelter. What do we do now? The people of the Celestial Demon clan hate you to the bone. And now the people of the Immortal clan are also hunting you. Your title of goddess is worth less than a lowly celestial demon like me. Besides, we could have just run away on our own. Why do we have to bring him along? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Idiot. With him here, those immortals will be wary. They won't get close easily. That gives us a chance to breathe. Besides, don't you want to know who he really is? He looks exactly like Chen Changan. Han Shi replied indifferently. I don't want to know. As long as it's not that idiot following us, it's fine. But I feel like it is him. 2 days ago, he seemed to suddenly become different. I found a chance to check his origin. It's very special. His origin now is the same as it was then. I can't tell if he's an immortal or a demon. But one thing is for sure, with the energy hidden in his body right now, if he unleashes it, it's enough to destroy heaven and earth. I can be sure that no one in the current immortal realm is his match. There are many things about him that we don't know. So after he wakes up, if we don't handle it well, he'll kill us, won't he? She smiled mockingly at Han Shi. He'll kill you, you mean? Why only me? You tell me. How did you treat him back then? Those methods weren't very gentle, were they? Also, you had him pretend to get close to me to steal my divine artifact. You two are really vicious. You've broken my heart. Han Shi bristled like a small cat and retorted. My ass. You knew all along and you were still acting? You were deliberately toying with us, weren't you? And you toyed with us for so long, too. She smiled gently. Can't I? It's been a long time since you've had a proper conversation with your senior sister. You're always just running around all over the place. It's clear you have no real business to attend to. Yet you act so busy. She crossed her arms and puffed out her cheeks. I'm very busy. The old geezers in the clan are all flattering me. She flicked Shi's forehead and smiled helplessly. Stop being so stubborn. I know you. You're lazy. You can't stick with a small task for long. And you hate fighting and killing people the most. So, you shouldn't get involved in what comes next. Shi's eyes were determined as she spoke. You shouldn't get involved in what comes next. The matter of sealing too sure. I will explain it clearly to the immortals myself. As for Chen Changan, he's a special case. He doesn't have the nature of a demon, nor does he have the spiritual energy of an immortal. His appearance has shattered everyone's understanding. Moreover, at that time, he could have clearly gone on a killing spree, but he only saved us and left. And I also discovered he can talk to my divine artifact. Hearing this, Shi was extremely shocked. He might be from the future, although I don't know what his purpose is. One thing is for sure, he is probably not our enemy. Shi immediately said, he had that kind of strength all along. So he was just pretending to be weak to catch a bigger fish. And I even teased him before. Shi pondered. Currently, the conflict between the two realms of immortals and demons has escalated to an irreconcilable point. The two armies are ready to fight at a moment's notice. Once either the demons or the immortals get Chen Changan, war will likely break out. Back then, Master was able to accept you as a disciple, becoming a shining example of peace between immortals and demons. This peace has only lasted for a short time. I cannot let these peaceful days be consumed by the flames of war. So, for now, we cannot hand over Chen Changan. Han, she was startled. Her pupils contracted. Are you crazy? What can we do on our own? I'll hold off the pursuing divine envoys first. You take the sleeping Chen Changan and find a hidden place to hide. After the crisis has passed, I will contact you to come out. I will go back and find Master to explain the situation here. Master will definitely help us. Watching Chang, she always looking out for the world. Han, she wondered. Protecting all living beings in the world. Is it that important? But then she nodded resolutely in agreement. Somewhere in the forest, the group of pursuing divine envoys were searching for clues while casually dispatching any demonic beast that got in their way. It's a teleportation array technique. There's movement over there. Then you remember to let me know you're safe. Han, she glanced at Chang, she won last time, and then quickly took Chen Changan and left. The two of them had just stepped halfway through the teleportation gate when the divine envoys arrived behind them. We found them. Goddess Chang, you actually let the demon lord escape. By the time Han, Shi's tail disappeared behind the teleportation gate, Chang, she gathered her strength. She placed her hand on her chest and whispered to the divine artifact. Tell me one more time. As the divine envoys charged forward, the power of the divine artifact enveloped the entire space. Time within the artifact's influence came to a standstill. Please forgive me, divine envoys. The goddess of spring, Changxi, is blocking your way here only in the hope that the divine envoys will let me see my master, the Zheng, the divine envoy. Suddenly, a spatial crack appeared behind Changxi. Changxi, you have disappointed your master greatly. She looked at the newcomer in shock. She stammered out a single word, master. Her time-stopping technique was quickly shattered by a single slap from the Zheng, the divine envoy. Both her words and her eyes were filled with disgust for her. Your master trusted you and gave you the divine artifact to guard against the celestial demon, Lord Too Sure. But what have you done? The seal has already been broken. You let the celestial demon harm all living beings. And even now, you still show no remorse. You even collude with the celestial demons. Take her back and suppress her in the sealed land. I will deal with her personally. Chang, she quickly knelt on the ground and tried to explain. Your disciple is willing to accept punishment, but there are other reasons why Too Sure broke out of the seal. Please, master, give me a chance to explain. We'll talk about it when we get back. Your master will make the decision. I'm taking Changxi with me first. You all continue to pursue the newly emerged demon lord. You must find and seal them before they reach the celestial demon clan. Watching her master and disciple leave, the old female divine envoy sighed. The celestial demon is still in the forest. First, split up. Confirm the celestial demon's location. Then, wait for everyone to gather and seal him. Then, in a flash, everyone began to spread out and search. Do you think we can really seal that guy smoothly? Don't worry. After all, so many divine envoys have come. They are the ones closest to the gods in the immortal realm. They are all at the domain lord level. If even they can't handle it, then unless a god from the god realm personally descends, no one can restrain that heavenly demon. At this moment, a transportation portal opened in the sky. Han Shi and Chen Changan fell out, holding each other. Although she opened the portal herself, there was a slight problem this time. She screamed as she wondered, what the hell is this place? The two of them continued to freefall, right in front of a demonic beast that was sunbathing. The old woman quickly picked up the signal. She quickly led her people over. She glanced at Chen Changan and muttered, my waist is about to break. Just how long is this guy going to sleep? Carrying this guy, I can't run fast at all. The distance we can travel is getting shorter and shorter. Trying to escape pursuit, the positioning error is also getting larger and larger. If this continues, neither of us will get out. Suddenly, she stopped. Her eyes sparkled as an idea flashed through her mind. She pushed Chen Changan towards a demonic beast hiding nearby. She said she was giving him to it. Seeing something as dangerous as a ticking time bomb, it immediately refused. It didn't dare to take him. After pushing him onto the demonic beast, she dusted off her hands and left. This is much easier. Sorry, but their target is you. I'm just a passerby who doesn't want to suffer this kind of hardship. So you'll have to be wronged. See ya, I'm out. With that, she opened a portal. Before leaving through the portal, she didn't forget to wave goodbye. Something that's all effort and no reward is not something I do. The group of divine envoys quickly arrived. When they arrived, they saw the scene that the heartless Han she had created. As soon as she saw the figures of a person and a demonic beast, the old woman signaled for the people behind her to hide. They quickly discovered Chen Changan sitting on a rock, chin in hand, looking thoughtful. And there's a demonic beast there. He not only suppressed the demonic beast, but also made it his slave. Why are his eyes closed? To be so fearless, could it be that he's already set up an ambush? Is he waiting for us to take the bait? Should we attack now, or wait for everyone to gather? As the woman was struggling with her decision, a massive amount of demonic energy was unconsciously released from Chen Changan. TCH, this aura is too terrifying. He knows we're here. Is he deliberately pretending not to have noticed us? No, we can't get any closer. With our current numbers, if we force an attack, we might get ourselves involved. The heavenly demon's location has been confirmed. Let's regroup first. With that, she ordered the entire team to retreat. The demonic beast over here wagged its tail cutely in front of Chen Changan. The moment it sensed someone approaching, it became vigilant. Hanshi returned, looking exhausted. Forget it. I'm kind-hearted after all. I should find a safer place for you. The demonic beast showed its disgust, growling as if to say, "Why are you back again?" She ignored the wailing demonic beast behind her and carried Chen Changan away. I really didn't mean to leave you behind. You understand, right? I've already tried my best to get you this far. The old woman's group had just returned. They happened to meet Feng Qingyang's group. The woman quickly got to the point. We found the demon lord. Although we didn't see him move, I'm sure he's waiting for us to fall into his trap. He must have discovered us. I've seen through his act. It's just that our current situation is very passive. The enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. Once all the divine envoys have gathered, we will go back there. At this time, Hanshi carried Chen Changan to another place. Stepping out of the transportation portal, she carefully looked around. After placing him in a strategic location, she even posed him coolly before reluctantly leaving. This position is hidden enough. No one will find you. Senior sister said you are very important, but right now I don't have the ability to get you out. And I can't just let myself be caught by those damn perverted divine envoys. At that time, what awaits me will be cruel torture. Elsewhere, the old woman was discussing tactics. Lord Divine Envoy, waiting here is not a solution. What if that three-headed demon runs away during this time? Besides, this might just be a diversion. Little brother, you are too naive. You are not as familiar with the heavenly demon's personality as we are. They have committed many evil deeds. They are sinister, cunning, and skilled at ambushes. Once a suitable opportunity arises, they will be like a venomous snake, biting through your body. So that's how it is. In other words, the moment we entered, we fell into the trap set by that demon lord. They definitely won't let go of such a good opportunity. That's right. And the reason he didn't attack us directly is probably because he's also wary. He wants to probe how many of us there are. What a despicable and lowly person. Wait for the three divine envoys from the second team to arrive. At that time, we will go and deal with him together. As she was muttering about how to deal with him, she suddenly saw a figure sitting in the distance. The old woman was directly frightened by the sight. It felt like an electric current ran through her body. She stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. When did he get here? In other words, He was already there, observing us. Oh no, our plan has been exposed. Run. The old woman screamed as if her life depended on it. The others, seeing this, fell into a panic. How is he everywhere? Are we surrounded? The whole group immediately ran as if they had never run before. That bastard. He's actually treating us like monkeys to be toyed with. The demonic beasts also supported the atmosphere. They chased after the group of divine envoys. That thing moved over here. It really was an ambush. Good thing Grandma discovered early. That demon lord plans to use these beasts to wear us down first. That light is coming. The demonic beast that was hit was left behind. I won't let you succeed. Just as she came out of the teleportation gate. She ran into the fleeing group of divine envoys. She cursed her bad luck in her heart. Damn it. If I hadn't heard it with my own ears, I wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me to death. I never thought these high and mighty divine envoys would be so pathetic in front of Chen Changan. They actually mistook the sleeping Chen Changan for someone setting a trap for them. So she immediately turned back. She sat behind Chen Changan and placed her hands on his back. Several formation lines appeared on his back. I don't know if this will work, but let's just give it a try. A moment later, her hands vaguely entered Chen Changan's body. Soon after, she successfully entered his body. At this moment, Chen Changan's body, under Shi's control, opened its eyes in surprise. It worked. Next she raised her voice and walked to the edge of a cliff, looking down. The group of divine envoys was desperately running for their lives. At this moment, they suddenly realized something was wrong. This is bad. Those two kids got separated from us. Forget it. Our priority is to ensure our own safety as divine envoys. That's right. The lives of us divine envoys are precious. This time, we were completely led by the nose. Wait until we have enough people. We will definitely get our face back. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared right in the line of sight of the divine envoys. Hey, babies. Oh my God. He's appeared again. He doesn't intend to fight us. He's just treating us like caged birds to play with. Grandma, make your move now. The old woman immediately scolded the young man. Fool, if we make a move now, there's only one way out, death. We must flee with all our might. So careless. We shouldn't have split up from the beginning. Now, no matter where we are, he can find us. There's no denying it. We are indeed surrounded by him. For now, let's escape first and talk later. Thinking this, she led the group and quickly changed direction. The old woman and the others ran faster and faster. We see the exit. We're finally out. He didn't chase after them, just stood there, watching the group flee for their lives. She held her sides and laughed loudly. Idiots. A bunch of idiots. Chen Changan. Oh, Chen Changan. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Even when you're unconscious, you can scare the enemy so much they almost wet themselves. You're really amazing. And Shi, got a great deal out of it. Entering your body, controlling you to scare them, and successfully saving myself. I can really feel the surging power in this body. The only difference is, after all, she was a girl, entering a man's body. The new sensation of something dangling there made her shudder involuntarily. Her face turned beet red. Behind them, those who had split from the group had no idea the old woman had already fled. The whole group charged forward to attack. Demon Lord, we found you. She had only intended to scare them for fun. Who would have thought she would run into these pursuers who had more bloodlust than brains? This is bad. It's the divine envoys from his second team. You forgot about them again. Wait a minute. Don't come over here. Wait for what? We have to snatch this merit before Grandma does. The three divine envoys wanted to take his life. But who would have thought that her hand would reach out to block them? Unexpectedly, she released a stream of demonic chi, and the power was just off the charts. It lightly split the forest in two. By the time she opened her eyes to see what had happened. Seeing her own power plow through dozens of kilometers, she was calm on the outside but turbulent on the inside. That's too exaggerated. One lucky guy who had his ancestors protecting him quickly dodged to the side. He was panting like a dog. Cold sweat poured down like rain. Just one blow, and he took out Old Lee. An old Chun at the domain lord level. This has never happened before. A monster this powerful has never appeared before. I'm afraid only someone of the level of the Zheng, the divine envoy, can fight him. Everyone, forgive me for not being able to travel the world with you anymore. I must use my body here to probe the opponent's true strength. For the great cause, I will make one last sacrifice. Han, she was startled and looked to the side. An ordinary person had transformed into a demonic beast. He let out a roar and pounced. No matter what, I have to at least take a layer of your skin off. Your shoelace is untied. Quick, look down. Is there really no opening? Han, she quickly regained her senses. She turned and threw a punch. Although she didn't use much force, it was enough to send him flying and shattering. Damn Demon Lord. Can't you just let me hit you once? You bastard. I'm not resigned. And so, a new day began. The sun shone brightly on the golden flowers. The little butt-shroom demons, carefully hidden under the grass and leaves, stirred slightly. In a certain house in the gorge, a continuous cough could be heard. She even coughed up blood. Han, she had now left Chen Changan's body. She clutched her chest and coughed repeatedly. She tried to regulate her body. She wiped the red stain from the corner of her mouth and staggered to the bedside. I didn't expect the side effects to be so severe. In a moment of carelessness, her body lost its balance, and she fell. The author was also very considerate. Falling on the floor would hurt, so he let her accidentally fall into Chen Changan's arms. In her daze, she instinctively hugged the firm and captivating body. In the dead of night, clothes were scattered messily everywhere. At this moment, she held her head and woke up. Seeing herself taking advantage of Chen Changan, she froze on the spot, not knowing what to do. I'm so embarrassed I could die. While holding her blushing face, she peeked at the unconscious Chen Changan. She couldn't help but reach out and touch him. Did I sleep with him? It must be because I've been suppressing it for too long. In my unconscious state, I accidentally released it on him. What should I do now? Senior sister told me to protect him. But She gently leaned down and softly called Chen Changan's name. She looked at him for a long time. Her mind was in a frantic internal struggle. But coupling with him like this will help my injuries recover. My cultivation is also starting to show signs of a breakthrough. Considering I'm injured, doing it again wouldn't be too much, would it? After all, if my condition isn't good, I can't protect him. That's a very valid reason, isn't it? This is the last time. As for what happened, you'll have to imagine it yourself. At this time, in the Zhuoming nation, the goddess Chang, she was being escorted back by the divine envoys. This goddess must have been fooling around with those male pets for too long. That's why the divine power of the formation was depleted, allowing that demon lord to emerge. High immortals, you must punish her. How she is to be dealt with will be decided by the Zheng, the divine envoy. She is famous for her fairness and strictness. She has never failed in handling matters like this. We just need to wait for orders from above and carry them out. And that escaped demon lord is the key issue right now. Once he returns to the demon realm, war is very likely to break out again. You mortals should also prepare yourselves. We are returning to gather the immortals and prepare for battle. With that, the three of them left. A servant behind Ta spoke up. Your Majesty, the celestial demons have been secretly preparing for war for many years. They are just waiting for the demon lord to lead them in battle. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth and cursed. You bunch of fools. I told you to steal the divine power. You cracked the entire formation. Didn't I tell you over and over again not to? Now there's such a big hole. Do you want to die? Quick, think of a way for me. If those immortals investigate thoroughly, we're all doomed. Your Majesty, have you forgotten? All the male servants we gave the goddess to please her. Wasn't it for a day like today? As long as we insist that the goddess was indulging in carnal pleasures and was affected by the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and missed the best opportunity to seal the demon, leading to the demon lord's emergence. Moreover, once the immortal demon war breaks out, she, as the culprit of the war, will immediately become the target of everyone's attacks. At that time, the citizens and immortals will naturally deal with her, and we can escape from it. Hearing his suggestion, Keita was satisfied. It was you, my dear minister, who reminded me. This was indeed our plan from the beginning. Let the immortals and demons fight. Only then can mortals like us reap countless benefits from it. At this time, at the sealing formation, she brought Zhang De to inspect the scene. I understand the situation now. If we were to judge by the crime, you deserve death. Imprisoning you in the thunder prison and having you endure the burning of your bones by heavenly fire for 1,000 years would be a light punishment. I have also warned you many times. Sealing the demon lord is no small matter. It affects the 3 realms and all living beings. With the situation as it is now, it is very difficult for even me to save you. At this point, she became even angrier. She couldn't help but poke Changshi's forehead. You should have come to your master sooner. She said aggrievedly. You travel through all the realms. Where could I find you? Don't you have my communication tube? I only see you once every few hundred years. And every time you tell me, but you always turn around and forget. I even suspect you have a man outside. That's why you don't even care about us anymore. Zhang De proudly touched her cheek and said, with this beauty of mine, what stinking man could be worthy? Besides, love only disturbs the heart of the Tao. Wait. No stinking man in the world can catch the eye of my beautiful master. Huh, you little girl, why do you talk so strangely? Changshi pursed her lips. The words in her heart suddenly came out. Master, it's been too long. I miss you so much. Missing me is useless. This matter of yours is not easy for your master to handle. Changshi's excitement suddenly vanished. She muttered, you straight woman, you little brat. After that, the two of them wandered around for a few more laps. Standing before Tu Shi's skeleton, Zhang De couldn't help but be surprised. This is Tu Shi? He was actually dealt with like this? Who on earth did this? Tu Shi's life force comes from the fear and malice of the world. An immortal cannot completely deal with him like this. Even the celestial god clan couldn't do it. Changshi said, it was Han Shi's male servant. Chen Changan dealt with him. He has now surpassed Tu Shi to become the strongest celestial demon ever. Currently, he is being taken care of by Han Shi, and the news will spread quickly. Right now, as long as Chen Changan is not found by the celestial demons. With the current strategy of the celestial demon army, they will not rashly start a war. Master, I have had contact with Chen Changan. He is not a bad person. He even protected us. He does not belong to this time, yet he did something that was not his duty. If it's him, perhaps he can prevent the great immortal demon war. You can barely protect yourself, and you're already thinking about such big things. You fool, no matter what. This is also a good opportunity to redeem yourself. While the celestial demon army has not yet found Chen Changan, you and Han should bring him back. Let me take over. Your crime will also be reduced. He will either become one of us, or we will seal him forever. Meanwhile, Chen Changan still showed no signs of waking up. After a full meal, Han Shi left with a rosy complexion. Thanks for the treat. Don't run around. I'll be back as soon as I'm done. She activated the teleportation formation and free-falled. She felt every little change in her body. The more she felt, the more excited she became. Wow, my body feels so much lighter. Doing that kind of thing with him can actually make my cultivation break through to the Demon King realm. Could it be that he has the constitution of a cultivation cauldron? She stood high above, looking at the celestial demon encampment, the tribe of the Jia Zhang clan. Suddenly, she caught the frequency of a noisy sound somewhere. Tonight's battle is extremely lively. Tonight, all celestial demons of the demon's sovereign realm and above from the clan must participate in this match. I heard that even the 4 great heavenly kings are here. Such a grand feast is to be offered to the soon-to-return demon lord. The leader of the Jia Zheng clan suddenly said loudly, "Two pieces of good news. First, we have always been suppressed by the immortals. Now, our demon lord has emerged. We no longer need to bow our heads. The era that belongs to us is coming. However, we caught this one during our patrol. He was abandoned by his companions. He's at our mercy to be boxed up as we please." Feng Qingyang coughed a few times. He tried to open his eyes to look at the surrounding demon clan and update the information in his processor. Then box him up, tear him apart. His bones and organs, stew them in a pot until they're tender. The second piece of good news. The winner of this competition will get the right to mate with my niece, Han Shi. As soon as the words were spoken, the stands erupted. The most beautiful woman among the celestial demons. I dream of having something happen with her. Alu Ku, there's only one winner. What do you expect us to do? The old woman replied nonchalantly, I am her great aunt. Of course I can arrange this. The top 5 will all have a chance. Outside, she heard this and was completely shocked. Her anger flared uncontrollably. Han Shi rushed into the arena to question them. I do not agree. This is a ridiculous competition. What does your celebration have to do with me? Great aunt, how could you treat me like this? The old woman replied, the dying wish of your dead father was to entrust you to me. Of course, I have the right to discipline you. Besides, we once gave you the mission to seize the divine artifact. But you failed. You ruined our grand plan. Failing to get the divine artifact is your failure. A failed celestial demon has no value to speak of. However, luckily, your looks are not bad, so you won't be executed. Great Aunt wants to help you. Isn't giving you a chance to satisfy everyone also a way to save yourself? Right now, everyone is full of fighting spirit, a thirst for battle. This is the state that we celestial demons need to maintain the most. At this time, we need to cultivate stronger warriors. You are indispensable. Giving birth to a few kids with special abilities for our clan would also be a contribution, wouldn't it? Han Shi hotade in fury. Contribution my ass. Why don't you give your partner to them to have their way with? Aluku was speechless from the comeback. The person sitting on the highest seat finally spoke. All right, her opinion doesn't matter. Just do what needs to be done. Fight. I'm bored to death. Someone below shouted excitedly. The blood fiend Heavenly King, the war fiend Heavenly King has spoken. A pre-war celebration is mandatory. Let's start now. Seeing the people above ignore her opinion, she clenched her fists in anger. Don't even think about controlling my destiny. I will definitely stop you. Her words were immediately met with laughter and ridicule. Huh? She said she wants to stop all of this. Huh? She's just a demon king realm. What could she do? Pleasing men, on the other hand, she might be good at that. I guess she's too panicked. She's starting to talk nonsense to comfort herself. Oomph. Your strength is nothing special, but you seem to be quite good at boasting. If you can't do it, how embarrassing will that be? Poor little thing. She's even starting to lose her own self-awareness. Is she starting to think like a beast? Despite the ridicule from all around, she remained strong and did not back down. She was seen quietly walking away somewhere. Is she trying to leave? After all, she's just a little girl. Boasting is nothing. We're actually looking forward to the romantic affairs after this is over. The competition, Aluka shouted from above. The competition begins. Before long, the first match immediately used Qingyang as a punching bag. After getting his fill of punching, the pink demon transformed his hand into a scythe, ready to execute him. Qingyang was scared out of his wits. This time, I'm done for. The audience cheered excitedly. He deserves to die anyway. At this moment, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky. A purple bolt from the high heavens struck down, instantly vaporizing the fat demon. The entire hall fell into a few moments of uproar. A bolt of lightning? What's going on? Standing before Qingyang, Chen Changan stood there, looking around. It turned out that Han Shi had borrowed his body to make a show of force and demand justice. Even though the side effects later would be huge, and she would have to roll around in bed with Chen Changan many times to recover. She couldn't swallow this anger no matter what. Borrowing Chen Changan's body, she declared resolutely, "Han, she's my woman. Anyone who isn't afraid to die, come at me." Hearing this, Aluka was furious. The saints sitting above were also startled and surprised. The fighters growled, showing their might. Then they all charged forward at once. Where did this brat come from? She glanced at them coldly. Just dusting off her clothes caused them to fall flat on the ground. What was that? Those were 3 heavenly emperor-level celestial demons. Isn't it a bit too flashy to take them out in a flash? She pointed a finger, challenging the ones considered the strongest who were sitting up high. They were slightly surprised to be pointed at. She unleashed her killing intent without holding back. "Get down here. I want to box you up." The demons erupted in laughter and ridicule again. What a clueless shrimp. He's dead for sure. Does he think that just because he knocked down 3 demon emperors, he can challenge a heavenly king? That's really hilarious. If you're looking for death, we won't even give you a chance to beg. That Yi Feng guy is a new toy now. Do you know that reckless celestial demon from before? He's probably just a wanderer. Otherwise, it's impossible for him not to know our status. Yi Feng looked at Chang'an with interest and said, "A face I've never seen before. I'll show you what a real difference in strength is." Before he could finish, he saw that Chang'an's hand was already on his face. The old woman was horrified. With a perfect spin, she made Yi Feng land head first. The arena now had a large hole in it. The audience in the stands was wide-eyed and open-mouthed in shock. He took out a heavenly king with one move. As the light shone down from above, Aluka stuck her head out in horror to get a better look. The others, seeing this power, were only now beginning to understand the concept of fear. "Hey, that kid. This isn't good." He actually managed to make a heavenly king suffer loss. This has never happened in 1,000 years. "Ye think tu born to You're dead meat. I will definitely skin you alive." How does it feel for a high and mighty heavenly king to be grabbed by the head and beaten? As he spoke, he slammed Yi Feng's head. Chen Changan's excited and enjoyable expression silenced the stands. "May I ask, Lord Heavenly King, do you think I'm thinking clearly now?" As she spoke, she showed a look of contempt. The other heavenly kings could no longer sit still. They all rushed down to the arena. "Oh, here they come. This won't be easy to handle anymore." Just as Yi Feng was helped up, he pushed his companion's hand away and shouted arrogantly, "Back off. You sneak attacked me while I wasn't finished talking. Otherwise, do you really think a fly like you could have succeeded? Save the boasting for after this is over." Threatening the untouchable status of the 4 kings. This is no longer just your business. Facing the heavenly kings. Somewhere in her heart, she felt a little worried. "You fly. You've lost your last chance to fly away." When the 4 of us heavenly kings join forces, even that Zhang the divine envoy has to be wary, let alone a little celestial demon like you. The audience in the stands cheered excitedly. The 4 heavenly kings are joining forces, brothers. This guy is about to be toast. This time, no matter where he comes from, he's definitely not leaving alive. Yi Feng cast his spell first. What's with all the nonsense? Let's just crush him together. A formation immediately appeared above Chen Changan's head, creating a rain of poisonous needles that fell down. Damn it, I was too impulsive. Although I felt great letting off steam just now, it's also certain my little bit of possession skill can't bring out the full strength of this body. Moreover, the side effects of the possession have already appeared, and this possession will further consume the magic power I have comprehended regarding the law of space. The more power I use, the greater the consumption. Among the 7 great immortal laws, the law of space is one that very few people can comprehend. Since I was born, I have had a very strong resonance with the law of space. I can also master the soul linking and spirit channeling techniques. To put it bluntly, I am a genius in this aspect. Combining the 2, I can use a technique to directly invade another person's body through space. It's just that this technique is not easy to show in front of others. After all, it's self-created. Using a little is fine, but using it too much is harmful to the body. Forcing it will turn me to dust. She dodged the rain of arrows, only to be caught by vines rising from the ground. The more you run, the more excited I get. The side effects are getting stronger and stronger. Maybe I should use Chen Changan's moves less. My combat experience is limited. I can't compare to the four kings. Since I've already disrupted the competition, I just need to find a chance to slip away. At this moment, the electricity from the horns of one of the heavenly kings was crackling. She frantically aimed at Han, and attacked. You seem to use lightning just now too. Now, try a little of mine. The heavenly kings blocked her path. The more she went, the more Han she was cornered. A bolt of lightning struck down as if to bring tribulation upon both Han, and Chen Changan. She looked at her work and smiled with satisfaction. Han Shi's merged state was becoming more and more alarming. This is bad. The coordination of the four heavenly kings can completely put a domain god-level powerhouse in a difficult situation. Not to mention, I still can't unleash Chen Changan's peak strength. I might have overplayed my hand a bit. Now, my body is starting to fail. If this continues, I'll be exposed. And if I don't handle it well, Chen Changan's body will be damaged by them, daring to speak nonsense to the heavenly kings. This is your end. For this kid to be dealt with by the four heavenly kings is a great honor. A wild celestial demon who doesn't know respect. What's the use of keeping you around? I was waiting for you to weaken before taking your life. Let me deliver the final blow. Han, she was in a dilemma. She was wondering what to do. Suddenly, Chen Changan clasped hands with the demon. He turned to look at him. One hand gripped as tightly, the other threw a kick. Seeing this, she was extremely confused. That wasn't me. The body moved on its own. Could it be that Chen Changan is back? She didn't know the specific situation. She only saw one of the demon's arms being gently taken by Chen Changan. He screamed in pain. The old woman, Aluka, broke out in a cold sweat. The others were so shocked by this scene that their bodies instinctively stiffened. Chen Changan stood there, watching him scream in pain. The aura emanating from him was faint. Then it suddenly intensified, becoming dense. They didn't even dare to look, let alone fight. Wasn't he already done for just now? He tricked the heavenly kings. I'm not dreaming, am I? From a corner, Feng Qingyang recognized the familiar aura. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. It really is him. This aura, there's absolutely no mistake. This is troublesome. I must get out of here quickly. The heavenly kings, seeing this sudden change, tensed up and took a few steps back. What's going on? Was he deliberately hiding his strength? The aura on him suddenly changed. Be careful. At this moment, Han Shi was screaming frantically in Chen Changan's mind. Let's run now. I consumed too much vital energy. Plus, the corrosion is starting, so I can't let the side effect get any worse. Chen Changan's body suddenly stood still. Han Shi quickly realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. Could it be you? The heavenly kings surrounded him, not daring to act rashly. Chen Changan's aura grew more and more intense. He stood like a pillar of killing intent in the center. The crowd, with their limited vision, shouted, "Let's go. The four kings are about to kill him." There's no escape this time. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, his eyes flashed. Chen Changan moved gracefully past the four heavenly kings. His movements were fluid, his strikes swift. There wasn't a single wasted motion. Soon, the people behind him were struggling to stand. Or rather, no one could stand anymore. They could only cough up blood and wonder why. How is this possible? All the witnesses were completely shocked. They were rooted to the spot. Inside, Han Shi was feeling the price she had to pay every time Chen Changan used a move. My soul is fading. The one being consumed is my vital energy. I can't take it anymore. But Changan, in auto mode, couldn't be bothered with such things. He was seen raising his hand. She watched in horror on the verge of tears. This posture, wait a minute. Are you trying to wipe out the entire celestial demon clan, with an explosion like a mushroom cloud piercing the sky. The powerful blast blew away the entire arena. Han Shi, inside Chen Changan's body, felt the erosion as the price she had to pay. Night had fallen. The information gathered this time is not insignificant. I never thought the demon lord would be eliminated by an unknown celestial demon. Now that the dragons have no leader, we must quickly report this to the heavenly kings. Should we make that unknown celestial demon the new demon lord? Just then, several people felt a very powerful aura approaching. A sense of unease and fear suddenly surged. By the time they returned, the beautiful scenery had turned into a dead land where no life could exist. What happened? Wasn't there supposed to be a celebration? Why did it turn into this? Somewhere in the desolate land, Aluka, missing an arm, coughed violently. To think there's such a powerful celestial demon in this world. With a flick of his finger, he flattened this place. Over 80% of the experts in my demon clan have turned to dust. The celestial demon clan is on its last breath. Feng Qingyang gritted his teeth through the pain and tried to flee for his life. Luckily, I escaped one step ahead. I must quickly report what happened here to the immortal clan. That night, as soon as she returned home, Han Shi got right to work. Clothes were hastily thrown and scattered around the house. Damn it, my body has been hollowed out. I must. As she spoke, she pushed and pulled with all her might. Her hands roamed all over Chen Changan's body. She took a break. She looked at him, still unconscious before her. She didn't know what she was doing. A moment later, she shuddered involuntarily. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Her tail also moved enthusiastically, unable to stay calm. She leaned down and placed a deep kiss on Chen Changan's lips. Her small lips caressed his, as if unwilling to part. Their hands were tightly intertwined. She gazed at his face. Her rationality was gradually being overwhelmed by desire. Her sweet breath fell on his oblivious face. A little more. It's just a small matter for you, isn't it? Who asked you to be so wild with me just now? Suddenly, that night of passion became strangely longer than usual. The next day, the last day before Chen Changan traveled to the ancient great continent, in the immortal palace on the immortal realm. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could something like this happen? This absurd story must be a trick by the demon clan to deceive us. This is truly too absurd. We should wait for the results of the second investigation. News quickly arrived at the main hall. Report. The investigation team has returned, reporting to the High Immortals regarding the anomaly discovered by the guards this morning. It is confirmed that the Celestial Demon Clan has been nearly wiped out. Are you saying it's true that the Celestial Demon Clan was wiped out by one person? This is impossible. To destroy the foundation of the Celestial Demon Clan with the strength of one person. Who on earth could have such heaven-defying power? This unprecedented event will surely shake the entire ancient great continent. We must investigate further immediately. I wonder if that new demon lord is also among the unlucky ones. However, with the Celestial Demon Clan having gone through this, the Great War can no longer happen. This person has actually done us a great favor. Such a heaven-defying person must be on our side for us to be at ease. The divine law of rules. All living beings kneel. The God domain opens. The celestial gods descend. The Zhu Ming, celestial god, amidst the bowing of many citizens. Several people sitting in palanquins appeared from a large formation. They were riding horses or using artifacts as mounts. The young master of the Long family, one of the three great families among the celestial gods. If I can please him, then I have a hope of advancing to godhood. The one sitting majestically on the chair was Long Min of the God clan. Long Lu, a curious person who had just glanced up, was caught. How bold! A lowly immortal servant. How dare you have designs on the master? Those people died tragically. Besides being terrified, they also had to endure blood loss. You are a divine envoy who serves the celestial gods. You demonstrate to them what the rules are. Zhang De bowed even deeper in reverence. True God on high, may I ask what your orders are? The high immortal knelt and cowed out. This time, I have come to prepare the warrior needed for the Star Domain competition. This person must have the title of the strongest warrior on the continent. Moreover, he must have a rich record of participating in wars on a large scale and have achieved great merit. The people kneeling on the ground gritted their teeth, enduring the pressure. The pressure is too strong. A single divine decree has such power. My cultivation is rapidly decreasing. I'll give you 1 day to find this person. Zhang De shuddered slightly and accepted the order. Your subordinate would like to ask, why must he participate in a war? If it's the strongest warrior, I can find one. It's just this war. Don't you think a warrior with the title of war hero participating in the Star Domain Prodigy competition is very glorious? Other people's warriors all have titles like World Destroyer or Azura or something like that. How can my world's warrior be any less? Celestial God, please forgive me. According to the news that just arrived, the Celestial Demon Clan is nearly wiped out, with over 80% of their experts dead. I'm afraid the war can no longer be fought. His voice boomed like a beast's roar. No war? How can that be? If you can't even satisfy this little bit of interest of mine, is there any need to keep your ancient great continent around? Just use the time-space divine artifact to resurrect them. Won't that do? Have you forgotten? It was precisely because we were worried about unexpected events that we left a puppet behind. At this moment, she was unaware of her master situation. She nervously ran to Shi's place. That girl Shi is usually very stubborn and mischievous. I don't know if she's taking good care of Chen Changan. Now that things have come to this, I just need to bring Chen Changan back. Explain to Master. All of this will develop in a good direction. Soon, she arrived at the house under the gorge. In Shi's house, she had already woken up. I didn't expect, it's already dawn. Wow, this feeling of being completely refreshed. I originally thought it would be good enough to just replenish my depleted vital energy. I didn't expect my cultivation to increase so much as well. I didn't expect that bastard to be so amazing. He tormented me all night. But what should I do next? The Celestial Demon Clan has been 70 to 80% wiped out by you. Where will my future home be? Even though they never valued me. And they used me, treating me as a pawn in their plans. Just because I was sent to the immortal realm as a hostage when I was young. They didn't care if I lived or died. Speaking of which, when I was 9, they told me to steal the divine speed secret technique and then frame master. I was almost executed. When I was 10, they told me to sow discord between the Mang and Ji clans. If I had been a little slower that time, I would have been pushing up daisies by now. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Not a single good thing. Now that they're all dead, I'm also relieved. Now I have no more attachments or anything. Maybe we should elope. Just you and me. We can go anywhere. As she spoke, she leaned down. Her mischievous hand roamed over Chen Changan's muscular chest. Just then, a knock came from outside. She politely knocked and called from outside. Junior sister, I need to talk to you about something. Open the door. The knocking outside grew more and more urgent. Shi's face turned red, not knowing what to do. At this moment, at the Fengshen platform, if the divine artifact chose Shi back then it was destined that she would be the plaything of the celestial gods. A puppet to keep the war going endlessly. I remember that divine artifact has 3 stages. 1 is a 5-second resurrection limit. 2 is that it will gradually accumulate. The calculations are so annoying. In short, find her and kill her. Box her up. If we take her life like this tens of thousands of times, it should trigger the 3rd stage of time reversal, right? Hearing his disgusting laughter, Zhang De wanted to leave, but couldn't. She suppressed her disgust and said quickly, but if we want to resurrect all the demon clan, I'm afraid the divine power won't be able to support it, using it with such high intensity. The puppet's body might be destroyed because of it. He cut her off angrily. Do you think I care about the life or death of a mere star domain native? If you can do it, do it. If you can't, then get lost. I'm not short of a slave planet like yours. Hearing this, Zhengde immediately backed down. Celestial God, please calm your anger. Zhengde is not opposing you. If you want to live, then fulfill my request. Otherwise, that pet monster of mine in the sky will have a meal. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Even that creature. That terrifying creature is here too? Oh no, that creature is not something we can fight against at all. If we let it attack our ancient great continent, everyone will die. Nothing will be left. Thinking of the consequences, she couldn't help but shudder. He snapped his fingers and said with disgust, "Go out. After you find the fighter, put him in this coffin. Everything that exists and changes itself in the coffin will possess his soul. In the end, a loyal dog that only listens to my commands will be born in this coffin. After all, not every dog is loyal to me. Think carefully about how to do it. How to serve me. I will stay here for one day." Zhengde replied nervously, drenched in sweat. "Send understands. I played around too much before. I forgot about this matter of collecting fighters. Now that I've thrown this matter to them, I also have a reason to shirk responsibility. A bunch of foolish slaves. Go, take a walk around, then take a few immortal fairies as maids. Try to cool down." The person behind him replied respectfully, "The master is merciful. She will bring Chen Changan back. You all know what to do, right?" Outside, she knocked until her face was red, but the door remained closed. Junior, sister, open the door. What are you doing in there? Why do I hear a strange sound?" Junior's sister, she was so panicked and flustered. She didn't know what to do. She must have come to take Chen Changan away. If I don't make a sound, she will naturally leave first. Damn it, this man is really a womanizer. I remember, she also likes Chen Changan. After a while of knocking, it suddenly became quiet. She thought she had given up and left. But before she could rejoice, she returned. She suddenly shouted, "I found the woman who was secretly with Chen Changan before. How should we deal with her?" The moment she heard that, she kicked the door open and flew out, shouting, "I'll break his legs." Only when she realized she had been tricked did she see she's staring eyes. "You can't hide it from me. Tell me, you a dignified, celestial demon. Why do you care so much about someone else's love life?" "Oh my God, I fell for it." She said with some anticipation. "He's in your room, isn't he? What were you doing in there that you didn't answer me for so long?" "I've already arranged things with Master. I'm here now to—" Before she could finish, she rushed into the house and closed the door. Leaving she frozen outside. Her anger boiled over. Her face twitched. "You little brat. Take Chen Changan away? Don't joke around. It wasn't easy for me to finally have someone by my side. Why should I give him back to you? Chen Changan can't help you. You should just go back and accept your punishment. With just the divine artifact, you have nothing to fear. As long as you don't die, I'll come back to visit you every year on this day. This leg is so thick, how am I supposed to put it on for you?" Suddenly, she paused for a moment. Chen Changan also woke up at that moment. The main body has successfully changed its identity. The moment Chen Changan opened his eyes, he saw this scene and his face turned beet red. He stammered, almost biting his tongue. "Han-shi." Han-shi quickly covered his mouth and said in a panic, "Shoo, don't make a sound." Their four eyes met. The atmosphere became more and more strange. You're sitting on me so skillfully. Are you trying to do it again?" She shouted in embarrassment. "Do your head. Get up and follow me out of here. When we get to the new place, after we're settled, if you still want to, you'll listen to me. How many times we do it will be up to me to decide." "Got it." Inside, she was screaming. "What the hell? He's not injured? Could this guy have been pretending to be asleep all along? Aren't you curious who I really am? You're just going to run away with me like this?" She replied irritably. "Not curious. You are my slave. You always will be." Outside, the sound of knocking came again. "Han-shi, open the door for me." Chen Changan smirked. The system announced, "Host, automatically tracking the clone's behavior and reporting it to you is something I'm still doing for the first time. How did you remember? He replied calmly. In my head, Han Shi, while trying to open a teleportation gate, asked, What's wrong with your head? Han Shi, if you don't open the door, I'll tear your house down. Chen Changan walked towards the door step by step. As he walked, he said to the system, Good boy, we are omnipotent. As long as I want something, I can definitely get it. Faced with his actions, both of the Changshi sisters suddenly stopped what they were doing. Chen Changan, wait for me a moment. In Chen Changan's mind, he began to sort through the information from when he was offline. The clone was originally a product of the system. Two symbiotic entities with connected information. Using this, I can borrow the system to observe the world on my behalf. First, to avoid influencing the course of history too much. Second, to wait for the right moment to strike. It's better than rushing in like a headless fly. But host, coming back in a form like this isn't imposing or handsome enough. Do we really have to wait until everyone is about to die before making an entrance? Is saving the day like that the only way to be cool? That's the job of a superhero in a fantasy drama. But I'm not one. If I'm already invincible, why should I care if that tragedy happens again? Don't just focus on watching the drama. Check your back-end logs. There must be a random mission by now, right? The system, having its cheeks pinched until they nearly split, hurriedly replied. Yes, yes. It then displayed a series of information panels, ranging from summaries to detailed mission descriptions. Chen Changan skimmed through them. He focused specifically on the mission right before his eyes. To summarize, it is, save the entire realm's source energy from the divine artifact. To gain the divine artifact's recognition, you must resolve Chang Shi's death scenario. Third is, become a master of the ancient desolate continent. Between the events of the past 2 days and the future situation, I've already guessed the ins and outs of the matter. The deadline is the final day. Enough. Resolve Chang Shi's death scenario. Superhero divine artifact. And something else. Chang Shi and Han Shi stammered, their faces pale with fear. What is he saying? As expected, it's not simple. He smiled harmlessly and said, I say, are you heading back to the immortal world? Take me along with you. At the cliff, the system chimed in, calculating domain value storage. Han Shi and Chang Shi turned to look at Chen Changan without saying a word. The system finished calculating and continued the announcement. Congratulations, host, for killing an angel-level city lord. Reward, 500 million domain value. Congratulations, host, for killing a heavenly demon-level alchemist. Reward, 5,000 domain value. Chen Changan was dazed, a bit surprised by the result. Did Han Shi kill everyone while she was in my body? Does even that count towards domain value? Chen Changan was delighted. It's great to be AFK farming. At this moment, Chen Changan pondered deeply. Back then, when Han Shi used my body to fight, the system reported all the news to me, including the fact that the Heavenly Demon Clan was nearly wiped out. Objectively speaking, in the future, the Heavenly Demon Clan shouldn't appear anymore. But in this life, seeing that the Heavenly Demons haven't decreased but actually increased, I immediately understood. Someone revived them during this time. And the only thing that could do this is the time artifact on Chang Shi. Activate Phase 3. Chang Shi held the communication token, looking slightly worried as she spoke. Send a message to Master first. Chen Changan's train of thought hadn't ended yet. Eliminating the heavenly demons won't solve Chang Shi's deadlock either. So, there exists a higher being manipulating all of this. He wants Chang Shi dead, trying to revive the heavenly demons. With the current information, I can only analyze this far for now. However, if I don't quickly find the mastermind pulling the strings, I'm afraid many more bad accidents will occur. By then, perhaps our hands will be tied. Suddenly, an arrow flew in from nowhere. This arrow whizzed past Chen Changan, heading straight for Chang Shi. Their target is her. Han Shi quickly realized and shouted, Dongji, seen your sister dodge. Chang Shi, still not understanding what was happening, turned around. Chen Changan saw Chong. She was about to be hit and snapped his fingers. A single snap from Chen Changan stopped the arrow and saved Chong-shi. Although Chong-shi was saved, she was still knocked backward. Han-shi fuoted angrily. Who is it? Sneaking around and striking viciously. Get out here. Chong-shi on the other side managed to stabilize herself. Changan, luckily I had you. From the cliff, a group of villains appeared one by one, their faces unfriendly. Found them. Chen Changan glanced at the uninvited guests. More and more of them appeared. They surrounded Chen Changan. Chen Changan looked up. A man in the group spoke up. The heavenly god has an order. All forces of the ancient desolate continent must unite to punish the thief. This matter concerns the survival of the ancient desolate continent. Goddess Chang Elf must die. Any unrelated ants get lost immediately. After speaking, one of them raised a staff and launched a blast down toward Chong-shi. He shouted in joy, "Success! I killed the goddess first." Chen Changan wrapped his arm around Chong-shi and pulled her out of the blast. Seeing Chong-shi safe and sound, the sneaker was shocked. What? She dodged it? But I clearly hit her. Inside that cloud of green smoke, Han-shi flew out, cursing incessantly. Bastard, what the hell are you doing? Han-shi escaped the smoke and pointed a finger at Chen Changan's face, scolding him. You ungrateful jerk. How could you not save me? Chen Changan, still holding Chong-shi, replied indifferently. I figured you could escape on your own. Blood rushed to Han-shi's brain in anger. You really are a dog. This old lady obviously let him hit me on purpose. I didn't expect you, Chen Changan, to simp for Chong-shi right in front of me. Are you two-timing me behind my back with hundreds of green hats? The villains suddenly pointed and whispered. Why is there still a heavenly demon? Didn't they say they were all wiped out? Probably a fish that slipped through the net. This small number of heavenly demons can't start a great fairy demon war. The heavenly god said, only activating the third stage of the divine artifact on that woman will work. That's right. Chen Changan vaguely heard the name heavenly god. Chong-shi stepped in front of Chen Changan and said, Chen Changan, don't move yet. I need to understand what exactly is going on. Chong-shi walked forward. The group spoke boldly. Be a good girl and surrender. If you still have a shred of conscience, then stop resisting. Chong-shi said angrily. I heard you mean to restore the heavenly demon clan? Do you know what that means? An old man stepped forward. He channeled spiritual energy into his hand. War is terrifying, but a destroyed planet is even more despairing. Only if you die can we continue to live. Although I have received the goddess's grace. But since you are a goddess, then help us one more time. Chong-shi was horrified hearing these people's words. You are the Beastman tribe of the spirit realm. The villains fixed their eyes on Chong-shi. Don't blame us. It is the heavenly god who wants you dead. We have no other choice. That day, the heavenly god said he wanted to watch a fairy demon war for fun. If we don't satisfy him, that monster in the sky will eat us. This matter has spread throughout the ancient desolate continent. If we don't kill you, other groups and strong cultivators will come to attack you. Chong-shi shrank back, asking in fear, Why, goddess? You are not opponents of the entire world. Your master acted as the heavenly god's executioner, so she can't save you this time either. Hearing these words, Chong-shi's mind fell into chaos. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. She seemed on the verge of collapse. 1 hour ago, Chong-shi's master had asked for help, but it seemed no one could help. Even our spirit god can't help with this matter. We can't either. Stop having delusions about that girl's matter. For many eras, no one has successfully saved a person chosen by the heavenly god. We can only pray. I remember that girl's parents were sacrificed the same way. Even now, she worries about the peace and happiness of her people. Jingda responded to the heartless words of the crowd. Everyone, Jingda, have been in the Star Sea for many years. I was fortunate to make friends with you all. I have also helped everyone before. I don't ask you to take action now. I only hope you can give me some methods. Jingda held the communication token, trembling as she continued. Let me save my disciple. But everyone rejected Jingda's plea. I could help you with anything else. But regarding the heavenly God, we truly have no other way. That heavenly God is really something too. You've done so many dirty deeds for him, yet he can't spare a life just once. The fighting spirit continent next door offended other heavenly gods not long ago. It was annihilated until nothing remained. I still suggest to you, give up on that goddess. The heavenly god's trap is already set. She must die. Jingda recalled the past. Jingda said, do you know Changxi? The greater a person's ability, the greater their responsibility. Changxi, still young at the time, looked at her master with wide eyes. Really? Hingde affirmed. Of course. It's just a pity that master has done many bad things. I no longer have the chance to become the place where the people's hearts turn to. Changxi smiled, comforting her master. Isn't there still me? I will protect everyone. I will inherit master's wish. Remembering this, Jingda frowned in anger. She said angrily, thank you. Don't contact me again. Saying that, she threw the communication token onto the floor and turned to leave. On the other side of the token, the voice continued, don't do anything stupid. Jingda ignored the heartless crowd. She was determined to save her disciple. Changxi, master will definitely save you. In outer space, the group, unable to dissuade Jingda, fell silent. Jingda cut off the connection. She can't be stopped. I guess she's about to do something foolish. Sigh. Not long from now, the ancient desolate continent will be no more. Everyone, witness this final spark with me. On Jingda's side, she opened her friend list to gather people. Jingda gathered a group to brief and announce something. You called us here to... Before finishing, Jingda pointed towards a small planet and said, fellow immortals, please look. In the vast sea of stars, there's a small planet never discovered by the heavenly gods. Jingda explained to everyone. Its name is the Nine Provinces continent. Everyone looked in the direction of Jingda's hand, listening silently. Jingda continued solemnly. I have spent many days scouting the site here. The spiritual energy is abundant. The perimeter of the star sea wall has crystalline rocks that isolate divine power from the chaotic flows. For many years, this place has remained ownerless. It can escape the heavenly god's search. It won't become a slave planet. It is a good place to go. Everyone heard this and was shocked and amazed. Are you planning a migration? Correct. Until now, our lives and deaths have depended on a moment of the heavenly god's unstable temper. If this continues, sooner or later, we will be killed once we lose our utility value. Jingda was determined. So, before we migrate, we must make use of it. Strike first to gain the advantage. Kill him. Hingde spoke while recalling scenes of girls being forced by the heavenly god to do dirty deeds. The more she thought, the more determined she became. Those present heard this. Their faces were filled with shock. Speechless, one of them began to speak. Divine Envoy, don't joke. Once we fail, I'm afraid death won't be simple. Killing a god is a grave crime. Even if we actually succeed, what are we supposed to do then? Jingda was angry. Someone who refuses to be a slave must stand up. Only then can our descendants live without domination. If we don't act in this lifetime, then later, what we leave for your children and grandchildren will only be a more miserable fate. The group felt anxious. Jingda continued to persuade everyone. We bow our heads in submission. Offering tribute, bootlicking, isn't enough? Yet we still fall into a situation like this. Hearing Jingda's persuasive words, everyone seemed to have understood. We are willing to join. Hope we go together. Hingde Maïv, Changxi, Master will protect you. When the time comes, the world we bring about will have no war or disaster. Hearing this, Changxi's tears flowed ceaselessly. Changxi's master had passed away trying to save her. The villains who came to kill Chang, she spoke with disdain. Is the heavenly god someone you ants can shake? Han Shi and Chang she were in tears. Tears streamed down their faces as they saw their master's head. The villains held Jing's head in their hands. Luckily, that assassination plan was exposed early. No harm came to our respected heavenly god. But this behavior made the heavenly god very dissatisfied. He ordered us to use the dismemberment penalty to dispose of her, to serve as a warning. These people were truly blind, speaking continuously. She even tried to stop us from killing the goddess to start the war. She deserved to die, wanting to kill the heavenly god. It's good that this fool died. If the heavenly god had a mishap, if that monster in the sky found out, it wouldn't spare the ancient desolate continent. Offending the heavenly god. Don't speak of the domain lord realm. Even the god realm must die. No one is an exception. Also, I tell you, before she died, she even blamed herself and apologized. I guess she was begging the heavenly god for forgiveness. Ha! Stupid woman. How could the heavenly god spare her? I really want to know what she was thinking at that moment. Chen Changan silently listened to the villain's scornful words. Suddenly, the villains tossed Jing's head up and said, "The root of a sinner must completely disappear." Hanshi and Changshi saw this and screamed in tears. "Don't! Stop! They are preparing to destroy Jing's head." The leader suddenly widened his eyes. Chen Changan rushed over and snatched Jing's head from the villains. Chen Changan held the head and returned to the two girls. Caught it. Chen Changan gently held the head, his eyes filled with pity, and gave it to Changshi and Hanshi. Changshi hugged her master's head and cried heartbrokenly. "Woo-woo, master." Chen Changan spoke. In the past, in the east, there was a country invaded and oppressed by demons from the sea for many years. This country never accepted its fate. Instead, many people like your master appeared, sacrificing themselves to save the common people. They are all heroes. The crowd watched Chen Changan snatch Jing's head. Chen Changan continued, "Even if they die, their souls will forever be respected. Absolutely no petty people are allowed to insult them." The villains, seeing themselves called petty people, became angry. Chen Changan looked at the two pitiful girls in front of him and said, "Changshi, currently, this ancient desolate continent is in chaos. Changes are unpredictable. Heavenly Tao and ethics have long ceased to function. But with your compassionate nature, it's inevitable that they will think sacrificing you will exchange for this so-called peace. Make a choice. Fight or run." Changshi hugged her master's head and was silent for a moment. Tears mixed with anger. Changshi said, "Everyone is wrong. Even if the planet is destroyed, I won't let the heavenly god succeed." System notification. Changshi's death scenario changed by 50%. Chen Changan heard this and smiled. "Then let's fight." Chen Changan called Hanshi. "Immediately open a teleportation array. It's best if the location is as precise as possible." Hanshi saw this, stabilized her emotions, and asked. "Now," she said. "Preparing the formation takes a long time. They won't give us the chance." The villains heard this. "They want to run?" They rushed towards Chen Changan's group, attacking and saying, "Don't give them a chance to escape." The first one to rush and was flattened by a punch from Chen Changan. Chen Changan looked at the group and said coldly, "Run away. I want to go kill that heavenly god." Everyone froze, surprised by Chen Changan's assertion. He said he wants to kill the heavenly god? At Changan's words, the whole crowd laughed at him. "Ha! Relying on just the three of you to dare speak such words. You are the first. Even the strongest demon lord of the past, who led the demons, couldn't do it." On Hanshi's side, she was setting up the formation. Although it's an irrational statement, it happens to help me buy some time. The villains continued to attack. I am the heavenly god's envoy in the lower realm. I will absolutely not allow the heavenly god's safety to be threatened in any way, even by flies like you buzzing in the heavenly god's ear. The crowd unleashed their moves on Chen Changan's group all at once. Kill them. Chen Changan was calm and fearless. Hanshi was worried. Changan, you must hold on. Changan raised his hand to the sky. Energy gradually gathered in his hand, shattering the immortal spells of the villains. Changan said coldly, "Today, not a single one of you will leave here alive." Saying that, Changan prepared to drop a supersized energy ball to kill everyone present. The lower realm envoy was terrified. This power? No, impossible. Who exactly are you? This guy thought. Before, when I probed him, he didn't have this kind of strength. She stared at Changan with wide eyes, surprised. Chen Changan seemed like a different person right now. Didn't you want a fairy demon war? Come on, I'll kill you all. The lower realm envoy screamed in fear. Don't let that magic ball fall. Otherwise, we'll all die. Use every trick you have to kill him. Saying that, the whole group rushed towards Chen Changan. Chen Changan remained calm, maintaining the magic ball. She saw a crowd rushing towards them and was a bit frightened. Changan saw Han, she was in danger, and waved his hand. With just a wave, the whole group was knocked away. Another one rushed from behind to ambush Changan. Damn heavenly demon. Changan's eyes changed color as he turned to look at the ambusher. Changan raised his hand, gave the guy a punch, and said, "There's a fly buzzing." The guy was knocked into the cliff by Changan. The force of the blow was so strong that the rock shattered completely. The lower realm envoy trembled and said, "Not right, not right. We shouldn't attack like this. We must fight a war of attrition. Forceful attack won't work. We must attack in turns. We must have tactics. We must." Before he finished his sentence, the ball was falling. Bastard. That magic ball gives us no chance at all. He blocked all our variables early on. Chen Changan was bursting with killing intent. Who's next? Whoever has a move, use it all. One of them released a swarm of insects. The insects were condensing, gradually becoming larger. A giant worm rushed towards Chen Changan. She shouted worriedly, "Careful! It's the pseudo-insect god art of the Green Dweller clan." She was surprised. They actually created something like this? The pseudo-insect swallowed Changan into its belly. The villains were smug. Heavenly demon, right? Taste this 10,000 insect bone corrosion. Experience the feeling of losing your cultivation. This move could suppress even that demon lord. Let alone you. Before he finished, the pseudo-insect exploded. Changan flew out from the pseudo-insect's belly and landed. This pseudo-insect couldn't hold Changan for 2 seconds. The group seemed to turn to stone. Changan dusted himself off and said, "Save the scratching." Disgusting. Changan smiled smugly, hoisted the pseudo-insect up, and said, "On the contrary, this unique technique, I'll take it for later." Changan threw the pseudo-insect towards the group. They ran in panic. The system chimed in. "Congratulations, host, for killing an immortal emperor. Reward, 150 million domain value." Changan rejoiced inwardly. Awesome. The domain value needed to expand the domain is almost enough. Changan walked toward the lower realm envoy. The envoy retreated in fear. Too scared, the envoy knelt down, begging in terror. "We surrender. We just want to live. The heavenly god is too strong. No one has ever been able to kill the heavenly god. Everything we did was just out of helplessness. Please forgive us." Changan looked down, the group kneeling and admitting guilt. He said scornfully, "Innocent." The lower realm envoy took out the 9 heavens continent. This is the 9 heavens continent that divine envoy Jingda found. When the god executed Jingda, I hit it. We can cooperate. Goddess Changshi, you also want to fulfill your master's wish, right? Changan glanced at Changshi. The envoy turned out to be plotting against Changan. They created a seal to trap Changan there. Seal him in the 9 provinces. Offer that world along with him to the god. The god will see our loyalty. Use all our lifelong cultivation. Bet on this god-abandoning formation. Chen Changan was surrounded. Changan's eyes became sharp and cold. Do you understand how to be a dog? Changan emitted a terrifying power from his entire body. What can this flimsy seal seal? Changan exploded his power, causing the seal to shatter and blowing away the casters. The whole group was knocked away by Changan's power, coughing up blood. The envoy still couldn't believe his eyes. No, impossible. A formation that even a domain god couldn't resist. Why did it shatter with one hit? Changan picked up the 9 heavens continent orb. This thing isn't the 9 provinces. Rather, it's a device guiding to that place. Changan asked with murderous intent, "Does the heavenly god you speak of know about the 9 provinces?" The envoy was terrified. "I beg you spare me. Jingda was killed by the heavenly god. Everything was ordered by him." Changan looked at these filthy people. "Then how are you any different from him? The future of the world doesn't need you. Go to hell and register for him first. I will personally tear off his limbs later. Pull out his bones. Send you on your way. The magic ball is about to fall. Run. There's no time. I beg you. I am willing to bow down and serve. Please spare us." This energy just touching it. On Han Shi's side, preparations were complete. Chang Shi called Changan worriedly. Changan rushed to Han Shi and Chang Shi and asked, "Ready yet? We have to go." Han Shi wanted to watch the fight, so the magic ball only contained 2 people now. Han Shi said, "Give me 5 minutes." "No, 1 minute is enough. Right? Just now. Just now. The way you knocked that old hag flying was really too cool. You should have added a few more punches." Changan's face darkened after hearing Han Shi speak. He went to hug Chang Shi and said, "No time." Han Shi panicked. "What?" Changan just hugged Chang Shi and passed through. Han Shi was angry. "Are you two just leaving like that? What about me? The gate is closing." No, I can't get in. I'm done for." Han Shi was teary-eyed, biting her nails. Dugman. In critical moments, he only remembers Chang Shi. The ball approached Han Shi. She trembled in fear, but still tried to curse loudly. You didn't even turn back to look at me." Han Shi felt aggrieved. Her tears fell drop by drop as she muttered helplessly, "Forget it. We slept together anyway. It was worth it." Changan suddenly turned back and grabbed Han Shi. Han Shi was surprised. "Why did you come back?" Changan threw Han Shi into the teleportation gate. Han Shi, being thrown in, reached out to grab Changan. "Wait." Changan said his final words. "Don't be rash. Wait for me." Han Shi only managed to say one sentence. "What are you doing?" before the door closed. Now only Changan remained. The ball was about to fall, but Changan remained very calm. On the other side, Han Shi and Chang Shi were safe out of danger. The ball fell and exploded an area. The power of the ball was too strong. Its pressure made the 2 girls feel afraid, even from distance. They broke out in cold sweat. This is his true strength. He might really be able to become the person who changes this planet. Han Shi looked at the place exploded by the ball worriedly. "So what do we do now?" Chang Shi replied, "As long as the war hasn't started, the heavenly god will absolutely not stop. People of the whole world will consider us enemies. We have no way to retreat. Continuing to fight. We might get Changan killed, only by finding the chance to go to the 9 provinces continent. Maybe this situation can be saved." On Changan's side, he seemed unharmed. "I should chase after them." Changan dusted himself off, sensing the aura of the 2 girls. Their aura is over here. The teleportation array is really easy to use. This distance will probably take some time. Chen Changan dashed towards Chang Shi and Han Shi. Halfway there, a strange phenomenon occurred. Many vengeful spirits emerged from below. Changan looked down vigilantly. The spirits wailed noisily. "Unjust. I shouldn't have died. Shouldn't have died." Changan prepared to punch angrily. "Want to die? I'm in a hurry." The spirits suddenly screamed for help. "Powerful heavenly demon god, please save us." The spirits prostrated themselves and explained, "We are inhabitants of the ancient desolate continent. Because of your battle, we escaped from that purgatory abyss. When we were alive, we fought obediently following the god's instructions, until our bodies turned to dust. Our souls were buried and bound underground. But the god never reached out to save us. He constantly squeezed the essence from our souls to maintain his means of controlling the world. Our compatriots have almost all disappeared. Please save us. Changan looked at the spirits and thought. Changshi's master wasn't wrong. The outcome of infinite obedience is being exploited bit by bit until nothing is left. If she didn't step forward, there would be no voice of resistance. Changan replied calmly, I know. I'm going to kill the god. I still have 2 friends over there. The spirits were astonished. He can actually talk about killing a god so calmly. Changan was about to leave when someone spoke. But Changan froze upon hearing that. The spirits said, the god-worshipping platform where the god resides is in the opposite direction. You're going the wrong way. Changan was annoyed. Han, she did this on purpose. At the god-worshipping platform where the heavenly god was. He sat imposingly on a chair, suspended in the air. A group of soldiers knelt to report. We have found the strongest heavenly demon. The heavenly god looked at the people below silently. The heavenly god started to get mad. What I want is a fairy demon war. Where is the goddess? Every single one of you is just deceiving me here. The heavenly god's subordinate replied tremblingly. The people sent to capture the goddess were completely wiped out. There is a powerful heavenly demon protecting her. The last news transmitted back was that he wants to kill you. The heavenly god laughed upon hearing this. Haha, kill me? A lower life form wants to kill me? You are nothing but worms I raise on this planet. Not even comparable to pets. No need to care about him. Jingda is his outcome. Heavenly god, you are wise. We have built a god-killing formation in the abyss discovered by Jingda. We will seal the target there and bring him back to offer to you. The heavenly god rubbed his chin and thought. It's just a tiny realm, a matty land with deficient spiritual energy. Not enough to fill the gaps between my pet's teeth. Mine, what use is he? However, the heavenly god raised his hand to summon his pet. You actually reminded me. It's hard to avoid worms who don't know life from death like Jing to causing trouble. Today I will sever the will of these insects. The heavenly god's pet appeared. He laughed savagely and said, blockade the entire world. Everyone in the ancient desolate continent is my toy. Can't run, can't escape, can't get out. Want to leave? Go ahead and try. I will catch them all in one go, leaving no one behind. The ancient desolate continent was blockaded by the summoned pet of the heavenly god. He didn't want a single prey to escape this net. This is the realm-locking formation. The ancient desolate continent has been completely blockaded. She finally failed. This is the anticipated outcome, although I also hoped for a miracle to happen. Jingda was the strongest and most outstanding divine envoy in history. Unexpectedly, destruction is still the outcome of this planet. As friends, let's send her off on the final journey. On Changan's side, he also saw the space being blockaded. This is the sovereignty the god is declaring over the planet. No one can interfere with what happens here. Once this formation activates, neither humans nor immortals can leave this continent, forever trapped in this hell. Changan pondered. Can't get out? Then how did Old Man Feng get to the 9 provinces? Wait, I heard people say, back then, this sealing formation never appeared. Changan's expression changed. This must be because Changshi's fate changed. The future also changed accordingly. Changan grabbed one of them by the shirt and asked, where is the god-worshipping platform you mentioned? The guy replied in fear, at the highest point in the western heavens. After speaking, Changan zoomed off instantly. Changan muttered as he went, dealing with the god who created the seal can solve the seal in the sky. Anyway, if no one goes to the 9 provinces, the future will change completely. That girl Han, she chose the opposite direction, probably preparing to escape first. Following me in a battle would be dangerous anyway. The spirits suddenly spoke. He left. Who would have thought we'd have a day relying on a heavenly demon lord to save us? What else can we do? Do you want your descendants to experience the despair we did? We have been waiting for this day. Anyway, he said, I will shatter this sky. If you want to do something, be bold and do it, as long as he can save everyone. Even if he is a heavenly demon, we are willing to bow down and serve him as God. Chang, she looked up at the sky and said, the god has blockaded the star realm. Can we still reach the 9 provinces? Han, she spoke to Chang-Shi with fear and worry. These things aren't important. Let's find another place to hide first. That Chen Changan said he wants to kill the god. Han exi gritet hartit. Those snitching ghosts will definitely report to the god. Han, she thought to herself. Originally, I wanted to take him along to avoid the storm. Run away and continue sleeping with him. Han, she held Chang-Shi's hand. Let's not talk about this anymore. Since he didn't easily get us out, let's not go die just yet. In the heavens, a brilliant streak of light descended. The heavenly god looked calmly, only uttering an "oh." Contrary to the heavenly god's expression, his subordinates all broke out in cold sweat seeing this thing appear. The light shone into a coffin. Then a demon god appeared from a coffin. The subordinates looked and said, calculating the time, it has begun. Has the lion head in the coffin revived? This lion head looked like a monster, very terrifying. The subordinates shouted in alarm. Protect the heavenly god. This terrifying power is the lion head at his peak. The lion head knelt before the heavenly god. Servant lion head greets master. The heavenly god smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. From now on, you are my servant, my warrior. Lionhead replied to the heavenly god. I vow loyalty like a faithful dog. I know what master wants. I have a way to execute it for you. Hearing this, the heavenly god was very pleased with this new servant. So you already have a plan? Go ahead and do it. I have your back. Lionhead feigned anger on behalf of his master. There's a guy talking nonsense, offending your majesty. Chen Changan. I will make him bear the hatred and vicious curses of the people of the world. Become the target of everyone's attack. I will chop him into 100,000 pieces. Eat his flesh. Drink his blood. Saying that, Lionhead moved out to settle the score with Changan. Lionhead's deployment created a tremor in the lower realm in the Ming kingdom. The people looked up at the sky, trembling in fear. What is that? Something appeared in the sky. Lionhead's deployment released countless demons, terrifying the people. Demons were released. The whole world fell into a cruel and brutal slaughter. Lower realm, 100 Flowers sect. The sky began to show signs of impending heavenly demons. The cultivators set up formations. The heavenly demons rushed towards the people of the 100 Flowers sect. The sect master of the 100 Flowers sect ordered, follow me to defend to the death. Do not allow any heavenly demon to cross the sect gate. Today, we must take revenge for our fallen comrades. A heavenly demon arrived. It opened its huge mouth, advancing towards its prey. It swallowed the sect master of the 100 Flowers sect whole. The disciples trembled in fear, seeing their sect master swallowed. Places all over the world sank into death. This was a completely asymmetrical massacre. Chang-Shi and Han-Shi's group had fled to the lower realm. Seeing the lower realm invaded by heavenly demons, they panicked. Aren't the heavenly demons already dead? Han-Shi replied, although I don't want to admit it, but my actions basically couldn't trigger a war like this. Chang-Shi wondered, where are the immortals? Where are the immortals guarding the mortal world? Why can the heavenly demon clan appear so easily in the mortal world? Why hasn't a single immortal appeared? People everywhere desperately prayed to their gods for protection. God, please save us. But the gods gave no response. Hatred increased madly in this land. The heavenly god above looked at the lower realm and laughed with delight. Not bad, not bad. This is the kind of effect I want. If you want to create a hero against the odds, first, the suffering masses must not be few. It must be even more exaggerated, to increase their desire for our salvation. The gods were hiding in a corner following the heavenly god's order, obeying orders, hold position and wait. Wait for the opportunity, and the immortals of the upper realm high in the sky simultaneously stood still, pretending not to see. even if their relatives were in the lower realm. The heavenly demons in the lower realm frantically killed the people. They slaughtered wherever they went, spared no one, whether old or young. An old man was tortured by a heavenly demon, losing both arms and then stabbed. The heavenly demon provoked. Scream, shout, praise Lord Chun Demon Lord. Other heavenly demons roared. Lord Chun Demon Lord, we follow your instructions to begin slaughtering the lower realm. We will obey your instructions. Try to enjoy every moment. Lord Chun Demon Lord, do you see? We could do even better. You are our king. We are willing to follow you forever. Chen Demon Lord. The immortals were furious on Chen Changan's behalf. They used their demon pawns to slaughter the lower realm, finally framing other heavenly demons, conveniently letting themselves take the throne, borrowing the situation to change face. Lionhead ordered the heavenly demons. Continue to wait for orders. At the god-worshipping platform, Lionhead and the heavenly god subordinates stood waiting there. Can we go down now? Lionhead crossed his arms and replied, Immortals after all, no foresight at all. What's so scary about lower realm ants? Wait until they are most desperate. We appear again with the posture of savior. It will show more divinity. Moreover, that Chen Changan hasn't appeared in the lower realm yet. The behavior in this battle is slaughter launched in his name, so it cannot stop. The lower realm was extremely chaotic at this moment. Most sects that went to stop them were wiped out. Everyone run away. Han, she said angrily. They just said they were following Changan's orders? This is basically nonsense. Truly too cunning. The world doesn't know that this group of heavenly demons is clearly Lionhead's army. They don't have mystery, so they use this dirty trick to trigger the war. These guys are all chess pieces. I think the goal is to force Changan out, then surround and capture him from multiple sides. Han, she was fuming. Bastards. How can this old lady's man be smeared by them? This situation where even a blind person can't explain clearly is so annoying. Han Shi thought to herself, conveniently tell Chang Shi too. Declare my sovereignty. Chang Shi, say something. Chang Shi spoke up. Master was right. We must take everyone away from this place. Han Shi looked at Chang Shi's hand in surprise. This is the marker for the 9 provinces? Chang Shi said, when crossing space, Changan specially gave it to me. He said, this thing can save mortals. If Changan came from the future, I assume this action of his calculated that these things would happen. Han Shi listened to Chang Shi and thought. She said the word specially and even emphasized the tone. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed in the sky. Everyone looked up. The heavenly demons also turned to look. The immortals finally appeared following the heavenly god's order. The people cried out, It's the immortals. They came to save us. They're all here. They rode 7 color clouds to save us. I believe in immortals again. The people in the lower realm were overjoyed. Please, you must kill all the heavenly demons. Kill Chen Demon Lord, the mastermind behind it. Please, saviors, the immortals shouted. The whole group rushed down to the lower realm to fight the heavenly demons. The situation in the lower realm was extremely chaotic. Killing continued ceaselessly. Lionhead sneered. How ironic. Later, I will change form and descend to the lower realm to pacify the chaos. I didn't expect Lionhead to have this day. Since I am the one who started the slaughter, I will also be the hero who quells the chaos and saves the people. Although it sounds contradictory, the feeling of controlling everything like this makes me very happy. And all of this is attributed to my master, Lord Heavenly God. The Heavenly God instructed, don't forget, although the goddess isn't needed anymore, the divine artifact cannot be lost outside. Lionhead obeyed. Yes, I have arranged people to confirm her whereabouts. I will personally judge her on your behalf. Changshi, Chen Changan. I revived. I will personally make you experience the feeling of death too. Suddenly, the god-worshipping platform shook, making the people here extremely confused. The heavenly god thought, The god-worshipping platform is shaking? No, the entire upper realm is shaking. He panicked, surprised by this massive tremor. A mysterious power appeared at the god-worshipping platform, causing the god-worshipping platform to shake. The heavenly god's thought echoed in his head. Someone broke the upper realm seal. The subordinates gaped in surprise, watching to see who would appear. Lionhead was ready for battle. At this moment, Changan appeared at the heavenly god's god-worshipping platform. The two faced each other. Changan smirked. Wow, quite a few people to kill. There's even an acquaintance. Lionhead flew into a rage, seeing Changan. I hate that I can't tear that stupid face apart. Saying that, Lionhead rushed towards Changan to attack. Lionhead aimed a punch at Changan and shouted, "Chen Changan." Changan remained very calm. This Lionhead's punch was terrifying. His power caused everything around to crumble and crash. Chen Changan realized Lionhead's power was a combination of heavenly demon and god forces. A bit tricky. Lionhead's power was terrifying. He gloated. Scared? Does this power make you see how big the gap between us is? The pain I had to suffer. I must pay it back to you 100,000 times over. Changan reached out and grabbed Lionhead's horn, kicked him in the face, causing his face to crack a little. Lionhead got kicked in the face, leaving a dent. Chen Changan, face full of killing intent, raised his hand and gave him a punch. Chen Changan's strength wasn't average either. That punch hit Lionhead straight in the body. Chen Changan grabbed Lionhead's body and squeezed. Lionhead's body was crushed by Chen Changan amidst astonishment. Why? I fused with the power of a god. But yet, Chen Changan said scornfully, "Didn't you just say how big the gap between us was?" Chen Changan used more force to hit. Lionhead couldn't bear it and screamed. Lionhead was defeated and lay flattened on the ground. Chen Changan stood looking at the huge corpse in front of him without saying a word. Killing intent continuously radiated from him. The heavenly god subordinate saw the killing intent on Chen Changan and said tremblingly, "He is the heavenly demon from that day. We're in trouble. My body won't obey my control and is trembling." The heavenly god looked at Chen Changan and clapped in praise. "Not bad, not bad. Ignoring the fact that you offended me, you are qualified to become my servant. Submit to me. I'll spare your life." Chen Changan smiled and replied, "You are a heavenly god? Does it include room and board, internet, and a girlfriend?" The heavenly god tensed up. "What are you saying? I don't understand." Chen Changan raised his middle finger and laughed with delight. "You and I are alike. But the difference is, I find it disgusting to take you as a dog." Hearing Chen Changan's words, the heavenly god was furious, veins popping on his face. On another side, the battle between immortals and demons officially began. The heavenly demon laughed scornfully and said, "Laughable. You want to ask me to release people?" The heavenly demons spoke loudly. "Lord Chen Demon, we haven't played enough yet." Chen Demon replied coldly, "The spirit roots of human female cultivators are top-grade supplements for us. Helpful for increasing cultivation. Release them? Only the stupid brains of you immortals could think of that." The immortals were confused. It's a demon, emperor-level heavenly demon. Are all of Lionhead's subordinates at this level? Another immortal spoke up. "I'll say it again. Release them." Chen Demon discovered the immortals' weakness and laughed loudly, provoking them. "Oh, anxious? I know this face of yours using human language is fake." Chen Demon continued. "You immortals could have appeared earlier to stop us before things got serious. But you didn't do that. You were watching. You waited for us to smash this world once, then bring out your fake righteous appearance to act. Since you want to be heroes, then you still have to beg us. Don't forget this game is hosted by the heavenly god. We are all chess pieces. Do your part well." The immortals were furious at Chen Demon's words, but couldn't do anything. The heavenly demons continued. Provoking. "Want to stop us? Ask the heavenly god if he agrees. If you have the skill, go kill him." "Huh? Kill the heavenly god? That kind of existence. How can there be anyone in the world who can affect him? Just a single thought, using all things as dogs. What is the difference between sentient beings and ants? Indulging a bastard who specializes in atrocities. Giving him supreme power to bring disaster to sentient beings. Is this the God we have worshipped all along? What does he consider us? Dogs? Ants. We have no dignity. Oh God, if you have eyes, send someone to kill that God. No matter who it is. I can't watch this hell anymore. I really can't take it anymore. An immortal quickly used his sword to cut off a heavenly demon's arm to save a female cultivator. The heavenly demons surrounded this immortal king. Relying on just an immortal king like you? The immortals fell into chaos. Feng Qingyang, you fool. If you get killed, I won't forgive you. Cover him. Idiot. The opponent has a demon emperor here. Ugh. Whatever. The battle became increasingly chaotic and dramatic. An immortal rushed at Qin Demon and said, "Your crimes must be paid in blood." Qin Demon excitedly responded to that immortal. "Kupakritiked brat. Can you do it?" Boom. You will regret it. Taking down that Qin Demon. The female cultivators were still crying in fear, bowing their heads. "Thank you, sir." Chang Shi and Han Shi arrived, saw the immortals saving people, and looked at him silently. Seeing the two of them, the immortals said weakly, "Goddess, I didn't expect to meet you." Cough, cough. The immortal, face full of wounds, asked if divine envoy Jingda's plan could still proceed. "Can you take us along for a trip?" Chang Shi looked at the ruins here and thought, "Did they kill all these people?" Chang Shi said solemnly, "The coordinates to the 9 provinces are in my hands, but currently the ancient desolate continent is under the heavenly God's seal. I haven't found a way to break the seal yet." The immortals regretted. Is this last chance gone too? If only we had entered before the God noticed, listening to divine envoy Jingda's opinion. Suddenly, the sky lit up. Everyone saw this and looked up. Chang Shi seemed to have realized something. God-worshipping platform? Could it be him? A terrifying streak of light descended from the sky. This is a sign of the God's anger. The subordinates trembled in fear. The God is truly angry. The heavenly God looked at Chen Changan and spoke loudly. Disrespecting the gods is a capital crime. The heavenly God said, "The planet belongs to me. Everything belongs to me. As long as I have a thought, everyone's realm will be suppressed. In my territory, as long as I wish, no one can stand before me. This is the talent of every god. We are born supreme. No need to cultivate. From birth, we are destined to be above lowly creatures like you. I want you to crawl on my feet and be my dog. Lick my feet. Repent for everything you just said." The heavenly god subordinates had their realms plummet uncontrollably. The system chimed in. Detected domination skill. Divine edict, realm suppression. Can suppress the attribute realms of all subjects belonging to this land. Since the host's main body is not from the ancient desolate continent, the effect has been blocked for the host. Analyzing divine edict. Progress, 60%, 85%, 90%. Chen Changan heard this and laughed. Ha ha ha. The heavenly god looked at Chen Changan in surprise. Why? Why isn't he affected by the divine edict? Chen Changan sneered and said, "Kneel for me." The heavenly god sitting on the chair was suddenly blown off and knelt down flat. He thought angrily, "Impossible. How can he use the divine edict on me? Power disappearing from the body. Why is it so painful?" Chen Changan, full of killing intent, said, "Heavenly God, why do you look like a dog kneeling on the ground?" The heavenly god knelt on the ground, trembling. A stream of thoughts rushed through his head. "Bastard, I don't understand. Why didn't the divine edict work?" Chen Changan raised his hand and gave the heavenly god a punch. "Staying in the sky for too long. Do you really think you're something precious?" The heavenly god's subordinates looked at Chen Changan in terror. Chen Changan punched the heavenly god, breaking a row of teeth. Because the force was too strong, the god-worshipping platform shattered completely. The barrier also cracked in a few places due to the heavenly god's reduced power. In outer space, seeing the barrier broken, the cloak figure was a bit shocked. How is that possible? To think I'd see the day the planet's ceiling barrier is shattered while I'm still alive. Is someone challenging the heavenly god? Besides Jingda, who else is there? Can the god's power no longer maintain the barrier? From the sky, the heavenly god was knocked flying and fell towards the lower realm. Seeing him tattered and torn, falling slowly to the lower realm. Everyone looked up at the sky in surprise. Look over there. Everyone was shocked by the scene before them. The heavenly god, face distorted and scratched, eyes barely open, fell to the ground, creating a massive tremor. She saw the heavenly god defeated. She turned her head and involuntarily called Changan's name. Everyone here shouted, "Look, the barrier! It's really loosening." The crowd looked up. Indeed, the barrier was gradually loosening. At this moment, the vengeful spirits arrived and said, "You must do something, hurry." She didn't understand what was happening and asked, "You are?" The spirits hurriedly said. That powerful heavenly demon lord said, "Do what you should do. As for the heavenly god, he will handle it." At this moment, the monster saw the heavenly god defeated and went berserk. It launched a strike towards the lower realm. Chen Changan was now facing the monster alone. Huge. The system chimed in, deducted 10 million domain value, increasing the size of the domain god realm clone by 10,000 times. Chen Changan exclaimed, "That worm is huge. This aura is not weaker than me with domain god realm cultivation." System, check its origin. Received and checked. Inspection information. This is an outer realm star-devouring beast. It is a divine pet under the nebula Lord Dragon Emperor. Its nature is brutal and vicious. It likes to devour small planets to strengthen its law power, consolidating its indestructible dragon wind stance. Born with magic power to suppress heavenly demons. Its innate passive attribute has the strongest defensive divine art. It can survive a star realm explosion. One more thing. Host, your remaining time in the ancient desolate continent is only 1 hour. You must rely on the clone to resolve all matters. It won't be easy for you, Chen Changan heard this and immediately rushed to fight the monster. It seemed Chen Changan's power increased significantly after the size increase just now. The battle between the monster and Changan officially began. Changan rushed towards a monster to attack, but it not only dodged, but also counterattacked Changan. Changan was hit by the monster and was a bit surprised. Unexpectedly, this monster could dodge the attack and hit me back. The monster accelerated, knocking Changan far away and smashing him into a rock. System analysis. Deducting 5 million domain value to recover the clone's injuries. The wounds on Changan's body gradually healed. Changan's killing intent became increasingly fierce. The monster spoke up. "Interesting little human. To what extent can you go? You cannot protect this planet." Changan rushed in. Killing intent blazing, he said, "This worm could talk." Insulted, the monster retorted competitively. "Ants like you. I have eaten quite a few. Your outcome will be no exception." The battle between Changan and the monster was fierce. Who is that person to dare challenge an outer realm divine pet? Is he not afraid of death? Just a tiny heavenly demon. Seems like he relies on some strength and has delusions of beating a divine pet. Doesn't know his own limits. He intends to protect the ancient desolate continent from that monster's hands. This is basically impossible. The destruction of the ancient desolate continent is set in stone. The suppression of innate conditions is already fatal. Trouble. Their chaotic battle will affect my star system too. Might as well lend a hand. After it's done, the god will remember our favor. What he fights for, I can perhaps understand. But the logic in your words, I don't count as accepting it, but I can't refute it either. That guy used the immortal skill Emperor Saint Bind to tie Changan up. Changan was tied up and turned to look at the person binding him in the distance. On Changshi's side, the teleportation path to the 9 provinces was finally opened. Changshi was overjoyed, based on the method Master left behind. Success. However, this is just the beginning. Master said the 9 provinces continent is a distant planet. 2 planets, so far apart, cannot build a direct teleportation array. But the ancient 9 star Luo formation can connect multiple star systems to achieve our goal. Everyone, come over here. There are a few more coordinate spheres like this, distributed on the planet, hidden somewhere in the star realm. For thousands of years, Master never revealed her plan to anyone. Unimaginable what difficulties Master went through. Alone in the vast galaxy, searching for the future of the ancient desolate continent, building formations and infusing divine power into each one. Master left the final hope for the common people of this land. Changshi said, "Is everyone here? Depart immediately." The immortals were doubtful. Is it really safe? We have never traveled to another star realm. Hanshi scolded, "You bunch of cowards. The road is paved for you. Don't you even have the courage to set off?" Hanshi was disdainful. "I look down on you cowards. Blay, not even as brave as a girl like me." Seeing this, Changshi said, "Since it's like this, why don't you lead the way, junior sister?" Hanshi's face darkened, but she eventually led the way. She bravely jumped through. She screamed in fear. Ooh, feels pretty good." The immortals watched she tensely. Seeing she say was safe, they said, "Let's go. Commoners leave first." The commoners left one by one. Changshi prayed silently. Things are going very smoothly. Hope no accidents happen. Changshi seemed to sense something wrong. The group that previously refused to help Changshi's master approached. Currently, the death of the god in the ancient desolate continent will definitely cause the anger of the gods. The coordinates left by divine envoy Jingda are the only way to survive. Go quickly. Changshi said angrily to that group. You deserve to go last on this path. A bunch of ungrateful animals. My master trusted you so much. The group explained. Goddess, I try to persuade Jingda, but that is the heavenly god. Changshi glared at them with burning, killing intent. So you and that dog god are birds of feather? Dare to rush into the teleportation array. I will cut off your path to life. Suddenly, something appeared in the sky. Hey, what is that? In the sky, everyone was surprised and a bit panicked. A strange light curled into a large ball. The ball fell onto the teleportation array, causing the teleportation array to explode. The whole group fell backward in panic. What happened? The teleportation gate exploded? Changshi was horrified. Why did this happen? The heavenly god appeared in the sky, having blown up the teleportation array. The heavenly god went crazy and shouted, I absolutely must tear you apart. Changshi was panicked. Not good. He actually has a resurrection art. Must activate the second stage of the divine artifact. The heavenly god kicked the 9 provinces away. Who are you hoping will come to save you? That lowly worm from before? Changshi lost all spiritual power due to the divine edict. Knelt down flat. The immortals stood far away, worried for her. Goddess. The villains on the heavenly god's side shouted. Greetings, heavenly god. This woman has a vicious heart, disrespecting you. We infiltrated to subdue her and hand her over to you. The whole group here was forced down by the heavenly god using the divine edict. It's over, the heavenly god said angrily. That lowly name, I don't know what method he used to escape my divine edict. Wasting one of my precious lives. Next, I will slowly torture him to death. Is he your miracle? Wait and see. I will chop off his limbs, starting from when he loses to my precious pet. And you insects should die too. The heavenly god's subordinates held swords charged with lightning and struck towards Changshi. Changshi couldn't resist. Master, junior sister, Changan, I'm sorry. Just when Changshi seemed to be in danger, Changan arrived in time. Changshi thought to herself, was that the divine artifact suddenly activating? Don't. At this moment, except for Changan, whoever comes will. He used 2 fingers to block the attack for Changshi. Damn it. Grandma, you made me wait so long. Just to be safe, You wanted to torture me? You and I are the same person. Forget it. Calculating the time, I can still kill this fat pig. The fat heavenly god was confused, thinking, what happened? Isn't he in the sky? Changan smiled smugly. Smash it hard. Time to collect the net. The system chimed in. Spent 300 million domain value. Heavenly demon clone restored to peak. The monster saw he seemed unharmed and said angrily, who exactly are you? How can someone like you exist in this small place? Changan restored his power. Aiming a punch at the monster, he said, me? Just a mortal. Finally, the monster was defeated by him. Now, just need to resolve the matter in the lower realm. The monster was beaten badly, unable to resist. The guardian in outer space broke out in cold sweat from fear. The divine pet was actually, not long ago, under my emperor's saint bind. He suffered heavy damage from the divine pet many times. Almost died, had his movements restricted by me. Hit by purple stars, suffered countless fatal blows. Anyone else would have been crushed to pieces. But he could restore that ravaged body time and time again. Cultivation didn't decrease, but continuously. This bizarre method is unheard of. Now, he can actually suppress the divine pet. The racial advantage of the divine pet against the heavenly demon clan seems to not exist on him at all. This strength, don't speak of this tiny star system. Even looking across the star realm, you can't find many people. Seeing the person in front of him defeat the monster. The divine pet guardian began to fear. If it were me, maybe I couldn't even last a few minutes. The pet was slowly beaten by Changan until it couldn't resist anymore and fell. The divine pet guardian was terrified and intended to flee from this place. Seeing that, perhaps he can really succeed. I'd better run quickly. Being able to save that girl's life. Even dying would be without regrets. Before he could leave, Changan tapped his head from behind. Did I allow you to leave? The guardian seemed to turn to stone. Changan, full of killing intent, questioned him. Addicted to playing tricks, huh? You're very arrogant, kid. What the hell are you? The divine pet guardian was so scared. Sweating profusely, daring not to move. He frantically explained. I was just doing my duty. If the divine pet is killed, the heavenly god will definitely be furious. The entire star realm will be implicated. By then, not only your ancient desolate continent, even our place will be implicated. Changan looked at him coldly and replied, so the lives of people in your star realm are lives. But the tens of millions of lives in the ancient desolate continent about to be devoured by the divine pet aren't lives? This guy still argued stubbornly. I am Jing's friend. I know well the significance of the ancient desolate continent to you all. But that is the heavenly god. Changan frowned slightly, trying to say a few more words to this guy. Jing's friend, huh? The divine pet guardian took out a communication token and replied. Correct. When Jing traveled the Star Sea, we were fortunate to make friends with her. Seeing that this heavenly demon seemed to know Jingda, he thought of using her name to escape death. Jingda's name works. Looks like he knows Jingda. If so, Jingda also helped us before. But with the heavenly god here, no one dares to resist. Changan said, having friends coming from afar, even if far, must kill. Don't know if this sentence can clarify the moment. Saying that, he immediately killed him. He picked up the communication token and said, if there's a next time, if you dare, I won't spare anyone. Saying that, he crushed the communication token and turned to the pet. Now, there's no one disturbing us. It's your turn. Changan turned towards the pet. Weren't you very tough just now? So what about now? On Changshi's side, she still didn't understand what was happening. What is happening? Why is there another Changan here? Changan and the fat heavenly god continued to confront each other. The heavenly god spoke up. This virtue won't be wrong. I remember you. The stinking worm that cost me a life. A stream of thoughts flowed in the fat guy's head. Strange. Isn't he a heavenly demon? Why is this body full of pure, immortal energy? His realm. Wait, is this guy a clone? Right? The aura of the worm fighting my baby is at least domain god realm cultivation. But this guy in front of me is just a tiny domain lord realm. He laughed smugly. Haha, it's a clone. Trying to fool an expert. Ultimately still trash. The fat guy confidently rushed forward and said, "Using a trash clone to fool this god? Idiot. Watch me crush you." Changshi's group broke out in cold sweat, calling tensely. Changan, facing the fat guy's strike. Changan used only one hand to block his attack. The clash between the two created a massive explosion, shaking the lower realm. With just one bare hand, Changan blocked the fat guy's attack. Changan said scornfully, "Hitting people with no strength. And you call yourself a heavenly god?" The fat heavenly god's face darkened as he said, "Isn't your cultivation domain Lord Realm?" Changan grabbed the fat guy's hand, squeezed lightly, and said, "What? Scared?" The fat heavenly god screamed in pain as his hand was crushed. The fat guy realized, "You are the main body." Changan smirked and replied coldly, "Isn't that obvious? Next, I'll deal with you. If you don't use your trump card, you won't have a chance." The fat guy raised his foot to stomp on Changan. "As long as I kill you now, you will die for good." He stomped down on the ground. The ground shook and shattered completely. The fat heavenly god missed his stomp. Changan had gone behind him at some point. He prepared a finishing blow to kill the heavenly god right then. Saying that, he struck decisively. "Is this a god? TSK, TSK. Boring. You could die now." The fat guy was pierced by Changan's attack. He screamed in agony. Veins popped out on his face. He coughed up a pile of blood. He collapsed to the ground. Changan suddenly approached the immortal king. Because it was too sudden, he was a bit afraid of Changan. A guy near him looked at Changan and whispered, "The heavenly god is a terrifying supreme existence in our eyes. But in front of him, he's played with like a child." Changan smiled at the immortal king. "Master, lend me your sword for a moment." The immortal king nodded and handed him the sword. "Oh, sword." Saying that, the immortal king was a bit surprised when Changan called him master. Turning to the heavenly god, the wounds on his body were gradually recovering. This recovery, upon reviving, the heavenly god was surrounded by killing intent. The immortal king saw the heavenly god reviving and panicked. The heavenly god again. Hero looked quickly. Changan held the sword and calmly reassured him. I know. This revival seems to have made the heavenly god stronger than before. His whole body bulged with veins. His eyes also grew into four, looking more like a monster than a god. He roared, "You think you can retreat in one piece after doing this? Our dragon god clan won't forgive you. Be smart and kneel down a beg." Changan replied calmly, "I heard resurrection requires paying a considerable price. And one of the prices is consuming source energy by eating the soul essence of virgins. Every time you revive, the consumption gets larger." Changan swung the sword, rushing like lightning towards the heavenly god to slash him. His action was so fast that the heavenly god couldn't counterattack and was slashed dozens of times. When he was about to die, hiss, "Why didn't anyone come to save me? Why does someone with a heavenly demon body exist?" He was dying, but still unwilling to accept it. The final finishing blow. The fat heavenly god's head and body were separated. Changan cut off his head and said coldly, "For the people who died unjustly, I'll use your head as a tribute first." The heavenly god was easily defeated by Changan. The immortal king looked at Changan and said, "I've never seen anyone able to kill a heavenly god." She also looked at that battle. Changan, he really did it. Changan stood holding the sword, looking at the heavenly god's severed head, smiling scornfully. Heavenly god couldn't withstand a single blow. At this moment, the heavenly god's head sprouted cells connecting to the body. The heavenly god's body and head found positions to reattach. Changan looked at this phenomenon and exclaimed, "Still can revive? Look at you. Like a snake that won't die no matter how much you hit it." So ugly. The heavenly god's body was gradually recovering. This scene looked very horrific. "Just recovered," he roared. "I want to crush a worm like you." His body now sprouted more arms. He channeled an energy ball. The energy ball was channeled, but before he could even attack, Changan's sword had sliced his body in two. Changan finished slashing and turned around in disdain. The high and mighty god only has this level of skill. He continued to mock the heavenly god's strength. After the divine edict proved useless. It's nothing but resurrection after resurrection. Don't you have other moves? So you only have this little strength, yet you act tough in front of me? The fat heavenly god was slashed in pain, unable to speak. Changan held the sword and slowly walked towards the fat worm. Seeing Changan approaching him, the heavenly god finally knew fear. Wait, please spare me. We don't need to. It doesn't have to be like this. We have no reason to fight to the death. Whatever you want, I'll give it all to you. I'm a child of the dragon god. I guarantee you. Changan ignored that guy's filthy plea. He gathered spiritual energy in his hand and approached the fat guy. The guy begged in fear. Right? You want to save these stupid people, right? I give them to you. I won't hurt them anymore. I will love and protect them. Before exploding, the heavenly god still tried to speak. I can't die. Something big will happen. The dragon god clan won't forgive you. The heavenly god's body swelled up like a balloon. He was squeezed until breathing became difficult. Before dying, he recalled, I Long Lu clearly just started a war chaos. Wanted to cultivate a war hero to participate in the Star Realm competition. When exactly did it start going wrong? Why did I encounter such a bizarre existence? The heavenly god's body exploded into pieces. At this moment, the system chimed in. Congratulations, host number 2, for killing a god-level existence. Due to the god's special status, synchronizing the reward mechanism will take some time to upgrade the version to know clearly. Changan laughed heartily. Seems like the explosion was a bit too fragmented. Looks like he won't be reviving anytime soon. The system continued. However, host number 2, I need to tell you. I'm very loyal. I only belong to number 1. Because of the second stage of that divine artifact, I unexpectedly gained an extra consciousness to manipulate. He said to the system, will you cut it out? It's all me. When the event ends, this part still has to disappear. Seeing you so heartless. Do I not look as handsome as the heavenly demon version of me? I was placed in the artifact's spirit's time gap. You haven't even seen me. While Changan was still arguing with the system, on the other side, the immortal kings cheered joyfully. We won. Those gods ran away. Forget it. Anyway, everything is over. Everyone is safe. She was currently emotional, tears streaming down her face. Changan flipped his hair, head slightly bowed in thought. Making me a bit shy too. Next is the artifact's spirit or heavenly Tao appearing, right? On the other side, the immortal king said happily to Changshi, this time we don't need to leave the ancient desolate continent anymore, right? Great. Changan heard this from afar and was a bit confused. The immortal king rejoiced. Indeed, staying here is still better. Going nowhere is better. Changan panicked, thinking, Old man Feng, if you don't go to the 9 provinces continent, what am I supposed to do? Do you want to see what I'm saying on a live stream? Changan panicked, seeing them hugging each other. Finally, it's over. We can also stay here steadily. Changan objected. No. Changshi walked to him and said, why not? The 9 provinces continent is very far. Currently, the ancient desolate continent has escaped danger. It's totally possible. Changan explained. Solving the crisis is only temporary. You must look at the long term. He spoke with panic and fear. At least block the direction of the future, don't change it. Changan pointed at Feng Qingyang's face. Especially you. If you don't go, then the common people of the world will be done for. She turned to look at Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang was also shocked, not understanding what was going on. Me? Changan replied. Correct. Actually, I am an immortal from the future. I came back here to save the ancient desolate continent from this calamity. Currently, everything has been successfully stopped. Your next responsibility is to go to the 9 provinces continent to protect the common people. Everyone was surprised. Future? Changshi said. But Changan immediately cut her off. If you don't go to the 9 provinces, it will mess everything up. At this moment, his face changed color. By then, even the ancient desolate continent will be affected, possibly even destroyed. Everyone was terrified. Is it that serious? Changan thought to himself. Serious is true, but whether the ancient desolate continent gets destroyed or not, I don't know. At this moment, the heavenly Tao appeared in the sky. Feng Qingyang was smug. Looks like we have no choice but to go to this 9 provinces continent. So this matter has such huge implications. Then we'd better go. Hee. Unexpectedly, Feng Qingyang, not only protect the ancient desolate continent, but also shoulder the responsibility of protecting the 9 provinces continent. I am truly important. The heavenly Tao appeared and spoke up. The heavenly god of the ancient desolate continent is dead. Looks like it's time for me to choose a new master. Everyone looked up at the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao appeared. Feng Qingyang's group said happily, "The new master of the ancient desolate continent definitely belongs to Changan." That's right, from now on, the ancient desolate continent will also have a new god to protect it. The heavenly Tao scanned around. This person's divine power is truly strong. The heavenly Tao announced, "The new master of the ancient desolate continent that I recognize is you." Changan stood aside, breathing a sigh of relief. The mission to obtain the ancient desolate continent is successful. Suddenly, the heavenly Tao's power transferred entirely to Chang Shi. Everyone stared at Chang Shi in astonishment. How can it be? Not Chen Changan, but goddess Chang Shi? Changan was confused. What's going on? Did this heavenly Tao make a mistake? Chang Shi had to receive a massive amount of power. She collapsed to the ground, groaning. Ugh, I feel very uncomfortable. Changan approached to support Chang Shi. What exactly is going on? Chang, she said tremblingly. My body is about to lose control. The heavenly Tao said, my decision has been handed down. No doubts allowed. As the new master of the ancient desolate continent, please go to the divine temple within 1 day to register. Officially take over the ancient desolate continent. Changan, failing the mission, sighed in anger. Ugh. Chang Shi held Changan's hand, pulling him back. Her face changed slightly. No longer looking gentle as usual, but becoming eerie. Young hero, no need. The heavenly Tao has decided that the new master of the ancient desolate continent is me. Changan, being pulled, turned to look at Chang Shi. He was a bit surprised seeing her face change. Everyone looked towards Chang Shi, confused, not understanding what was happening. Chang Shi seemed to transform into a different person. 10 million years. This Long Lu is finally dead. Chang Shi stroked Changan's face and said, this was originally a test. At first, I didn't hold any hope for you. I didn't expect you to surprise me like this. Not bad. You did very well. Don't worry. Wait until I finish taking over this ancient desolate continent. I will reward you. Changan frowned. Artifact spirit? Changan pushed Chang Shi away and said, so in reality, there was basically no divine artifact trial at all. All of this was a setup to make me help you kill Long Lu, conveniently letting you borrow Chang Shi's body to gain the heavenly Tao's recognition belonging to the ancient desolate continent. Taking over this planet, right? Chang Shi, being pushed, fell to the ground. Wow, young hero, your mind is very sharp. I thought you would be panicked. Since when did you guess? Changan looked at Chang Shi and said, the story you made up before was too terrible. Basically no connection. How can that make people feel immersed? The other heavenly god inside Chang Shi's body laughed. Ha ha ha. A newbie would have definitely believed it. I really care about your current angry expression. The god continued. Correct. From the beginning, I created countless divine artifacts. Each one contains a clone of mine, also known as the artifact spirit in your words. The divine artifacts were sent into the myriad worlds. Once they meet someone with potential, they use the identity of an artifact spirit to lure them to travel to various continents, making them, for various purposes, Oppose the heavenly gods of the continents. Once they successfully kill the heavenly god, I will suddenly appear. Then take away the ownership of the entire continent. And after that, all living beings on these continents will become my resources, sacrificing their precious lives for my cultivation. Feng Qingyang's group was horrified. What? That means, after the heavenly god dies, the ancient desolate continent has no protector. Instead, it will be seized by another heavenly god? This heavenly god said, "All right, I still have to go to the divine temple for this matter to end. You guys try to make use of the remaining time. Say your final goodbyes to this continent." After speaking, the new heavenly god left. Changxi, having her body seized, collapsed. Changan caught her. Changxi, wake up. Changan, we absolutely cannot let her register successfully. Our entire ancient desolate continent will be done for. Changan said, "I know." Changan frowned. "I want this continent for sure." The system chimed in. Detected that the ancient desolate continent will be officially taken over by the time god in 10 minutes. After taking over, the entire continent will be sacrificed by her. If the ancient desolate continent is destroyed, the host's third mission will also fail accordingly. The heavenly Tao gradually retreated. The sky also became gloomier. That new heavenly god said, "The god of this place is actually dead." Ha! I knew the dragon god's legitimate son was a piece of trash. Didn't expect him to die so fast. Another continent about to be shrouded in death. I like it. The commoners looked up at the sky in fear. What is this sound? I don't know. Like it's coming from the nine heavens. Could it be? Changan's face darkened in anger. The system announced multiple gods using spirit-probing art on the ancient desolate continent. So there are this many gods. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck down from above onto the ancient desolate continent. A god appeared. Divine Temple of the ancient desolate continent. Time god Tian Wang Chen arrived. This is it. It actually took me a few minutes to get here. She thought to herself. Only after traveling back did I realize. Me from 10 million years ago was quite green. She wondered, where is the temple spirit of the dragon god clan? Suddenly, the guardian spirit of the ancient desolate continent spoke up. You are the time god Tian Wang Chen. Why did you appear here? She looked at the guardian spirit and thought. Temple spirit. Every divine temple of a continent has a guardian spirit. Claiming ownership requires his recognition. She approached the guardian spirit and explained. Of course, it's because Long Lu is dead. Died miserably, torn apart by an immortal. This news spreading out will make the Dragon God clan lose all face, right? The guardian spirit roared. Impossible. An immortal basically cannot hurt young Master Long Lu. Rather, he should be tortured and slaughtered by young Master Long Lu. The time God smiled and said, True or false? Judge for yourself. The guardian spirit was shocked. Not a bit of fabrication. This is all true. Young Master Long Lu was actually... The time God continued. This immortal came from who knows where, learned strange immortal arts that suppressed Long Lu in every aspect. Every move was a killing blow. Extremely cruel methods. She laughed inwardly. How Chen Changan came. How could I tell you? The guardian spirit was furious. This immortal must die. My dragon god clan's descendants will definitely hunt him to the ends of the star realm. Take his life to pay for my clansmen. She continued. Just a pity I couldn't arrive in time. Save his life. Sigh. Whatever. Using my power to replay the scene from that time. This matter must have an explanation after all. The guardian spirit bowed. Thank you for your notification. I will quickly report this matter to the high gods in the clan. The time god replied. This is my duty as an ally. Just a pity this continent will soon be snatched by other gods. The guardian spirit said, High God, please look. Precisely because the continent's territory provides great support to gods. So there are quite a few enemies coveting our territory. Fertilizer shouldn't flow to outsiders' fields. If you don't mind, this ancient desolate continent is handed over to you to manage for now. She smiled and replied, "All right, I'll help you with this." I reluctantly accept this continent. Holding the continent in her hand, she laughed inwardly. Success. Territories under high gods all have the blessing of destiny. Once sacrificed, it will increase my cultivation significantly. This trick of borrowing a knife to kill gets smoother the more I use it. Although it's tough for Changan, but it's better than the dragon god coming directly to trouble me. However, this ownership process is a bit troublesome. Takes a few minutes. However, as long as the result is good, it doesn't matter. Waiting 10 million years, as long as the ownership transfer goes smoothly, it's fine. Unexpectedly, the ownership process failed. What happened? The guardian spirit said, in surprise, a phenomenon that has never appeared. Why can't ownership be transferred? She lost patience thinking. I snatched the heavenly Tao's recognition first, so other heavenly gods wouldn't snatch the qualification first. Using this time to cross time and space back to this era to take the continent. She said to the guardian spirit. The second time still didn't work. The guardian spirit said, then there are only two possibilities. One is that someone is controlling the will of the continent, ignoring the heavenly Tao to stop us. This needs no worry. It takes a little time to break through. What worries me is the second possibility. Without the divine temple's recognition, it escaped our control, meaning the ancient desolate continent has changed masters. The time God heard this like a bolt from the blue. What? She thought. Meaning, someone in these few short minutes ignored the gods, occupied the laws, and snatched the ancient desolate continent one step ahead of me. No, impossible. No one arrived here earlier than me. The guardian spirit said, look quickly. The golden light represents successful ownership. Just now is just a fake alarm. As the master of the continent, your name will appear. The time God smiled lightly, looking up expectantly for her name to appear. On the tablet, the name of the ancient desolate continent's master appeared. Chen Changan. She panicked. Why is it him? Why? She gritted her teeth in anger, veins popping. I waited 10 million years. Occupied all favorable conditions. Why is it him and not me? The guardian spirit asked her, who is this person? She replied, Chen Changan. In these few short minutes. What exactly did you do? 5 minutes ago, on Changan's side. Not right. That Long Lu clearly just died. How did the heavenly Tao of this place accept a new master? Heavenly Tao of the ancient desolate continent. What is this about? Changan pondered, seeing no one but hearing the voice first. Being able to pressure the heavenly Tao from such a distance, the strength cannot be underestimated. That fat guy is far from comparable. Rather, this group consists of existences from a higher dimension. Feng Qingyang looked up at the sky. So many heavenly gods coming. How can we take back this land from their hands? The gods gathered above. Greetings, gods. This place has been taken over by time, God Tian Wang Chun. What? She snatched it again? I am the flame, heavenly venerable. What the time God will do to the continent below is unknown. If you are willing to accept a master again, I can protect this continent. The heavenly Tao hesitated. But I just accepted a master. Once transferred, if discovered by the time God. Tian Wang Chun is good at fighting. But what use is being good at fighting? Just a wandering god with no backing. If you rely on me, I will help you become a stronger continent, even a prosperous land. The heavenly Tao heard prosperous land and was attracted, turning a matty land into a prosperous land. Flame, heavenly venerable, you are quite generous. She replied, just a small favor, not to the extent of being generous. On the contrary, in a situation where gods lack territory like this, having one more is ultimately helpful to me. The heavenly Tao pondered. Currently, the ancient desolate continent is indeed a matty land, the lowest existence in the entire star realm. If it can really become a prosperous land, then the benefits brought will be endless. The heavenly Tao replied, But to accept a master again requires discarding most of the destiny accumulated by the ancient desolate continent. By then, this place will become extremely desolate, not even comparable to a low-level Maddie land. If you go back on your word, or if the time God comes knocking. Chen Changan below heard the god's negotiation and said, "Huh, high and mighty heavenly gods also like drawing big cakes?" He continued, "In my opinion, why don't you consider cooperating with me? Wait until I become the master of the ancient desolate continent. The heavenly Tao will naturally have to listen to me." The gods above sneered. "Cooperate with you? Huh, an immortal having delusions of discussing cooperation with heavenly gods? This is truly the funniest joke I've ever heard." The heavenly Tao scorned Changan. "Stop having delusions. I am the heavenly Tao. Since ancient times, I only accept heavenly gods as masters." Changan spoke up. "I gave you a chance. Don't regret it." Changan thought worriedly. This heavenly Tao will soon hand over the continent to someone else. Must quickly think of a way to solve this situation. The time left for me isn't much. Suddenly, host number 1 spoke. "Leave it to me. I already know everything from your memories." Guess what I saw? The two hosts talked to each other. They could communicate telepathically. Host number 1 said, "I just found the 9 heaven star Luo formation arranged by divine envoy Jingda before. Although it was destroyed by that dog god. But under the ruins, the core of the formation remains intact. After I saw this formation, I immediately had an idea." Host number 2 smiled. "So that's it. Memories transferred. Not a bad idea." Number 1. Host number 2 replied, "All right, then number 2, you support me." Host number 1 then used living beings of all things and said, "Haven't used the systems feature in a long time. First, leave this path marker for Changxi to avoid the appearance of irresistible factors. Now it comes in handy. Restore the connection of the teleportation array. Expand the domain. Invincible to the ancient desolate continent." The method looks easy, but needs someone staying in the 9 provinces continent to connect with me. This person must be skilled in spatial teleportation power. Chang'an number 2 said, "Changxi, the matter will be resolved very quickly. Don't forget to send a message to your junior sister." Changxi was surprised. "The matter is resolved?" Changxi said, "Can contact her." "Does Chang'an have something to say?" She asked Chang'an half-believingly. He replied, "Pass a sentence for me." "Say that." Changxi just opened the communication token when she heard Han, she screaming, "Sister, I'm in the 9 provinces. Why is that teleportation array broken? I can't come back anymore." "Oh, what is going on?" Han, she worriedly asked about Chang'an. I heard Chang'an's voice. "Are you by his side? Are you okay?" Chang'an spoke up, calling Han Shi. "Let's break up. I have someone in my heart. You did very well. We are not suitable. You stay in the 9 provinces. Don't come back." Han Shi heard this and screamed, "What?" And Changxi heard this and blushed slightly. Changxi was shy. A long train of thought flowed in her head. Someone in his heart. Beside him, there's only one woman, me. Could it be he? Stammering like that. Could it be he also likes me? Then what should junior sister do? After she finds out, she will definitely go crazy. Han, she held the communication token, trembling. She lowered her head in disappointment. Hanshi's tears fell profusely. She screamed a curse. Scum! While cursing, Master's teleportation array appeared in the sky where Han she was. She turned back and said, "It's Master's 9 heavens star Luo formation. Great! Someone is repairing it. I must use all my power to connect with this teleportation array." Han, she was fuming with killing intent. "Chen Changan, don't dream of dumping me. If anyone's dumping anyone, it's me dumping you." Host number 1 on this side was trying to restore the formation leading to the 9 provinces continent. Changan spread his arms, living beings of all things expanding. In the lower realm, the teleportation array was gradually recovering. Everyone looked towards it. Look, everyone was surprised. The teleportation array destroyed by the god is gradually recovering. What exactly is going on? The heavenly gods above said, "A very unusual power is born on the planet. What is this teleportation array? I'm afraid another god is secretly acting, wanting to forcibly occupy the ancient desolate continent. At this moment, the ancient desolate continent and the 9 provinces continent were connected. The gods above said, "Forcibly occupy? Huh, you guys overthink it. This is just a survival method of a bunch of ants." Other gods agreed. Correct. The heavenly gods said, "The safest way to occupy a continent is ownership transfer. Besides that, if one wants to forcibly invade, they will definitely suffer the backlash of the realm laws. A matty land like this isn't worth any heavenly god paying a huge price." Changan was restoring the path to the 9 provinces. Suddenly, uninvited guests approached from behind. The heavenly gods swarmed up here, wanting to probe the truth. "Go up and see. Won't we know the truth?" A heavenly god was surprised. "Why is a tiny heavenly demon? Where did he get this kind of power? Seems like this little beast has quite a few secrets. Just right. Haven't avenged the divine envoy of my place killed by him yet." This guy attacked and said, "Although this split soul of mine isn't 1/10,000th of the main body, it's more than enough to destroy him." Changan was attacked by that guy, but this attack meant nothing to him. "Is that all?" The heavenly god was angry. "Bastard, daring to look at me with those eyes looking at a bug. Appearance exactly like the immortal in the lower realm. Is it a clone?" This guy continued to brag boastfully. "Long Lu, whom you killed, was the lowest rank among all heavenly gods. He just relied on his father's prestige to act up. But we are heavenly gods who have experienced countless eras, climbed to the peak, escaping the reincarnation of the world, finally grasping the heavenly Tao. You are nothing but a tiny heavenly demon. In our eyes, you are as small as an ant. I can crush you basically without using force." These heavenly gods were too disdainful. Emperor Zhu Yang used 1% of his strength. "Is it lowering his status too much?" The other one replied, Interesting. Crushing a worm using high-intensity divine arts isn't bad either." "Only the system chimed in. "Host, saved all gods attacking you into the database. Records will never be deleted. Your clone is in danger. Please stay far away from the gods' attacks. If I hide, the teleportation array behind will be lost." Changan turned to leave. Changshi saw this and looked at him. Changan seemed to have something wrong. The system said, "Host, your heavenly demon clone has been destroyed by the gods. Consciousness merging, synchronizing memories, merging 2 into 1. He replied, "I know. The sensation of pain has transferred over." The system continued, "That thing has also been completed." Changan laughed with delight and said, "Very good. First, cover the entire 9 provinces continent for me." System understood, deducting corresponding domain value. Coverage successful. Changan demanded more. "Then, merge all my remaining realm fragments from before into a realm card. Designate the Invincible Domain as the target unit to expand the domain to the ancient desolate continent." The system said helplessly, "There's even this kind of operation? Host you." Changan provoked the system. "What? Is there something you, the system, can't do?" The system retorted, "Host you, there isn't anything I can't do yet." Ugh, expanding domain. Domain expansion successful. Changan ordered with a cold face. "Finally, spend all my domain value. Cover the ancient desolate continent. Grab this land for this daddy." System obeyed. System notification. Completely covered the ancient desolate continent. "Host, please enjoy." Changan said, "Next, wait for me to sweep away these trash gods." The heavenly gods laughed scornfully. "Huh, he said he wants to sweep us away? What to do?" Dini hunt. Suddenly, all the heavenly gods screamed. "Oh, can't stop it. Why did my movement technique lose effect? Wait, why did the continent ownership symbol appear on him?" Changan, eyes cold and sparking with killing intent, looked at the heavenly gods. The heavenly gods, being burned, screamed, "Impossible! Who exactly are you?" The people below watched the battle in fear. The system chimed in. "Host killed the split soul of flame, heavenly venerable. Rich rewards awaiting selection. Host killed the split soul of death main god. Rich rewards awaiting selection. Changan heard this, looked into the distance, and breathed a sigh of relief. Congratulations, host, for occupying the ancient desolate continent. Completed Mission 3. The heavenly Tao stared at Changan wide-eyed. The gods were... Can I take back what I just said? The heavenly Tao begged in fear. Chun, Lord Chen Changan, please forgive this lowly one for having eyes, but no pupils. Starting now, you are the sole master of the ancient desolate continent. Changan looked at this heavenly Tao and replied, Didn't you say you absolutely wouldn't accept me as master? The heavenly Tao replied in fear. Those were just nonsense words spoken in the heat of the moment. Please forgive me, my lord. The heavenly Tao thought, able to instantly kill the split souls of gods. He definitely hid his strength. Afraid he is at least god level. Moreover, he bypassed the laws to forcibly occupy the continent. Not even fearing me. Not fearing backlash. This kind of existence, I must flatter no matter what. Hearing this, he sat down, resting his chin on his hand, and said, Pity, I still like your unsubmissive look from before more. The heavenly Tao panicked. My lord, the heavenly Tao turned to the immortals and said, I beg you, put in a good word for me. Actually, my previous words were also to protect the ancient desolate continent, completely aligned with your goals. Everyone was surprised by the heavenly Tao's plea. Even the heavenly Tao has a day it must beg. She looked at Changan, blushing. What kind of existence is this man? Actually able to create a miracle like this? Surprising everyone time and time again. Feng Qingyang turned to Changan and spoke up for the heavenly Tao. Well, Changan, actually, what the heavenly Tao said isn't wrong. Changan stood in the distance, hands on hips, and replied, I, on the contrary, feel a leader like this should be dealt with directly. Leave no future trouble. The system suddenly chimed in. Settlement complete. Host remaining domain value is 1,054 points. After host killed Long Lu, you can choose the rewards below. First is 10% Heavenly God Clone Analysis Progress. Second is the title Dragon Slayer. The system reminded Changan, right? Currently, the Dragon God Clan's hatred towards you has reached 20%. Once hatred reaches 100%, the host will be hunted by the Dragon God Clan in the entire Divine Realm. No place to run. Oh, reward choice 1 or 2. Although the accompanying effect of this title is very useful. But after entering the Divine Realm, it's not certain I'll only meet the Dragon God Clan. Once I encounter other clans, the title will lose its effect. On the contrary, not as good as the Heavenly God Clone. Changan spoke up. I choose reward 1. Moreover, completing Mission 3 will definitely have a larger domain value reward. Currently, the 9 provinces and ancient desolate continent are completely covered by me. Temporarily no rush for domain value. The system continued. Received 10% Heavenly God Clone Analysis Progress. The remaining rewards have also been refreshed. Host, please continue to make selections. Changan said, no need to choose anymore. Exchange everything for Heavenly God Clone Analysis Progress for me. Quickly complete the Heavenly God Analysis. System notification. Exchange all successful. Analysis progress. Host current Heavenly God clone is 10.5%. Since this time is different from before. System rewards the clone with the ability to use the Invincible Domain for 1 minute within a domain. Hearing the system's reward report, Changan was dissatisfied. What? 10.5%? Did the system make a mistake? Wasn't Long Lu's reward already 10%? Why do the death rewards of the remaining heavenly gods combined only amount to 0.5? The system replied, because these people were only clones. If the host can kill the main bodies of the gods, the rewards will naturally be generous. He frowned in anger. Looks like I must quickly drag out the heavenly god clones or go to the heavenly god's lair to destroy a few main bodies. At this moment, Chang Shi appeared in his mind. He pondered, but it's fine. Anyway, the matter is basically resolved now. Shangro magneter elf won't deity anymore. Just that the remaining power of the divine artifact must still be obtained. Changan stood silently calculating. Tom God, right? If it was a deceptive trap from the beginning, then I can only directly seize the divine artifact's power from your hands. The ancient desolate continent completely belongs to me. That little thief will definitely return after realizing it. Changan said to the system, watch closely for me. Once the time god's aura appears in the invincible domain, notify me immediately. The time god cursed angrily. Damn, Chen Changan. Originally wanted to keep your lowly life. But if you dare plot against me, then you don't need to exist anymore. She channeled spiritual energy, preparing to leave. The guardian spirit looked at her and thought. With Tian Wang, Chen's strength, a casual squeeze could cause the time and space of the entire world to tremble. Regardless of what method that person used to bypass the divine temple and take over the ancient desolate continent. Once Tian Wang, Chun attacks with full force. He is determined to die miserably. The spirit watched her leave. However, Long Lu's death has many complications. Perhaps she is also behind it playing tricks. Better quickly notify the clan. Avoid letting her run away. Tian Wang Chun stepped through the teleportation array into the star realm to look at the ancient desolate continent she had lost. Just arriving, Tian Wang Chun seemed surprised by the changes in the ancient desolate continent. She frowned looking at the continent and said, why is this ancient desolate continent different from before? The spiritual energy in this continent actually skyrocketed so much. A world of difference from the Maddie land before. This place can actually withstand 10% of my current power. What exactly happened to this continent? The system had detected the time god's aura invading the continent. Tian Wang Chun smiled smugly and said, Chen Changan, I will make you explain clearly to me why this ancient desolate continent became yours. Make you kneel at my feet. Before she could finish her sentence, a hand rushed like the wind to choke her neck. Changan's hand wrapped around Tian Wang Chen's neck. Eyes looking at her coldly, he asked, spiritual energy? He turned around and mercilessly threw her down. Tian Wang Chen, choked and thrown, crawled up trembling and thought, what is this? I actually couldn't detect his attack. Before she could get up, Tian Wang Chun seemed to sense something wrong. She frowned, pupils constricting. She, a god, was suppressed so easily. Changan appeared sitting behind her and said, little thief. She looked at Changan, her face darkening. Tian Wang Chun flew into a rage, shouting loudly, Chen Changan, you trash fish. How dare you? Saying that, she launched a palm strike at Changan and said, get lost. This strike of hers caused the surrounding ground to crack and shatter significantly. Changan let Tian Wang Chun unleash her move. He didn't bother dodging her move and even provoked. Is that all? Tian Wang Chen's mouth opened slightly. Her pupil shrank, unable to believe her eyes. Changan actually interrupted her move so easily. Tian Wang Chen's face popped with veins, sweat pouring out. How can this be? I'm a god. How can a tiny immortal possess the ability to suppress me? Changan said, not just that. He grabbed Tian Wang Chen's neck and pinned her to the ground. I'll take your divine skill too. System analyzing. Targeting time, God's exclusive divine skill. Start analysis. Copy? Tian Wang Chun replied angrily. Don't have delusions. What I hold is the power of time and space. Unless you are of the god race. Without talent, arbitrarily seizing it will only backfire on yourself. Moreover, the system chimed in, successfully copied 100% of time power. Applicable range limited to within the domain. Invincible. Before Tian Wang Chun finished speaking, Changan showed her her own divine skill being used by an immortal. What did you say? Changan stood up and turned to leave. Tian Wang Chun was still suppressed by the divine edict. She trembled. Changan used Tian Wang Chen's divine skill. Truly a formidable divine skill. Currently, the future of this ancient, desolate continent has been completely changed. Even the time and space hereafter will undergo unbelievable changes. I guess your heart is already a mess of confusion right now. All of this stems from summoning me to this time and space. Currently, you are of no use to me. Kill or keep depends on your performance. Tian Wang Chun clutched her chest. Suppressed, her face flushed red as she thought. Things shouldn't be like this. Unexpectedly, the person I personally brought here plotted against me, and is an existence surpassing God's. Changan looked at Tian Wang Chin's expression and teased. What does this expression of yours mean? Acting like we've done it or something. Tian Wang Chun blushed even more and said, You. Suddenly Chang, she called out. Changan, something happened. Changan turned his head to look at Chang Shi. Chang, she said in panic. The ancient desolate continent is surrounded and being attacked. Now countless heavenly god clones are descending on the continent, saying this place has some massive destiny. What should we do? The sky of the continent was extremely chaotic right now. Many heavenly god clones came here. Tian Wang Chun looked at Changan and said, Chen Changan, what use is being good at fighting? Changan thought. Still won't give up, insisting on acting like a heavenly god in front of others. Tian Wang Chun continued, You and I both don't have any forces to rely on. Can individual strength, no matter how strong, withstand many heavenly gods joining forces at once? That ancient, desolate continent of yours will sooner or later be divided by the gods. Chen Changan, you can't protect it. Changan smiled and said, Listen clearly. The ones who really need to be afraid are them, not me. Already like this and still won't submit. If not for lack of time, I'd definitely tear that mouth apart. Saying that, Changan left. Tian Wang Chun watched and cursed silently. Fool! Thinking winning means you can oppose all the heavenly gods and Buddhas? Doesn't know his own limits. Chen Changan. Changan flew up into the air. He laughed with delight and shouted, A bit of cold light, 10,000 rays of brilliance. So what if I kill all the heavenly gods? 30 seconds ago, the heavenly god clones discussed. Continent Master Chen Changan? Never heard the name. The slaughter god, carrying a huge axe on his shoulder and holding the waist of the tree goddess, said, Don't underestimate the enemy. This person could snatch the continent from under the eyes of several heavenly god clones. At least a demigod level. The tree goddess replied, In a remote star system like this, they're all nobodies. I think he can't compare to a single hair of mine. Moreover, I suspect he likely sneaked down using his main body. Otherwise, he absolutely couldn't bypass the divine temple to forcibly seize this place. The slaughter god nodded in agreement. Makes sense. The 8 great god clans of the divine realm have long issued a ban forbidding heavenly gods' main bodies from descending. Looks like this person is 80% a wandering god with no background. A tiny wandering god, yet daring to swallow the great destiny of this place alone. His guts are big. In that case, we have no worries for later. The slaughter god said, Doesn't have a title, not even a beginner god, and a wandering god, meaning we can kill at will. The slaughter god shouted, Everyone, let's join forces to kill the god of this place. Seize the destiny. Everyone below looked up at the sky in fear. So many heavenly gods, and they're joining forces. Changan also rushed upwards from below. The heavenly gods above prepared to descend to kill when they saw a strange light rushing up. Changan, overflowing with immortal energy, rushed over, smiled, and shouted, Welcome, everyone. She looked up from below, extremely worried. If he continues fighting like this, his body definitely won't be able to hold out. Tian Wang Chun, peeking from the dust, said, Arrogant and rude. Being so conceited, he will definitely pay a heavy price for this. She raised her voice. Chen Changan, even if you have a realm surpassing gods, but with this number of gods, sooner or later, they will wear you down to death. She heard this and knelt down. High God, please take action to help. Please save Chen Changan. Save the ancient desolate continent. Tian Wang, Chen replied, considering I once granted you the power of the divine artifact. Don't you think saying this is pathetic? On what basis should I offend so many heavenly gods to save a person destined to die? Changshi begged, we don't need to fight to the death. Making more friends, having fewer enemies is also very important, even if only once. Being a friend, being able to help him is also a good thing. I beg you. Tian Wang Chun heard this, put her hand on her chin, and pondered. Actually makes a bit of sense. Tian Wang Chun turned her face and shouted, but I refuse. What use are friends? Will they help you in times of crisis? You are too kind-hearted. That's why you have such a tragic ending. Tian Wang Chun approached Changshi and told her clearly. Moreover, this continent of yours was discovered by the gods long ago. Currently, to absorb that great destiny, they will naturally completely destroy this place. The ancient desolate continent is destined to be destroyed. You don't need to beg me anymore. Originally, if you obediently let me take over this continent, every place basically wouldn't need to suffer this hardship. Could have gone comfortably. Changshi knelt helplessly on the ground. Tian Wang Chun continued, and all of this is caused by that damned Chen Changan. Chang, she lowered her head and said, Hi God, Changan came here, experienced battles big and small. Outwardly, he says, but in his heart, he must be very tired already. He didn't ask for reasons. Saved us from hell and deep water. He didn't ask for reasons. Saved us from hell and deep water. He shouldn't have an ending of dying without an intact body. He is the hero of all of us. Changshi kowtowed to Tian Wang Chun. On behalf of everyone in the ancient desolate continent, I beg you. Ridiculous. Tian Wang Chun approached Changshi, lifted her chin, and said, Why don't we do this? You go find Chen Changan. Tell him to yield all rights of this continent to me. I will be merciful and help him overcome this calamity. Changan walked over. Who did you say wants to help whom overcome a calamity? Changan had quickly killed all the heavenly god clones. He walked towards the two. Itchy skin? Wanna die? Tian Wang Chun turned to Changan and said, Haha, Chen Changan. Can't hold on anymore and want to come beg me? How about this? As long as you obediently kneel and kowtow 3 times before this old lady, I will be merciful and give you a hand. How about it? Changan smirked, confused. Kneel before you? Changan pointed to the sky and said, Tian Wang Chun, is your brain short-circuited so you don't understand clearly? Or look clearly first before speaking? Tian Wang Chun looked up, muttering, Look at what? Tian Wang Chun looked up and broke out in cold sweat. The sky was now crystal clear. The gods disappeared. Changan spread his hands smugly. The heavenly god clones had already been defeated by him in one go. She was still kneeling on the ground. She looked up. One surprise after another. Everyone was surprised. The gods descended. Changan alone. Miraculous. Truly miraculous. It's okay. We are safe. Tian Wang Chen didn't understand what happened. What exactly happened just now? She used a divine skill to watch the scene by reversing time. Changan faced the heavenly god clones and said, If you have the skill, come at me yourself. Tian Wang Chen thought. The observer was surrounded. The strength of the gods isn't bad. Why did they all disappear in an instant? Tian Wang Chen rewatched the battle just now. She was shocked. Changan killed that group of gods alone in an instant. Changan, bursting with immortal energy, said, Not enough people for me to kill. Tian Wang Chun was astonished. Damn it, why is Chen Changan's strength so terrifying? The heavenly gods were surprised. Transmit some real skills of the main body over here. Let him know the taste. Let's go. They all disappeared. In just an instant. The heavenly gods of these star systems were all wiped out. Tian Wang Chen looked at Changan and thought. Moreover, they were all instantly killed by him. Changan looked at her and said, I heard everything you said just now. Tian Wang Chen bit her lip. What kind of monster did I summon here? Tian Wang Chun flipped her face, flattering him. If there's anything, just say it. I can definitely help you. Changan looked at Tian Wang Chin's flattering appearance and was speechless. Changan said, I actually really want to ask you, is there any way to attract more heavenly gods here? Best if it's the extremely tough kind of heavenly god. Tian Wang Chun was horrified. She heard Changan speak and was also surprised. Still want more heavenly gods to come here? Tian Wang Chun replied sternly. There is. At the second young master of the Dragon God clan's place. Something happened. Second young master. Lord Long Lu unexpectedly died. The time god originally wanted to intervene and take over the continent, but was snatched by a guy named Chen Changan. Dragon God clan. Second young master Longhua. He sat on the chair and replied calmly. He raised his voice and said, I always thought it was Tian Wang Chun conspiring with someone to murder 12th brother, daring to touch people of our Dragon God clan. They must pay the price. The guardian spirit asked, Does second young master have a plan? Longhua stood up abruptly and said, I want to use the Dragon God skill, 10 directions God destroying formation. The guardian spirit said in fear. Once that star system unleashes this Dragon God skill, including all planets in the ancient desolate continent will be destroyed. But there are many territories managed by beginner gods there. Doing this will definitely cause enmity with them. By then, those gods will all come for revenge. Second young master, please reconsider. Longhua replied, Older brother isn't here. I make the decisions. What's so scary about a bunch of ants? When having enough strength, ants only deserve to be trampled underfoot. On Changan's side, Tian Wang Chun endured this man. Hiss, if I don't lure gods above beginner rank here, he will deal with me. If I were a clone right now, I wouldn't fear him. But this body involves more than half of my divine power. I can only temporarily obey his orders. Yu Shanhe arrives. Tian Wang Chun, you transmitted to me, saying you want to gift this ancient desolate continent to me. Is it true? Heavenly God Yu Shanhe. Gatekeeper, intermediate heavenly god cultivation. Wandering gods with no background, wanting to advance, must greet him and his god clan. Tian Wang Chun replied to heavenly god Yu Shanhe. Changan stood aside, seeing a heavenly god arrive, his face lit up with joy. In the time and space of this era, not long later, I will reward him with a few planets. Ask him to help. Only then can I advance to intermediate heavenly god. Yu Shanhe laughed loudly. Consider yourself sensible. That little grudge of ours ends here. The heavenly god began to attack. Changan also prepared to go up and take him down. That guy. Tian Wang Chin's face darkened as she thought. The space of this era is completely messed up. Yu Shanhe's clone was destroyed. Changshi's group and the immortals all froze before his power. Yu Shanhe, being tricked, was extremely furious. He slammed his hand on the armrest and said, Tian Wang Chun, you dare plot against this daddy. I and you cannot coexist. The system chimed in. Congratulations, host, for killing the clone of heavenly god Yu Shanhe. Automatically converted domain value to exchange for 1.3 heavenly god clones. Changan reached back to massage his neck, smiled, and said, Fighting 10 people alone like this is more fun than those scatter gods. The system finished compiling everything. Current total accumulated heavenly god clone analysis degree is 12.1%. Changan was annoyed. Those previous heavenly gods were really cheap. Idiot. Don't exchange everything for clones. Leave some domain value for me to do other things. Changan was excited like a child. Hurry up. Next person. Meanwhile, Tian Wang Chun was worried. If this continues, I seem to be done for. Repeating like this, Tian Wang Chun called the twin spirit gods over. Shilan said, Long time no see, Sister Tian Wang. Shisha excitedly asked, Heard you say there's a big treasure to show us? What is it? Tian Wang Chun said to Changan, My friends are very few. They count as one person. Please be lenient. Changan snapped his fingers behind Tian Wang Chun, and the clones of the twin spirit gods were defeated. The two sisters hug each other crying. She tricked us. She is evil. Who? The boat of friendship has capsized. Changan became more and more excited. Hurry up. Call the next person. Tian Wang Chun covered her face. I can't survive in the divine realm anymore after this. Changan sulked. Your social connections are too terrible. Knowing only a few gods isn't enough for me to kill. Too useless. Tian Wang Chun cried. Do you think they're cabbages? Have some humanity. We are heavenly gods. Feng Qingyang thought. Never in a million years did I expect that dignified heavenly gods would have a day being killed like pigs. Truly, live long enough and anything can happen. Chen Changan is stronger than we imagined. His strength can be said to be immeasurable. Feng Qingyang smiled smugly. Just thinking that later I will be his master. At the Dragon God Clan Temple, the people of the Dragon God Clan began to act. They are setting up a formation. The Guardian Spirit said, Second Young Master, news of strange divine power transmitted back. The ancient desolate continent only has 2 wandering gods. Among them, Chen Changan descended with his main body. Manhwa replied, Descended with main body, so what? The grudge of killing my brother must be avenged. Manhwa, face ferocious, ordered, Make the move. In the star realm, a light flashed. The formation appeared. Tian Wang Chun smiled. This aura it's the dragon god skill, 10 directions god destroying formation. The whole group looked up at the formation. The formation shone straight onto everyone's faces. Changan said, Oh, very strong? She covered her mouth and replied, Even if never having contacted high heavenly gods, one can know a bit about this great formation. Tian Wang Chun explained. Must know that is one of the 3 great divine skills of the Dragon God Clan. Relying on this divine skill alone, they conquered countless star systems, beating many heavenly gods into fleeing with their heads in their hands. All beginner heavenly gods under this formation basically have no way to break it. Changan asked why. She explained further. Because under the coverage of this great formation, all things in the world lose their functions. And all divine power of heavenly gods in this land will be unable to be unleashed. Don't talk about fighting. Even escaping is a luxury. Not easy to chase away all the heavenly gods. But now a stronger one comes. The immortals said, What exactly must we do to stop them from invading us? Feng Qingyang replied, It's over. It's all over. Tian Wang Chun thought, Although I really want to see Chen Changan's embarrassed and fearful expression. But currently, I still have to find a precise chance to slip away. Idiot. I'm not playing anymore. Tian Wang Chun prepared to slip away when suddenly, I have no divine power left. The great formation isn't even complete yet. Is this another mysterious power entering to seal me? Chen Changan spoke up. Tian Wang Chun, you really are a dog that can't stop eating shit. Don't think I don't know you secretly sent the location to the Dragon God Clan. Changan grabbed Tian Wang Chun's hair and pulled back. Outwardly you dealt with me. In reality, delaying time to secretly intentionally leak the information here. Isn't it to use the Dragon God Clan's ultimate move to destroy me, then take the opportunity to run away? Tian Wang Chun, having her hair pulled, screamed. Chen Changan, let go. Isn't this the higher dimensional existence you wanted? I lured him here, yet you're scared? I think so too. After all, no wandering god dares to confront them directly. Tian Wang Chun thought, I can't beat you. Then this Dragon God Clan can surely handle you. Changan looked at Tian Wang Chun with killing intent and said, Scared of them? I'm eager to kill them all. Chen Changan continued, To be honest, I was worried you had no way to help me lure more powerful ones. Didn't expect you to be quite capable. Changan, bursting with killing intent, declared, Then watch. I want to beat them until they dare not covet this land. Tian Wang Chun was terrified. Unbelievable. I can't probe a bit of the power of this barrier. But even the power of that great formation can be ignored. The great formation has been set up. Long Hua ordered, destroy it. When Long Hua's move crashed down on the ancient desolate continent, Changan raised his hand and ordered, eat it. Immediately after, Long Hua's move was quickly broken by Changan. At this moment, the system chimed in, absorbed external divine power, automatically converted into corresponding domain value. Changan absorbed all the divine power of the formation just now and said, I see this great formation. The opponent didn't invest enough capital. The output is too small. Tian Wang Chun broke out in cold sweat looking at Changan. How is this possible? The barrier he cast can actually absorb the divine power of the god-killing formation? The formation that counters all things couldn't affect him? Long Hua over there crossed his arms watching and said, this ant has some strength. However, that's all. Long Hua ordered, pull the power to the max for me. Let the ants see what is called crushing. The subordinates obeyed. This time, another stronger, faster, bigger strike crashed down on the ancient desolate continent. Changan looked up and evaluated. The opponent seems a bit hasty. The group behind panicked. Here comes something bigger. Changan raised his hand and said, then taste this. He had prepared another move to deal with Long Hua. The two sides clashed fiercely. Suddenly, Long Hua's great formation backfired. This was something no one expected. Long Hua saw his great formation backfiring. He cursed, Motherf asterisk cur. What is this situation? Is this something a beginner god can do? Unleashing the dragon god skill. The formation descended, but didn't hurt a single hair of the opponent. Even able to use the formation's power to counter-suppress us. Changan pointed to the sky. System, watch closely. How to use the domain to kill the opponent without going out. Proceed to convert all absorbed power to expand the barrier. Expand 1,000 times. 10,000 times. Return tenfold. Long Hua's great formation was shattered. The 10 directions God-destroying formation was broken. Didn't even hurt a hair of theirs. Long Hua's subordinates were hit back, falling to the ground coughing. Cough, cough. Long Hua widened his eyes. Unexpectedly, such a tattered place hides a god of this level. Feng Qingyang looked up at the sunny sky. He stammered, Invincible. Changan stood under the sun. The sunlight shining on him made him look truly radiant. The guardian spirit turned to Long Hua and said, Second young master, this matter. Long Hua turned his head and instructed, we leave immediately. Tell the clansmen to destroy all matters related to the Dragon God clan in this dimension. Long Hua ordered, destroy the territories below the great land level in hand. Avoid being traced by the opponent for any clues. Those who disobey, kill without mercy. The guardian spirit said, but second young master, didn't you just say you wanted to let them know what crushing is? Long Hua realized he provoked too many people and said angrily, I didn't say that. People said it's just a beginner god, Motherf asterisk cur, who knew that place hit a god at least high tier. Long Hua was tense. I am merely intermediate tier. If I really provoke such an existence, things will be very troublesome. Long Lu provoked an existence of this level. Truly stupid, Long Lu left saying. In this battle, my dragon god people were greatly damaged in vitality. Dispersed divine bones by that wave of power. Won't recover vitality without tens of thousands of years. After we leave, this star system is about to change masters. Chen Changan, not bad. Looks like in the battle of gods and lords later. Perhaps we will meet again. Changan looked at the people behind, rejoicing in victory. He smiled, resolved. Time to go back. Sunlight shone down on the ancient desolate continent. This place has truly been revived. There were shouts. Prepare. Changan was surrounded by the people of the continent. Wait, what do you want to do? Everyone lifted Changan and tossed him up, cheering. Changan, thank you for saving us. Everyone smiled brightly like the sun and said, without you, we really wouldn't know what to do. Everyone cheer for our hero. Changan was a bit shy. The 9 provinces of 10 million years later was always protected by an old man like you. And now, I am merely accepting your responsibility. He smiled gently, thinking, you try to protect my world. I also protect your future. Tian Wang Chun watched everyone cheering for Changan and said, unexpectedly, he really could win. She thought regretfully, Chen Changan has such heaven-defying means. Why don't I team up with him to seek development together? With him supporting me from behind. Later, when I step in intermediate god, I won't be as timid as before. Tian Wang Chun approached the crowd and shouted, quickly put Changan down. You guys are too lacking in etiquette. Hearing this, the crowd was startled and dropped Changan flat on his face. Changan fell and shouted aggrievedly, you guys are pranking me. The whole group apologized profusely. We didn't mean to. Tian Wang Chun ran over to help him up. Changan, are you hurt? These clumsy people really... Don't make others worry less. You wait, I'll teach them a lesson. Changan saw Tian Wang Chun behaving strangely and asked suspiciously, what trick do you want to play again? Tian Wang Chun said self-righteously, what trick? Am I that bad in your heart? Besides, how would I dare be insolent in front of you? I have witnessed your strength and character with my own eyes. I wanted to... Changan replied narcissistically. Want to flatter? Get in line. Then thought, like this is indeed very satisfying. But what are you rushing for? Are heavenly gods that impressive? Tian Wang Chun thought angrily. If I could beat you, I would definitely kill you. Tian Wang Chun pulled Changan's arm. Come with me for a moment. I have something important to tell you. At this moment, Changshi watched and called. Changan. Changan heard the call, stopped, and turned to look at her. Tian Wang Chun said impatiently, don't mind her. She can't participate in this matter between the two of us. Suddenly, Changan reached out and pulled Changshi's hand. Being pulled, her face turned red with shyness. The three looked at each other speechless. Tian Wang Chun spoke up. Why did you bring her along? Changan replied, it's not like we're dating. Why can't others see? Tian Wang Chun cursed silently in anger. I don't want to lower myself to bow to you in front of lower realm commoners. Changan remained silent, looking at Tian Wang Chun. Changshi broke out in cold sweat, pondering, swords drawn and bows bent. Settling debts. I dare not make a sound. I boldly speculate. This behavior of the time god is wanting to surrender to Changan. Before, she deceived the heavenly gods, lost all her social connections, also provoked quite a few enemies for no reason, even if she has thousands of tricks. If a conflict really happens, personally, she might be completely destroyed before she can even resist. Besides this, there's also that dragon god clan who absolutely won't forgive her. Currently, she has run out of paths. To protect herself, she must take a step further to rely on Changan, seeking further enhancement. But these things seem unrelated to me. Tian Wang Chun shouted, I want to discuss business with you. Do you understand? She is superfluous here. She was embarrassed in the distance. Maybe I should go back first. Changan said to Tian Wang Chun. Then listen clearly. Now, she is my representative. Cooperate or not, you have to listen to her. Tian Wang Chun gaped and said, what? Tian Wang Chun thought angrily. Just now it was that woman begging me. Now it's the opposite? This guy definitely did it on purpose. Tian Wang Chun turned to Changshi, hugged her shoulders, and said, Changshi dear, you understand, right? Changshi looked at her, not understanding. Tian Wang Chun prayed silently. I don't intend to talk to you. Do you know how much courage I used to express myself to him? Understand? Changan spoke up. I intend to fight to the death with Chen Changan. If you know what's good for you, get out of my way. Understand? Is that what it means? You want to declare war on me? Tian Wang Chun panicked. What kind of translation is that? I don't want to be enemies. With you. Changan looked at Tian Wang Chun begging Changshi. Sida. Tian Wang Chun held Changshi's hand, smiled, and said, can we cooperate? Changshi recalled before and thought, Compared to me back then, who only knew how to bow down to solve problems, she's not as good. Tian Wang, Chen still affectionately held Chang Shi's hand. Chang Shi looked at Changan awkwardly for help. Changan signaled agreement to her. Tian Wang, Chun cursed silently. Beautiful. You treat me as a tool to teach this girl a lesson? You're good. I'll remember this. The three of them returned to gather with the immortals. Chang Shi said, June, your sister hasn't returned yet. Need to wait longer? He replied, No need. I've been here too long. There are friends who are very anxious. We say goodbye here. Changan suddenly remembered something and said, There's one more thing I almost forgot. He waved his hand. Time-space divine element appeared. The immortals stared wide-eyed. Right? Is this time-space power? Tian Wang, Chun, was furious. Chen Changan, you're good. The power I cultivated all my life, you take just by saying take. What is the meaning of existence for a time god like me? Changan took off a piece of cloth from his body and said, Actually, there's no vessel to hold it. Use this to fuse first. I engraved time-space power into this. In terms of intensity, it will be stronger than the divine artifact you used before. Changan gave it to Chang Shi and instructed her. I have removed the side effects. Of course, this side effect is only nullified within the ancient desolate continent. Going to other planets, it will still exist. Must use carefully. Chang Shi took it with trembling hands and agreed. She said also, Changan heard this and looked at her, waiting for her to finish. Chang Shi hugged Changan and whispered, Changan, thank you. Changan looked at her slightly blushing face. Chang Shi, teary-eyed, said, See you in 10 million years. Changan looked at her gently and nodded. At this moment, Changan and Tian Wang Chun had left. She said, Why don't I meet someone who loves me? This world is truly unfair. Changan ignored her. Tian Wang Chun steered to another topic. Chang Shi just agreed. You can't go back on your word about this cooperation. Changan replied coldly. The past is the past. The me of now didn't say yes. What are you happy about? Tian Wang Chun went crazy and said, Chen Changan, you burned the bridge after crossing. Did it and said you won't pay. Because of you, I can't survive in the divine realm anymore. You must take responsibility. Changan replied calmly. Helping you puts a lot of pressure on me too. Protecting you means making enemies with many heavenly gods. They are so strong, I can't beat them. Tian Wang Chen screamed. You despicable, lowly, shameless person. Changan smiled with a wicked face and said, Unless. He pinched Tian Wang Chen's cheek and finished. You call me daddy. If I'm happy, maybe I'll agree to you. Tian Wang Chen cursed. Seeing Chen Changan speak so heartlessly, Tian Wang Chun angrily turned her butt and walked away. Since we can't agree on cooperation, then I'm leaving, okay? Anyway, it's just simply going to be harder than before. If I persist in enduring hardship, I will become invincible. Replacing Chen Changan, saying, Good. If you give up your pursuit, maybe I will change my decision. Using every means to occupy continents just to increase cultivation. If you say so, then you will. Tian Wang Chun turned her head, voice a bit expectant, but with the hesitant guy. He smiled shamelessly. Hee, I was joking. This made her angry to the core, gritting her teeth, hating that she couldn't turn this guy into a eunuch right away. But the angrier she got, the more Chen Changan teased her. So you don't want to know if I'm tricking you? Making her spin like a top, right? Not him. Blay. At this point, she couldn't take it anymore and pointed straight at his face. Chen Changan, you despicable guy. I will remember this grudge forever. Watching her leave, he smirked. Just that, and she left already? I still wanted to play a bit more. The system on the side witnessed his shamelessness. The system was also speechless. Host, it's truly a miracle you've lived till now. But it also wondered, not understanding Chen Changan's thoughts. Why didn't the host agree to cooperate with the time god? According to my memory search, she will become a very awesome god later. Taking her as a little sister now isn't bad. Hearing this, Chen Changan explained softly, Now, is not yet. Accepting her, this woman's nature is both mischievous and scheming. Tricks. Don't look at her surrendering now, but her calculations behind the scenes. Not fully understood yet. She will definitely cause me a lot of trouble in the future. Solving it once is okay, but many times, wouldn't that tire me to death? This is the reason he didn't want to accept the girl and let her leave. Tian Wang Chun walked in the time tunnel, cursing Chen Changan as she went. Trash. Just you wait, Chen Changan. Remembering gratitude is better than holding a grudge. You and I will meet again sometime. Hearing this, the system despised him. Host, honestly, is it appropriate for you to use your brain like this? You shouldn't be unethical by seducing a girl from a good family to stand at the peak of life, right? This hit the nail on the head, making Chen Changan sulk. You even have this gossiping trait? Why don't you quickly help me create some high-quality missions? My domain value isn't much left. You free-loading system, you want me to do even this for you? So he set off and left. Before we return, system, help me do one thing in this ancient, desolate continent. Immediately, the system agreed. Then, after everything was done, Han Shi also utilized the destroyed formation to open a teleportation gate, returning to the ancient, desolate continent, gritting her teeth. But coming out, she only saw Chang Shi. Moreover, she was wearing his robe, making her look around in surprise to find his figure. Chang Shi looked at her and understood her mood. Two women who love the same man understand each other, and they're also sisters from the same sect. Chang Shi, unable to measure her feelings, ran to embrace Han Shi. Han Shi only needed to look into Chang Shi's eyes to understand everything. She glanced away and ran off. In the sky, its eyes flashed with astonishment, because at this moment, the aura of life was blooming from the corpses on the continent. Everyone opened their eyes, then sat up at the same time, looking around in confusion. Didn't I already die? Witnessing this miracle, Feng Qingyang was first shocked, then deeply moved. He ran to embrace his companion, his eyes welling with tears. While Chang Shi was staring blankly at Han, Shi's retreating figure, and the revival of everyone else. Suddenly, a pair of high heels approached her from behind. She immediately sensed a familiar aura and turned around in surprise. Then, tears began to stream down her cheeks. All the deep feelings from before. It turned out her master had also been revived. She called her disciple. Her master asked doubtfully. An image appeared in our minds. It seems a man named Chen Changan saved us. But Chang Shi didn't answer, instead rushing to embrace her master. After that, a very long story unfolded, lasting until dusk and still not finished. Only then did everyone depart. Everyone knew Chen Changan was from the future, so Chang Shi made a promise. With her fellow seniors, 10 million years later, they would cross thousands of miles to the 9 provinces continent to repay Changan for saving their lives. Everyone joyfully agreed to this. As for Han Shi, she felt an extra layer of emotional anticipation. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Soon, 10 million years had passed. In the beautiful land of Chang Province, in a place called Medicine Spirit Valley, this sacred land of immortals, hidden from the world, was protected by many deadly traps that had to be overcome one by one to reach it. At this moment, many people were searching for spirit herbs. One person found a particularly special one. He burst out laughing with joy. I found the dragon heart 9-leaf plant. Seeing this, the others felt envious. Damn it, that spirit herb is incredibly useful for replenishing blood essence, and that kid found it first. Hearing this, an elderly pharmacist advised them. Young ones, it's all right. We still have a chance. To save the Lady of the 9 Provinces, I doubt one spirit herb will be enough. On the other side, a woman received a message from a jade slip. Everyone, she said, even if we find the spirit herbs now, we might not be able to deliver them in time. Hearing this, everyone was confused. The news only came out 2 days ago. So why? The woman continued to explain. Communication artifacts have sent messages to all the pharmacists on the continent. They are all rushing to Yun province, where the province lord is. The scene shifted to the bustling streets of Yun province. All the pharmacists wanted to be the first to arrive. Province Lord Chen is a great benefactor. He saved us. He didn't even care that his wife was seriously injured. The peace this continent enjoys today is all thanks to Province Lord Chen. Now that he's in trouble, we absolutely cannot stand by and do nothing. Hey, don't push me. Wait a minute. I remember you. You're the pharmacist who treats erectile dysfunction. You're in the wrong line. I don't know what's wrong with the lady of the 9 provinces. I'm just trying my luck. What if I get lucky? No one was willing to give way. Inside the mansion, Ling Bauer peeked through the door. It's the commoners, cultivators, and pharmacists again. They've blocked all the roads to the province lord's mansion. And they're even calling Jiang Chuansa the Lady of the 9 provinces. She couldn't help but feel angry. Who is the bastard spreading these ridiculous rumors? Hearing this, Hong Yi said softly, I've investigated it these past few days. It's the Heavenly Fragrance sect, Miss Chuan Soa's former sect. They want to use this incident to gain fame, expand their influence, and become a major sect. This sect not only put up huge posters, but they're also spreading propaganda everywhere. Not only that, they're even using items related to the master to promote themselves recklessly. They've become quite famous these past 2 days, getting everyone excited. Wow, is this the pillow province Lord Chen used to sleep on? Only our Heavenly Fragrance sect has these. Because of this, in this year's priority enrollment rankings for sects, we won't have to be ranked below 1,000 anymore. We can jump straight to 2nd place. At this moment, Baiyu felt uncomfortable. But Master and Miss Chuanso haven't even had their wedding ceremony yet. They're just spreading rumors irresponsibly. But Ling Bauer was even angrier, her cheeks puffed out. That woman. What worries me is that once her official status is established, then our chances to use Master will be very slim. Hearing this, Hong Yi and Baiyu were embarrassed. Use? What do you mean use? How could we dare? You 2 sisters don't want to be thrown into the cold palace by Master, do you? Ling Bauer's voice was tempting, but her reasoning was sound. They had been enjoying Chen Changan for free. Now that someone else was about to sit on their heads, how could they stand it? So they shook their heads desperately. Seeing them like this, Ling Bauer smirked. Her conspiracy now had accomplices. Then we must seize the initiative. Let's go together now. Let's go see Master. The 2 were immediately persuaded. Meanwhile, the fairy Jiang Chuanso was sitting in a space filled with peach blossoms. Her phoenix eyes and willow brows gave her an otherworldly, transcendent aura. Her eyes were closed like a sleeping goddess. Chen Changan and Jiang Xiangran were standing in Jiang Chuanso's seclusion space. The Jiang clan head was performing a divine technique on the side. She looked at the necklace, transforming the objects around Chuanso into divine artifacts to coordinate with her unique immortal art, replenishing her origin and mending her soul. I hope nothing else goes wrong. Suddenly, the Jiang clan head called out, Senior. She bowed, offering the divine artifact with both hands. With the help of your divine power, the soul return immortal art has finally been perfected. But Chen Changan looked at Jiang Xuansoa and asked doubtfully, then why hasn't she shown any signs of waking up? Hearing this, the purple-haired woman explained, Senior Chen, please rest assured, once the soul return art is successful, she will wake up within 2 days. Fortunately, we didn't delay for too long. Chen Changan took back Jiang Xuansoa's necklace. I've seen many divine souls suffer memory loss after being mended. What do you think about that? But for some reason, the purple-haired woman was trembling. That won't happen. Under the guidance of your divine power and the divine artifact, Xuansoa is recovering very well. Please rest assured, Senior. I absolutely will not allow any mistakes to happen. The purple-haired woman had no other choice but to believe and wait. All right. But seeing her acting a bit strange, he asked, You keep glancing at me. Is something wrong? This startled her. She quickly bowed her head. No, no, it's just that you suddenly remind me of someone I knew a very long time ago. Hearing this, Chen Changan understood the reason. Originally, I wasn't in their memories. Only after I traveled to the future did they form memories of me. My existence has become deeply ingrained in their obsessions. He sighed. Many things have changed. Then, without further explanation, he stomped his foot and left, the wind lifting the purple-haired woman's skirt. His voice echoed in her ear. Take good care of Chuan-san. After he left, the Jade Cicada Fairy approached and asked, Clan head, could you have mistaken him for someone else? He comes from the 9 provinces continent, not from your era, but the purple-haired woman insisted. I couldn't be mistaken. It's him. The purple-haired woman was reminiscing about the terrifying scene from that year. He fought against the gods from all 4 corners, slaughtering the celestial armies until they trembled at the mere mention of his name. They no longer dared to fight. For millions of years, I was blinded by self-interest. I actually forgot that the 9 provinces continent still has this great elder. She looked up at the distant sky, calculating the days. It seems that day is almost here. The 10 million year promise is tomorrow. She was also looking forward to it. I wonder how they've been all these years. At the same time, in a neighboring domain of the 9 provinces continent, Pemang Sing Gondin, a group of people in black robes arrived to meet the chieftain of the Mangxing continent. Behind the chieftain was a group of warriors with primitive weapons. Their skin was green. They had long ears. The chieftain greeted his guests with a cheerful laugh. The star domain competition is about to begin. Many star domains are fighting fiercely. We are fortunate to have formed an alliance with the powerful Huanggu continent to resist our enemies together. We are descendants of the divine beast, the prehistoric wild star devourer. Our tribe is truly lucky. On the opposite side, the guest began to remove his hood, speaking softly, as are we. This person was an immortal from the Huanggu continent, Jingda. She was also Changxi's master. After 10 million years, her appearance hadn't changed at all. She said softly, there is only one condition for our cooperation. Hearing this, the green-skinned chieftain agreed. Please, divine emissary Jingda, speak. This alliance concerns the division of our continent's resources. As long as it's something we can help with, we will certainly not refuse. I've heard that you've been plundering various desolate lands in the cosmos lately to collect and expand your cultivation resources. And on your recent list, does the 9 provinces continent appear? Is this true? Jingda stared intently at the green-skinned people. But hearing this name was like a lightning strike to the green-skinned people. They were startled, their voices turning cold. I've always wondered why a powerful and wealthy land like the Huanggu continent would want to ally with my tribe. So this was your purpose. You want to take the 9 provinces continent from our hands. The warriors behind them stepped forward aggressively. But Jingda didn't care. She just wanted to hear their response, glancing at them. So what is your answer? The green-skinned chieftain's anger caused the flames he conjured to turn into eerie soul fires. We've had our eyes on that place for a very long time. Once we annex that continent, we can advance to become a powerful continent. You want to covet it? Not a chance. Hearing their refusal, the faces of the divine emissaries from the Huanggu continent darkened, as if they were about to kill someone. Then there's no need for us to continue discussing this alliance. Then, before the green-skinned people could react, the divine emissaries struck, sending the warriors to meet their ancestors first. Each one was like a dragon or a tiger, beating the green-skinned warriors until they had no strength to resist. Witnessing this massacre, the chieftain's eyes trembled with fear, unable to speak. Only the leader of the warriors, along with 2 companions, rushed forward to attack. He roared, "How dare you attack us? My royal father will definitely eat you." But in response, Jingda sent the 3 brats to their graves with a single palm strike. In an instant, the green-skinned chieftain was terrified. My tribe is descended from a divine beast. We are born mighty warriors. Logically, we should be dominant. I never expected to be so easily defeated by these brats. He had also realized the origin of these divine emissaries. They are the 9-star guardians cultivated by the Huang-Gu continent. Each one has the cultivation of a star venerable. He slowly said to Jingda, "So the rumors are true. Your Huang-Gu continent hasn't done anything major for many years, only focusing on treating this 9 provinces continent like a treasure." Hearing this, Jingda's eyes turned ice cold. "We have warned all of you not to covet the 9 provinces continent. We won't do it again," the old chieftain promised. But in his heart, he had a wicked plan. "First, I'll admit defeat. Later, I'll find a way to steal the 9 provinces. When we advance to become a powerful continent, we will repay 100,000 times over the humiliation we suffered today." But for someone who had been through so many tribulations, even going down to the underworld to meet the king of hell, and then being brought back by an ancient book, divine emissary Jingda was no stranger to these little tricks. "What kind of act are you putting on for me? Do you think you still have a chance?" She then unleashed an immortal art, severely injuring the chieftain. He screamed like a pig being slaughtered. "Why?" He collapsed to the ground, utterly confused. He had already admitted defeat, so why were they so insistent on not letting him go? The martial level of the people on the 9 provinces continent is low. The surrounding star domains can all bully them, let alone becoming allies. They can't even become slave planets. You've protected them for so many years, not hesitating to turn against many races. What is the reason for all this? He desperately wanted to know the reason. Hearing this, Jingda's eyes lit up with happiness. Because there is someone there who is especially important to the Huang-Gu continent. For him, let alone turning against the descendants of a divine beast. Even if we have to face those celestial gods, we will absolutely not back down. Not just us, my disciples, my grand disciples, and everyone on the Huang-Gu continent would be willing to fight for him until their last breath." As Jingda spoke, she activated a teleportation array. They had finished their business here. Now, they must return to prepare for tomorrow. "Oh, one more thing." Before leaving, she continued in a cold voice, glancing at the trembling green-skinned chieftain. "Tomorrow, my disciple will go to the Huang-Gu continent to meet that special person. Your faction and any thoughts you should or shouldn't have, keep them all to yourselves. If you still have any wrong ideas, consider the consequences." After speaking, the divine emissaries stepped into the teleportation array and left. Only the lonely green-skinned chieftain was left there. He was terrified. Isn't that Fairy Changshi? Isn't that person the demon who has conquered most of the surrounding star domains for millions of years? Then the person she values, just how terrifying must he be? At the same time, on the Yun province continent, a lantern festival, Chen Changan asked in surprise. On the side, Ling Baoer was acting cute with him. "Master, please go. The lantern festival tomorrow is a grand event that only happens once a year, Master. How long has it been since you spent time with us? This time, please go out with us." On either side were Hong Yi and Bai Yu cheering her on. At this moment, Chen Changan was massaging the shoulders of his master, Feng Qian. The old man felt as pleased as Punch. After so many years, and after coming to the 9 provinces, he changed his name from Feng Qingyang to Feng Qian. He looked at his precious disciple, Chen Changan, and let out a soft grunt. He thought to himself, so comfortable. Waiting for you all these years was not in vain. Hearing the suggestion from his female disciples, Chen Changan said, "I've actually never participated in a lantern festival before. The system is still calculating the rewards, and Xuanzhou is stable and will wake up in 2 days. So I guess I don't have anything major to do during this time." Hearing this, Baoer was overjoyed and ran to hug him tightly. "So that's a yes. Master is the best. Then tomorrow, you'll belong to us all day. You're not allowed to go back on your word or go off to do other things. This left Chen Changan speechless. All right. Then she pulled him along. It's not easy for Master to get a chance to go out. Let us take you to change your clothes. Grandmaster, we'll be going now. She left Feng Chiyun speechless. The old man felt helpless for his disciple. Why does everything have to happen tomorrow? Changan, you've created some deep karma. Tomorrow is the day of the 10-million-year promise of the Huanggu continent. The beauties of Huanggu will fight 300 rounds with the beauties of the 9 provinces. Who will win? Changan returned to find a way to heal Jiang Chuansua's divine soul. Meanwhile, Changshi's group, with their 10-million-year promise, would arrive tomorrow. At this moment, Ling Bauer took Changan to the Lantern Festival. He was sitting alone, enjoying tea and looking at the streets. It had been a long time since he'd been out. On the street, there were all sorts of sounds of life, from a madam calling out, "Young master, come play. The Chuishan brothel has many new beauties," to a boy selling newspapers. "Everyone, come see the new popular story, Love Contract Number 5. This made Chen Changan happy. This feeling of peace is wonderful. In the time that had passed, he not only destroyed the borders of the 9 provinces, but also stopped the invasion of the heavenly demons. Peaceful days like this were truly rare. He thought to himself, tomorrow is the 9 provinces Lantern Festival. People usually celebrate together, and lantern decorations are essential, and all sorts of colorful things. But for Bai Yu and Bauer to only start preparing now, isn't it a bit too late? He recalled what Bauer had said an hour ago. "Master, wait here for a moment. We'll be right back." It'll be quick. As someone who had lived in 2 worlds, he knew very well that when girls go out, it's just to buy clothes. But waiting for women to go shopping was like waiting for ancient people to discover fire in the forest. It was really frustrating, but he had no idea what they were up to. While he was lost in thought, people recognized him. "Province Lord Chen, it's really him. Everyone come quickly. I never thought I'd get to see my idol this close." This startled the young man. Then, everyone rushed forward. "I heard Province Lord Chen's wife is seriously ill. I brought an ancient medicinal formula. Please take it." The young women wanted to get his autograph. "Please sign this for me. I admire you so much." Hearing this, Chen Changan waved his hand. "My wife is fine. Thank you for your kindness." While he was struggling with the crowd, a woman's hand suddenly grabbed his arm. It was Bai Yu, returning from her shopping. She pulled him up into the air. "I'm sorry for being late, Senior. Senior, please punish me." This made him gasp, but he noticed the item she was holding. "What are you holding in your hand?" The girl stammered in reply, nothing important, just some tools to aid in cultivation. Is Bai Yu still training so diligently every day? He praised her while she blushed in embarrassment. But seeing her strange expression, he was quite surprised. So he used the function of his Invincible Domain, activating the see-through mode. He saw that in her bag were all sorts of BDSM tools. He wondered if his see-through mode could see through clothes. As someone from Earth, how could Chen Changan not understand what these tools meant? Didn't you just say you were going to buy clothes? What the hell are these for? At the same time, Bai Yu's eyes were blushing. Her whole body emitted a stream of energy. She was shyly thinking Senior, and that shimmering, golden pavilion was the Hamlin Pavilion. It was built on the border between 2 worlds, with people bustling in and out. Bai Yu and Ling Bauer had led Chen Changan to the entrance of this tower. Looking at the surrounding scenery, he was quite surprised. This commercial city has quite a few auras from the outer world, and their origins are not small. At this moment, Ling Bauer called out, "Master, I've already booked the entire pavilion. Today, just leave everything to Bauer, okay?" Then, the group entered the tower. Passing the guard at the door, he was secretly surprised. Even the guard at the gate is an immortal realm expert. This tall tower wasn't in the past timeline. I guess this was born after the great upheaval. I wonder who its owner is. Little Bauer was very happy. She skipped as she walked. "Master, this is the first time." We got out to play like this. I'm so happy. You don't even know how magical this place is. So she started acting as a tour guide for Chen Changan. They say this tall tower was built in the 9 provinces over 1,000,000 years ago. Inside, it has everything, attracting people from other worlds. With just this one tower, the 9 provinces has become famous in the universe. Many people come here. Besides the trading areas, this pavilion also has cultivation areas. They are divided from the 1st to the 5th floor. The 1st floor provides immortal chi for Earth realm cultivation. The 2nd floor is for the human immortal realm. The 3rd floor is for the Earth immortal realm. The 4th is for the heaven immortal realm. And the 5th floor is for the emperor realm. Not to mention the fees for each floor are very high. Many people have cultivated here and advanced to become powerful experts. What makes everyone most curious is who the female owner of this Hamlin Pavilion is. Some say she is a powerful expert who has existed since ancient times. Others believe she is from the outer darkness. All sorts of rumors have existed in the 9 provinces for millions of years. As for Bauer, I think she is a powerful expert with her own story. That's why she came here and quietly opened the Hamlin Pavilion. Cultivators from other planets all wish to meet her once. But unfortunately, no one has ever had that opportunity. This makes Chen Changan quite surprised. Hearing you say that person must be very formidable. Then he went to check the prices in the shopping area. He saw a set of clothes priced at 9,000 gold coins. This left him speechless. How can this piece of trash be sold for so much? The owner of this pavilion is such a ripoff. Hearing him mumble, the nearby customers looked at him with contempt. Look at his pitifully poor appearance. The kind of person who can't afford to buy things. Claims the goods are not good to save face. The people of this 9 provinces are truly shameless. Another one thought, can anyone just walk into the Hamlin Pavilion now? Bauer and Bayou were foaming at the mouth with anger. Their eyes shot daggers at the 2 men. Manager, excuse me for a moment. Bauer called over a female attendant. She quickly recognized the regular customer and immediately greeted her. Miss Bauer. Bauer then pointed at the group from the outer world. These bastards dare to talk about my master like that. I can't swallow this insult. At the same time, she pulled out her powerful black card. She handed it to the attendant and declared, I'll buy all the clothes and cultivation resources in this trading area. I don't want to see these good things being tainted by this trash. The 2 guys ground their teeth in anger when they heard her insults. After Bauer spoke, the items the other customers were looking at automatically disappeared from their hands. This was the work of the Hamlin Pavilion staff. Seeing their anger, Bauer was happy. She stuck her tongue out at them. She bought all the treasures that our martial uncle wanted. The customers were so angry they cursed. Damn it. The people of the 9 provinces are so hateful. You've blocked our path to fortune. The 2 young men were so angry they were about to fight Bauer. Seeing this, Bauer and Bayou were not afraid at all and unleashed their powerful auras. They are in the heaven immortal realm. Witnessing their strength, the group immediately stopped, trembling like dogs. Then they shouted to each other, let's run. We can't beat them. Seeing this, Bauer got angry. A bunch of dogs who can't recognize their betters. On the side, the attendant was also bringing the items to Bauer. Miss, the payment is complete. Buying everything must have cost a huge sum. Let's go try on clothes. This surprised the attendant. This is so strange. These young ladies are willing to spend money like water to dress up a man, with no cultivation at all. Under Chen Changan's helpless expression, Bauer didn't care and pulled him into the fitting room. But suddenly, the attendant realized something. It made her eyes widen in shock. Isn't that the man in the pavilion master's portrait? Except for the man having 2 horns on his head. She was dumbfounded. We've been searching for this person for millions of years, and we found him in such a miraculous way. But his appearance is a bit different because he doesn't have horns. For now, she would report this to her superiors first. So, she took out a communication talisman. To all managers in the first floor trading hall, I have an important discovery. While she was reporting everything about the man, another group of people entered the pavilion. It turned out to be the two young men who brought their martial uncle. They said angrily, "Martial uncle, they are on this first floor." But this man didn't dare to make a big scene in the pavilion and just snorted coldly. "Just a bunch of minor half-immortals. Wait until they leave this pavilion, and I'll send them to their graves and take back the treasures." After the attendant finished her report, the managers rushed to report to their master. "Pavilion master, the man in the portrait has appeared." Hearing this, the woman in the mirror said softly, "Calculating the time, the day has come." The managers immediately bowed. "Please give your orders, pavilion master. Listen carefully. From this moment on, we will not be accepting any more customers. Activate all the immortal mirrors in the pavilion. I want to see everything." The subordinates immediately accepted the order and went to work. Then, the observation mirrors in the pavilion were all activated. The immortal artifacts emitted light. The pavilion master looked at the picture of Chen Changan and Changxi. She said softly, "For so many years, I couldn't find you. Yet, at the moment that woman wants to find you, you appear." This woman with 2 green grapefruits for breasts thought to herself, "It's time to go back for a visit." This woman was in a strange black stone coffin. Streams of light pierced through like the cold moonlight. It turned out the master behind the scenes was Han Shi of the Heavenly Demon Clan. She established the Hamlin Pavilion in the 9 provinces to find Chen Changan. For over 1,000,000 years, she thought to herself, "I wonder what our relationship will be when we meet again this time." The scene changed. The image inside the fitting room appeared. Perhaps this was the evil purpose of some sellers. So, brothers and sisters, when you go shopping for clothes, remember to check carefully for hidden cameras when trying them on. Chen Changan was speechless. "I can take off my own clothes." Hearing this, Ling Baoer still rushed forward to pull his drawstring. "Master, don't move. Baoer is measuring your size." Then she pressed him against the wall and quickly stripped him. In his helplessness, he thought Baoer is quite skilled at taking off clothes. But then he suddenly realized something. He remembered the previous times he returned to his original body, feeling as if his life force was drained. He had long suspected that this matter was not so simple. Moreover, when the group gathered to commit a crime, there was always one person standing outside to keep watch. Every movement in the surroundings was observed. The moment there was any movement, they were ready, afraid of being caught in the act. They tried their best to avoid any possibility of being discovered, ensuring that the crime was carried out as perfectly as possible. Such a smooth and fluid process could not have been perfected without countless days and nights of relentless practice, 7 times a day and 3 times a night, in and out without rest. So he got furious and pointed at the 2 girls. "You two are really bold. I haven't even settled the score with you for enjoying my body before. And now you want to—" He probably meant they wanted to rape him in broad daylight. Hearing this, Bayu pulled Baoer aside. "Senior, please calm down. It's all because Bayu's Dao heart is not yet pure. However you want to punish me, just punish Bayu first. It has nothing to do with Miss Baoer." Then she took out the treasure box she had been clutching to her chest. She offered it to Chen Changan. At the same time, she presented her, but to him. "Bayu is willing to bear all punishment. Please, Senior, do not pity Bayu." Ever since he spanked her with a whip, she had never forgotten it. She remembered the feeling of both pain and pleasure, and she desired it. So this time, she wanted to take the opportunity to satisfy herself. She took out the box of toys, thinking, normally, I can only use it by myself, so I can't feel the pleasure. This time, I finally can. That unforgettable feeling. So she presented her, but to Chen Changan. "Bayu is willing to bear all punishment. Please, Senior, do not pity me." This made Chen Changan feel utterly speechless. This group was truly unreasonable and audacious. But the lecherous blood in him had also been stirred, flowing everywhere. He said in a low voice, "I didn't want to do this, but you are truly disrespectful. and you even enjoy my body." His voice was full of righteous indignation as he punished her, speaking in a loud voice. At this moment, Baiyu looked at him with anticipation. After being whipped on the butt by Chen Changan at Fei Xian Mountain last time, she felt a pleasure that took her to Cloud 9. Since then, she had been holding it in until she was about to break. So Chen Changan whipped her repeatedly, and she let out enchanting moans. "Do you know where you went wrong?" Hearing this, Baiyu said intermittently. Baiyu knows she was wrong. Witnessing this scene, Ling'er and Hong each trembled with fear, and they felt so sorry for Baiyu that they started to cry. The two pleaded in unison, "Baiyu, we're sorry. It's all our fault for getting you into trouble. You've suffered so much pain. Master, let us take her place." On the other side, Chen Changan was still whipping with great enthusiasm. He showed no signs of stopping. "No need. I don't need it," Baiyu insisted firmly. Hearing this, the two girls thought she was enduring it to protect them. So they were moved to tears, vowing, "For the rest of our lives, we will be good sisters." Sometimes reality and what you see don't match. So before making a decision, you should consider it carefully. At this moment, Chen Changan stopped using the whip. He rummaged through the toolbox. He took out another item. "Baiyu, you scream so wantonly, but you don't even know where you went wrong, do you?" He trembled with anger, rummaging for a moment before pulling out a rope, his expression dangerous. "If you don't tell me the truth, I will use even more violent methods." Seeing this, Ling'er felt that something was wrong and screamed, pleading, "Master, Baiyu is in too much pain. Please let her go." In the Hamlin Pavilion, Hanshi saw through the immortal mirror that Chen Changan was intensely tying up Baiyu with a lecherous expression. It made her tremble with anger. "You've had a good time, haven't you?" "Chen Changan, Senior, that tool, it's too painful. This time, besides pleasure, there's also pain." Hearing this, Chen Changan laughed wickedly. "Pain is right. Today, I will leave a mark on your body." The immortal mirror could transmit sound as well as images, making Hanshi's head steam with anger. "You damn man. Soon, I will also leave an indelible mark on your body." So, ignoring the image in the mirror, she opened a teleportation array and left. Only Chen Changan's voice was left. "Ha! This is punishment." In the Hamlin Pavilion, Inyu, the manager of the 5th floor, was gathering. "Everyone, the pavilion master has been looking forward to meeting that person for too long. We can't let things get ruined at this moment." Then she ordered the 4th floor managers, "Everyone, return to your respective floors and clean up. Persuade anyone you can to leave. Try not to use force." Hearing this, the group understood and left immediately. At this moment, the 2nd floor manager, Xu Jiao, said, "The pavilion master has been searching for the man in the portrait for so many years. What is his relationship with the pavilion master?" Hearing her question, the 1st floor manager, Xu Qing, speculated, "The person the pavilion master cares about. So much must not be an ordinary person. Could he be the pavilion master's ex-boyfriend?" Seeing this group gossiping about Han Shi, Inyu got angry and shouted, "Shut up. How dare you discuss the pavilion master's private affairs? Are you tired of living? None of the guests in the pavilion are easy to deal with. If you don't handle this well, and it affects the reputation of the Hamlin Pavilion, how many lives do you have to pay for it?" Seeing this, the others were scared and promised, "We won't dare to do it again. Hurry up. Get to work." Looking at the two from the 1st and 2nd floors, the others felt a bit tired and rushed off. "Why do I feel like something is about to happen?" These two were the 3rd floor manager, Fenji, and the 4th floor manager, Zifeng. As the two were about to leave, Inyu called out, stopping them. "Wait a moment. Although those two were speaking improperly, there is one thing I'm still very worried about. The Hamlin Pavilion has always held a special position and has always remained neutral. The Hamlin Pavilion has existed in the 9 provinces for millions of years and has never participated in any disputes in the 9 provinces. Even if the 9 provinces were destroyed, our Hamlin Pavilion could still exist in the void, even during the Great Immortal War. and the fierce battles in the 9 provinces some time ago. Our Hanlon Pavilion did not interfere and has always maintained a neutral stance. It is precisely because of this consistent attitude that the Hanlon Pavilion has stood tall in the Star Domain for millions of years. This is the first time since the Hanlon Pavilion was established that it has closed its doors to guests. Moreover, the reason is because of a mysterious man. Hearing this, the other two agreed. This is also what we are worried about. The first floor and the second are easy to handle, but the guests on the 3rd and 4th floors are all at the Earth Immortal Realm or above. If we don't handle them well, they will smash our sign. At this moment, you requested, so, after you two have handled your floors, come find me to avoid any losses. I will go and check the other party's identity one more time before she arrives to meet him. You want to test him first. Back at Chen Changan's place, he had now locked the girl in the room, leaving Linga and Yi outside. They only heard Bayu's voice from inside. Senior, Bayu can't take it anymore. Hearing this, Yi felt, from the sound of it, the battle inside must be fierce. Only Bauer was still pleading, Master, please let Sister Bayu go. Suddenly, on the nearby stairs, a group of people walked by, grumbling, what the hell? Why did they suddenly close the pavilion? I was at a critical moment in my cultivation. Hearing this, Yi looked over curiously. At this moment, a large crowd had gathered in the 1st floor hall, and none of them were happy. I was just about to comprehend a new technique, and they interrupted me. This is the first time in history we've been kicked out. What bad luck. This also surprised Hong. Why did they suddenly close the pavilion? Do we have to leave too? But Master's business isn't finished yet. Suddenly, a voice called out, Miss Hong. Lost in thought, she was startled and turned around. You are. We have long heard of Chen Changan's great name. We want to take this opportunity to meet him. It turned out to be Inu, leading the managers from the 3rd and 4th floors. Seeing this group exuding a powerful aura, they're all immortal emperors. Their pressure is terrifying. I can barely breathe. It's so uncomfortable. Step aside. Suddenly, a voice came from inside. The 3, Inu and the others, who were walking forward, were also very surprised to hear this voice. At this moment, Yi also felt the suffocating pressure from the other 3 disappear, as if a warm current was soothing her body, dispelling all fatigue. This feeling is like Master's doing. So she agreed and stepped aside. On the other side, Inu's group was also very suspicious. It's not that they didn't trust the Pavilion Master, but there were many things they wanted to see with their own eyes to know if it was true or false. Was this man worthy of the Pavilion Master? After following she for millions of years, this group was absolutely loyal to her. After entering, Inu said softly, We apologize for the intrusion. We are very sorry. The Hanlon Pavilion is closing on all floors. The powerful immortals on each floor are also leaving. Inu reported the situation to test Chen Changan's attitude. But when she carefully observed him, she didn't understand. He doesn't have a trace of cultivation. He looks no different from an ordinary person. No matter how I look at him, this person doesn't resemble the god who fought fiercely on the Huang-Gu continent 10 million years ago. Suddenly, a demonic pressure emanated from Chen Changan's position, along with a faint voice. So we are the only ones left who haven't left? I'm very busy right now, so I can't leave yet. But I can give you an offer you can't refuse. Inu's group was forced to their knees by the pressure, terrified. This kind of oppressive feeling makes immortal emperors, like us, feel suffocated and breathless. They trembled and replied, How would we dare to drive you away? Our master has been waiting for you for many years. I will wait for her here. Then he waved his hand, dismissing them. The group felt as if they had been granted a great amnesty. They trembled, clutching their chests, and turned to leave, saying as they went, Then, we won't disturb you any longer, senior. Please, feel free to continue playing. Outside, Yi was very surprised. Even immortal emperors are afraid of Master's power? As for Chen Changan, he was a little nervous. Waiting for me? I hope it's not that girl Hanshi. I have no way to deal with her. He still felt a bit guilty for throwing her to the 9 provinces back then. At this moment, the Hamlin Pavilion was in a state of chaos. Outside, the managers of the first and second floors were bowing and apologizing to the guests, asking them to leave. This made the guests very angry. You say close, and you close just like that? What about the losses we suffered from having our cultivation interrupted? That's right. We are from another star domain. The travel expenses are very high. How are you going to compensate us? Hearing this, the manager replied, Everyone, please honestly report your round-trip travel expenses. Our Hamlin Pavilion will definitely compensate you appropriately. In the crowd, the man who had a conflict with Chen Changan's group was also surprised. What's going on? The Hamlin Pavilion is closing? The young man next to him turned, his voice full of resentment. Marshal uncle, what should we do? Everyone has been kicked out. Where are we supposed to find those people now? This made the 3 of them very angry. Everyone has literally been kicked out, except for us. Hong Yi inside looked out very surprised and confused. Suddenly, outside, someone was startled and looked inside the Hamlin Pavilion. He noticed Hong Yi. Peeking from inside, he got angry and pointed. There's still someone who hasn't been kicked out. Why can she stay inside while we can't? Hearing this, the first floor manager smiled and waved her hand. Please, everyone, don't make things difficult for us. But this man didn't give up. He said loudly, Make things difficult? Am I not right? Marshal uncle knows her. She's with that group. They probably haven't left yet. Hearing this, the silver-haired man felt happy. Then he shouted, You want us to leave? Fine. Then treat everyone fairly. Next to him, the young man echoed his support. The other guests agreed. That's right. Treat everyone fairly. Our Yao Ri continent and your esteemed pavilion have been partners for hundreds of years. Surely you don't want our relationship to reach a dead end. Just because of a few people of unknown origin, right? The silver-haired man continued to threaten. This made the female manager's face turn as black as coal with anger. Esteemed guest, I advise you to leave honestly. I will only say this once. But the silver-haired man didn't know what was good for him. He continued to provoke the 2 managers' patience. Those little brats stole my treasure. I want to take them back to the Yao Ri continent for punishment. Just kick them out for me. You don't need to worry about the rest. We will still be good partners in the future. This was beyond the manager's patience. She slapped him so hard his front teeth broke. Are you looking to die? At the same time, she looked at him with contempt. Just a mere immortal king, and you dare to have such arrogant thoughts? In the crowd, seeing the scene, and you dare to have such a delusion? At this moment, a young man stepped forward to argue. You are truly imposing. Today, you want to kick us out without an explanation, but you close the doors to give special treatment. To some people, what is the meaning of this? We are all immortal venerables and above. Moreover, we are all long-time customers of the Hamlin Pavilion. If we really make a scene, I'm afraid you won't have the upper hand. He spoke while threatening. Those people are all from the 9 provinces. Perhaps the locals have some backing. But another one scoffed, Who here doesn't have powerful backing? None of the continents behind us are weaker than the 9 provinces. If the Hamlin Pavilion wasn't built in this godforsaken place, we wouldn't even bother coming. Seeing the crowd getting agitated, the first floor girl sent a telepathic message to the second floor girl. Sister, you were too impulsive just now. This will only make things more troublesome. Today, we want to know what the background of those people is. After speaking, the crowd wanted to rush into the Hamlin Pavilion. But as they got close, a single palm strike sent them flying, along with an angry voice. Whoever dares to cause trouble at the entrance of the Hamlin Pavilion will bear the consequences. It turned out to be Inu, leading the 2 from the 3rd and 4th floors out. The people cultivating in the pavilion have all gone outside. At this moment, Inu stood proudly, blocking the crowd, and explained, Listen carefully. The man inside is the person the master of my Hamlin Pavilion has been searching for millions of years, let alone a small continent like Yaori. Even if all your planets were combined, they wouldn't be as important as that young master. This terrified the silver-haired man and his disciples. What? That poor brat? No, that young master is the one the pavilion master cares about. They thought to themselves, offending the 5 managers is one thing. But if we offend the pavilion master, we're done for. The only path is death. At this moment, the second-floor manager took out a scroll. Then she burned it, her voice stern. From now on, the cooperation agreement between the Hamlin Pavilion and the Yaori continent is terminated. The Hamlin Pavilion will also ban all people from the Yaori continent, whether for trade or cultivation. Go back to your Yaori continent if you still have any ill intentions towards that young master. The 5 managers of our Hamlin Pavilion will join forces to crush you. At this moment, the other guests were full of regret and immediately blamed the people from the Yaori continent. 5 managers, we didn't know the special importance of that young master. It's all their fault. They were the ones who provoked first. Hearing this, the silver-haired group shouted back, "You're talking nonsense. You also wanted to kick them out just now. You even wanted to attack the Hamlin Pavilion and capture them. Don't try to blame us." So the other guests rushed towards the Yaori group and scolded them. "Shut up. You are the root of all this trouble, and you still want to frame us and send us to our deaths. You dare to offend the pavilion master? Let's see if we don't beat you to a pulp." With the strength of numbers, the silver-haired group could only cover their heads and take the beating. After a while, the guests bowed their heads. "We have given these troublemakers a good beating. The rest, we leave to the 5 managers to handle." Then they kowtowed and begged, "Please spare us this once." The Yaori group could no longer be arrogant. They reached out and begged, "I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Inside, Hong-yi witnessed everything and felt that this comedy was truly spectacular. So she wanted to quickly run inside to share this story with Chen Changan. Suddenly, in the sky of the 9 provinces continent, a tear in space appeared. It seemed something was about to emerge. Could it be someone from the Huang-gu continent coming to find Chen Changan? We'll find out next time. At the same time, at the Jiang clan's residence in Jiang Chuansua's secret realm. At this moment, the sky of the secret realm was suddenly torn open, surprising the Jiang clan head. She felt the aura of a super expert. From the outer domain, descending upon the 9 provinces continent, heading towards the Jiang clan's secret realm. It seemed that because they sensed the divine power within Jiang Chuansua's body, this person rushed over. Jiang Xiangran stared at the teleportation in the sky with surprise. "Who is coming?" Suddenly, the Jiang clan members called out, "Clan head." "She, clan head." She moved. Hearing this, she was startled and turned back to look at the seated Jiang Chuansua. She saw Jiang Chuansua's arm making slight movements. This made everyone happy, because after a period of healing her divine soul, Jiang Chuansua was probably about to wake up. Although her eyes were still closed, her complexion seemed much rosier than before. At the same time, a teleportation array appeared in another location in the 9 provinces. Meanwhile, in the Hamlin Pavilion, Chen Changan had finished punishing Baiyu. She was still lying with her butt up. Meanwhile, he had changed into a new set of clothes they bought for him and said softly, "Baiyu, today was just a small punishment, but it is also a strong warning to you. If you repeat this in the future, I will apply an even stricter punishment." Hearing this, Baiyu sobbed softly. Baiyu understands. She thought to herself, "This time, Master's punishment has caused the wall of my cultivation to show signs of loosening. It seems like it's about to break through." So, she planned to find an opportunity next time to make Master continue to punish her to level up. For a girl who likes BDSM, the heavier the punishment, the sooner she gets off. At this moment, seeing him open the door and come out, the 5th floor managers of the Hamlin Pavilion were very surprised. But for a transmigrator like Chen Changan, Bayu's strange hobby was nothing new to him. He thought to himself, I wonder if Chuansawa has this hobby too. But for now, he turned to say, to Inyu's group, this outfit of yours is beautiful. I will wear it more often. Seeing his new look, the women felt like their ovaries were about to explode. Ling Bauer exclaimed, Master seems to have become a different person after putting on these new clothes. Han Yi's face was completely red. Master is so handsome. Baiyu, who was just beaten black and blue, felt regretful. She wanted to continue being taken care of by Master. Even the people of the Hanlon Pavilion were no exception. Their eyes were red and mesmerized, staring at Chen Changan without blinking. No wonder our pavilion master misses him so much. A super expert who is also handsome. What girl wouldn't have her ovaries explode for him? Seeing their infatuated expressions, Hong Yi and Ling Bauer were steaming with jealousy. It seemed they wanted to smash the heads of this group for trying to steal him from them. So they ran to hug Chen Changan to mark their territory. They thought to themselves, don't you dare have any fantasies. Master, Senior belongs to us. But this made Chen Changan a little nervous. Why do all these women look like silly girls now? Suddenly, Chen Changan felt something was coming. He felt the spatial power fluctuating violently. This proved that he was not the only one who opened a teleportation to Jiang Chuansawa's place. But he didn't know what this person's purpose was in coming to the 9 provinces. Was a friend or a foe? On the other side, Inyu didn't know his thoughts. She smiled happily. Thanks to Senior Chun, we can feel the atmosphere of the outside world, even inside the closed Hanlon Pavilion. We can also clearly sense the aura from outside. Calculating the time, our pavilion master should be back soon. But Chen Changan didn't care. He teleported away. I'll be out for a bit, and we'll be back later. But Chen Changan didn't care. He teleported away. I'll be out for a bit, and we'll be back later. This left everyone stunned, especially Inyu's group, who were speechless. They didn't know how to explain this to their pavilion master, because they had reported that Chen Changan was in the Hanlon Pavilion, and now he's gone, giving them a headache. Just then, the teleportation array in the pavilion opened. A foot in a black high-heeled shoe appeared. Inyu's group immediately recognized this person and greeted her, Pavilion Master. Looking at the newly arrived woman, Ling Bauer thought she was very beautiful. But at the same time, she was very confused. What is the relationship between this woman and our master? They were probably all feeling jealous. The person who arrived was Han Shi. She looked around for a moment and then asked, where is he? She probably couldn't find Chen Changan. She's so boy-crazy. She'd chase him even after reincarnation. Didn't you say he was waiting for me here? Her voice was full of annoyance. Hearing this, Inyu's group was also helpless and didn't know how to explain. At this moment, Ling Bauer ran over. Pavilion Master, are you looking for my master? Hearing the word master, Han, she was quite surprised. She had a sudden realization. So, she's his disciple, and I thought she was his lover. A slight smile appeared on her lips. So she turned and said softly, you can call me Master's wife. I am your master's fiancée. This made the little girl's world collapse, turning her to stone. At the same time, everyone present, Hong, Ibai, Yu, Inyu, and the Hanlon Pavilion managers, were all shocked. It was like being struck by lightning. Suddenly, Han Shi also sensed that she was not the only one who had come to the 9 provinces continent to find Chen Changan. Her senior sister had also come here. Both of them were chasing after the same man. So she opened a teleportation array. This time, you won't escape from my grasp. If you don't believe me, just try to run. I'll beat you black and blue. In the Jiang clan's secret realm, Jiang Ningran's eyes widened as she looked at the person arriving. Why have you come here? Hearing this, the person who stepped out of the secret realm replied softly, Little sister Jiang Ningran, you're still the same as before, unchanged. Do you remember us? Of course, she had temporarily set aside the invitation to the Star Domain competition, organized by the gods of all realms, rushing here without a moment's rest. I have only one wish and that is not to let my junior sister gain the upper hand. The reason she hadn't dared to meet him for so many years was because she thought what she had done was not good enough. She still couldn't stand on her own 2 feet, so she worried she couldn't impress him. At this moment, Chen Changan had also arrived. He didn't dare to show himself yet, standing on a rock and looking down, his mouth agape in shock. Why is it her? Coming here at this critical moment. I hope nothing happens. Below, the newly arrived woman continued to pour out her heart. But now, it's a little different. A slight smile appeared on her lips. It turned out to be the divine Maiden Chang, she of the Huanggu continent. She was still wearing the cloak sealed with a protective spell. The only difference was that her aura was now more noble and mature. She said softly, "Now, perhaps I will actively pursue him." Ingrid immediately looked towards Jiang Chuanzhao. She felt nervous. The divine maiden has actually been thinking about Chen Changan for 10 million years. If she finds out about Chuanzhao, I don't know what she'll do. She was also very worried. After all, one was the master of the Huanggu continent, and the other was just a minor figure, an immortal from the 9 provinces continent. Seeing the Jiang clan head keep glancing at Chuanzhao, Changshi asked, "What is she doing? And why do you keep looking at her? Who is she?" Hearing this, the Jiang clan head's voice was a little nervous. "Ah, divine maiden, she is a genius of my clan. Jiang Chuanzhao, her soul was damaged long ago, and she still hasn't woken up." At this moment, Changshi also took a closer look at Chuanzhao. She thought this girl was very beautiful. Mentioning this, the Jiang clan head was also proud. "That's right. She is indeed the most beautiful girl in our Jiang clan, and she has countless suitors." At the same time, she also saw a problem with Chuanzhao's injury. "Your soul healing technique has not yet reached a proficient level. Even with the blessing of divine power, your magic power is too weak to resonate with it. After she wakes up, she will definitely have lost some of her previous memories." This terrified the Jiang clan head. "What? This is a disaster. If anything happens to Chuanzhao, the demon god Chen Changan will send me to my grave." At this moment, she took action. Rings of light entered Chuanzhao's head. "Fortunately, I obtained a secret art during my travels in the myriad star domain many years ago that can awaken her. You must remember that to heal a soul, you must enter deep into the other person's sea of consciousness and mend the broken fragments of memory. Although you might learn some of that person's secrets then, it doesn't matter. Saving a life is the most important thing. I have reminded you many times before that you must constantly strengthen your spiritual magic power to be able to control the Jiang clan's great soul tree. Although she will wake up, if that person loses their memories and forgets important people, it will be very painful." After a moment, she withdrew her divine power and smiled happily. "I have finished repairing her soul. She will wake up soon." This made the Jiang clan head breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Changshi." She thought to herself, fortunately, with her help, divine maiden Chuanzhao's soul has finally stabilized. Otherwise, the demon god Chen Changan would have sent me to my grave. On the other side, after a while, Jiang Chuanzhao began to wake up. A slight smile appeared on her lips as she let out a soft Hearing her voice, the Jiang clan head was overjoyed. Chuanzhao has finally woken up. As for the girl, she opened her eyes to a strange environment. But she didn't care, only remembering her Chen Changan. She was frantic. "Changan, he's still fighting. I have to go help him." Seeing this, the Jiang clan head quickly calmed her down. "The war is over. He is also living very well. You should worry about yourself first." But suddenly, she remembered that she was here. She turned and stammered, "Divine maiden, thank you for saving Chuanzhao. Not only I and the Jiang clan are grateful, but Chen Changan will also thank you." Hearing this made she very confused. "Changan? What does this have to do with him?" Immediately, Ning Gran became nervous again. "Hiccup. Oh no, I was so happy I let slip." From behind, Jiang Yutian, who had been eavesdropping, spoke up. Chuansoa is Chen Changan's wife. Of course he would want to thank you for saving his wife. This surprised Chang Shi, who looked at her. The word wife made her feel a little lost. His wife? Immediately, Jiang Ningran ran over to cover Jiang Yutian's mouth. Watch your mouth. But the girl didn't understand. Did I do something wrong? At this moment, Chen Changan stopped hiding and eavesdropping. He flew down from above to where the girls were gathered. His eyes were full of love as he looked at them, but it was unclear which one he was looking at. It was probably Jiang Chuansoa, the one he liked before. Seeing her beloved appear, Jiang Chuansoa pulled away from the Jiang clan head's hand and called out lovingly, Changan, as she ran towards him like the wind. The young man also slowly walked forward. They embraced, their feelings overflowing. Jiang Chuansoa's tears of happiness fell endlessly. I'm here. Chen Changan looked at the person he loved and was also very happy that she had woken up. He comforted her, holding her in his arms. Witnessing this, Changshi's eyes were dazed. She was happy because she had finally met the person she had loved for 10 million years, but sad because she saw him hugging another woman. Suddenly, a teleportation array appeared right there, along with a sour voice. I'll deal with him for you. It turned out to be Han Shi, leading Ling Bao's group. She said softly, some young ladies still don't believe that I was the first one to have a relationship with you. Do you understand? You have to confirm my status as the main wife. But when she saw Chen Changan hugging another woman, her face was full of anger. At this moment, the system's voice announced, random mission detected. Host has encountered a Peach Blossom Tribulation event. Invite the 3 women to watch the Lantern Festival together and turn it into a harmonious and friendly relationship with deep affection. The reward for completing the mission is a 1-minute invincibility card. This was a system for a Let's Heroes playboy. It wanted him to sweet-talk all 3 of them into his harem. I wonder which one will be the empress, which one the imperial noble consort, and which one a concubine. Hearing this, Chen Changan's face looked like he was about to cry. Damn it, system. You're doing this on purpose. At this moment, the women shouted in unison, You damn scumbag! To be continued from the previous part. At this moment, the 9 provinces Lantern Festival began, signaling the start of a new year. On this day, no matter what grudges or love rivalries there were, no matter what schemes for power, everything was set aside. Everyone released their own lanterns to pray for a good new year. The lanterns, if they were released to fly higher, it represented the hope that the misfortunes of the new year would stay far away. I wish everyone a lucky and prosperous new year. At this moment, in a tavern in the city, there was a storyteller. He was entertaining everyone with a story of a love triangle. Speaking of this man named Lee, he clearly had a girlfriend back home, but he couldn't keep it in his pants. He went around flirting everywhere, even having an ambiguous relationship with his girlfriend's best friend. After his girlfriend found out the truth, she couldn't accept it and stabbed him, sending him to meet the king of hell. But his bad luck wasn't over. That best friend was also a cold-blooded person. She actually ruthlessly finished off her close sister of many years. After that, the assassin of the man named Lee went to another place. It's truly a sad and regrettable story. The audience below sighed. If you want to enjoy the blessings of everyone without doing anything, then you need to have an immortal body first, so no one can kill you. Or have a sweet mouth and be good at coaxing the ladies, so you can always make all the women happy. At this moment, a young man spoke up and asked, so, if a man encounters a similar situation, or possibly even worse, how can he resolve this state of affairs? Hearing this, the old storyteller didn't quite understand. You mean if his beloved wife, his soulmate, and his companion in adversity all ask him who he loves and who he chooses, how should he answer? How to break this deadlock, right? While the old man was pondering, the crowd was debating. It's not good if all the women gather in one place, even if the man has a mouth as sweet as candy. A fight will still break out. In a good outcome, the women will fight each other. In a bad outcome, all the women will turn on the man. At that time, I'm afraid that man will be in trouble. Someone else thought, but what if that man is a genius? What if he can handle this matter harmoniously? Hearing this, the old storyteller said loudly, even if he is a genius, he cannot solve this dilemma. If someone really falls into such a difficult situation, the outcome will probably be very tragic. This was exactly the scene Chen Changan was facing right now. He was sitting opposite the three women. The scene was silent. The system was nagging. Random mission detected. Host is currently facing a peach blossom tribulation. Please invite these three women to watch the Lantern Festival together and develop it into a deep and harmonious love. The reward for completing the mission is a 1-minute invincibility card. This was a typical case of a man having to pray for his own good fortune when he falls into this situation. Chen Changan hesitated, awkwardly raising his tea to invite the ladies, wondering just how difficult this peach blossom tribulation would be. But when Chen Changan offered the teacup, all three women reached for it at the same time. A murderous aura emanated from them. No one was willing to give way. They all thought the tea was for them, their expressions very combative. So the young man drank the tea himself, not giving it to any of them. A reunion is a happy occasion. You all can do as you please. I'll drink first. This made the three women steam with anger. Outside Bauer's group, Hong Yi and Bai were hiding and peeking inside. Bauer thought, this is probably the most difficult problem Master has ever faced in his life. I just hope they don't find out about what happened between us and Master. Looking at their faces, she also felt nervous. Bai agreed. If they find out, we'll be severely punished. After all, those three women are incredibly powerful. The three of them felt the tension inside. The fifth-floor manager, Yu, sighed. I have fought on the battlefield for many years. I have long since looked down on life and death. But now, looking at the scene before me, a feeling of indescribable tension arises that hasn't appeared for many years. At this moment, she was the first to make a move. She crushed the teacup and said coldly, Changan, we've been sitting for so long, and you still haven't introduced everyone? Why you never mentioned any other women to me before? This left Chen Changan speechless. The system immediately appeared to act as his advisor. This is a trap, host. As soon as you answer, it will be equivalent to confirming the official status of this demoness. But for someone as smart as Chen Changan, what was there that he didn't understand? I know even without you telling me. Between the two of us, do we still need Changan to introduce us? I still remember the embarrassing things you did as a child. Do you need me to help you remember them? She suddenly spoke up, saving Chen Changan. This made she steam with anger. She was furious with this senior sister of hers. Next, it was Shi's turn. She boldly took his hand. Changan, I haven't been by your side for so many years. You've been mesmerized by the glamorous outside world. It's normal. I can understand. Now that I'm back, I will never leave you again. Hearing this, she was so angry she could vomit blood. Shi, after millions of years, your green tea bitch level has improved. What do you mean, now that you're back? It sounds like Changan has already acknowledged you. Hearing this, Shi smiled faintly. My business with Changan doesn't require junior sister's concern. Only Jiang Chuansuo was confused. Husband. They? After all, she was the weakest, so she was a bit nervous. But when it came to shyness, she was second to none. Like a sweet kitten, she asked, is our relationship fake? This made Chen Changan find it hard to breathe. It's not what you're all thinking. He thought to himself, I was too careless. This peach blossom tribulation is too hard to handle. Then what the hell is going on here? Can you explain? Among the three of us, you can only choose one. Shi rushed forward to question him. Shi also agreed. I believe Changan will make the right choice. Only Jiang Chuansuo said nothing, but she also joined in, looking at him with expectant eyes. In Chen Changan's mind, he was fighting with the system. He roared, they just want to kill each other. Tell me how to make them get along. Tell me, Hearing this, the system laughed happily. Host, please calm down. They just want to fight over you to do it. So exciting, so interesting. This left Chen Changan speechless with this thing. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. I have a way. Seeing this, the system was also curious. Host has thought of a way. After carefully considering their questions, I realize they don't care about each other's existence, but my attitude. Therefore, the more I explain, the more complicated things will get. Chen Changan softly explained to the system. At this moment, Hanxi's palms were clasped together, preparing a move. She thought, this move was originally used to deal with Chong, she seducing him. Using it now should have a similar effect. So she unleashed the secret art, a secret art that bewitches the heart. It makes the target fall in love with the user. But in the Invincible Domain, what use was this kind of art? The system informed him. Host has sealed the Demonis Han, she's secret art spell. She will definitely not notice anything different. Seeing Chen Changan sitting quietly and placing Chong, she's hand back on her lap. Hanshi thought her secret art worked so quickly. Changshi's eyes were a little startled as she looked at him. The system praised him. Host is truly brave, even when death is not far away. At this moment, Chen Chong then said softly, you all are too noisy. It's annoying. You just want to know the truth, right? Listen carefully. I'll only say this once. The woman I care about the most. He paused for a moment. It made the three women look at him with anticipation and anxiety. They desperately wanted to know who that person was. Outside, Bauer's group, who were hiding, were also very expectant. Senior is about to make it clear. Is Master crazy? If he names one person now, won't the other two go crazy and fight to the death? Bauer was a little worried. As for Baiyu, she knew her status was inferior, so she was afraid there was no hope. At this moment, Chen Changan continued. First, she and I have done many adult things together, and we've never gotten tired of it. Now, should we continue talking about this? Hearing this, the three women's eyes were as sharp as knives. Doing those things? With whom? When? Changan, you're good. So there's still a choice? Who is that woman? The three asked in unison. Chen Changan replied. Who else could it be? The one I happened to meet on a special occasion. The one I felt an instant connection with, love at first sight. She knows her cultivation can't compare to mine, so she has always been secretly working hard on her own, hoping that one day she can change everyone's prejudice. To be able to confidently walk by my side. Hearing this, she remembered the past. She felt, is he talking about me? I worked hard for 10 million years, just to be worthy of him. So he knew everything I did, and it's true that I've only done that with him. He was her first and only man. In other words, I'm the one he cares about the most. She blushed, moved. At this moment, he continued his performance. Because of the war, we could only be temporarily separated. I only hate that I didn't have enough strength. There was no other way to break the karmic relationship, to immediately run to her and tell her that I always miss her. Hearing this, Hanshi was struck by lightning. She must have been waiting for me for a very long time. Just thinking about this makes my heart ache. Hanshi felt that the person he was talking about was indeed her. Her face looked like she was about to cry from emotion. After so many years of waiting, I really wanted to give up. Moreover, he and I also had a great battle in bed for several days. Indeed, the one he cares about the most is me. While she was moved, Chen Changan continued to act. If at that time, Chen Changan, had been a little stronger, I would definitely have kept her by my side, not letting us be separated. Our love is deep. I can make a heavenly oath that Chen Changan, have absolutely not been fooling around outside. What a scumbag. The heavenly Tao is also your servant, yet you bring it up to make an oath? Who would dare to punish you? The system was immediately happy. Host, it up to make an oath? Who would dare to punish you? The system was immediately happy. Host, the system, am impressed. This scene is definitely going to be explosive. At this moment, fireworks signaled the New Year's Eve. Along with that was Chen Changan's declaration for this lifetime. He looked up at the sky with deep affection and said softly, "I will never let her down." This made Jiang Chuanso stare at him intently. All three women had the same thought at this moment. Changan is so outstanding. It's normal for him to attract a few more women. I shouldn't be so jealous anymore. I have to show them the tolerance of a main wife. I absolutely cannot let my husband, Chen Changan, continue to be in a difficult position. The three women made up their minds. At this moment, Chen Changan said loudly, "That woman is—" But the three women immediately cut him off. No need to say any more. We all know. This left the system speechless. "Host, what you said, each of them thinks it's about herself. This is exactly the result I wanted. Let them imagine, but no one will say it out loud. As long as they each think they are the main wife, then they won't continue to fight. This is just the first hurdle in this difficult four-way relationship. Next, I'll have to let these girls taste the power of my divine canon." Chen Changan smiled wickedly. Outside, the girls who were hiding were also rolling around with joy. Baoye thought, "So, Bauer is the one master cares about the most." Hong, he felt like her ovaries were about to explode. The fox demon thought, "So Hong E is so important to master." As for Bai Yu, she was ecstatic. "Senior, so it wasn't just Bai Yu who had a one-sided love for you." All three of them thought what he said was about them. Seeing the three girls writhing, Yin felt that these three were about to have their ovaries explode. At the same time, the outer domain at the divine temple of the 9 provinces continent. 2 people had just flown here, a man and a woman. I remember the 9 provinces continent is an ownerless, desolate land. But this aura clearly indicates that the 9 provinces already has a master. This woman was the heavenly god's divine emissary, Chai Chi. Hearing this, divine emissary Du Lei added, "Moreover, from the aura, we can tell that the master of the 9 provinces is from the lower realm." After entering the gate, Du Lei said loudly, "Spirit of the 9 provinces continent's temple, hear my command. Quickly show yourself and meet us." At this moment, thunder rumbled outside, making Du Lei glance over. It turned out to be Lei Zi, rushing over aggressively. "Which bold fool is this? Are you blind? How dare you act so arrogantly in my temple? You deserve a beating." So it struck Du Lei with lightning. But this man easily blocked it. This surprised Lei Zi. He dispelled it so easily. Lei Zi was very suspicious. "Oh no, this is bad. Is it because my strength is weak, or are you too strong?" It was very curious. So it continued to strike old Du Lei with lightning. "If I don't show my power, you'll think I'm a house cat. Watch me scare you to death." At this moment, Du Lei also lost his patience, raising his hand to disperse the lightning. "A piece of trash, heavenly Tao of the 9 provinces dares to act so arrogantly in front of me. A divine emissary? Are you trying to show off?" Seeing this, Lei Zi was extremely shocked. Its strongest lightning was so easily dispelled. At the same time, hearing this person mention divine emissary, it immediately knew their identities and retracted its previous arrogance. "Greetings, divine emissaries." It thought to itself, "No divine emissary has ever come to this shabby temple of mine before. I never expected to come at once." At this moment, Du Lei's eyes were sharp as he looked at Lei Zi. "You are both the heavenly Tao of the 9 provinces and the temple spirit. You are truly audacious. How dare you accept a master? Moreover, after accepting a master, you didn't report to the divine emissaries. Are you trying to rebel?" Hearing this, Lei Zi was terrified, reporting to the divine emissaries. "I really don't want to rebel, but that person's strength is too powerful. If I don't listen to him, he'll beat me." The female heavenly god was angry. "A mere mortal from the lower realm. What is there to be afraid of? I order you to immediately break the master-servant contract with that person and choose another god to be the master of the 9 provinces. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences yourself." At this point, Lazy begged, I can't. Actively breaking the contract will damage the fate of the 9 provinces continent. The 9 provinces continent is already just a desolate land. If it loses more fate, it will become a barren wasteland. And that Chen Changan is unbelievably strong. If I betray him, he'll tear me into 8 pieces. Besides, he doesn't treat me badly. If I leave him and choose another god as my master, there's no guarantee that person will be good to me. Hearing it beg, Dule looked at this trashy land with contempt. Even the temple spirit is so cowardly and useless, scared into this state by a mortal from the lower realm. And you're not even ashamed. But he didn't care, throwing an item to Little Lay. Take it. This is your choice. Don't regret it. This is the competition token for the Star Domain competition. Hearing this made Little Lay suspicious. A Star Domain competition? It had heard rumors that this Star Domain competition was very cruel. Participants either met the King of Hell in the arena or were beaten until they went mad. Even if they were lucky enough to win, they would all become playthings for those heavenly gods to fight over. Before, the 9 provinces was just an ownerless land, so you didn't have to participate. But now that you have a master, you must participate in this Star Domain competition. The notification token has been issued to you. If you evade participation, you will be severely punished. This scared Lazy so much that it broke out in a cold sweat. Its face turned green. It stammered, I understand. It thought to itself, why do I feel like I'm trapped in a cocoon with no way out? Seeing its naive expression, Dule said softly with contempt, even the strongest heavenly Tao of this 9 provinces continent is so cowardly. How strong can the master of this 9 provinces be? The female heavenly god next to him smirked. Husband, this Chang province is originally a desolate land. They're all the same. How can they compare to the gods in the wealthy domains? Now that the heavenly Tao of the 9 provinces continent has received the token to participate in the Star Domain competition, the master of the 9 provinces will definitely have to show up to perform. At the same time, at Chen Changan's palace in Yin province, the girls in Chen Changan had also returned. I never thought the lower realm would have such an interesting festival. I want to come here again next time. We've finished shopping. If we continue, we'll disturb the mortals. Besides, it's midnight now. Meaning, it was time to go to bed and do what adults do. Then, for the precious time remaining, she looked at the other girls. This made me feel like I was hit in the head with a hammer. Then, each girl chose a bedroom and turned towards Chen Changan. Changan, we should go inside and rest. This made the young man, standing in the middle, look at them blankly. Only the system was happy to see him in trouble. So interesting. Even better than last time. Who will you choose to battle all night? It was constantly tempting him and digging a pit for him. But his eyes sparkled as if he already had a plan. After all, his ambiguous words earlier in the evening were only a temporary way to calm the girls' emotions and prevent a big fight. Their peace would depend on his performance in bed tonight. The master of the Hamlin Pavilion, the demoness Han Shi, was the first to make a move. She gave Chen Changan a seductive look. My shoulders are a little sore. I hope someone can massage them for me. That would be more comfortable. The master of the Huanggu continent, the spring goddess Chang Shi, was not to be outdone. Chang'an, I have so much to say to you. She showed off her huge chest with a seductive look. Or the most beautiful wife, the most outstanding genius of the Jiang clan and the border, Jiang Chuansoa. She was the one who had a wedding ceremony. With him, her eyes were full of seductive invitation as she looked at him and called him husband. Just by her look, one could tell she wanted to enjoy this short spring night with him. This was the most difficult choice for any man. Chen Changan could only smile. All right, I'll be right in. He wanted to delay for a bit. This damn system. I want them all. What a greedy scumbag. Does he want to drain all of them? If the original scumbag knew, he would cry his eyes out. Since he had no tools for the crime, Chen Changan could only masturbate mentally. After the girls each went into a room, only he was left. Chen Changan stood there with the shameless system. Host, although they didn't mention or specify you. They are actually testing to see whose room you will enter in the end. This will be your final test. Hearing the system's explanation, Chen Changan shook his head. I don't need you to remind me. He didn't need it to remind him either. He was smart enough to have anticipated this. Then a shameless smile appeared on his lips. I have my own plan to deal with them. With that, he said loudly to the system, System, exchange for 2 clones for me. So he planned to use clones to battle with the girls. Immediately, 2 clones, 1 human and 1 demon, appeared. Ever since the system had the function to allow 2 clones to appear at the same time, he had learned many new skills. And now he could control multiple copies at the same time. Especially in the Invincible Domain, he wouldn't be afraid of his immortal power running out. Let's go, brothers, he said enthusiastically. Assigning 1 to each girl would solve their suspicions. His eyes lit up and his head was held high. Tonight, let's have a grand battle together, brothers. This guy wasn't afraid of running out of life force. The demon clone was assigned to the demoness Han Shi's room. As soon as he entered, he placed his hand on the corner of her mouth. Then, without a word, he pulled her into his arms and placed a kiss of longing on her lips after 10 million years of building a temple and remaining chaste while waiting for her husband. She also responded to him enthusiastically, along with tears of happiness. Sobi, let's go to bed. She couldn't wait to get pregnant anymore, her face as red as a ripe fruit. Then let's do it. The demon clone lifted her up and walked towards the bed. His mouth never left her sweet lips. The demon clone threw her onto the bed. She also cooperated, presenting her but for him to enjoy. 10 million years of waiting, 10 million years of chastity. Now, the dam had broken, and a feeling of pleasure soared to the clouds. The 2 of them were lost in endless lovemaking. As for Changshi's room, the human clone was assigned to drill her well. He held her in his arms, and, seeing her nestling into his chest, he teased her softly. You still smell good. This made the girl very embarrassed. No, I don't. She was probably sniffing to see if he smelled of other women. Being called out made her a little shy. Even the cloak I gave you millions of years ago is now imbued with your fragrance. The 2 have blended together. As he spoke, he gently kissed Changshi's earlobe. This guy from Earth must have watched a lot of romance novels and AVs, so when he teases the girls, they all get pregnant in batches. But maybe I've worn it for too long. After all, it's a treasure you gave me. When we parted, Changshi's breathing was heavy, her body trembling as she replied softly. At this moment, Chen Changan turned her around and held her hand tightly. He asked softly, with your status and position now, you must have many admirers and suitors, right? After he left, he ordered the heavenly Tao of the Huanggu continent to accept her as its master, making her the master of a star domain. Hearing him say this, the girl immediately showed her consistent stance. Let's not talk about those unpleasant things. My feelings for you have never changed, the same as a million years ago. This was falling right into the man's trap. He whispered to her, Is that so? Then prove it. And so, the second person was dealt with. The battle in bed began again. The air in a room was filled with the breath of love. But she was no longer the weak goddess she used to be. She actively pushed him down and took control. In the third room, Jiang Chuansua was lying on the bed. Looking at her, Chen Changan's main body smiled affectionately. It seems you haven't fully recovered yet. You fell asleep as soon as you lay down. I'm here to take care of you. Rest well. His voice was full of love. But the girl was only pretending to be asleep. She called his name, husband, Changan, and she reached out her hand, her eyes wide open. This surprised Chen Changan a little at her initiative. I've got you. It turned out the girl was holding his hand tightly with joy. After all, she had been in a coma for 10 million years, but she had never forgotten her longing and affection. Seeing this, Chen Changan's mouth fell open. What do you want to do? But contrary to his expectations, the girl only took his hand and pressed it against her cheek to feel the warmth and fragrance from his hand. Then she used his hand as a pillow. Nothing. I just want to hug you and sleep. A feeling of happiness spread to every pore, along with a satisfied expression. And so, all three girls were dealt with. Two of them drained his life force, while one, having just woken up, was not yet physically able to engage in strenuous activity. Immediately, the system announced, "Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Peach Blossom Fate. You have received a 1-minute invincibility card." This made him very proud. But suddenly, outside, a bolt of lightning shot towards Chen Changan's mansion at an extremely fast speed. It turned out to be Lei Zi, who came running and shouting in panic. "This is bad. Father Changan. Something bad has happened." It cried loudly. "What should I do, Lei Zi? Father, the fact that I accepted you as my master has been discovered by those heavenly, divine emissaries, and I'm being forced to participate in the Star Domain competition. Now those divine emissaries are waiting for you at the divine temple. Father, save me, Lei Zi. You have to come with me now." It cried its eyes out. But Chen Changan put his finger to his lips, signaling it to be quiet. Don't disturb her." It turned out he was worried about waking the girl. Lei Zi was also speechless. Yes. In its heart, it was screaming, "My dear grandpa, now is not the time to be busy with these romantic affairs. If we are too late to report, it will make the other party angry. At that time, no one will be able to bear the wrath of those heavenly divine emissaries. Although I know Father Changan is also very strong, in the upcoming Star Domain competition, there will be no chance to win. Usually, in team competitions, individual competitors are at a disadvantage. Moreover, if one's strength is weak, the consequences will be very tragic. Besides, these heavenly divine emissaries are also considered judges of the Star Domain competition. Their status, position, and strength are all above tens of thousands of people. Except for the wealthy and powerful star domains, all the desolate, barren star domains like the 9 provinces continent are under the rule of these heavenly divine emissaries. Lei Zi thought that now they were making these terrifying beings wait boredly. Only this father of his had the courage to do that. Only Chen Changan was still carefully watching over the sleeping Jiang Chuansoa, while Lei Zi's expression was very impatient. It was certain that when they went to the divine temple to report, it would not be easy with those heavenly gods. Meanwhile, at the divine temple of the 9 provinces continent, the 2 heavenly divine emissaries were waiting. But waiting for so long made Du Lei furious. How dare he make us wait so long without showing up? Not coming to receive the order is equivalent to disobeying the will of the gods. He will definitely be severely punished. I will personally go to the 9 provinces continent and drag him here. I'll teach you a painful lesson. Du Lei's eyes flashed with fire. Let me see if a lower realm ant like you still dares to confront me, a heavenly divine emissary. His tone was very arrogant. The louder he crowed, the more he would be beaten. At this moment, Lei Zi was flying back and forth in fear, getting dizzy. What should I do? What should I do? If this continues, if they report this to the heavenly god temple and then send an army to blow up the 9 provinces, I will also disappear. Seeing this thing being so cowardly, Chen Changan's eyes were a little annoyed. You follow me for a while now. Why are you still so worried about your life? But Lei Zi's face was full of tears. Father, it's different. They are heavenly divine emissaries with gods backing them. They are ancient gods with powerful strength. I'm scared of death. Sobi. I understand. You should also be a little quieter. Don't wake up Chuansa. After speaking, he dragged Lei Zi out by the head. It yelped in pain. Suddenly, the system also announced, detected that the spiritual law of the 9 provinces' heavenly Tao is unstable. If this continues, it will affect the fate of the 9 provinces continent in the long run. This surprised Chen Changan quite a bit. Seeing this, the system kindly explained to him, if the fate of the 9 provinces continent decreases, the path of reincarnation will be chaotic. People will face disasters. Over time, the cost of death will spread throughout the continent. Host, please quickly restore the spirit of the heavenly Tao. The time limit is 10 minutes. Upon completion, you will be rewarded with a random divine skill. For your clone, he also understood the reason. So the state of the heavenly Tao has a significant impact on the fate of the 9 provinces continent. He thought back. Ever since I brought the entire 9 provinces continent into my domain, I have vaguely felt that the fate of the 9 provinces continent is indeed gradually decreasing. The current heavenly Tao, compared to when it first appeared, arrogant and confident, and domineering, has now become too timid and fearful. Looking at Lei Zi in his palm, although I can't cultivate, I can also understand the importance of the Tao heart to a cultivator. If the Tao heart is unstable, it will definitely lead to inner demons. In severe cases, one will die. At the same time, the law of the heavenly Tao is similar to the Tao heart of a cultivator. So we must take it very seriously. Then let's go meet these 2 heavenly gods. Hearing Chen Changan's words, Lei Zi was both happy and surprised. It stammered and asked again, "Father, you want to go to my divine temple? I will immediately take you to the divine temple." But contrary to its excitement, Chen Changan said softly, "No need," because he believed that all the divine temples in the outer domain had a spatial connection to the continent they belonged to, and the 9 provinces was no exception. Lei Zi also understood his intention. That meant Chen Changan's arm glowed as he performed a spatial point technique. In the Invincible Domain, it could cover that distance. In front of him, space was torn open, forming a gate of light. On the side, Lei Zi felt very nervous. Is this okay? At the heavenly Tao's divine temple, the 2 divine emissaries were very angry. They shouted loudly, "Disobeying the command of a heavenly god is a serious crime. I will definitely go to the 9 provinces continent and arrest the person to be punished. Let's see if you dare to look me in the eye." Seeing her husband's anger, the wife said softly, "Husband, let's go teach them a lesson together." But before the 2 of them could act, they were grabbed by Chen Changan's hand. This surprised and scared the 2 of them. What is this? Du Lei didn't understand what the hell was going on. He shouted loudly, but no one answered him. They were quickly pulled into the spatial rift, and they were both slammed down in front of Chen Changan. The ground shattered, and lightning shot out everywhere. Du Lei and his wife lay in a deep pit, their bodies in pain, coughing repeatedly. At the same time, their eyes shot daggers. "You bastard! How dare you sneak attack us?" Du Lei looked at Chen Changan angrily. On the side, the heavenly Tao, Lei Zi, had its eyes wide with fear, feeling as if it was about to descend into a cold hell. "Are these the 2 who made you so worried?" Hearing Chen Changan's question, the heavenly Tao's eyes almost popped out. "Holy crap! Divine emissaries! Father, how did you do that?" Du Lei and his wife struggled to get up. The wife supported him caringly, "Husband," but this man's blood was rushing to his head. "You are that 9 provinces master. You indeed have some strength. No wonder the heavenly Tao also submitted to you." Du Lei displayed his powerful strength. At the same time, he thought to himself, he can directly forcefully teleport us from the divine temple here. This person is definitely not simple. I must kill him in one blow. But while he was being arrogant and showing off his strength, it suddenly vanished. This left him speechless, looking at his 2 hands in confusion, his face frozen. How can this be? The power I just formed immediately dissipated. I can't use it at all. While he was still confused, Chen Changan teleported behind him, grabbed his head, and asked coldly, "So you're the damn heavenly god who uses power to threaten my heavenly Tao? Shouldn't you apologize?" Du Lei still didn't know the situation and shouted loudly, "You beast! What the hell are you?" His answer was having his head slammed straight into the ground. The rock shattered into pieces. "I told you to apologize." Although he was in a miserable and painful state, Du Lei was still stubborn. "Who the hell are you?" Unfortunately, you answered wrong. Chen Changan continued to torture this guy. I'll give you one more chance. Open your mouth and say you're sorry. Seeing her husband being beaten like this, the wife covered her face and trembled with fear. Dule and I are childhood sweethearts. We fought together until now. I've never seen him in such a pathetic state. After a while, Dule also became scared and begged for mercy. I am sorry. I shouldn't have scared you. Please spare me. Seeing this, Chen Changan turned to ask Lei Dao, are you still scared? If you're still scared, I'll keep beating him. Witnessing this scene, Lei Zi was scared out of its wits. A dignified, heavenly divine emissary was beaten to the point of having no strength to fight back, like a helpless child, before an adult. At this moment, the system also informed him, host real-time report, the spiritual law of the heavenly Tao has increased by 50%. As for Dule, he was trembling with fear. I was wrong. Don't hit me anymore. I didn't mean to harm anyone. It was all the ancient gods who asked me to do it. Although that was the case, the heavenly Tao was still very worried. Father, if we beat a divine emissary, they might go and report it to the heavenly gods. If the heavenly gods blame us, and with that, the heavenly Tao's spiritual law decreased by 50% again. Do you want to go and report it to the heavenly gods? As soon as he asked, Dule promised, no, I don't dare. Please spare me. On the other side, the wife also stood by helplessly, watching her husband get beaten. Dule, it's not that I don't want to save you. It's just that the difference in strength is beyond our expectations. This guy is definitely not an ordinary person. His strength is approaching the level of a god. Right now, I don't have any will to fight at all. I just want to get out of here quickly. Suddenly, Chen Changan turned to ask the woman, and you? Do you want to run and report us? The woman immediately forced a smile. She swore, I swear on my immortality that I won't do that. Only then was Chen Changan satisfied, throwing Dule back to the woman. It would have been better if you had been this sensible from the start. Then he walked away proudly with Lei Zi. This guy had recovered his spirit. He started to praise him. Father, you're so strong. I've lived for hundreds of millions of years and have never seen anyone who could defeat a divine emissary. Are you my real father? No, you are my God. Hearing this, Chen Changan also wanted to show off and replied, this is as easy as eating a meal. It seems you'll have to stay by my side for a long time. The system immediately announced, the heavenly Tao of the 9 provinces has recovered its morale. Reward, 1 random divine skill, which can be drawn at any time. On the other side, Lei Zi turned to be arrogant, with Dule and his wife. Father, Changan is here. Let's see which of you still dares to bully me. But seeing its shamelessness, Chen Changan thought to himself, recovering. Morale is that simple? It seems I'll have to find an opportunity to continue training the spiritual law. For this guy, after being satisfied, Lei Zi turned back to ask, by the way, Father, what should we do with this star domain competition token? Hearing this, he waved his hand. Do whatever you want with it. He wasn't interested in this matter. He had 3 girls who needed him to drill their wells every day. Just waiting for that, Lei Zi took out the token and gnawed on it. Yes, sir. Although the rewards for the top 3 in this competition are quite attractive, my father Changan doesn't need it at all. Hearing it say that piqued his interest. He teleported closer and asked, how attractive can it be? This startled Lei Zi. After that, it explained to him this competition has 3 rankings. First place is kept a secret, and no one has ever gotten first place, so no one knows what it is. Second place receives the reward of directly ascending to godhood. And for third place, the continent can be upgraded by 1 level. Speaking of which, the level of a continent limits the cultivation realm of the cultivators on that continent. The cultivation realm of cultivators in a desolate land can reach the immortal emperor level. A prosperous land can reach the domain god realm, and even higher. Hearing this, Chen Changan crossed his arms and thought to himself, This is information I've never known before. He ordered Lei Zi continue. So it continued to talk. Moreover, as the level of the continent increases, the spiritual energy that the continent provides to its residents will increase. The heavenly Tao will also become stronger and stronger. That is, I will gradually grow up. The more I grow, the more solid the laws of the continent will become, and the continent will be more stable. The fate will also become more and more abundant. So that means the higher the level of the continent, the stronger the power of the heavenly Tao. And the stronger the heavenly Tao, the more prosperous the continent will be, right? Chen Changan stroked his chin and thought. Hearing this, Lei Zi's face was smug. That's right, father. Everything in the world moves and lives according to its own laws. After hundreds of millions of years of baptism and nourishment from the great Tao, the rules become laws. Among the tens of thousands of laws, only one or two laws randomly obtain a trace of connection with heaven and earth, opening up spiritual energy and condensing a law heart. This is the heavenly Tao. Hearing its explanation, Chen Changan was also amazed. This guy was truly an encyclopedia. The other guy was still fascinated. These heavenly Taos are not bound by the heavenly Tao temple. They control the movement of the stars to the transformation of heaven and earth. So, father, don't look at me like that. Actually, I've lived for hundreds of millions of years. You've lived for hundreds of millions of years and are still so weak. Just two divine emissaries scared you into wetting your pants. Chen Changan's voice was full of contempt. The heavenly Tao also has levels. Your law heart has not yet matured. It can still develop. But he was also concerned. What level are you at? Hearing this, Lei Zi's face was a little embarrassed. The heavenly Tao is divided into Zhi Tao, Ling Tao, Fa Tao, and Lu Tao. The corresponding order is heavenly Tao that has just understood the law, heavenly Tao that has preliminarily mastered the law, heavenly Tao that can modify the law on its own, and heavenly Tao that has become the law itself. I'm still young. I've only comprehended the law for a few 100 million years. I'm at the Zhi Tao level. I guessed as much. Chen Changan's face was full of mockery. Only Lei Zi was speechless, having been called out. At this moment, Chen Changan also glanced at it and thought to himself, I see. The third prize of the Star Domain competition is very important to the heavenly Tao. And the second prize is godhood. My clone hasn't increased its divine power for a long time. If I obtain godhood, then I can achieve the next level of clone, which is the heavenly god clone. Moreover, I could take this guy out for more training. How can my Chen Changan's heavenly Tao stop at the Zhi Tao level? It's rare to get an invitation from the heavenly gods for this competition. I have to perform well. Only the heavenly Tao was smug with itself. But the little guy didn't know yet that he was about to be taken for brutal training. His life would always be in danger. At this moment, the group had moved to the outer domain, the star domain of the heavenly gods. As soon as they set foot, Dule reminded him, Senior, this is the place. He pointed to the gate in front. This is the teleportation array gate, set up by the gods. Entering, it will take you directly to the hall of the star domain competition. The competition will officially begin in 2 hours. But this huge teleportation array, Chen Changan, was also very surprised. A normal teleportation array is usually this big. Hearing this, Dule recalled, it seems this is the only time it's been this big. Since the incident 10 million years ago, the Star Domain competition has been postponed for a long time. This time, the heavenly gods are taking it very seriously. Therefore, the rewards for the winners have also been carefully prepared. All are rare and unparalleled treasures. This has attracted top experts from all forces to participate. At that time, there may be casualties and endless disputes. Please be careful, Senior. Hearing Du Lei's warning, he felt that it was correct for him to have another clone with invincible power. He didn't know what would happen here, but suddenly, Chen Changan sensed that the aura of this teleportation array was somewhat similar to the space-time divine power he had obtained from that girl. This surprised him. Could it be that the space-time god Tian Feng Chun is also here? This was just his thought. Du Lei and his wife didn't know. They were still fawning over him. Senior, if there is nothing else important, my wife and I will take our leave first. Being near this demon for another second made their minds as tense as a bowstring. Hearing that, Chen Changan glanced at the two of them. Don't forget the promise you made to me back on the 9 provinces continent. Mentioning this made the two of them tremble, their faces looking like they were at a funeral. We will definitely keep our promise. The two of them broke out in a cold sweat and promised. They remembered more than half an hour ago when they were on the 9 provinces continent. They were beaten by Chen Changan until they were scared and kneeling. At this moment, Chen Changan asked softly, "You two are also judges of the Star Domain competition, right?" After receiving confirmation, he leaned close to the wife and whispered to her, "Auntie, help me with something. After you're done, then." It seemed this matter was delicate, which was why the Annie was blushing like that. After hearing it, she said, "Senior, I can't do that." She thought to herself, "What will my husband think? If I do this, I can't." Was he asking her to have a one-night stand? Seeing the girl refuse, Chen Changan said nothing. He casually grabbed Du Lei's head, making the man panic. "It's not, is it?" Chen Changan's eyes were cold. The divine power from his fingertips was pointed straight at Du Lei's temple. If the girl said one more word of no, she would immediately become a widowed angel. This scared the couple out of their wits. "Auntie, it seems you don't quite understand your current situation. Are only you heavenly gods allowed to set the rules, to suppress and command us? Are we born as cattle to be controlled by you, Andy? I'm sure you don't want anything to happen to your husband, right?" Chen Changan threatened the two of them. At this point, no matter how big her breasts were, the girl couldn't resist the demon before her. She bowed her head helplessly. We promise you." Looking at her husband, she felt she had married the wrong man. "Du Lei, I've been dragged into this by you. You're good at being arrogant, but now you're like fish on a chopping block, being tortured by others. For now, we can only take it one step at a time." The girl hoped this matter would not be discovered by the heavenly gods. Only Du Lei was resentful. At that time, he still hadn't realized that he had run into a monster of terrifying proportions. Seeing Chen Changan's back as he stepped into the teleportation array, the two of them thought about what he had instructed them to do, which was to be his inside man in the competition. The upcoming Star Domain competition would attract, lure, and seduce other heavenly gods for him to slaughter. When he stepped out of the teleportation array, Chen Changan's eyes were surprised by the scene before him. This was the eastern spiritual domain of the domain. This was the waiting hall for the competition, for the contestants to gather. After Chen Changan arrived, he was the 188th person. Finally, everyone is here. Seeing him looking around, it annoyed the beast. "What the hell are you looking at? I'm wearing underwear, you know. You're the last one, kid." Looking at Chen Changan's face, they were all surprised. He was a stranger they had never seen before. They had traveled for millions of years through many star domains, but had never heard or seen anyone like him. So they assumed he was just a minor character from some corner of the province. Since he received a token, he was just cannon fodder. They didn't care anymore. Suddenly, someone spoke up. "This star domain competition is not just full of trash. Look at those people over there." Hearing this person's voice, the crowd recognized his identity. This is the Xianming sect master. With the protection of the evil god, he has eliminated many geniuses of his generation, and the person he's pointing at is Lin Qi, the myriad Tao saint body who rose quickly on the Qi Yuan continent. With a fragile and weak celestial body, in hundreds of thousands of years, he has led his tribe against tens of thousands of ancient beasts in the star domain, becoming the youngest lord of the continent. He is known as the Star of the East, and that guy with the mask is Mo Huaji, the master of the Luo Tan continent, a peerless genius with the power to open the heavens and split the earth. Arrogant and disdainful of his peers, he learned the secret art of an ancient god. In less than 100,000 years, he broke through to the immortal emperor realm and suppressed the water tribe in the outer domain, shaking the heavens. And the sexy girl is the master of the Ling continent, Fair Yulan. She swept through 8 wild star domains and fought against the alien races in the domain. After returning, she won the position of the master of the domain. She drove out all the men on the continent and forcibly changed the continent, renaming it the Western Liang Women's Kingdom. However, the gods and the surrounding continents never recognized her position as the ruler of the Western Liang Women's Kingdom. Hearing about this Western Liang Women's Kingdom, a continent full of beauties, it made all the men here get an erection. They all really wanted to go there to try their luck and see if they could find a girl for dual cultivation. Suddenly, she sensed something and her sharp gaze turned in one direction. It turned out that a large stone stele had suddenly appeared in the center from high up in the sky. This surprised everyone present in the square. No one knew what it was. A powerful divine force emanated from this stone stele. At the same time, it had an ancient style and endless golden light. From within it, a figure similar to the heavenly Tao suddenly appeared, but this one was more corporeal. It joyfully announced, "Welcome, all domain lords from the Eastern Star Domains, to the waiting hall of the competition. This is the Star Domain Competition, the most famous and anticipated event in the galaxy. I am the host of the competition in the Eastern region, the Bao Shunling Jing Xin." It turned out to be the spirit of that stone stele. Some of you may have come here to find opportunities to break through your cultivation, while others are here to compete for the generous rewards. There are also those who simply want to make a name for themselves. In all these domains, the Star Domain Competition can satisfy all these desires of yours. As for how much you can get, that depends on your own abilities. After delivering the welcoming speech, the spirit then announced the rules. All right, now I will begin verifying everyone's identity and assessing everyone's strength. Before the official competition begins, our rules this time are different from previous ones. Everyone, use your full strength to strike the Bao Jing. This spirit link will unleash your greatest power. The Bao Jing will display your potential combat power. The higher the combat power value, the more of a monster you are. Those with a combat power of 50 to 70 are hidden experts. Those with a combat power of 70 to 89 are peerless experts. And experts with a combat power of 80 to 90 can be said to be unparalleled in the world, a once-in-a-year occurrence. And finally, those with a combat power of 90 to 100 are the once-in-a-myriad ages experts. At this point, the spirit's voice unconsciously became as loud as a neighborhood loudspeaker. Anyone who performs exceptionally well in this test, they will have the hope of being chosen by the gods. And in the subsequent competitions, they will receive a portion of divine power, blessing, and assistance from the gods. This greatly surprised the contestants. They had never heard of this in previous competitions. If they could get the divine power blessing of the gods, they would have a huge advantage. In the individual competition, it would be as easy as turning over one's hand to fight above one's level. But Chen Changan thought that once the gods intervened, then the balance and fairness of this Star Domain competition would be broken. The competition hasn't even started yet, and they're already playing such a big game. Aren't the gods worried that some people will quit early out of fear? Or is there something that these gods are looking forward to in the later competitions? He couldn't figure it out for the time being, but there was one thing he was wrong about. The people who came here were all the chosen ones of their respective continents, arrogant and unruly. How could this group know the meaning of fear? The young man, Lin Shi, was the first to eagerly step forward to test his strength. He said loudly to everyone, "Once the gods intervene, it's no longer a simple test of combat power. Normally, I don't have the chance to be with people of the same realm as me. But now it's the opposite. Let me rely on my own combat power to determine my results. Whoever wins will get the resources. Only the strongest can survive. The gods are also watching. This is a war for resources. Let's see who can snatch it the fastest, the most and the best. Lin Shi smiled confidently, gathering the strongest divine power into his fist. Then he punched the Bao Jing hard. The spirit link emitted a dazzling golden light. Seeing this power, the contestants were all horrified. This terrifying power might not reach the absolute maximum, but it will at least not be lower than 95 points. They speculated. At this moment, the Bao Jing also gradually showed Lin Shi's evaluation score. Lin Shi's potential combat power score is 84 points, achieving the evaluation of a peerless expert. The spirit announced this softly. This caused a lot of discussion. Looking at Lin Shi's expression, it seemed he wasn't very satisfied with his own performance. After all, he was the youngest domain lord of the Eastern domains. It really shouldn't be below 90 points. As for him, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. I used my greatest strength. I intended to break the spirit's steel, but I only got 84 points. This made him unwilling to accept it. He then said to the spirit, "Let me try again. I haven't used my full strength yet." But the spirit refused. Each person only has one chance. If everyone was like Lin Shi, this rule wouldn't exist, and who knows when it would end. Outside, the contestant sneered. He's getting impatient. This proves that this stone steel can reflect true strength. It won't be easily destroyed. Does that even need to be said? Just leaving a mark is already very difficult. What are you waiting for? It's our turn to perform. A series of talented individuals jumped forward to test their strength. Xiao Jingtai, mid-level immortal emperor, beast taming continent, potential combat power, 81. Lu Yi, peak immortal emperor, Ling Yu continent, potential combat power, only 56. Jia Mena, mid-level immortal emperor, Higu continent, potential combat power, 82. The temporary ranking at this point was led by Lin Shi, peak immortal emperor, Qi Yuan continent, potential combat power, 84. Second was Jia Mena, mid-level immortal emperor, Higu continent, potential combat power, 82. Third was Chu Hongxi, peak immortal emperor, Fa continent, potential combat power, 81. Fourth was Xiao Jingtai, mid-level immortal emperor, beast taming continent, potential combat power, 72. Fifth was Lu Yi, peak immortal emperor, Yuling continent, potential combat power, 56. Sixth was Tai Kong, peak immortal emperor, Lin Zi continent, potential combat power, 38. Many people had gone up to try, but no one had surpassed the 90-point mark. They all looked towards the three people, Xianming Secmaster, and Mo Huaxi, and Yulan Fairy. They were afraid that only these three could do it. They just didn't know which of the three would get first place. At this moment, a girl also came to Chen Changan's side and asked softly, "Brother, haven't you gone up to try yet?" Hearing this, he smiled and waved his hand. "No, Kitty. I'm observing the other contestants." He was telling the truth, but in the girl's ears, it sounded like arrogant words. She turned and left, thinking to herself, "No hurry? I think this guy's been scared shitless by those monstrous geniuses." Scared shitless. That's why he doesn't dare to go up and try. To avoid losing face. So she sneered, "If you delay any longer, you'll miss the chance to get the divine blessing from the gods." She didn't care anymore. Now, looking at those prodigies, she was terrified. Oh, holy crap. Next, I have to fight. With these monsters? Or should I find a big brother with a golden thigh to rely on? I can't just stand still and wait to die like that fool just now. She secretly calculated, not knowing that she had just missed a super big shot. At this moment, the spirit called out, "Next person." A well-dressed young man walked over. But this guy was a bit disoriented and ran towards the gate, leaving the contestant speechless. "You're going the wrong way. This way." He hurriedly thanked them and turned to follow the direction they pointed. "Brothers, Does this young man look familiar? As he walked under everyone's gaze, he seemed too embarrassed and shy. Everyone is staring at me. The contestants, on the other hand, had lost all patience. Who is this guy? He can't even tell the direction. He's really too bad. He's probably just a nobody-like. The guy was almost late. He's just here to make up the numbers. His strength is pitifully weak. Hearing these taunts made him feel uncomfortable too. He thought to himself, Shao Qing, I told you we shouldn't have come here. But it was helpless. After all, he was already here. He thought he could just deal with it simply and then go back. So he lightly clenched his fist, gathering spiritual energy in his palm. Just the aura he emitted made the nearby contestants unable to bear the pressure. This made them all panic. None of the contestants who had gone on stage before had this kind of power. Looking at the number that appeared on the steel, the spirit immediately announced loudly, Yi Xiaolin, Wuji continent. Cultivation, Qi refining stage. Potential combat power, 91 points. This shocked the contestants. Qi refining realm? A Qi refining realm cultivator can break the 90-point threshold. Are you kidding me? At the same time, the potential combat power ranking had also changed. Yi Xiaolin of the Wuji continent jumped to the first position, pushing Lin Qi of the Qi Yuan continent down to second place. This caused an uproar in the entire square. I've long heard that some geniuses are the darlings of the heavenly Tao, favored by it. Even if their cultivation is not enough, their potential is no less than that of an expert. But a barren land like the Wuji continent, even the gods, don't bother with it. How could it produce such a monstrous genius? Reaching the myriad ages combat power. If he has this kind of strength, his cultivation should have progressed at lightning speed. So why hasn't this kid even built his foundation yet? What level have you cultivated the laws of the heavenly Tao to? Hearing the question, the young man didn't know how to answer. He answered honestly, I've been refining Qi for 100,000 years, but I'm still at the Qi refining stage. I can't build my foundation. I'm at my wit's end. After all, I was trapped in a cave, cultivating nonstop, trying my best to cultivate. I also don't know what level I've reached now. The young man from 100,000 years of Qi refining. I wonder if salted fish and old brother will appear with Chen Changan later. The contestants this time are a bit more interesting than last time. Maybe they'll last a little longer. The spirit looked at the kids below with a happy expression. At this moment, Empress Yulan walked over with her people. She decided to test her strength. Seeing her approach, the spirit was also surprised. Oh, isn't this the woman who wants to sever her karma? With time, and she even wants to build a matriarchal continent. She really wants to prove herself. But she got an embarrassing result. She got a potential combat power of 56 points in the last competition. When he saw the girl draw her sword, he became even more contemptuous. It's this kind of sword drawing again. Wasn't the failure last year embarrassing enough? But Yulan didn't care about what others thought. She held her sword and slashed straight at the spirit steel in front of her. When she saw the spirit steel, the spirit panicked. It didn't expect that one blow from a girl would crack the spirit steel. Not only that, the potential combat power score that appeared on the steel was a perfect score. This caused the entire place to explode, exploding with sounds of shock. 100 points? The maximum potential combat power. After she finished her attack, she turned and left, puffing out her chest. Her buoys were proudly displayed. No one can surpass this score, right? This is blatant bullying, not leaving any way for others to live. The next people will all be under great pressure from this perfect score. The audience speculated one after another. At this moment, Empress Yulan spoke up. Everyone, this time I will definitely win the championship of this star domain competition. This showed the girl's strong confidence. Far away, Chen Changan and the heavenly Tao's Lei Zi were also talking to each other. Old father, inside that girl's body, there's the aura of the heavenly Tao's laws. Hearing this, Chen Changan was also quite surprised and glanced at the heavenly Tao. Laws? As for the contestants who heard the girl's words, their faces were as black as charcoal. She really got the maximum combat power score by herself. As expected of the title of Empress Yulon, Lazy continued to explain to Chen Changan. All those who successfully transcend the tribulation will receive the baptism of the heavenly Tao's lightning tribulation. If they can withstand the lightning tribulation, they will have the chance to comprehend the laws. The heavenly Tao in that lightning tribulation. The heavenly Tao's laws in the red tribulation are ever-changing. Some people will comprehend the way of lightning. Some people will comprehend the laws of illusion, and some people won't even comprehend a single fart. It depends on each person's comprehension and opportunities. No two people are the same. Hearing this guy's explanation, he also found it a bit interesting. He then looked at Empress Yulon. He asked, "Can you tell what kind of heavenly Tao laws are on her?" Hearing this, Lazy also shook his head. "I can't. The laws on her body are also too faint. It can be seen that even if she has comprehended the heavenly Tao's laws, it's not much." Seeing this, Chen Changan smirked and looked at Lazy dangerously. "Then sometime you can try hitting me with the lightning tribulation again. Let's see what kind of heavenly Tao laws I can comprehend." This scared Lazy out of his wits. He begged, old father, how can I have the guts to hit you?" In the square, the spirit said loudly, "Next person. The test is not over yet." But under the halo of Empress Yulon, the contestants had now lost all their courage. Empress Yulon has already reached the maximum score. Even if we go up now, we can't surpass her. Someone else agreed. "That's right. We all came here with the goal of becoming the strongest. If we know we can't surpass her, then what's the point of testing? It's meaningless." Seeing this group wanting to give up, the spirit shouted loudly, "You want to give up the test?" He crossed his arms angrily. "This is a rule set by the gods. If you give up the test, it's equivalent to losing the qualification to participate in the Star Domain competition. But don't blame me for not reminding you. If you give up the test after returning, your continent will also be automatically demoted by 1 level." This startled the contestants. It's fine for themselves, but if their continent weakens, won't their cultivation also decrease? At this moment, the spirit covered its mouth and laughed. "I forgot, the people in this area are all from the eastern regions, and the eastern region is a barren land. What lower level is there for a barren land to be demoted to? It's still just the poorest and lowest of lands." Seeing it happily threatening them like that, the contestants were furious. What a bastard. But they couldn't do anything about it. It was right. At this moment, Chen Changan said softly, "If no one else dares to try, then let me give a try." He walked forward and introduced himself, the domain lord of the 9 provinces continent, Chen Changan. Seeing him, the contestants were surprised. Isn't this the last contestant, who was almost late? They thought that even those monstrous geniuses didn't dare to make a move. But this person dared to show his face? He probably just wants to make a casual move to pass this stage. After all, if he retreats, his continent will also be demoted by 1 level. On the side, the blue-haired girl who had spoken to Chen Changan earlier looked at him and thought, now, no matter who goes on stage, their score will not exceed 100 points. So, even if he gets a poor result, no one will pay attention to him and laugh at him. But even so, the ridiculous thing is that your fate has already been decided from the beginning. Now, people have already started forming alliances. During the potential combat power test, this group of people had already found and decided on their teams. Those who don't have a team and fight alone will definitely have a miserable end. She looked at the strong contestants. She was lucky. She managed to hug Yi Xiaolin's thigh in time, so she thought that in the team battle, later, she would also be able to show off her skills. Then she turned to look at Chen Changan. As for you, the domain lord from the 9 provinces continent, you're dead for sure. Seeing Chen Changan walk over the spirit, didn't think much of it. Interesting. Let's begin. In his heart, he secretly looked down on him. After all, the test is just a formality now. At this moment, Chen Changan didn't say much more. He swung his arm and punched the spirit steel with his fist. It caused it to rumble and shatter into small pieces, scattering everywhere. This scared the spirit out of its wits. It couldn't believe the terrifying scene before its eyes. The contestants were the same, staring at the stone steel in horror. They couldn't speak because they were too horrified. The genius who had refined qi for 100,000 years was also a little surprised. He thought to himself, so the spirit steel can also be broken? I didn't even know that. If I had known, I would have added more spiritual power. It probably would have broken too. After all, he didn't know how strong he was. Looking at Chen Changan, he thought that this person was also very strong. At this moment, in the middle of the square, there was no longer a spirit steel, just an empty space with rubble. This made them all tremble. As for the spirit, it was speechless as it watched Chen Changan's figure. How is this possible? The sacred stone steel. It trembled as it looked at its treasure. The contestants couldn't believe it. Was the stone steel shattered into pieces by him? The spirit steel is an achievement that has been blessed by thousands of great Daos, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for many years. It was created by the gods. No one should be able to break it. No one should be able to break it. Empress Yulan, who got a perfect score of 100, only managed to crack the spirit steel. But this person could completely shatter it into pieces. Everyone didn't know who he was. He just said he's from the 9 provinces continent. But the immortal fate of the 9 provinces continent is very thin. So, how could this world produce an expert, even stronger than a myriad ages expert? They all remembered his name, Chen Changan, the masked man who hadn't been tested, yet calculated in his mind. He could actually shatter the spirit steel into pieces. This proves that his overall strength is not inferior to mine. Are all the nobodies in this era so perverted? He was also very happy. Empress Yulan also clearly remembered the name of the person who shattered the spirit steel, engraving it in her mind. 9 provinces continent, Chen Changan. One day, there will be a battle between us. She would not be afraid either. At this moment, the spirit flew over to inspect it. It looked from beginning to end. Chen Changan thought to himself, what's going on? Wasn't he seriously injured by the steel's backlash? The spirit steel contains the laws of the heavenly Tao's reincarnation. Even if the spirit steel is cracked, it can automatically recover by absorbing the life force of the person who attacked it. Then it flew over to look at the broken spirit steel. Originally, the life force of the next test taker would have been completely absorbed by it, and the steel would have been restored, until it returned to its original state, because after the Empress's test, it was already cracked. But now, the spirit steel has turned into a pile of dry and useless rubble. It collapsed to the ground, crying its eyes out. This loss was too great for it. This was the precious spirit steel given to it by the gods. Chen Changan then walked up to it. Hey, what should we do now? Shouldn't you announce it? This startled the spirit. Chen Changan continued to rub salt in its wound. Don't kneel anymore. Get up and announce it. You should evaluate how many points my potential combat power has reached. The stone steel was shattered, and there was no score. They could only rely on the spirit. At the same time, in a place called the God Realm, the immortal God Temple, there were many large figures sitting here. This was where the gods were. God Temple. Suddenly, a golden stone glowed and vibrated continuously, then shattered. It turned into drops of golden immortal energy that merged into the air. It fell, along with a voice. The spirit steel of the eastern star domains has been shattered. At this moment, another voice spoke up. The heavenly Tao laws of that spirit steel have long had flaws. It's not surprising that it could be broken at any time. By anyone. However, he also said that he had sensed an unusual aura in the eastern star domains. He smiled happily, because this also made him happy. It had been a long time since he had felt so excited. To be continued. At this moment, the spirit cried its eyes out, but it had to continue its mission. It said loudly, "Now that the spirit steel has been destroyed, we can only skip the combat power test and move on to the next step." On a mountainside, there were many spots of light, numbered in order. Seeing this scene, the contestants were very curious. What does this mean? Does it mean we have to find a cave to stand in? But everyone's position is different. What does this mean? The spirit continued to explain to these guys. Behind me is the 188-story immortal mountain. The positions correspond to the positions of the domain lords. Originally, after everyone finished testing their combat power, you just needed to find the position corresponding to your potential combat power ranking and sit down. The position will be determined by the potential combat power ranking. At this point, the contestant looked dangerous. But now that the spirit steel has been broken, there are still many people who haven't determined their own ranking. Then you can directly choose a cave and sit down. Each cave does not limit the number of people, and the opportunities of each rank are also different. At this moment, Chen Changan remained silent, crossing his arms and watching everything. He thought to himself. In other words, some people with high strength who haven't been tested yet can also choose to enter the low-level caves, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The so-called opportunities are probably just to deceive those low-level cultivators, to fight desperately. But I'm not sure if the higher the rank, the greater the opportunity or the more dangerous it is. This was something that Guy hadn't explained clearly. At this moment, Longy took the lead and asked, "I have a question. If you choose the first position, what does it mean? And what does the last position mean?" This was something that many of the powerful domain lords present were concerned about. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of jade-green golden light shot down from the sky, straight onto this guy's position. Along with it, lightning surrounded him, surprising everyone. No one understood what was happening. But seeing this scene, the spirit suddenly had a realization. "Oh, why did I forget such an important thing? It's all your fault for breaking the steel and disrupting my development. Before the immortals choose their cave positions, first, you will choose your help. This means that each beam of light represents a main god, and those chosen by the golden light will be blessed by the main god and gain a portion of their divine power. Now, the god has chosen you." Hearing the spirit's words, the contestants now understood everything clearly. So it was a god who chose that Lin Chi. How lucky! At this moment, two beams of purple and green golden light were also falling from the sky, signaling that more people would be chosen by the main gods. Each main god has a different color of golden light. It turned out that these two beams of golden light fell on two masked guys with long, monkey-like faces. Seeing this, the clan leaders looked over. "Look, those famous and powerful domain lords have also been chosen." That's right. Although they haven't been tested for combat power yet, the main gods can still sense their strength. A beam of golden light also descended upon a young man who had been refining chi for 100,000 years. It surrounded his body, making him very nervous. Wait a minute. Yi Xiao, who got 91 points in potential combat power when the spirit was tested, has also been chosen. The contestants were full of admiration. He's still only at the chi refining stage. It's so infuriating. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of golden light flew down beside the muscular young man. This startled him. He looked over and then hurriedly called out, "Everyone, look at Empress Yulan." She, he stammered. She was chosen by two gods at the same time. It turned out that with her perfect score, two main gods were fighting over her. But she remained calm and didn't react at all, silently sensing these beams of golden light. Witnessing these achievements, the remaining contestants who hadn't been tested yet all looked at Chen Changan with unfriendly eyes. If we could have tested our potential combat power and made it onto the list, maybe we would have also won the favor of the gods. It's all because of that bastard. He went crazy and smashed the Holy Spirit steel. He ruined the gods' plans. He definitely won't be chosen by the gods. But what made them feel even more helpless was that at this moment, a powerful beam of golden light fell on Chen Changan. The contestants were all speechless. A god is actually willing to choose that bastard, but one of them wanted to lower his prestige. He pointed at Empress Yulan. It's just one beam of golden light. Empress Yulan has 2 beams of golden light. She's still a little better than him. While this group was still arguing and fuming, another surprise came. Look, this time, there are 4 beams of golden light coming at the same time. When these beams of golden light descended, everyone present was left with their mouths agape, out of shock, admiration, and fear, because the 4 beams of golden light were surrounding Chen Changan. This surprised him a little, and the contestants didn't know what the hell was going on anymore. A total of 5 gods chose this bastard at the same time, so he has surpassed Empress Yulan. Seeing the beams of golden light seemingly colliding with each other, this group was even more surprised. It seems the gods are fighting over him. They're about to fight. Seeing this, the spirit flew over and laughed loudly. Congratulations. You are truly honored to have 5 gods choose you at the same time. But you can only choose the blessing of one god. So, you'd better think carefully before rejecting the other 4 gods. Then it also turned to remind Empress Yulan. So you will have to reject one god. But in its heart, it was full of evil thoughts. It laughed secretly in its heart. The main gods will never tolerate rejection, no matter which main god's blessing you receive. You will be hated by the other 4 main gods in return. This is the principle of if you can't have it, destroy it. In the past, some fool offended a main god before the official competition. And then in the official competition, that person received all kinds of care from that main god. After that, he was destroyed, beaten to a pulp. It turned to look at Chen Changan with a dangerous gaze, along with the competing beams of golden light. Especially you. This is great. Rejecting 4 main gods at once. Then prepare to face the wrath of 4 main gods. I want to see how you can survive and leave this star domain competition, smashing my spirit steel. This is the consequence you must bear. But contrary to its wishes, or everyone's thoughts, Chen Changan, with a cold face, announced coldly, no need. There's no need to choose. I reject them all. This made the spirit and the contestants' mouths drop open. They couldn't believe their ears. The spirit shouted with a panicked expression, "What the hell did you say? Did he say he rejects them all? This is the chance to get a portion of divine power blessing from the main gods. How many people dream of it their whole lives and can't get it, yet you reject it?" Hearing this guy keep nagging, Chen Changan got a little annoyed. I don't want to repeat myself. At this moment, the beams of golden light also gradually withdrew, no longer competing and no longer surrounding Chen Changan's body. He also looked up in the direction the golden light beams withdrew. Looking at the colorful patterns in the sky, he secretly guessed 5 separate golden lights all came from there. I feel malice. He sensed that the golden light beams did not carry any good intentions of blessing him with divine power. They were all guys with evil intentions. The spirit looked on, also feeling frustrated. It seems the main gods have withdrawn their choices. Even if you regret it now, it's too late. What a pity. Originally, if he had chosen one main god, the other 4 would have been wary of that god's face and wouldn't have dared to deal with him so brazenly. But now I can only say, good luck. Offending 5 main gods. Then there's nothing left to cry about. While he was still confused and sympathetic, Empress Yulan at the side also spoke up. I also reject them all. This made Chen Changan also look at her in surprise. She said softly, I came here to prove myself. External help is just a burden. As an explanation for her choice. This also left the spirit speechless with these guys. They're all unconventional, but it didn't know that the girl's heart was in turmoil. One of the 2 golden light beams was relatively gentle. Although it didn't have good intentions, the malice in it wasn't obvious. Is this a woman's sixth sense, or some special ability that allows her to sense the main god's hidden meaning. In the golden light, the other main god's golden light was like a cold, venomous snake, hiding in the darkness, staring at her, as if it could be ready to bite you from behind at any moment. It's really too dangerous, a chilling, creepy feeling, and she was extremely disgusted by it, so she chose to reject them all. At this moment, the spirit's face was blacker than the bottom of a pot. It was furious. Do you think you're strong enough to not be afraid of anything? Do you know what the main god's choice is? Mean, I've lived for hundreds of millions of years, and this is the first time I've witnessed such foolish cultivators as you. But before he could finish his speech, Yi Xiaolin at the side raised his arm with a dazed expression. About that, I want to refuse too. This left the spirit speechless. As for the blue-haired girl who had previously chosen to be in this guy's team, she was so shocked her boobs popped out. She thought that by following his team, she would be pollinated. With him, now it's over. She has offended the main god and didn't get the divine power. This team will become weak. Yi Xiaolin thought to himself, choosing it dirty. Thigh is fun, but it's like being closely monitored 24/7. It's too inconvenient. It's also too inconvenient to go to the brothel to socialize. I have to refuse. Only the spirit was repeatedly cursing. Holy crap. Yi Xiaolin, are you crazy? The masked man with a monkey-like face who was chosen by the main god's golden light also spoke up. I also refuse. Relying on external forces to reach the top is not interesting at all. That's right, and I hate having someone else's power in my body. This made the spirit not understand what the hell was going on. What the hell is going on? What nonsense are the domain lords of this generation of the star domains? And he's talking about? Lin Shi also refused. If that's the case, then in this situation, count me in as well. With him, this surprised the contestants. They didn't understand why even someone as power-hungry as Lin Shi would refuse. The spirit's face was now as black as the bottom of a pot. It was angry. You bunch of frogs in a well who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In this case, I can only reluctantly reveal a secret to you. This was supposed to be announced only when the official competition began. That is, the next competition will be held in the form of a golden battle royale, and those who have the main god's blessing will have a huge advantage. From the very beginning, this is the divine grace that the main gods have bestowed. It is your good fortune. If you have been chosen, you should cherish it. It looked at Chen Changan's group with a frown. Don't be like some blind frogs in a well who think they are something, who think they can cultivate without the help of the gods. But in fact, your thoughts are very shallow, even more foolish than a pig. I'm talking about you. Focus and listen. The spirit angrily pointed at Chen Changan when it saw his indifferent attitude. This made the guy lose his temper. Suddenly, at this moment, a series of golden lights of various colors appeared in the sky. Simultaneously. Look quickly. The divine light has appeared again. The contestants' eyes were full of shock as they looked up at the sky, also very curious. Because the main god selection is over, why is there divine light appearing again? While everyone was still confused about what the hell was going on, these divine lights, at a faster speed, had already flown over the heads of the contestants. Seeing this, the spirit loudly announced, "Remember, if you choose to give up the divine power blessing of the main gods, it means that you will not receive any help from the main gods in the next competition. So, these remaining divine power blessings." Along with the spirit's words, the divine lights shot onto some other contestants. This surprised them. Of course, they will be passed on to others. The spirit's voice was full of joy. One person's rejection will become another's happiness. The expressions of the top contestants were all different, with complex emotions. No one knew what they were thinking. A young man, after hearing this, grinned from ear to ear as if he had struck gold. I was actually chosen by a main god. As a replacement, some others looked over with admiration. That person only got 63 points in potential combat power. in the test, yet he could be chosen by a main god. At this moment, the spirit had a bossy expression. The great main gods. We're not want to waste a single second on those who don't know what's good for them. The gods have their pride. Do you guys want to refuse like the group? Just now. Hearing it ask, this group immediately puffed out their chests and guaranteed, refuse? Are you kidding me? This is the main god's divine power blessing. I won't be as foolish as those blind people. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine light flowed around this group's bodies, and they could also feel the aura flowing in their bodies. The equivalent of powerful divine light was being poured into the thighs of these guys. It formed a powerful vortex of spiritual energy, and a whirlwind shot out in all directions. Everyone who received the divine light felt their bodies becoming stronger and stronger. Oh my God, this divine power is so magical. I've never been in contact with the law of reincarnation before, but under the guidance of the divine power, I have comprehended the original law of reincarnation. This means that this group, in terms of realm, is already equivalent to that Empress Yuan. Some were even bold enough to think that with this divine power blessing, he also had the confidence to fight a battle with that Chen Changan. With their strength boosted, their guts have grown bigger too. Witnessing this scene, the youths who were the strongest before all had different expressions. Some smirked, some lowered their heads. Who knows what they are thinking deep down? Ha! The winner of this Star Domain tournament is far from decided. These bastards got a power boost. Now that they're buffed, their confidence is surging, and they sound a lot more arrogant. This actually makes things more interesting and less boring for Chen Changan, seeing these angels actively interfering in the tournament. But since he lacks experience, he doesn't know the reason. It seems he needs to find a way to contact couple. They are angel envoys. Perhaps they know a bit about the inside story. After the main city blessing was completed, the spirit loudly announced to everyone, "All right, the god selection time has ended. Now, choose the location of the cave abode you want to occupy." Pointing to the glowing caves behind him, he added, "The Star Domain tournament will begin in 10 minutes. Remember, ranking first in the potential strategy test does not mean you will always rank first. Likewise, being first in location selection doesn't mean you can sit in that spot forever. Misfortune and fortune go hand in hand. It depends on whether you have the courage to face the dangers before you. Risk will always accompany great rewards for those who dare to venture." That guy Lin Shi immediately calculated that the first position was indeed too flashy. It's easy to attract attention and stand at the forefront of the storm. The wind howls around the highest peaks. Refusing the main god's blessing was already an impulsive accident on his part. He wanted to copy the others, but for the future, it's better to be a bit more cautious. After listening to the spirit explain the rules, everyone flew up from the square, led by Empress Yuan, to find their own cave abodes. The guy named Lin Chi chose cave abode number 7, because he figured his name is Lin Chi, which sounds like 7, and he ranks 7th on his family altar, so the 7th spot must be destined for him. While Lin Chi was still hesitating over his choice, suddenly, he glanced to the side and observed the masked guy. This weirdo was casting a divination for himself, determining that the number 6 would be his lucky and prosperous number. In this competition, Lin Chi was speechless. Are there really choices based on luck like that? Down on the ground, he wondered which position would be best. Ideally, he should choose a spot as far from the crowd as possible. He hates being noticed. He looked toward Empress Yuan, standing proudly in front. Forget about the top spot, Empress. She is powerful and has an intense lust for power. She definitely won't want to share the first position with anyone. He isn't afraid of her, but if he has to fight and accidentally loses control of his power, he'd have to go vegan and chant sutras to repent. He turned his attention to Chen Changan to get chummy. "Brother Chen, have you decided on a location yet?" Chen Changan replied calmly, "I have. Haha. Right from the start, I decided on cave abode number 1. Chen Changan's nonchalant expression made this youth, who had cultivated for 10,000 years, admire him greatly. Brother Chen, you really are brave. I forgot to introduce myself. This little brother is... But before he could finish, Chen Changan patted his shoulder and cut him off. I remember you. Ye Shaolin. A very good name, very meaningful. Extraordinary, really. This made the guy feel a bit embarrassed. His face wasn't as thick as Chen Changan's. At this moment, Chen Changan leaned close to Yi Xiaolin's face and whispered with a dangerous smile. Also, thank you for not smashing the God Monument. He knew this guy was hiding his true cultivation. After speaking, he turned and left, not forgetting to wave goodbye. Well then, see you in the official tournament. Chen Changan was cheerful, but Yi Xiaolin looked like he was at a funeral. It was as if someone had just slapped him in the face. He silently watched Chen Changan fly off to choose his cave. He had nothing left to say. After Chen Changan's figure disappeared, he stroked his chin in thought. I tried my best not to cause a big commotion. I wanted to play the pig to eat the tiger. But I didn't expect someone to still see through me. TSK Tisk. If it's him, I wonder if he could withstand a full power strike from me. After all, this guy doesn't even know how strong he himself is. So he decided, anyway, I'll just observe for now. I can't reveal my hand easily until the final moment. He chose number 188 near the bottom. Just as he was about to enter, a voice from behind surprised him. This is indeed a cave abode built by the angels. It's filled with spiritual energy inside. It's much larger inside than it looks from the outside. And I really didn't expect us to choose the same location. You also want to find a spot with less attention, don't you? The blue-haired girl asked Yi Xiaolin softly. But internally, her thoughts were the opposite. From a start, she had intended to cling to his golden thigh. Mo Qing, if you form an alliance with me, you'll have a huge advantage. He didn't see anything huge except for two huge melons. Yi Xiaolin was speechless. He didn't bother saying anything and turned to walk away. Honestly, he just wanted a quiet place to cultivate by himself. He didn't want to interact with too many people. So, having this girl choose the same cave made him feel rather unhappy. All the caves below had been claimed, and those who chose their spots had settled in. All attention was now focused on the position. At the very top, Chen Changan arrived at the cave entrance and saw Empress Yulan standing there. He chuckled softly. Miss, you are blocking my way. Seeing him arrive, her face showed displeasure, her eyes flashing with fire. She puffed out her chest, ready for battle. The number 1 spot cannot accommodate 2 people at once. I chose this place first. You can leave and find another spot. She spoke as if issuing a command, showing no sign of fear just because he had smashed the God Monument. After all, as the Empress of the Shiliang Women's Kingdom, she feared no one and was ready to duel for the number 1 goal. At this moment, Chen Changan and Empress Yulan were disputing cave abode number 1. Logically speaking, this position should belong to me. Miss, there are still the 2nd and 3rd positions. Why don't you go down there? Since he broke the monument, the number 1 spot should be his. But the Empress was stubborn. The final name displayed at the number 1 spot on the monument was this lady. This left Chen Changan speechless. This is the 2nd time I've come to participate in this star domain tournament. I must achieve the final victory and reach the peak of life. As she spoke, her eyes blazed, as if any obstacle would be blown away by her. I will absolutely never yield. Go back to the 2nd position or some other spot. She spoke like a dictator, giving Chen Changan a headache. Meeting women always gives him indigestion. Damn it. Motherf. Why did I have to run into such a stubborn girl? Only pollination can solve the problem. You want to fight me? A man's pride made it impossible for him to be ridden by someone else. The Empress then stepped forward, pressing her magnificent chest against him. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Many people wanted her. She didn't say much, her arm drawing her sword. But as soon as she moved Chen Changan's arm, mobilizing divine power, also pressed down. He grabbed the girl's arm tightly. This made it so that even if she flexed her chest muscles, she couldn't pull her hand out. Unable to flex from above, she spread her legs and flexed her, but muscles. The spiritual energy from her entire body erupted powerfully, intending to escape Chen Changan's demonic claw. Chen Changan was squeezing tightly. He issued a challenge. If you can move, even a little, or if you can draw your sword, then I will give this top position to you. Chen Changan spoke with a bossy tone, his eyes fixed on her. This made her furious. You're about to unleash your ultimate move. How dare you look down on me? She roared, while these two were glaring at each other. Exchanging feelings with fiery gazes, the spirit, who knows where it came from, popped out. The game hasn't even started yet, and you two have already started a big battle? Were you two also guilty? Their hands also separated. The spirit laughed deceitfully. You can't fight with anyone you want, but I want to remind you of one thing. Those who choose the same cave will be allies in this battle. He also kindly explained to the two of them, but Empress Yulan's voice was cold. I don't need allies. I just want. The spirit boredly cut the girl off. That doesn't depend on whether you want or not. It's the rule. Then he didn't bother with the two of them. Now, it seems that all of you have chosen your caves. Now listen to me. Before entering the final comprehensive competition area, the four major regions, East, West, South, and North, will conduct 3 rounds of direct elimination competitions. The last contestants standing will face other powerful contestants from the remaining regions in the final battle to determine the winner. In the first round of competition, you'll be randomly teleported to different locations, such as a volcanic lava swamp full of poison, or the deep sea, where the abyss in the center is a plain. To be clear, in there, you will compete with each other between alliances to earn points. The competition time for the first round is 5 days. Those who get 200 points and reach the unknown plane will be considered to have passed. Having points, but not being able to get out of the plane is also a failure. As for how to get points, you will naturally know when the time comes. The time has come. I also wish all the domain lords good luck. As soon as the spirit finished speaking, circles of light appeared under the feet of the domain lords. They began to be randomly teleported. Empress Yulan was still angry at Chen Changan, so before leaving, she threatened him. You'd better pray that you don't get teleported to the same place as me. Otherwise, hearing her threat, he glanced at the girl. Then he smirked. What can you do to me? Damn it. Do you also want to be pollinated with me? This made the girl furious. The two of them didn't continue to argue. They were transported away to the location of the first competition. The others were the same. Only the spirit was left here. He let out a soft sigh of relief. Finally, it's starting. This year's domain lore contestants are all stubborn and like to cause trouble. This gave him a headache. His small heart had to jump up and down. Suddenly, at this moment, a powerful divine force was about to appear, startling the spirit. He exclaimed. A scroll of decree broke through the void into pieces and flew over. Huh. This is an urgent order from the gods. Moreover, it directly broke the laws of time and space to teleport to the spirit's location. It immediately opened it to see if this was a message from the future, that the main gods would pay such a high price to reverse time and travel through time and space to deliver a message. Could it be that something terrible happened in the future? It was very curious, but when it finished reading the order, it was terrified. No way. Sweat dripped down in large drops. But thinking about it, these things were sent by the main god by reversing and traveling through time and space. So, this proves that this matter is extremely important, because the image that appeared was the demise of the invincible main gods. With their bodies shattered and their arms tied, it proves that before they went to see King Yama, they were tortured miserably. The message also said that someone with a very strange cultivation and identity had killed the main god, Yam. Then he quickly fled and concealed his aura, making it impossible for the other gods to find any trace of him. So they suspected that there was a mastermind behind the scenes helping. The main gods ordered the spirit. You who are in this time and space, I want you to find the one who killed the main god, and those who support him in all 3 other domains. After you find them, contact me immediately. Do not act rashly. Don't alert the enemy. After giving the order, the decree also lost its divine power protection and disappeared into the void. This made the spirit feel extremely panicked. Godslayer, the one who killed the main god. This seems to be an impossible task. The Godslayer, that person, through sheer luck and a coincidence of opportunities, killed him. In his mind, a person like that only appears once every few 100 million years. Who could he be? While the spirit was still wondering, Chen Changan had already been transported to the location of the first competition room. After looking around for a while, he also realized that he seemed to have been randomly teleported to the abyss. The condition to pass the first round of the competition is to get 200 points and reach the windless plane within 5 days. He was still unclear about the method to earn points. He also didn't know how to get out of this underground palace and find the way to the windless plane. While this guy was still feeling frustrated, a large black shadow was approaching him from behind. It immediately rushed forward to attack. Of course, this Chen Changan wasn't worried at all. He also noticed something approaching, but its strength was too weak, so he didn't care. The 2 sharp claws immediately struck behind Chen Changan. When they hit the ground, they sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere. But after the attack ended, the monster's eyes were startled, because in front of it, Chen Changan was calm and relaxed. He had blocked the demonic beast's attack, which scared a little. As for Chen Changan, the corner of his mouth lifted. Oh, so it's a demonic beast. It even has divine power laws hidden in its body. Compared to the level of this world, it's actually very strong. Demonic beasts at the level of law-wielding demonic beasts actually appear everywhere like this. It's really surprising. If you had met other people, they would probably have become your delicious prey. But unfortunately, you were unlucky enough to meet me. As he finished speaking, a single move of divine power shot out, turning this demonic beast into dust. As soon as the demonic beast disappeared, while he was still dusting himself off, a score appeared. In front of him, full of surprise, he reached out and lightly touched the number 1. At the same time, without knowing when, the number 4 had appeared on his hand, corresponding to him having 4 points. Now, with 1 more point, it's 5. He also quickly realized, so one of the ways to earn points is to hunt demonic beasts. Each demonic beast represents 1 point. I just earned 1 point. The other 4 points were probably earned by that empress, because the 2 of them are allies. The match has just begun, and she has already earned 4 points. This shows her great ambition, my desire for the first place. It's just that normally, if you kill a living creature like that, you'll get corresponding domain points. But this time, the system didn't react at all. He had also observed the surroundings here for a while, and there were no more demonic beasts. Perhaps their numbers are also limited and, moreover, very few. But anyway, it doesn't matter. He should also go deeper into the palace to investigate further. At this moment, an extremely strong beam of light shot straight into the sky. It turned out to be the brother who had been refining chi for 100,000 years, who was transported to the windless plain. He was happy. This is the windless plain. It's the place you have to go to level up. I'm so lucky, huh? No need to run around trying to avoid meeting other people and searching for an exit. Then he looked at the score on his hand and was even happier, jumping around like a child who had just received a New Year's red envelope. My initial score turned out to be 188 points. Then I only need 12 points to level up. I remember that blue-haired big sister allied with me. Then let her take care of the remaining points. That way, I'm sure to win this round. At the same time, on another side, it was also a secret realm with a dense forest. Only to see a group of cultivators setting up an altar surrounding 2 lizard-like monsters and a gorilla. They all shouted and surrounded them. They were all overjoyed. We actually met 2 quasi-immortal Emperor realm monsters. Each one is worth 1 point. Don't let them escape. Hurry up and deal with them. The number of these demonic beasts is also limited. Don't let the other domain lords find out. Very quickly, they all launched their attacks at the 2 demonic beasts. Looking at the 2 dead demonic beasts, they were all happy. Ah, we succeeded. Just one of these 2 monsters is enough to make a meal of us if we attack them alone. But as long as we have enough people, killing both of these monsters is not a problem. While they were all looking at the demonic beast's corpse, suddenly, one of them ran over and shouted, "He's here!" This surprised them all. They looked over, and then their expressions became worried. Who's here? Chen Changan. This group saw that Chen Changan was too strong, so they were all afraid of meeting him. But that guy immediately waved his hand. No. Then he pointed straight up at the sky. It's the latest competition ranking. A square-shaped light board was floating in the sky. All the secret realms had one of these boards. Looking at the list on the board, this group was overjoyed. I didn't expect that the farther the cave, the higher the initial score. Who would have thought? Number 1, Yi Xiaolin, 188 points, winless playing. 2, Mo Qing, 188 points, Yuming Ghost Labyrinth. 3, Tai Kuan, 187 points, Deep Sea. 4, Tang Si, 186 points, Lava Mountain. South Sect, Lu Yun, 185 points, Deep Sea. 6, Jia Mena, 184 points, Poison Swamp. Number 7, 183 points, Poison Swamp. Looking at the top 7, this group was even happier. They're all weaklings that can be easily robbed and killed. Let's scroll down and see Chen Changan's ranking. Of course, the person they were most concerned about was still the one who had shattered the spirit steel. But they were shocked to see him ranked first in 22 matches. Changan for points, Yuming Ghost Labyrinth. Immediately, the guy with the face, as dry as a mummy, laughed like a madman. Haha. Chen Changan was transported to the Yuming Ghost Labyrinth. Heaven is also helping us. Seeing him like this, a masked man asked, "Why is the Xianming sect master so happy?" The old dry-faced man explained, "There are many strong newcomers in this competition, and that Chen Changan is the strongest and rarest among them. As long as he's around, we'll be restricted in our actions everywhere. We can only stay away from him and not confront him directly. But now, Chen Changan has been unlucky enough to be transported into that maze. So in this first round, we will be lucky enough not to have to face him. Haha. Luck is also a part of success." He was happy when others met with misfortune. At this moment, on the side of the Lava Mountain's secret realm, a monster's head had just been cut off. It stared with wide, horrified eyes. The one who had just killed the monster was Empress Yuan. She also had to put in a lot of effort to kill it. Looking at the score, on her wrist, the girl was also frustrated. Only 10 points. She thought to herself, "I've killed all the monsters in this area." Just like in the previous competition, the monsters in each area are limited. This place is vast. If we really go to the next secret realm, I'm afraid the monsters there have already been wiped out. No matter how you look at it, it's very difficult to get 200 points. That's why the spirit created the alliance mechanism to share points with each other. She looked at the monster and then thought of something else. But she was thinking of that Chen Changan who had teased her. Empress is amazing. I'm sure I'll win this round just by lying down. It's great to have such a strong teammate. He's the one who hasn't reaped any rewards so far, or rather, he's only earned a single point. She looked at the sword in her hand. The Empress was very annoyed. His score hasn't increased at all. What the hell is he doing? All the points were earned by me. At the same time, on the side of the Yuming Ghost Labyrinth, a trembling voice rang out. "Your Highness, spare my life. Please spare my life. We're on the same side." Only to see 2 monsters surrounding a person with a human tail shouting, "What the hell are you shouting about? Don't let the monsters around here find out." Monsters in quotation marks. They are monsters, yet they are afraid of another. Terrifying monster? The one with wings stared at the green-skinned one in front. I've never seen you before. Where are you from? This made the other guy stammer. This person is Mo Qing, Yi Xiaolin's quasi-immortal emperor of Mingyu. She was transported here. In her heart, she was trembling like a dog, holding her head and crying, calling for her parents. Oh my God, why was I transported to this most dangerous place? Why didn't you grab my hand back then? If I hadn't reacted in time, I would have been dead in this place before the competition ended. It turned out that the girl had a special martial art that could turn her into an animal. Here, it was a green cat. That's why the monsters didn't realize she was human. This Yuming Ghost Labyrinth is the land of exile for those who violate the laws of the gods. In it are sealed many extremely terrifying demons and monsters. So the girl clasped her hands on her head and trembled, begging, "Little one, I just happened to pass by here. Your Highness, please spare my life. I will leave immediately." In her heart, she was speechless. It's both a land of absolute heroes and full of quasi-immortal emperor demons. My poor little life. The horse-body guy turned to his companion and said, "Wow, I've never seen anyone as ugly as this guy. Get lost. I received news from the clan that an extremely terrifying aura has appeared around here. They ordered us to gather quickly and leave immediately." Mo Qing immediately teleported away, her heart filled with joy. But something appeared in front of her that made her eyes widen in fear, staring intently, only to see a black shadow with glowing red eyes walking towards her, causing her to collapse in despair. No way. After the two grim reapers, the Oxhead and Horseface, left, King Yama appeared. It's true that you can escape fate. My luck is as bad as a dog's. So the girl used her old trick again, the one she had just used on the Oxhead and Horseface. She knelt down and shouted, "Ah, Your Highness, we're on the same side. We're on the same side." But to her surprise, a hand grabbed her by the neck. The girl was lifted up. It turned out to be Chen Changan. For some reason, he had wandered to this place. Looking at the girl who looked like a demonic beast, he said softly, "The second one." At this moment, the girl also recognized him, but because she was being choked, she could only stammer, "Wait, wait." The girl tried to force out the words, "Don't. Stop. No, not one of us. Not one of us. Not one of us." The girl spoke incoherently. Chen Changan didn't understand what she was saying and thought she was saying she wasn't like him. So he said coldly, "I know. You're not one of us, but you're not family either." Tears welled up in her eyes, and she was about to suffocate. In her mind, she was helpless. "I'm done for. I can't explain it clearly. Big brother, it's me. It's me." She called him Big Brother. At this point, because she was about to suffocate, her transformation also lost its effect. Only then did Chen Changan realize, "Oh, so you're one of my kind. Why didn't you say so earlier? I almost choked you to death." As for the girl, her tongue was hanging out like a strangled dog's. So he quickly put her down. The girl tried to gasp for some air. "I already said it. I even emphasized it. You must have misheard." Hearing this, Chen Changan was embarrassed. "Ahem. You should have spoken more clearly." This made the girl choke. Big brother, you can still laugh? Where's Yi Xiaolin? Aren't you on the same team as him?" Hearing him ask, the girl explained helplessly, "Can you blame me? The cave's transportation formation will randomly teleport each person to a different secret realm. After that, my golden thigh was gone." Hearing this golden thigh, Chen Changan immediately became wary. "Please stay away from me for a bit later." But the girl's face was even thicker than a city wall. She spoke in a fawning tone, "My good Changan Ji, please take this little sister with you. I'm very well-behaved and obedient. I will definitely not cause any trouble. If Gij is bored, I can even entertain you." But he was determined to drive her away. "I won't be fooled. Hurry up and tell me how much you know about this maze." Hearing this, the girl picked up a rock and also activated her true chi. She said softly, "Gij, please look carefully." Then she threw it into the dark void in front of her. To Chen Changan's confusion, instantly, that place formed a vortex. It activated the lanterns. This startled Chen Changan. His eyes widened as he looked in front of him. Then, around the two of them, streams of laws intertwined like a seven-colored rainbow. The space of this place has been changed. Highlighting the corpses in other places, they appeared before the two of them. It seemed like two connected spaces. The rock the girl had just thrown was also shot back, surprising Chen Changan. Is this the rock that just appeared behind me? Hey, the girl started to show off. The complexity is just the appearance of this maze. Actually, this place is an ancient secret realm formed by the two laws of reincarnation and space. No one can break it. You can only enter, but you can't get out. I heard that even the strongest house sleeper in history is no match for it. If you force your way in, you'll end up like those contestants over there, wiped out by the power of the laws. They all turned into dry mist. This is what I heard from my ancestors. This piece of heaven and earth was the battlefield of two fighting gods hundreds of millions of years ago. All their cosmic power made the heavens and earth turn. After they left, the scene could be seen through him. He realized that these walls were all fake. The power of the heavenly Tao's laws inside was surging and eager to devour everything. Finally, this world also began to regenerate, and the heavenly Tao also appeared. At that time, the laws of the gods were still very strong. This caused the heavenly Tao to grow rapidly. The world also produced many laws, and even it broke through the spiritual Tao in the heavenly Tao realm and grasped the guiding laws. The power of the laws that we cultivators comprehend and grasp all come from the heavenly Tao of the world itself. Even if we cultivate for millions of years, we can only comprehend a little. We can't even touch the origin of the laws. Hearing her words, Chen Changan's expression darkened slightly. He realized that his 9 provinces' heavenly Tao was too inferior. As for the girl, she was still engrossed. Now, we have encountered the original laws of the gods, which surpass the laws of our world. If we want to find a way out, I'm afraid we need an extremely strong original law to do it. But those are the laws of the heavenly Tao fighting against each other. As for us, we don't need to dream about it. This made Chen Changan unable to help but think. Now, the situation of this competition is getting more and more intense. If I continue to be trapped here, I'm afraid I'll be eliminated. I won't be able to get the rewards of godhood and the advancement of the Great Hall. But I'm not afraid. I have a golden thigh as an ally like Yi Xiaolin. He must be very actively trying to get enough points to level me up. I just need to try to hide for 5 days, and I can automatically lie down and win. By then, I can be transported back to the cave. She didn't know that, but the person who wanted to lie down and do nothing and still win was not just her. Yi Xiaolin had the exact same thought as her, waiting for his teammate to do it for him. After hearing the girl's words, Chen Changan also gained a lot more understanding. At first, I didn't know much about the heavenly Tao, but now I understand a little more. Above the human Tao is the immortal Tao. The heavenly Tao is the supreme one. Above that is the master of the divine Tao, and most of the gods rely on the laws of the heavenly Tao to fight and support each other. Then the two of them walked into the dark passage. The girl was quite surprised. Strange. There were a lot of monsters around here just now. Why have they all suddenly disappeared? I can't even see a single one. This also caught Chen Changan's attention. He looked around. There's really nothing here. The girl immediately used her divine sense to listen. Something's wrong. They've all left this area. But Chen Changan was very frustrated with his 10-point bracelet. If this situation continues, I won't get 200 points. Then the chances of advancing are extremely low. As for the girl, she was secretly calculating. She said softly, "Judging from the signs I've detected, it seems they're afraid of something." So they all fled in a hurry. A quasi-emperor monster, no matter where it is a world-destroying existence. Not to mention a whole herd of monsters. To be honest, I can't imagine what could make them so scared. Could it be that they're afraid of something here or some city, or someone. She looked towards Chen Changan. She was startled. Ah, because at this moment, a dense golden light was radiating from Chen Changan's body, only to see that he had a glowing mark on his forehead. He said softly, "You're already in the maze, and you're still thinking of ways to avoid me? Do you really think I'm helpless?" As for this mark, it was the mark of the heavenly Tao acknowledging its master. He then commanded, 9 provinces heavenly Tao, it's time for you to come out and do something big with me. Then Lazy immediately appeared aggressively, his voice bossy. "Old father, did you finally remember Lazy? If there's anything you need, just give me the order. Go ahead and do it. I'll take care of all the consequences for you." Seeing the father and son plotting, the girl stood there as if struck by lightning, horrified. Why would the origin of the laws of heaven and earth, the heavenly Tao, acknowledge him as its father? I've never heard of this. This is the end of episode 114. Next will be some spoilers for the next episode. Empress Yulan was surprised to see her accumulated points increasing as fast as a bullet train. How can accumulated points be so easy to get? She also decided that after meeting him again, she must kill him and dissolve the alliance. Meanwhile, a black shadow was gradually approaching her from behind. When it got close, the girl also quickly noticed. She saw that this guy had an angry expression and forced out the words, "Why? Did you kill my friend?" On the other side, the masked young man who had not received the divine power blessing also looked terrified. "No, impossible to guess. Although I am a genuine immortal emperor, I can't find out anything. It seems that this matter must be related to some great karma." He secretly guessed. At this moment, the people in the assessment looked at the ranking board. He was ranked from the bottom up, number 122 out of 122 contestants. He got a total of 4 points. The area is Yuming, Ghost Labyrinth, and the condition to pass this first round is to get 200 points and be present at the Windless Plain within 5 days. At this moment, the land next to the Yuming Ghost Labyrinth, the Lava Land. The masked man was in this place. He was very frustrated. Chen Changan is really unlucky to be trapped inside the Yuming Ghost Labyrinth. This is his bad luck, not ours. What? Do you keep stealing my prey? I didn't provoke you, and the monsters in the areas have almost all been dealt with. No matter how hard I struggle, I can't get 200 points. In his hand was a giant soul sword. The one who stole his monster was Empress Yulan, Chen Changan's ally. She didn't say anything and rushed forward with her sword, her body filled with immortal power. In her heart, she was very resentful. En alliance. Ha! For others, that's true, but for her, it's really a joke. This is too unfair to her. She charged straight at the 2 monsters, her heart filled with anger, cursing Chen Changan's ancestors for 8 generations. She thought that this guy's luck was truly super invincible, which was why he could be allied with Empress Yulan. And Chen Changan just lay there and enjoyed it. And she had to serve him from A to Z. With her angry sword, the 2 monsters had no way to escape. She cut them into 8 pieces. There wasn't even a single drop of blood left on the girl's body. This shows her strength. She looked coldly at the sword in her hand, only feeling resentful toward herself. After there was no movement from Chen Changan's side, she had lost all hope in this damn teammate. Now she had to kill twice as many monsters herself to make up for that Chen Changan who was just lying there. She also looked at the score on the back of her hand. After a long road of diligently killing monsters, she had finally accumulated a decent number of points. But almost all of these 32 points were earned by her alone. That guy only got 1 point. She didn't have a high starting score like the others. She also didn't have teammates to work with, so she could only fight alone to save herself. Her eyes flashed. After passing this first round, I will definitely kick that damn Chen Changan out of the cave. Don't even think about selling me into a brothel and making me do hard labor while you lie around and enjoy yourself. But behind her, a large and strange shadow suddenly appeared. When he got close, The girl was startled when someone approached her. She glanced behind her and saw a strange-looking guy. He was looking at her with the eyes of a demon god. He looked at her. "Why did you kill my companion?" The girl also recognized that this guy was at the pseudo-god realm. The girl was also startled and asked herself, "When did it appear behind me?" But this guy, from his mouth, a green smoke like a ghost king appeared. He said softly, "Dot." Along with that, he raised his finger. This made the girl's eyes widen. She realized it was about to attack her, so she used her sword to slash away. The two-horn guy's finger technique. The powerful beam of energy shot straight up into the sky of the secret realm. It created lightning that spread everywhere, exploding with a bang. The girl was also pushed back a few steps by the recoil. One move failed. The strange monster's eyes became more focused. It raised its entire hand. From behind, strange glowing circles appeared. Those beams of light were all aimed at the Empress, which scared her. She immediately used her sword to form a protective circle to defend herself from the attack. The blocked light beams were shot back out, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Of course, the other contestants who were hit by the bullets immediately fled. "Aren't we teammates? Yet you abandoned me and ran away." But that guy didn't stop to talk nonsense. "It's you who's dying, not me." Empress Yulon seems to have encountered a monster. It's terrifying. At this moment, the strange monster was also surprised by the girl's strength. So it also made it lose its patience. So it clenched its fist, and a glowing circle emitted, along with a cold voice. "You deserve to die." So from all four directions, formations formed, surrounding her. The Empress quickly recognized this formation as the Zhuxian killing formation. This made her chest heave in fear. But there was no time for her. The formations immediately struck down at her position, creating an explosion like an atomic bomb. This caused the rocks on the surrounding mountains to also be shaken by the aftershock, causing them to fall continuously. From within the dust and smoke, the strange monster also gradually appeared. But it was startled, because the position in front of it was empty. The girl's body was completely gone. So it was very angry, grinding its jagged, demonic teeth. Then it roared to the sky, making the sky also fear its power. The surrounding rocks flew around. Far away, there was also a person observing the battle between the strange monster and the Empress. The masked man, watching from a distance, was also terrified. He didn't understand if this thing was human or demon. The entire Empress Yulon was suppressed. That thing is too powerful, to the point where even I cannot see through its cultivation. With that damn thing here, earning points has become even more difficult. If I confront that thing head-on, thinking this, he pulled out his divination compass. He figured that escaping death was impossible. That was obvious. The compass began to calculate. Suddenly, his eyes became intense as he performed his divination hand seals. In his heart, he whispered, "But what about that Chen Changan, the one who smashed the monument? What if he confronts this thing?" But suddenly, his divination compass shattered into pieces. This made him unable to believe his eyes. "No, impossible. I can't predict it. With my immortal Emperor realm, I can't even divine the outcome of this battle." It seems this matter involves massive karma. In this tournament, besides avoiding that Chen Changan, now I must also continue to avoid that monster. That terrifying thing. It's time to change areas. Meanwhile, in the volcanic magma zone, the once quiet volcano was erupting violently. Lava flowed across the ground. Empress Yulon, her face covered in blood, had used a blood technique to escape with her life. She collapsed behind a small rock. Cough, cough. I was too careless. I didn't expect a pseudo-god to appear in the very first round of the tournament. The gatekeepers are supposed to appear at the very end. Why did one show up now? It turns out she knew the identity of that creature. It was the boss guarding the final level. At that moment, a giant eye suddenly appeared in the sky, emitting a divine thought. "Where are you? You tortured and killed my friends. You've left me all alone again. How dare you? Where are you all?" Her panic was clearly visible. The giant eye abruptly appeared behind her. "Found you." Her eyes were wide and bloodshot. She was likely heavily injured. Because the so-called pseudo-god is the beloved child of the heavenly Tao. Standing above all cultivators, it has thousands of laws within its body. It was personally placed there by the heavenly Tao. Or rather, they're the suicide soldiers of the heavenly Tao, protecting the laws and the prisons of the heavenly Tao. In the distance, the pseudo-god found the Empress and looked at her with joy. This brings us to the end of episode 115. Next is the preview. Empress Yulon knows there is no escape this time. She can only fight the pseudo-god to the death. Having discovered her, the pseudo-god rushed toward her at lightning speed. After a skirmish, its sharp claw was pressing right against the center of her forehead. It intended to finish her off, but suddenly, a tremor that could turn the world upside down came from the maze's side. That was the power of laws. Furthermore, it was the law of reincarnation, an extremely powerful spatial laws from the 3,000 great Taos. Continuing the previous part, Empress Yulon was helpless regarding the fact that Chen Changan had only earned 1 point. Therefore, she could only try her best to farm points. But suddenly, a pseudo-god appeared and beat her until she ran like a stray dog. At this moment, the spirit was gathering to speak with the Lord Angel. Lord Angel, and main gods, that monster was not arranged by me. I don't know why it appeared suddenly in the first level like this. Moreover, the potential of the realm lords participating in this tournament is very good. How could I harm them like that and ruin the fun for you main gods? At this moment, a main god spoke up to explain in the language of gods. This lady is the Mu Yi main god, also known as the moon god. Hearing this, the spirit was startled. Was it the Nine Suns God Emperor who did this? He whispered in his heart. Originally, the main gods planned to find the god killer in the final level of the Star Domain tournament, and then gather the power of the main gods to send him to his grave. But the Nine Suns God Emperor in the south insisted on doing things his own way. He sent the pseudo-god, the gatekeeper of the final level, into the first competition level of the Star Domains. The Nine Suns God Emperor's goal is to find the one who will kill him in the future as soon as possible. Before he makes his move to kill a god, the main god wants to see who is capable of killing a god. That person is the god killer. However, the contestants in the first level are people who haven't truly matured yet, especially those in the East Star Domain, which has been the weakest place for years. They cannot possibly defeat a pseudo-god. The spirit looked toward the caves of the East Star Domain and sighed. If we continue to stand by and do nothing, I'm afraid all the realm lords in the East Star Domain will be wiped out. The spirit gave his judgment. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, that pseudo-god was shooting forward at lightning speed. Up ahead, 2 guys were crossing their arms, looking disdainful, when they saw the pseudo-god flying over. Haha, there's an idiot rushing toward us. Let's join forces and kill him. The girl immediately agreed. Okay, baby. We'll split the points 50-50ths then. After all, this group was weak and ignorant. They didn't recognize a pseudo-god. Just as they finished discussing the split, the pseudo-god's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it sent these 2 to their graves. They didn't even understand why they died. Around them, miserable screams rang out, along with pleas for mercy and shouts to run away, along the pseudo-god's flight path. By now, the pseudo-god had arrived and blocked Empress Yulon's path. This terrified her. Amidst the dust, the masked man was also looking at that pseudo-god in horror. The Empress's eyes were now filled with bloodshot veins. Her face was drained of all blood. The one watching all these scenes was the spirit. He was nervous. This matter is not trivial at all. Do we need to intervene and support the East Star Domain? He shouted the question to the main gods. But the angels didn't think so. This isn't just happening. In our area, we shouldn't start a war unless absolutely necessary. After all, this was the method of the Nine Suns God Emperor. They didn't want to provoke him. As for those realm lords, they can only pray for themselves. In the eyes of the angels, this group was nothing but ants. The masked man was easily beheaded by the pseudo-god. At this moment, the pseudo-god spoke in a cold voice. "Answer one question for me." He reached out toward Empress Yulon with one hand, tossing the masked man's head away, while the other hand pointed straight at the center of her forehead. "Which one of you is the most troublesome?" But despite his finger waiting to blow her away, the girl cursed at him, "You stinking trash." Incorrect. What I want to ask is, among you, who is the strongest? All of you are weaklings. You can't make me happy. This guy continued to interrogate. His finger poked her forehead, causing her to lose a lot of blood, her arm trembling. She secretly calculated, circulating the laws in her body. My injuries haven't healed yet. If I fight him head-on, I'm afraid I won't be a match for him. I can only use that move. As soon as she was discovered by him, the girl had withdrawn the spatial law. From within her inner sea, it covered this place. As long as he made a move, the girl could find an opening in it and escape from his place. I have comprehended the heavenly Tao's laws and the power of the heavenly Tao for millions of years. But I never expected that one day I would have to use it to run away like a dog with its tail between its legs. While the girl was still calculating, the pseudo-god suddenly spoke up. "You insect, I know exactly what you're trying to do." Hearing this, the girl was surprised, her eyes widening. "Ha! Let me teach you how to use the laws of the heavenly Tao." The pseudo-god bared its teeth in contempt. It was the darling of the heavenly Tao of this world. Using laws against it was like a child playing with antiques. So, many iron chains of various colors, each color representing a type of law, tightly bound the girl's entire body. This made the girl terrified. This is bad. When did these laws get so close to her without her noticing? She couldn't use her power. Her cultivation and spiritual energy were all sealed. Spatial law, time law, reincarnation law, power, Tao law. Not just 10 types of laws, but hundreds of laws' power. They were all pressing down on her. Looking at this pseudo-god, her eyes were filled with fear. A monster like this, it's impossible to defeat it. Now the pseudo-god suddenly grabbed the girl's arm, its voice cold. "Let's make a human pig." At that moment, suddenly, in the distance, a pillar of energy shot straight into the sky. Empress Yulon, in a life-threatening situation, was worried. For Chen Changan, no matter what you're doing, just stay hidden in that Yuming ghost labyrinth. Don't come out. The pseudo-god grabbed Empress Yulon's neck with its other hand. This caused her great pain. Then it would tear her arm, leaving her a bloody mess. Empress Yulon, being choked, had a pained expression on her face. Her limbs contracted, her mouth wide open, trying to gasp for a bit of air. She couldn't say anything, only letting out a single ah. The pseudo-god, with its demonic voice, said, "If you won't talk, then I'll go find each of you one by one." He wanted to find the one with the strongest strength. Suddenly, from a Yuming ghost labyrinth, it shot back up into the sky. It spread to the other areas. A demonic god's chi was unleashed, which was to reverse time and space. I don't know who did it, only to see scenes appearing one by one, from now until then, like a film being rewound. Then the film rewound back to the time when the pseudo-god flew away. At this moment, Empress Yulon's hand was pressing down on the ground. This made the girl very surprised. In a flash, she had returned to the place surrounded by red rocks. She glanced at the surrounding scenery. Her mind was a blank. This scene is when I fled to the lava mountain. Then she looked down at her hand, which was still intact. The wounds caused by the pseudo-god were also gone. She guessed, could this be the reversal of time and space? Could it be that someone has broken and reversed the time and space of this world? Under the constraints of the heavenly Tao's laws, the pseudo-god was also very surprised. It didn't understand what had just happened. Empress Yulon immediately fled without any delay. In her entire life of cultivation, she had never seen a god with such heaven-defying strength. Someone who could easily reverse time and space. She guessed that it could only be the god of time and space. It was Chen Changan's best friend in bed, 100 million years ago. At this moment, a voice suddenly transmitted to all the contestants. In the first stage, everyone immediately use all means to conceal your aura. For these 5 days, avoid that pseudo-god. The Empress recognized that this was the voice of Bao Shenling. She then spoke up and thanked him. Thank you so much just now. If you hadn't intervened, I would probably be a soulless corpse by now. She thought he was the one who had reversed time and space. Hearing her words, Bao Shenling shook his head and looked at her with some surprise. Then he said softly, "No need to thank me. Reversing time and space, even the gods can't do it, let alone me." This made the Empress even more confused. Then who is it? Bao Shenling's eyes flashed. The source of that divine power to reverse time and space came from the Yu Ming Ghost Labyrinth area. After that, she quickly ran to the border of Mexico. After the pseudo-god appeared, all the contestants stopped going deep into the secret realm to hunt monsters. They all concealed their auras. Some people even destroyed their own cultivation. They cut off the connection with their main bodies. They were truly decisive. The Empress looked at the maze, her eyes deep in thought. What on earth is happening there? How could it cause such a world-shaking chaos? It even reversed the time and space of this world by 1 minute. As for the pseudo-god, it was going crazy because it couldn't find anyone else. This made it angry. It stomped its foot on the ground. It turned a large area into rubble. It continuously flew around in the background, its mouth emitting strange smoke. Along with its eyes, it was searching for the whereabouts of the cultivators. In a small rocky mountain nearby, several people were hiding and communicating with each other through voice transmission. Don't make a sound. Nonsense. Do you think I dare? Outside is a pseudo-god. I wouldn't dare to make a sound even if you paid me. It turned out to be a mask. And a green-haired ferret. Weren't you just about to die? Hearing the question, the mask explained, that was just a clone. So the ferret suggested, you create another clone. Lure it somewhere else. I can't hold it in anymore. Could it be that he had to pee? This made the mask furious. You idiot. If you reveal even a little bit of your aura, it will find us. At that time, it will use your head as a chamber pot. The ferret's face puffed up in annoyance. But if we just hide like this, we're being too cowardly. The mask was also helpless with this guy. Die or be a coward. You choose. At this point, the ferret was also scared. It's also pretty good. It's also a kind of tactic. As for his face, it was very uncomfortable, because his bladder was full and he was about to pee his pants. Suddenly, at this moment, a strong aura was transmitted from a distance. This startled the two of them. The pseudo-god also sensed this aura. It looked in the direction of the aura. The two guys who were hiding realized it was coming from the Yu Ming Ghost Labyrinth. Over there, the fluctuations in time were becoming more and more frequent. The pseudo-god, like the two of them, had a joyful expression and then jumped and flew in that direction. Found it! Found it! Looking at it, the two of them let out a sigh of relief. It's gone, especially the one in the fur coat, which meant he could finally relieve himself. But the two of them were still very careful and continued to communicate through voice transmission. At such a dangerous time, someone still dares to emit such a vast aura. If the pseudo-god finds him, then this person will surely die. The masked one felt as if we had seen this aura before. The guy, with a face older than a beetle nut, also ran over to gather. He said softly, "It's Chen Changan's aura. The god couldn't find us, so he must be very angry. If he meets him at this time, it will be very dangerous. He will vent all his anger on this Chen Changan." What bad luck. He was already miserable enough being trapped in the maze. And now the pseudo-god is running to find him. Now, even if he has 10 lives, it won't be enough for him to die. Even if Chen Changan was strong, they didn't think he could fight against the terrifying pseudo-god. On the other side, the Empress was also standing in deep thought, looking towards the maze. She said softly, "You should pray for yourself. She also didn't have the strength to face the pseudo-god. She only hoped that this guy's luck was good enough to avoid it. At this moment, the lightning from deep within the maze was striking outwards, straight into the sky. From the sky, old lightning was also appearing, striking back and intertwining with each other. A few blue colors. This was a battle of the original laws of the heavenly Tao with each other. Once one side's heavenly Tao retreated first, it would lose and be devoured. In the maze, the blue-haired girl, the ally of the guy who had been refining chi for 100,000 years, was standing there as if struck by lightning, her eyes filled with fear. I really don't dare to fight against the heavenly Tao. What on earth are you trying to do? If only to escape from the maze, then why do you need to do it in such a grand and exaggerated way? On the other side, Chen Changan was holding the heavenly Tao in his palm, raising it high. Come on, this is a great place, so I will upgrade my heavenly Tao. In his heart, he secretly thanked heaven and earth. Luckily, I can reverse time and space with one hand and restore the life force of the heavenly Tao. 9 times. You should slowly absorb the law power that the other party has comprehended. You should slowly absorb the law power that the other party has comprehended. Then transform it into your own comprehension. There were times when you were overloaded, even on the verge of collapse, but you still refused to retreat. You trusted me so much, so today I will help you break through to the spirit Tao realm. Suddenly, the pseudo-god also found its way to this place. It landed a short distance from Chen Changan. It looked at Chen Changan. It was happy. The game is over. At this moment, it spoke with a contemptuous tone to Chen Changan. A little insect. The game of hide-and-seek is over. The blue-haired girl next to him seemed to recognize the origin of this guy. She pointed at it and screamed, her face filled with extreme fear. Suddenly being shouted at in the ear made Chen Changan annoyed. He covered one ear and asked the girl, "Are you crazy? Why did you suddenly scream so loudly?" The girl stammered, unable to speak. Over there. You look quickly." Her face was panicked. She thought to herself, "Am I going to die? I've run into another monster." As terrifying as that, could it be that I didn't check the auspicious day before going out, or did I step out with my left foot first? At this moment, the ghost god used its extremely fast speed to rush over. "I've decided to chop off all your hands and feet and feed them to the birds. I'll use that as a toy to kill my time." Suddenly, a voice was transmitted, urgent and hurried, advising, "Chen Changan, get out of the way. That guy has suppressed all the domain lords participating in the trial. Don't be reckless. Retreat." The pseudo-god had also run to Chen Changan's side. It immediately launched a move, intending to finish him off in an instant, but the scene that happened before its eyes left it with a dazed expression. It was surprised because Chen Changan had only used 2 fingers to block its killing move. With that, this guy even asked softly, "Is this guy a high-level monster?" At the same time, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly in a contemptuous smile. "How dare you say you'll turn me into a human pig?" Then, from the palm of his hand, a powerful beam of energy shot straight ahead into the surprised eyes of the pseudo-god. Behind him, Lei Zi was still meditating with his eyes closed. "You are really too bold." Chen Changan spoke with a cold voice. The pseudo-god was now also afraid. Its eyes flashed with fear. This human, one of its arms had also been shattered by Chen Changan's energy beam. It was very confused. "My body has been tempered by the heavenly Tao and condensed into the most perfect physique in the world. It cannot be destroyed by ordinary heavenly Tao laws." Why could he do this? Chen Changan took one of the pseudo-god's severed arms. He held it out in front of the blue-haired girl. "This high-level monster belongs to me. No one is allowed to take it away." This scared the girl so much she peed her pants. She quickly teleported away, wanting to get away from this demon. "You can have it. No one dares to take it from you." On the other side, the pseudo-god was feeling very angry. A high-level monster? It was the darling of the heavens. Yet this trashy human dared to compare it with those ordinary monsters. In its life, it had never been so blatantly humiliated. So it roared and rushed forward. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly in a contemptuous expression. The pseudo-god's hand began to grow back. It shouted angrily, "I'll teach you some manners. You bastard, you dare to look down on me? You really won't cry until you see the coffin." At this moment, it began to clap its hands together. Seeing this, the blue-haired girl was terrified and shouted, "Be careful. It's the law of sealing. That move can isolate all cultivation and aura." As she finished speaking, thousands of chains of various colors surrounded Chen Changan's body. They tightly bound his hands. This scene made Chen Changan slightly horrified. As for the pseudo-god, it was still very pleased with itself. With a superior attitude, he thought to himself, "If your specialty is strength, then I don't need to fight you head-on. The laws of the heavenly Tao are my specialty. If 100 laws aren't enough, then I'll use 1,000, 10,000 laws to suppress you." The pseudo-god had now controlled Chen Changan. It began to act. It jumped up into the air and rushed towards Chen Changan, shouting, "Under this heavenly Tao, I am invincible." Contrary to the pseudo-god's thoughts, that Chen Changan would be scared and wait for death. Chen Changan at this moment was extremely calm and composed. He smirked with contempt. Accompanying that was Chen Changan's cold voice. "For you, one finger is enough." From his fingertip, a brilliant crimson light prepared to fire. It then transformed into a terrifying beam of energy, shooting toward the charging false god. The blinding light instantly incinerated the false god. It was filled with terror and confusion. This was truly impossible. Its heavenly Tao laws had absolutely no effect on this guy. What on earth is happening? This human, what kind of monster is he? But no one answered it. There is only a beam of light piercing straight through the maze, shooting all the way up into the high heavens. Along with that, the false god was completely vaporized. Only Chen Changan remained, standing tall and proud. He looked at the pitch-black cavern ahead, created by his finger technique. On the back of his hand, the number 132 appeared. That corresponded to the points accumulated so far in Cave Mansion number 1. This made the guy overjoyed, his eyes practically blooming with flowers. Who would have thought this high-level monster was so valuable? It's worth a whole 100 points, including the points accumulated by that girl. Our score is now 132 points. The distance to the 200-point threshold for leveling up isn't far anymore. Outside at Magma Mountain, the Realm Lords were also looking up at the leaderboard in the sky. They were astonished. The rankings had changed. Initially, Chen Changan's team and that girl were at 122. Now, in a flash, they had jumped to the 10th position. This shocked the whole group. Could it be that even that terrifying false god couldn't kill this guy? Meanwhile, inside the maze, Chen Changan, blinded by the massive points, rushed over and dragged the blue-haired girl who was clinging tightly to the wall. "Hey, were there more high-level monsters like that? Come on, tell me." He wanted to farm points. This made the girl terrified. "In your eyes, that monster might not be worth a penny. But to me, I'm no different than an ant in front of it. It's extremely scary. Furthermore, each trial room only has one of them. If it's dead, that means we've already passed the level." Hearing this news didn't discourage Chen Changan. He immediately froze. "Wait." Seeing the shameless look on his face, the girl trembled. "Huh? Is he plotting something evil again?" Then, Chen Changan ordered the system to act. Of course, the system complied with his request. This time, the range is reduced. It will only affect a single target. A strange green light surrounded where he stood. He was casting time reversal again. This made the blue-haired girl break out in a cold sweat. Wait, is he planning to use that move? Just what is his relationship with the god of time and space? Tian Fengshun, how can he reverse the laws of time and space so easily? This girl's strength was trash, but her knowledge was boundless. She watched as time reversal was cast. That false god was revived, but it was trapped inside a sphere of light, unable to escape. It was completely under his control. "Hello there. We meet again." Chen Changan spoke cheerfully. This was his treasure trove. Seeing the scene before it, the false god understood what had just happened. Now it knew fear. It realized the human in front of it was too terrifying. Sweat poured down its body like rain. Chen Changan laughed loudly. "It's too boring inside this maze. It's time to go for a walk outside." Chen Changan laughed, then spoke softly. "Little Thunder, my good child, show me the results of your cultivation." Hearing his voice, Little Thunder slowly opened its eyes. A blinding light shot out, making it impossible to see the surroundings clearly. This made Blue Hair panic. What the hell are you trying to do? I really don't understand what you want anymore. Stop it quickly. With what you're doing, I'm afraid we'll be swallowed by the heavenly Tao of this maze." From the center of the light, a figure resembling a human was gradually taking shape. Lightning immediately covered the entire trial space. All 5 forbidden zones were struck by thunder. This left the blue-haired girl stunned, her eyes glazed over. She stared blankly at that figure. After the light faded, Chen Changan and the girl appeared outside the maze. The girl looked at Chen Changan in fear. That was space-time teleportation. That's something only the heavenly Tao of this world can do. If you force it, the price to pay won't be small at all. Hearing this, Chen Changan laughed. "Ha ha ha. That wasn't this world's heavenly Tao. That was my family's heavenly Tao. It did it." Now that it had taken form, the heavenly Tao was no longer male. It had gone to Thailand for a sex change. It turned into a cute little lowly, right before Blue Hair surprised eyes. It successfully devoured all the heavenly Tao laws of this world and leveled up to the spirit Tao realm. Now, every heavenly Tao law in this world is under my control. He was happy. Does that mean your heavenly Tao has replaced the heavenly Tao of this world and dominated the laws of this world? No. What the hell are you talking about? The heavenly Tao can't be replaced that easily. Is he tricking me? Chen Changan, of course, didn't know what she was thinking. So he explained, "Bingo. That's right." This left the girl dumbfounded. "How on earth did you do that?" Chen Changan replied calmly. "Surely, you can't do it in a normal way, but with the divine skills of the gods, it can be done." He didn't explain clearly, keeping it vague. At this moment, the other realm lords also crawled over. Chen Changan, "Hey, you guys haven't kicked the bucket yet? Didn't that false god go looking for you earlier?" The guy with a face wrinkled like a monkey, probably Sun Wukong's younger brother, exclaimed with emotion, "It's truly unbelievable." While the group looked at Chen Changan with suspicion, Empress Yulan also made her way over. She was still covered in bruises. She asked softly, "Are you okay? Still alive?" Chen Changan didn't answer her question. Seeing her, he was very happy. He said, "You're here. Perfect timing." Then he snapped his fingers. A green light gradually appeared. Then the false god was dragged out from behind him, right in front of the Empress, scaring the wits out of her. "This monster is worth 100 points. I already killed it once. If I kill it again, I won't get any points." Chen Changan explained why he hadn't let it die permanently. "Since I revived it, you should give it a try. Maybe we can get 200 points. Just in one go. That way, we successfully pass the level." But the false god looked at Chen Changan, and Empress Yulan was completely confused. Is this fake? Is this just a dream? She couldn't believe it. The invincible false god was now like a sheep, chained up by someone like a dog, waiting for someone else to come slaughter it, its face full of fear. She spoke up, asking, "Just how did you do it?" This false god sent everyone to their graves once already. Logically speaking, you shouldn't be its match either. Did you know beforehand and intentionally set a trap to deal with it, making it weak so you could successfully capture it? False god. Chen Changan heard her, but didn't get it. He said calmly, "Isn't this just a high-level monster? Nothing to worry about." Hearing his arrogant words, the surrounding realm lords dropped their jaws in shock. Their faces were full of fear. At this moment, Chen Changan reached into the seal and grabbed the false god by the neck. Then he pinned it to the ground. I've pinned its head down. You just come and strike. Chen Changan urged the Empress. Seeing her hesitate, he got annoyed. Come on. If you don't act, someone else will steal it from you. Is there something else bothering you? Witnessing this bossy scene, everyone suddenly realized that something very bad was about to happen. The entire space fell into silence. At this moment, the Empress's hand holding the sword was trembling. After all, right in front of her was the invincible false god that almost sent her to the afterlife. Seeing her hesitate, Chen Changan encouraged her. That's right. If you point your sword at this little guy, the false god, he'll be soft as tofu, and you can stab him to death. The Empress felt very regretful. About what I said before. Huh? What did you say before? Chen Changan looked confused. He looked at her. At this point, she steeled her resolve to stab the false god. She said softly to him, Nothing. You probably misheard. Then she drew her sword. Seeing this, Chen Changan was annoyed. Speaking halfway like that, you'll never get a husband. But she didn't care. It doesn't matter. I don't intend to get married anyway. She observed the points on her arm. It was still 132 points. She looked at Chen Changan and showed her arm. The points didn't go up. This made him realize with annoyance. Oh. So people in the same team can't kill the same monster. The organizers anticipated this. Now, in this world, there are no monsters left, and no other false gods to farm. Getting enough points to reach 200. This is really a headache. Unless. His eyes flashed. Not knowing what he was thinking, he glanced behind him. The group of participants, seeing his gaze and gloomy aura, were terrified. That look. I bet he's thinking of killing all of us, so he and the Empress can level up. We have absolutely no doubt about his combat power now. Before, we laughed at him for coming from the lowly 9 provinces. Will everything end here? If Chen Changan attacked, they were sure to kick the bucket. At this moment, a few prodigies walked up and said softly, Brother Chen, I have 8 points here. I can transfer them to you. Others followed suit. I have 12 points here. Take them if you want, just don't hurt us. Seeing this, the other participants chattered, These 2 idiots. If you give all your points to someone else, then according to the rules set by the gods. If you have no points, from now on, you won't be allowed to participate in the Star Realm competition. If Chen Changan doesn't have enough points, what does that have to do with us? With the points we currently have, we'll receive generous reward from this Star Realm competition. It's enough to bring prosperity to our Star Realms. Hey, you guys work hard to earn those points. And now you're just easily giving them away. But the 2 prodigies were helpless. All right, stop talking. Didn't you see his murderous look just now? Aren't you scared? The blue-haired girl accompanying Chen Changan saw this and got angry. She thought, these shameless people. If it weren't for Chen Changan, their lives would be gone, let alone keeping their current rewards. So paying a few points is only natural. She shouted loudly, Big brother, I support you. Kill them all. Hearing all this, Chen Changan looked pensive. He didn't speak, and no one knew what he was thinking. A moment later, he spoke in a cold voice. If I wanted to kill you, 1 finger would be enough. But I don't want to kill you, because I'm not like those people. I will definitely take your points. No one can stop me. But I, Chen Changan, won't take anyone's points for free. I will find something to trade with you. This made everyone look at him in surprise. Chen Changan stood up. A force covered the entire maze. He was using that old trick again. It was time reversal. Everyone's eyes went wide again. Waves of power washed over them. The participants who had experienced this before weren't too surprised, especially Empress Yulan. As the energy flowed past her large chest, she returned to 5 minutes ago. Chen Changan was holding the false god by the neck, smiling softly. You just need to pay 5 points to exchange for this 100-point false god. How about this deal? This? Everyone fell into a daze, staring at him. Someone asked, The divine skill you just used. Empress Yulan looked at the false god. It had revived. With her knowledge, she realized this was the divine skill, time reversal. Then that time reversal that saved my life at Earth Peak. I understand now. This time reversal skill wasn't cast by the spirit guardian or a god. Don't tell me it was. She recalled that the spirit guardian had said the source of the divine power casting time reversal was inside the maze. Now she understood everything clearly. So the one who cast it was him. Now I get it. She looked at Chen Changan with deep affection. Perhaps after this, she would completely fall for him. She clenched her fists tightly. Damn it. Didn't we just try that? Do you want to do it again? Seeing her tremble, Chen Changan asked. Didn't we just try it? You want to do it again? This made her jump and turn away, stammering no. No more. An old man who looked ancient stepped forward and said softly, I agree to this deal. He believed that being able to kill a false god would greatly benefit his future cultivation and temper his invincible Tao heart. Count me in too. Save a spot for me. Excellent. This made Chen Changan feel happy. A moment later, points kept falling, merging into the back of his hand. The number had reached 200 points. We have enough. 200 points, Chen Changan said happily to the Empress. But she was staring at him blankly. Living for millions of years, I've never witnessed a battle like this. Elsewhere, the false god slaughter party was still ongoing. It was tied by the neck with the great Tao. A line of people stretched for kilometers, waiting. Hurry up, there's still many people. Waiting in line behind you, the blue-haired girl, having finished, walked out boasting to the crowd. Even in my dreams, I never thought I'd kill a false god with my own hands. It's all thanks to Brother Chen. The others nodded in agreement. The Empress turned to ask Chen Changan why. Did you do that? He glanced at her and said calmly, Do you even need to ask? To level up, obviously. But she shook her head. No, I mean you let them, before she could finish. Suddenly, a voice cut off their conversation. Unfortunately, you cannot advance to the next round. All right. Everyone looked up at the sky and realized the arrival was the spirit guardian. The artifact spirit stared at Chen Changan and said softly, From now on, you should start worrying about how to keep your little life, God's Slayer. They had discovered Chen Changan's identity, thanks to the time reversal skill. Chen Changan didn't say anything. He admitted to this identity. 10 million years ago, he indeed had the title of demon god, specialized in slaying gods. What do you mean? But he was still concerned about the spirit guardian's words. The artifact spirit waved its hands and explained, All the Lord gods have ordered the cancellation of your participation. If you didn't have some relationship with the space-time god king, Tian Feng Chun, we would have killed you long ago. Now, I will give you two paths. 1. Enter this teleportation formation. It will take you to the Divine Hall. The gods of the East Star Realm will interrogate and judge your life and death. As it spoke, a blue door appeared in front of Chen Changan. 2. Face the Nine Suns God Emperor who is rushing here to kill you. You can't run and you can't hide. Furthermore, we gods of the East Star Realm will not protect you. God Slayer. This news from a spirit guardian shocked the crowd of participants below. Chen Changan's eyes were cold, filled with anger. You are the ones who made the rules, and you are the ones who temporarily changed them, cutting off the future of others, and deciding their fate without any explanation. 10 million years have passed since I became the demon god of you deities. I thought you would remember. I didn't expect you to still have the same old bad habits. Treating human lives like grass to be trampled on. Although the participants had a good impression of him now, facing the gods, they didn't dare say anything. What must come has come. How could the gods be indifferent to someone capable of slaying gods? Empress Yuan looked at him helplessly. Even though the false god had been killed by everyone, no one had the ability to save Chen Changan. The difference in power was too great. No matter how strong the time reversal skill was, it couldn't be hidden from the gods. So what is a god slayer? Across myriads of worlds, after many eras and epochs, there are some extremely lucky individuals who receive divine fortune, breaking the limits of humanity to reach the realm of gods. This kind of existence is the hope of all mankind, but at the same time, they become a threat to the gods. Once a god slayer is discovered, the gods will immediately appear in a group to destroy this person, pulling them up by the roots, and destroying any forces connected to them. The blue-haired girl also felt a tightness in her chest. The Nine Suns God Emperor, that creature can easily burn the entire star realm that we are living in. Big brother, don't choose to fight against him. You should choose the first path to save your life first, then find another way later. Moreover, maybe the god of time and space will appear to protect you. Chen Changan, which path do you choose? The spirit urged. Chen Changan didn't answer. He stood thinking in front of the teleportation door, his back to the participants, his thoughts unknown. At the same time, at the windless plains, a figure was lying down, sunbathing. Playing with birds and not fighting is the best. Not fighting is the best. It turned out to be that chi refiner of 100,000 years. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. A massive beam of energy was striking directly at his spot. He was just eating and waiting to die, but this guy actively provoked him? Holy crap. Ahem. Who is it? It's all smoke and dust. He inhaled, a mouthful of dirt. But when he saw the black figure hovering above, engulfed in flames, he was also very surprised. Something's wrong. The air is burning. This guy is the god of the southern realm, the Nine Suns God Emperor, the one who will be killed by the god slayer in the future. So he was the most eager one. The chi refiner looked up and said to him, "Hey brother, mind easing up a bit? Withdraw your pressure. Your pressure is making the air thin. Burning the flowers and grass isn't good either. As you can see, there are many small animals here. With the status of a high and mighty god, hearing an ant speak to him, Nine Suns glanced at him coldly, like looking at a servant. Just a glance created a pressure that slammed into the chi refiner's chest, making him squawk like a chicken. Then he was blasted backward, smashing through several mountains. He didn't stop until the third mountain, but he also broke the peak of that mountain. Rocks and debris flew everywhere, creating a deep, bottomless hole in the mountain. Finally, the chi refiner, who wasn't injured at all, posed sitting there. Understand, you are a god. A god, huh? Then this old master will also give you a choice. Come at me. However many gods there are, this old master will kill that many.